In the year 1512 of the Sea Circle calendar, the great rout the kingdom of Baluoke. The kingdom was engulfed in civil war. War clung to the nation like a plague. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed incessantly through the pitch-black night sky. The citizens fled amid wails, and long lines of refugees wound their way deep into the forest. Their faces were numb and dazed, tinged with fear and confusion. Sayyid lingered at the rear of the refugee column, feeling as miserable as if he had bitten into a pile of dung. I finally found a tiny country to lie low and living peacefully. How could such a piss-poor nation suddenly fall into civil war? Sayyid had been in this world for nearly a year. Upon learning it was the world of One Piece, he had very sensibly chosen to play it safe and develop discreetly. He had originally planned to train for a few years before considering going to sea. Now his peaceful life had suddenly collapsed. With no other choice, he began to consider whether to join the Navy. Right now it's the era of Roger Whitebeard and Golden Lion ruling the seas. The Pirate King's birth is still years away. By then the seas would grow more chaotic. Sayyid's thoughts raced. If he didn't have extraordinary talent or some external advantage, he might really just join the Navy and idle away his life. I was playing Pokemon right before I transmigrated. How did I end up in the world of One Piece? Sayyid looked dejected. After all, in the world of pirates, without strength one would suffer greatly. The group scattered in the forest. He glanced around, saw no one, and sat down against a large tree. Wait until dawn, then head for the Navy base. Several figures flashed through the forest. Hey, she's over here. Don't let her escape. Through the dense trees, Sayyid saw scattered figures drawing closer. The grass rustled, and a young woman in a black coat ran over. Don't come near me. Sayyid's gaze swept over her, a high-end custom suit, extraordinary, bearing fierce eyes, and more than a dozen wounds, large and small, on her body like a wounded leopard. Those soldiers must be after her. Sayyid was about to get up and leave, but the soldier's words made him free. She's here. She has an accomplice. Bastard. Who knows her? Sayyid felt exasperated, as sure enough, everyone in this pirate world had subpar intelligence. Don't try to deny it, we almost fell into your ambush. More than a dozen rebels with muskets surrounded the two, wearing expressions that said they saw through everything. You guys are too weird. I told you we have nothing to do with each other. Sayyid tried to explain, but the woman was too badly injured. Her legs gave way, and she fell backward right on top of him. Still saying you don't know each other. You're hugging her. This poor wretch has nothing to do with me. Let him go. The woman struggled to her feet, glared coldly at the rebels, and when she opened her mouth, the voice, the tone of speech, made Sayyid feel strangely familiar. That doesn't matter now. Crocodile, as the princess of the Baroque kingdom, let this man be buried with you. As if struck by lightning, Sayyid's mind went numb when he heard the rebel commander's words. Crocodile. Dull. He mechanically turned his head, carefully examining the woman before him in the moonlight. The more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. Shoulder-length hair, a smooth forehead, a gold earring in her right ear, and neutral beauty in her face, eyes filled not with fear, but with anger and hatred. Tall figure, ample curves, the aura of a mafia boss. The style was somewhat similar. Is this damn Crocodile? You? Sayyid was thunderstruck, unable to speak. Crocodile looked down at him, her tone calm. It seems I'll have to drag you along to die with me, unlucky one. Die? How could I possibly die here? Sayyid only wanted to survive. He felt he had come to the wrong pirate world. He had to get out and check if Hawkeye, Doflamingo, and the others were male or female to confirm if this was the genuine One Piece world. Clang. He drew his sword and glared at the rebels. Damn bastards, come at me one by one. The rebels were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Are you talking nonsense? The advantage is clearly on our side. Why would we duel you? A dozen black muzzles aimed at the two, waiting for the leader's order to fire. Damn, they didn't fall for it. Buzz. Just then Sayyid's mind shook, and a huge Pokemon capsule machine appeared in his thoughts. Pokemon Gacha machine. Consume negative emotion points to draw. 100 points per draw. May obtain Pokemon skills, traits, and items. Negative emotion points are gained by causing others to feel negative emotions, including anger, sorrow, shame, embarrassment. Current points 0. You came too late. Sayyid sighed resentfully. How could he get negative points right now? Could it be? He suddenly looked at Crocodile. Crocin, you really let yourself go. Can't even defend your own country. Now it's my turn to protect you. Emotion points 111. Crocodile was taken aback, then snapped angrily. Bastard, who needs your protection? A weakling like you I could take down with one hand. Yes, that's it. Keep being angry. Still saying you don't know each other. Sayyid then turned to the soldiers and said with righteous indignation, you despicable lot, you're part of the royal army, aren't you? Betraying your own country, harming your own people. You don't deserve to be soldiers. A bunch of clowns killing you would dirty my hands. Kid, stop talking big. I've decided not to use guns. They'll cut him to pieces slowly with my blade. One by one the soldiers angrily drew their swords. In their eyes, Sayyid and Crocodile were no more than fish on a chopping board ready to be slaughtered. Emotion points 11. Soon the negative emotions from the dozen or so people reached 300. Draw, Sayyid thought. The capsule machine spun rapidly, spitting out 3 Pokeballs. Unchangeable underpants 1. What use is a pair of underpants? Wooden slingshot 1. 2 consecutive useless items. Sayyid grew nervous. Give me a useful skill, please give me a useful skill. Otherwise I might really be chopped into mincemeat. When the last Pokeball opened a blinding white light, emerged skill Harden LV1. Tense your whole body to make it 5 times harder. Upgradable, requires 150 emotion points, 5 times harder. A light flashed in Sayyid's eyes. That was just like Tekai. They say Tekai can't hold up in high-level battles, but in low-level fights it's a god-tier skill for bullying. Die. The long blade slashed through the night, its cold gleam piercing. Hey, dodged. Crocodile gasped, eyes wide. If he didn't dodge, that strike head be split in 2. Thinking that this boy was being dragged down by her, she felt a pang of guilt. Guilt 10. Is that Crocodile's emotion? Harden. Without time to think, Sayyid silently uttered the skill. Immediately he felt his muscles tighten, and he thrust out his fist to meet the blade. Clang. The long blade struck as if hitting a block of iron. The already overused brittle sword snapped in. Nanny. Emotion points 14. There were exactly 23 rebels before him. How is that possible? Have you been hiding your strength all along? Assured that his body was hard enough to withstand blades, Sayyid couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had underestimated his own strength. After training in the Baroque Kingdom for a year, having encountered no pirates nor fought any Navy soldiers, he had been uncertain about his own level of strength. Now, even without the hardened skill, he could probably defeat these well-equipped soldiers. I'm protecting her life. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Who disagrees? The other soldiers exchanged glances, then attacked, all at once. Die. Blades crisscrossed. Sayyid neither dodged nor flinched, swinging his long sword like a child at play, cutting into the rebels. Soon only the rebel commander stood battered and bruised, staring at Sayyid in terror. Monster, are you a monster who ate a devil fruit? Why can't I cut you? How can you not be cut? After the fight, Sayyid had gained 20 more emotion points. He looked at his opponent with slight dissatisfaction. Devil fruit. I haven't eaten that thing yet. It's the hardness from a strong physique. But you know it still hurts when you cut me. The rebel leader tried to say something more, but Sayyid stopped him. Slash. Ho. Ho. The rebel commander fell with his eyes open. He should never have been greedy for glory and come after Crocodile alone. But regret was useless now. Phew. Sayyid was about to loot the bodies when his legs suddenly gave out, and he collapsed uncontrollably. Hey, are you okay? Crocodile looked at him with mixed emotions. She had thought she would die here, never expecting to meet such a strange guy. Was that the Navy's Tekai just now? This guy couldn't be a Navy soldier. I'm fine, just out of stamina. After all, though he had trained for nearly a year, he was only a bit stronger than these ordinary soldiers. Using the skill for a while left him completely drained. Can you still move, Crocin? My name is Crocodile. Okay, Crocin, if you still. He was cut off by a voice. Hey. There are 2 injured little ones here. Do a lot. The next day on the Grand Line, the sky was clear and boundless white clouds drifted lazily and the waves stretched out with leisurely grace. Sid opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was a giant face. Has Ivankov already eaten the hormone fruit? That was the first thought that crossed Sid's mind. Hey, kid, you're awake, it's already noon, you sure can sleep. If you didn't wake up soon, I would have given you a shot of adrenaline hormone. She's only a few years older than me. She calls me a brat. Sid sat up. The first thing I see when I wake up is your face. It's like a nightmare. Ivankov froze in place, muttering under her breath. Seeing my face gives him nightmares. Emotional value 3. Just kidding, Sid, satisfied with the harvest of emotions. I knew you were joking with a face as charming as mine. Sid knew that if he hadn't appeared, Crocodile probably would have been fine, since Ivankov and Dragon happened to pass by last night. After they appeared, Sid couldn't resist the fatigue and fell asleep immediately. Speaking of which, Sid's gaze swept across the deck and landed on Crocodile sitting on the gunwale. She was wrapped in bandages, staring at the sea without speaking. Crocin, oh hey, hearing Sid's annoyingly playful voice, Crocodile was covered in dark lines. I told you don't call me Crocin. Resentment 1. Sid smiled cheerfully. Don't be so petty, after all we've survived life and death together. He felt refreshed now that he had a cheat code and believed he could handle anything. Crocodile glanced at him, then looked back at the newspaper in her hand. Sid nonchalantly leaned in to read together. Civil war in the Baroque Kingdom. Rebels stormed the royal city. Royal family annihilated. National treasure lost. So, Crocodile clenched the newspaper. So she was a princess who lost her kingdom after all. How pitiful. Sorry, by the time we arrived it was already too late. A man in a coat stepped out of the cabin. Dragon. No need to apologize. We are deeply grateful that you saved us both, Mr. Dragon. Sid propped his chin, watching Crocodile. Her eyes were red. Even a tough man would feel sorrow when unable to protect his beloved family from death. Moreover, now she was a woman. You know me. Dragon hadn't revealed his name. The leader of an organization that recently gave the world government a headache. You're probably famous across the world. Getting involved with us might make you a target of the world government. Said shrugged it off. He was only hitching a... Let me introduce myself. Said Albert said. And she's Crocodile. Well, that's what the rebels called her. After they exchanged names, Ivankov naturally gave them a peculiar nickname. So what are you two planning next? Said, if you have nowhere to go, why not join us? Join the Revolutionary Army. No, it should still be called the Self-Reliant. Said didn't intend to take that path. With a cheat code now and knowledge of the plot, he planned to build his own power and conquer the world. No need. I'm going to form my own pirate crew. A pirate? But you're all alone. Ivankov's giant face loomed in again. Said placed his hands on his hips. Not true. Kraken is my first crew member. Bastard who said I'd join you. You have nowhere else to go, right? Besides, we're from the same country. It's only natural for you to join me. I'm going back to take revenge. All right. After we get stronger, we'll go back. At this moment, Crocodile was lost and didn't yet harbor the ambition to become Pirate King. Said believed he could find a way to bring Crocodile on board. Although Crocodile had performed poorly in the early story, he was undeniably a capable and intelligent man. In the Paramount War, he performed well, evenly matched against anyone. In Said's eyes, Crocodile was an early model technique master, rich combat experience, maxed out reaction and operation, good at seizing opportunities, but handicapped by falling behind the version. This kind of talent was just right as his right-hand man. Young Crocodile, under his supervision, could become at least a Yonka-level commander if she trained in both forms of hockey properly. And at this point in time, there were many talents to recruit. Loyal Moria, young Hancock, gentle Kuma, proud Mihawk. Gurgle, Said's stomach growled. He hadn't eaten for a day and a night, and it was mealtime. After a satisfying lunch, Said sat back in a chair burping. I'm counting on you, Dragon. Please drop us off at the next stop. During the meal, Said quietly extracted information from Ivankov. Kuma and Ginny had already returned to the... I see. The next stop is 7 days away. After eating, Said went to the deck to start training. Improving strength remained the top priority. Sweat dripped from his solid muscles onto the deck, a 100-kilogram iron plate weighing on his back. With each push-up, the thick veins bulged on his arms, muscles swelling. 998, in 999, 1,000. You're too weak. At this level, you can't even handle a Sea King. Crocodile approached without him noticing. Though not fully grown, her 2-meter-plus height completely blocked the sun. No one is born strong on the Sea Kraken. That's why I'm working to become stronger. At 15, Said was full of confidence in himself. If you want to be my captain, you'll have to beat me first. After calming down, Crocodile had thought it through. She could form her own crew. Although Said had saved her, he was too weak and would easily die at sea. So she proposed this fight to make Said face reality and find a safe place to live. In her view, Said was no match for her. As a kingdom's princess, she had been learning combat skills since age 10, mastering both swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. She was superior in both strength and combat experience. How could she lose? Hearing Crocodile's words, Said couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Crocodile felt ridiculed. Croc and I won't lose. In truth, Said was a bit panicked. He knew he couldn't break through the rebel forces as she had. Her strength was definitely above his current level. I'm done for. What now? Then let's fight. Ha, Said boy and Kraken are about to break up. Ivankov quietly joined in, looking excited. No, not now. Said refused solemnly. He tried to straighten up, looking determined. I won't take advantage of your weakness, Kraken. You're still injured. You can't even bring out your full strength. Even like this, it's enough to deal with you. Crocodile didn't care. Are you dishonoring this duel? Said put on a righteous image. I won't accept this fight right now. It's unfair to you. Let's set the duel 7 days from now, witnessed by everyone on this ship. Said boy, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. A real man. At that moment, the surrounding self-reliant army members and Ivankov looked at Said with admiration. Are you afraid that in 7 days he'll surpass you, Kraken? 7 days? Impossible. 7 days from now, he'll make you submit. Seeing this, Said breathed a silent sigh of relief. He needed to save up emotion points for a lucky draw in these 7 days. Crocodile, just you wait. I'm going to pull something big. Get ready to join me. Time passed in a flash. During these 7 days apart from training diligently, Said seemed to have spent his time extracting emotional value from the crew. Now everyone on Dragon's ship kept their distance from him. Even Dragon himself knew that Said was a sharp-tongued miscreant with a perverse sense of humor. At this moment, Said wore a black military-style coat, his chest bared to reveal 8 abdominal muscles. His short black hair fluttered in the wind, hands in his pockets, silver boots polished to a mirror shine. Just by his stance, one could tell he was terrifyingly strong. Seeing his arrogant posture, the others couldn't help but urge, Meteor, give that brat Said a good lesson. Yeah, we can't let this little punk keep acting up. Damn, Sayyid, you promised me a picture of a mature woman with big breasts, but what's this X-ray image supposed to be? Why is it all bones? Right, just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. On the deck, the onlooking crew were all cheering for Aokiji. After all, in just 7 days, everyone had been pranked by Sayyid. Of course, Sayyid turned a deaf ear to their lamentations, his entire focus on the lottery machine. Emotion value 1086, pull 10 consecutive pulls. He had worked hard for 7 days to scrape together 1,000 points, all for this moment. Emotion value 1086, pull 10 consecutive pulls. He had worked hard for 7 days to scrape together 1,000 points, all for this moment. The lottery machine spun wildly. Sayyid's heart pounded. Whether he could recruit Old Shah on board depended entirely on this. Supreme quality mop, 1 pair odor resistant, and durable, essential for voyaging. Thanks for playing. After 5 consecutive thanks for playing, Sayyid's heart turned cold. Was he supposed to throw slippers as shurikens in battle? Aokiji would probably beat him to death, right? Skill insight. Enables user to see through opponents' attacks and predict them in advance. Consumes mental energy. Cannot be upgraded. Whoa, isn't this basically Kenbunchika hockey? Sayyid perked up again. Current Aokiji hasn't mastered hockey yet. With a skill that lets him see through enemy moves, he's inherently undefeated. Advantage is mine. Skill belly drum LV1. Sacrifice half of stamina to increase power by 3 times. Upgradable. Upgrade condition 150 emotion points. Item speed enhancer. Increases speed by 1 point. Skill endure LV1. When stamina is critically low, 10 chance to lock HP. Upgrade condition 300 emotion points. The last 4 pulls all yielded useful items. Skill belly drum LV1. Sacrifice half of stamina to increase power by 3 times. Upgradable. Upgrade condition 150 emotion points. Item speed enhancer. Increases speed by 1 point. Skill endure LV1. When stamina is critically low, 10 chance to lock HP. Upgrade condition 300 emotion points. The last 4 pulls all yielded useful items. However, belly drum consumes a lot of stamina, meaning the fight with Aokiji must end quickly. As for the endurance god skill endure a 10 chance, he dared not gamble on whether he could get back up. Indeed, he had to use the enhancer. Onlookers only saw Sayyid take out a small vial and drink it. Sayyid boy need to pop pills. Wangfu stared at Sayyid in surprise, then let out a weird laugh. Want me to give you a shot of adrenaline hormone? No need. Come on, Aokiji. Sayyid felt a warmth spread through his body, his reactions sharpening by a fraction. Ready? Aokiji looked down at Sayyid contemptuously. Ready? Aokiji looked down at Sayyid contemptuously. Even if he possessed a technique like Iron Body, his stamina wouldn't last long. She could easily crush Sayyid. Bring it on. The two locked eyes, sparks seemingly flying. As a sea breeze blew past like a trumpet signal, they both moved at once. Take this. Insight. The world in Sayyid's eyes seemed to slow down. A phantom image of Aokiji appeared before him, throwing a punch aimed at his stomach. How I see through it. Sayyid leaped into the air, sweeping a kick toward Aokiji's face. Damn, what's going on? Aokiji felt as if her punch had been read before she even threw it, forcing her to jump back to dodge. Belly drum. Midair, a loud rumble came from Sayyid's abdomen and his aura surged. Can take this. With that, he threw a punch at Aokiji. What's with this guy? His speed and power suddenly increased. Aokiji gritted her teeth, caught off guard. What's with this guy? His speed and power suddenly increased. Aokiji gritted her teeth, caught off guard. The crew on deck fell silent, as anyone could see that the mighty Aokiji was on the losing end. Duelage, can you understand his strange transformation? He actually predicted Kelikan's attack. Duelage stood with arms crossed and spoke indifferently. It should be Kenbunchika hockey. As for his change in strength, perhaps it's an application of life return. Say boy was hiding so much. Then isn't Kelikan likely to lose? Duelage remained silent, but a storm was raging in his heart. There are some people in this world who get stronger with every battle, like Roger or his father Garp. However, in just 7 days, Sayyid had experienced no life or death fights, only serious training, yet had improved so dramatically. Another monster. Duelage murmured to himself. Sayyid wasn't thinking that far. He currently held after all, this was Aokiji before she had grown, especially since she hadn't yet consumed the Tsunanomi. He sighed inwardly, but was dissatisfied that Aokiji remained calm and collected in battle. If they kept fighting like this, he would run out of stamina first. He had to break her composure. Sayyid's mind raced, and he came up with an idea. While fighting, he taunted. Hey Kelikan, why are you always on the defensive? Where's that confidence from a few days ago? Didn't you say you could beat me with one hand? So why can't you win using both? Seems like you're just all talk. If you can't handle it, just surrender. For the sake of being fellow countrymen, I'll let you be. An apprentice crew member. How about I fight you with one hand? With that, Sayyid actually started using only his right hand. What a jerk. The onlooking crew all clenched their fists, itching to beat up that sharp-tongued brat on behalf of Aokiji. Emotion value 160. From Aokiji, emotion value 15. What? Did I go too far? Emotion value increased this much. Sayyid secretly rejoiced. That smug expression on his face was pure humiliation in Aokiji's eyes. Damn, Sayyid, stop talking big. Aokiji finally broke. She kicked at Sayyid recklessly. Harden. Sayyid dropped into a horse stance, all his muscles tensed. Instead of dodging, he intended to take the hit head-on. Thud. With a dull sound, Aokiji felt as if she had kicked a wall. This got even harder. Indeed, after gaining more emotion value, Sayyid immediately upgraded the Harden skill. Skill Harden LV2. Use full body strength to harden the body tenfold. Upgrade condition 500 emotion points. Now his body was even more terrifyingly tough, able to withstand even ordinary musket bullets. Even so, Aokiji's kick still caused some damage. At least his skin was turning red. It doesn't hurt at all, Kelican. Did you skip a meal? Aokiji grew angrier by the second, throwing punches at Sayyid without holding back. But he dodged them all with casual ease. It's over. Sayyid seized her opening and slammed a punch into her abdomen, sending her flying and crashing into the mast. Cough. That punch was like a cannonball. The terrifying force instantly robbed Aokiji of her combat ability, leaving her kneeling on the deck, dry heaving. Say, boy, you're too harsh. Kelican is a girl. Boo. The other crew members erupted in jeers, providing Sayyid with more emotion value. It almost made him not want to leave the ship. The sea is full of all kinds of monsters. They won't go easy on you because of gender. Sayyid walked toward Aokiji. Sayyid walked toward Aokiji. At this moment, Aokiji was drenched in sweat, her thin clothes clinging to her body. Her chest heaved with rapid breaths, revealing a vast expanse of skin and cleavage, an alluring fragility layered over her mature charm. However, Sayyid only glanced twice before looking away. He extended a hand, slowly looked at Aokiji, and said with a smile, "Welcome aboard, Aokiji. Goodbye, Krokon. Take care of yourself. See you never, Cybrat." Sayyid stood on the dock, bidding farewell to Yawankafu and the others with considerable reluctance. It was a pity he could no longer milk them for all they were worth. Beside him stood Aokiji, who had already recovered from her grief. Having been born into royalty, Aokiji possessed a pride befitting her lineage. This prevented her from reneging, for she had been defeated before so many witnesses by Sayyid. "Let's go, Krokon." "Where to?" Aokiji followed behind him. The two of them were now utterly destitute, without a single berry to their name. "First, let's figure out a way to get a ship. Then we can recruit some crew. Do you have any berries?" It was easy enough to say, but implementing it required careful consideration. "No." "Then where are we getting a ship?" Sayyid looked at Aokiji as if she were an idiot. That look greatly irritated her. "What's with that look? Now we're pirates. I don't think you understand what it means to be a pirate." Sayyid felt it necessary to make Aokiji realize the shift in their identities. "The sea is our home. If the world doesn't give us what we want, we take it. You bastard." Aokiji's expression was complex, and she was so mortified she couldn't speak. She had been lectured by a 15-year-old brat. "Oh, did my grand speech shame you?" Sayyid paid it no mind. His gaze shifted to the pocket of Aokiji coat, where a box was stored. "By the way, is what's inside the national treasure of your kingdom?" Seeing Sayyid's gaze, Aokiji instantly became wary. Could this guy be after the national treasure? "What's inside?" Aokiji was silent for a moment. "It's a devil fruit." "Devil fruit?" Sayyid's interest was immediately piqued. He had never seen a devil fruit before. At his request, Aokiji finally agreed to open the treasure chest for him to take a look. But when he saw what was inside, Sayyid couldn't help but be captivated. This is... In the box was a fruit shaped like a cactus. Clearly, it was the Logia type Suna no Mi that Aokiji had eaten in the original timeline. Since it's your national treasure, you should know what this is, right? It's a devil fruit Logia type, the Suna no Mi. Although Baroque Kingdom was only a small country with a population of a few 100,000, she had still seen the devil fruit encyclopedia. If you eat it, you should be able to suppress the rebels, right? You're too naive. The shot that hit me the other day included a sea stone bullet. If I ate it, I'd probably lose all ability to resist immediately. So that's how it was. Then, you want to eat it. Sayyid was conflicted, wondering what would happen if he gave Aokiji a different fruit. The Goro no Mi from Sky Island. Enel probably hadn't eaten it yet. Also a Logia and far more powerful than the Suna no Mi. Aokiji remained silent, fully aware of the Suna no Mi's weaknesses. She had been pondering whether to eat it during this time. Deep down, she felt that this fruit was the most suitable for her. Moreover, seeing her expression, Sayyid instantly understood her thoughts. "If you're eager to gain power, eat it." Aokiji was taken aback. "Don't you want the power of a devil fruit?" Even an ordinary devil fruit could lead to comrades killing each other over its value, let alone a Logia. Aokiji had brought it out partly to test Sayyid's reaction. In her view, Sayyid clearly craved power, and might sever ties with her over a devil fruit. She had even prepared for the worst. Me, am not planning to eat a devil fruit. With a golden finger like Skill Master, why would he eat a devil fruit? Just to add a weakness to himself? Aren't you afraid he'll leave you after I get stronger? Aokiji still couldn't believe that anyone would be so dismissive of a devil fruit. Of course not, Crocon. I trust you, you know. You've already agreed to be my crew member. Hearing this, that Sundara Aokiji felt as if ants were crawling all over her body, yet an indescribable feeling rose in her heart. If you trust me, I can take you to find a better fruit. Sayyid said with a smile, looking at Aokiji. No. Aokiji gazed at the Suna no Mi in her hand. I have a feeling that this power will be the most suitable for me. Did devil fruits indeed possess a will of their own and choose their owners? At that moment, Sayyid recalled the widespread rumors on the internet. Finally, under Sayyid's gaze, Aokiji ate the Suna no Mi, gradually transforming into the Lao Sha of their memories. Crocon. Sayyid looked as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. What? This is a cactus, you know. You just chomped right into it. Doesn't it prick your mouth? Aokiji thought had asked how she felt now, but instead he came out with such a trivial question. Hey, I was just asking. Why are you turning your hand into sand? Wait, don't test your powers on me, Crocon. Yamaro, I won't ask Crow. Phew, I'm alive. Sayyid sat at the bar counter and downed a large bottle of juice in one go. Aokiji sat beside him holding a wine glass, her face flushed. After eating the fruit, she had tested her powers on Sayyid. On her first try, she mastered the withering technique capable of absorbing the moisture from objects. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power, Aokiji's heart still raced with exhilaration. I say, Crokin, let's stay in town for a few days. The simple reason was that they had no money. Their starting capital had come from Aokiji trading her gold earrings. Well, I low here for a while and wait for a pirate ship to come by. I already asked. This island often gets pirate ships resupplying. If no pirate ships showed up, he planned to rob a rich man, though the risk was a bit high. I thought you'd just rob the con. Bullying those poor souls is utterly pointless. After all, they already have it hard enough, just trying to survive. So that's how this guy thought, huh? Aokiji looked at him with a hint of surprise and couldn't help but regard him more highly. How much money can... If you're going to rob the nobles, haha. Sure enough, he couldn't be expected to have any redeeming qualities. Aokiji instantly had a face full of black lines. I must be truly crazy to agree to board a brat's ship. Even though she was only 2 years older than Sayyid, in her eyes he was nothing but an immature kid. Bang! Just then 2 even smaller brats pushed open the door and walked in. Hey boss, do you have any cocoa cake? Baji, I told you to knock before entering the shop. 2 conspicuous youngsters entered the tavern. One had fiery red hair, the other a prominent red nose. Oh, if it isn't the future Yonko of the Face, the junior version of red-haired Shanks, and the future Yonko of Luck, the junior version of Buggy. Since the 2 of them were on this island, the Roger Pirates must be here as well. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be, Buggy strode in, saying as he walked, stop nagging, Shanks. We finally got Uncle Rayleigh's permission to go ashore, so don't worry too much. Move over a bit. Buggy stepped forward and suddenly noticed 2 people sitting at the counter watching him. First he met Crocodile's gaze. Though she was a woman, she exuded an invisible pressure. Her eyes were so cold. Buggy shivered involuntarily, his body instinctively feeling a hint of fear toward this woman. Damn, I don't even know her, so why do I feel like I'd get beaten up? Buggy quickly averted his eyes and looked at the smaller Sayyid. This guy seems easier to get along with. But why is he smirking at me like that? Yet the moment Sayyid opened his mouth, Buggy was furious. Hey, Red Nose, what are you staring at? Who are you calling rude brat? Sayyid thought his luck was incredible. So easy to trigger. One sentence earned him so many emotion points. A new idea immediately formed in his mind. He chuckled and said, is there anyone else? You're the one with the big red nose here. Damn it. Shanks, don't hold me back. Let me, the great Buggy, teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he dragged Shanks' hand backward. Shanks had to say, all right, Buggy. We still need to ask if there's any skilled ship's doctor on this island. For your sake, I'll let it slide. So they were already looking for a ship's doctor at this time. Sayyid racked his brains and recalled that soon Crocus would board the ship. Roger was already ill. Taking the chance, Sayyid slipped out, borrowed a piece of paper and a pen from next door, and casually drew a map. Crocodile, hurry up and prepare the supplies. We still need to go treasure hunting. Feigning inexperience, Sayyid walked back into the shop, waving the treasure map in his hand. Buggy, who had been buried in cake, instantly perked up his ears. Crocodile, utterly confused, stared at Sayyid suspiciously. What scheme is this guy planning now? Sai, they say it's Davy Jones's treasure. If we find it, we could even buy an entire huge kingdom later. What are you? Crocodile started to speak, but Sayyid quickly covered her mouth. Let's go. Buggy grew anxious beside them. Staring at the treasure map in his hand, even Shanks could see something was off, but Buggy didn't care. He hurriedly blocked Sayyid. Wait. Is this really Davy Jones's treasure map? Of course. It's been passed down through my ancestors, from my great-grandfather to my grandfather to my father. It's been that long. Then why hasn't it been found yet? Buggy still had a shred of reason. Sayyid pretended to be impatient. Idiot Davy Jones was a great pirate. His treasure isn't that easy. To claim his treasure you need extraordinary wisdom, powerful companions, and an obsession with riches. Not just anyone can obtain it. Buggy's excitement soared. Extraordinary wisdom. That's me. I'm the smartest, well second smartest, on the ship. Powerful companions. The captain and the others are strong enough. That condition is met too. An obsession with riches. This treasure was practically tailor-made for me. Seeing Buggy getting carried away, Shanks quickly grabbed him. Wait, Buggy, calm down. See you around, red-nosed kid. After saying that, Sayyid continued walking out. Buggy had just regained some composure thanks to Shanks, but now he couldn't sit still anymore. Wait, can you sell me that treasure map? Hooked. A subtle smile curved at the corner of Sayyid's mouth. Sure enough, most people in the pirate world were uneducated and easily fooled. What nonsense are you talking about? Sayyid turned around in indignation. This has been passed down from my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. A family heirloom. And you want me to sell it to you? Sorry. Buggy apologized first, then steeled himself, eyes resolute. I want to find the great pirate's treasure. I'll pay any price. Please sell it to me. A heavy silence fell over the tavern. What the hell is this bastard doing? Crocodile was utterly baffled. Shanks was hesitant, judging by his act. It seemed somewhat genuine, but the map looked brand new. Do you really want? I really do. Sayyid sighed. Actually, all my ancestors went to sea for this treasure map, and they either came back empty-handed or vanished on the ocean. It was like a curse. I've long wanted to let it go. Great, there's a chance. Buggy breathed a sigh of relief, but it's also an obsession. If I just give up, doesn't that mean all my ancestors' efforts were in vain? Damn, the chance is slim. His heart sank again. So I thought if I ever meet a brave and determined person, I'd give this treasure map to me. Even the others in the tavern thought so. Sell it to him. Thud. Everyone was speechless, staring at Sayyid with resentful glares which netted him another wave of emotion points. Huh. Buggy gritted his teeth and pulled out the allowance he had secretly saved over the years. This is all I have. A mere 100,000 berries. Sayyid had no intention of letting Shanks, who was watching from the sidelines, off the hook. He put on a pained expression. This treasure map has been passed down through generations. You need to pay more. Shanks, please lend me your allowance. Buggy was almost on his knees begging Shanks. Well, Shanks felt this might be a scam, but he wasn't sure. At this point, Buggy was beyond listening to reason, maybe spending a little money to find out. What if it's real? Even if they get cheated, Buggy might learn to be smarter next time. So half-doubtful, Shanks also handed over 100,000 berries. After the transaction, Sayyid stuffed the 200,000 berries into his clothes and personally placed the treasure map into Buggy's hands. From now on, this treasure map is in your care. It means the most to me. Take good care of it. After you find the treasure, return this paper to me. It's a promise, Buggy. Buggy looked solemn, as if accepting a legacy. At this tender age, Buggy was indeed that naive. Who knew how loudly he would cry when he learned the truth? Just thinking about harvesting another huge batch of emotion points from Buggy soon made Sayyid want to laugh. After the two brats left, Crocodile's face darkened. What's wrong, Crocodile? She snorted coldly. I didn't board your ship to play house with you. When did I play house? Sayyid was baffled. Why was this woman suddenly so angry? You even tricked two kids out of their pocket money. What exactly are you trying to do? She was genuinely angry. Sayyid blinked and said lightly, you misunderstand, Crocodile. I did trick him, but those two are no ordinary kids. Those two are apprentice crew members of the Roger Pirates. Roger. Crocodile forgot her anger and confirmed, Gold Roger. That's right. The Roger who made a name for himself in the New World. Crocodile suddenly felt that Sayyid was incredibly audacious, already provoking a major pirate crew so soon after setting sail. Don't worry. The adults of the Roger Pirates can't all come bully a rookie like me, right? As he walked out, Sayyid said to himself, with these 200,000 berries, we should have enough to redeem your earring. That must be precious to you. Come on, let's get your belongings back. Hearing this, Crocodile stood frozen, her expression complex. After a long pause, she murmured softly, what a damn brat, who always acts on his own. Buggy, clutching the treasure map of Davy Jones that had cost him his life savings, rushed back to the Oro Jackson. As soon as he boarded, he could not wait to show off to the others. Hey everyone, I have an announcement. Rayleigh smiled faintly. Buggy, what's got you so excited? Did you find another treasure map? Truly the sharpest mind on the ship, he had guessed it already. Buggy swelled with pride, puffing out his chest and lifting his chin high. I spent only 200,000 berries and bought a legendary treasure map. Then with a mysterious air he added, it's Davy Jones' treasure map. Davy Jones. The crew instantly became intrigued. Though Buggy was often unreliable, his luck sometimes proved surprisingly good. Open your eyes wide and watch this. Buggy stood on a barrel, for once willing to share the treasure map. Come on, praise me. Admire me. Baji closed his eyes ready to receive the other's compliments. Huh, this part looks like Baji's nose. I think it looks more like a turtle. Look, the ink isn't dry yet. Really, did Baji draw this himself? Rayleigh crossed his arms looking helpless. Even if you spent the 200,000 berries on something else and ran out of money, you didn't have to make up such a story, did you? Huh. Baji picked up the map and looked it over and over. How could this be? How? Shanks had no choice but to awkwardly explain the whole story. After a moment of silence, the crew, including Roger, burst into laughter. Ha ha, so you got cheated by a slightly older brat, huh? Jabba, clutching his stomach, pointed at Baji. Baji, don't ever claim again that you sail the seas with your brains. Haha, this is just too funny. Hey you. You. Facing the mockery, Baji's face flushed crimson, and he finally broke down completely, crying loudly. Emotion points 80. Said, who was walking down the road, suddenly received another 80 emotion points. So many. Was Baji steaming red? Said had already decided that when the opportunity arose he would definitely recruit Baji onto his ship. He was practically an infinite power bank. For now the top priority was to become stronger as quickly as possible. Said used the remaining money to rent a small courtyard temporarily, and once again began his daily training. After using belly drum, Said was pleasantly surprised to discover that in the belly drum state not only was his strength tripled, but the results of his efforts were also tripled. The speed of progress after each training session greatly accelerated. If anything, it was like triple effort. He needed to upgrade this skill someday. Maybe he could achieve 200 times the effort and become the king of effort. Everyone sneered at the idea, but when asked they all wanted it. If they really came to this world, who wouldn't want a 200-fold effort talent? In 2 years one could go from a waste to mastering 2 colors of hockey, punching through the arm of an island fruit user. Truly heaven-defying. Besides strength training, Said did not forget to spar with Crocodile to hone his physical techniques and swords. That's right. Crocodile also practiced swordsmanship, and within just a few days he had developed slashing techniques like Desert Spada based on sword art. 4 days passed in a row during which Said constantly found new ways to extract emotion points from Crocodile. Clang. Said blocked Crocodile's sand blade again, panting heavily. Crococam, let's stop here. Crocodile frowned, also breathing slightly. This technique of yours that temporarily multiplies your strength several times. Doesn't it consume too much stamina? It's not sustainable at all. Yeah, no help for it. Said lay directly on the ground bare-chested. But once I get used to it, I'll be fine. Under normal circumstances, without using his ability, Crocodile had difficulty defeating Said, and with abilities neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Said possessed a skill akin to basic observation hockey, allowing him to easily dodge Crocodile's attacks. Meanwhile, Crocodile's elementalization frustrated Said, who had yet to master hockey. Thus, most of the time, they simply exhausted each other's stamina, usually ending with Said running out first. But Crococan, you shouldn't focus solely on developing your devil fruit ability. Said sat up abruptly. After all, a strong person isn't just defined by powerful abilities, but also by unwavering will, tenacious stamina, and hockey that surpasses everything else. He was merely offering a friendly reminder. Judging from Crocodile's loss to Whitebeard and subsequent sense of personal limitation, Crocodile was clearly the type to break easily under pressure. After a major blow, he tended to lose confidence in himself. Thus Said felt it necessary to offer some chicken soup for the soul. Hockey, huh? I see. Crocodile was a bit irritated because after gaining elementalization when facing attacks, he didn't need to dodge at all, which made training observation hockey even more difficult. And as for armament hockey, he couldn't even find the threshold yet, especially when Said kept shouting about some cute teacher and how hockey surpasses everything. An intangible pressure weighed on his heart. Whoosh. After completing the day's training, Said and Crocodile went together to the forest behind the town. The reason was simple: daily training required Said to consume a huge amount of food, but they didn't have that much money. So they had to hunt, and the excess pelts could be sold in town. Here it comes. Crocodile, stop it. Said sprinted out of the forest, followed by a massive black bear. I'm having bear paws today. Said leaped and landed behind Crocodile. Quicksand hell. The ground beneath the black bear suddenly changed, while a large amount of sand began to flow quickly, burying the bear, leaving only its head thumping in helpless rage. Boom. Finally, Said delivered a finishing punch. A campfire was lit, and Said devoured the meat ravenously, while Crocodile ate with much more elegance. It must be said, in terms of presence, Said still fell far short of Crocodile. Satisfied, Said leaned against a big tree-looking content. Watching Crocodile holding a sharpened branch, he couldn't help saying, I think I could forge you a golden hook later, so when you eat meat you can just skewer it with the hook, haha. Crocodile's expression remained unchanged, but after a moment's thought he found it acceptable. It would be even better if the hook were laced with deadly poison. Now that he had gained abilities, Crocodile felt that using a sword was no longer suitable. But first I need to set sail. Said gazed toward the sea. On the sea, the pirate ship he had been yearning for finally arrived. If it hadn't come soon, they wouldn't even have the money to rent the house. Said quickly stood up. Crococan, the pirate ship, is here. We can set sail. Captain, ahead lies Kakuyo Island. The pirate ship sailed through the waves, a pirate flag with spiderweb patterns fluttering in the wind. A sailor in uniform respectfully handed the telescope to the captain. Finally well reached land. I never expected the weather in the Grand Line to be so strange. They were a pirate crew that had just entered the Grand Line from the South Blue. The captain was the pirate Wongdo Mayalisi with a bounty of 10 million berries, a user of the net fruit. However, their luck had been poor since entering the first half of the Grand Line. The weather in the Grand Line was completely different from the South Blue. Throughout the voyage, it was either windy or rainy with few sunny days. As soon as the pirate ship docked, the pirates eagerly dropped anchor. What a nice day today, Mayalisi said, stepping onto the bow with a cheerful mood, not only enjoying good weather, but also looking forward to relaxing on land. Yeah. Haha, finally ashore. I'm going to the casino. I wonder if this island has a red light district. I'm about to go crazy. You bastard Jack, and you have the nerve to say that. That female goat was bleeding all night. Was that your doing? But really, today's luck is great. Good weather and land. Indeed, it's so good that I ran into you lot. Who's there? The pirates looked toward the source of the voice. On the deck, a kid was standing there. They must have been too excited and careless. Where did this brat come from? Sayyid pointed to the island behind him. What are your eyes for? From the island, of course. The kid's provocative words caught the pirates off guard, then sparked anger. It had been a while since they'd seen someone so bold. Mayalisi laughed in anger. You little brat, do you know who I am? The great pirate Wongdo Mayalisi with a bounty of 10 million. Sayyid was cheerfully tallying his emotion points. Just angering this bunch had earned him a generous harvest. He simply put his hands in his pockets and said contemptuously, a mere 10 million berries, and you dare call yourself a great pirate? Nanny, damn brat, just you wait. Mayalisa's subordinate immediately handed him a torch. He swallowed it in one gulp, smoke billowing from his nostrils, then opened his mouth and spat out a flaming fire net, TCH. Sayyid tilted his head slightly and dodged easily. The net fruit. A devil fruit ability that had appeared before. Sayyid was quite familiar with this ability. By eating something, one could spit out a corresponding net to trap. A pirate who could reach the Grand Line naturally had some skills perfect for testing Sayyid's training results. Belly drum. In an instant, Sayyid's aura changed drastically. He looked at Mayalisi and asked, have you eaten? Mayalisi was taken aback and answered instinctively, not yet. In a flash, Sayyid leaped up and shot toward Mayalisi like a bullet. Good, then take my punch. Boom. The punch was so fast that Mayalisi couldn't react. His eyes bulged, his body bent like a shrimp, and he was sent flying backward. Is he this weak? Sayyid frowned. At this time there was no inflation, yet a 10 million bounty still carried great weight. He shouldn't be this pathetic. Actually, Sayyid was overthinking. The captain of the Wongdo pirates had earned such a high bounty solely because of his devil fruit ability. Combined with his underestimation of Sayyid, he had suffered a loss from the first strike. However, the other crewmates didn't see it that way. Seeing their captain knocked out by a punch, they immediately drew swords and guns aiming at Sayyid. Captain, cough cough. Mayalisi stood up, clutching his stomach. Damn brat. He had been careless, never expecting the kid to be so cunning. Before he could finish, a figure of sand coalesced behind him. Sandblade. Thud. A sand blade pierced through his chest. Poor Wongdo didn't even get a chance to fully use his ability. Ah, Captain! Avenge the captain! The remaining pirates shouted and charged at Sayyid. However, aside from their captain's ability, which could pose a threat to Sayyid, the others' blades couldn't even scratch him. Within less than 10 minutes, the unlucky pirates were all lying unconscious on the deck. Hey Aokiji, I wasn't done having fun with this ability user. Sayyid was somewhat dissatisfied. He had wanted to continue taunting to harvest emotion points, but ended up being backstabbed by old Shah. You're too slow, Aokiji said. He really couldn't understand Sayyid. Why always waste time trash-talking during a fight? Not a shred of a true strongman's demeanor. Forget it, let's take him to the marine base for the bounty. 10 million berries. Let's also check how much treasure these guys have. Sayyid quickly adapted to his pirate identity. Living in this world was hard enough, he wouldn't sympathize with these seafarers. Survival of the fittest, the victor reigns. That was the law of this sea. What a bunch of paupers, Sayyid cursed with a dark face as he walked out of the cabin. After searching for a long time, they only found 87 million berries. The most valuable thing was the captain's head. Looks like we'll have to sell this ship and get a smaller one. Aokiji glanced around the pirate ship. After the long journey, it was already in shambles. Besides, we don't have enough crew to sail this ship. Aokiji looked at Sayyid. We need to recruit crew members as soon as possible. I know. He'll figure something out. Sayyid was immersed in his own world. These pirates, about 50 of them, had dropped over 300 emotion points from their fear. Now Sayyid had accumulated 1,000 emotion points, enough for another temple. Should he gamble or upgrade his skills? Skill Harden LV2 tints the whole body to increase hardness tenfold upgradable cost 500 emotion points. Skill Endure LV1 when stamina is low 10 chance to lock health upgrade condition 300 emotion points. Skill Belly Drum LV1 consume half stamina to triple strength upgradable cost 150 emotion points. The Harden skill was quite useful in the short term but inferior to Armament Hockey. He wondered if the two could stack once he mastered Armament Hockey. Endure. Without a 100 chance to lock health, Sayyid was unwilling to consider it, too reliant on luck. As for Belly Drum, Sayyid was very tempted since triple strength was already so appealing. Upgrading would be unimaginable. But what if he pulled something great again? What if he got the Sword of Rupture? So conflicted, as if sensing Sayyid's hesitation, the gacha machine quietly added a line of text: current skill slots are full. Need to unlock new skill slots. Unlock condition: recruit a second crew member of Shichibukai level or above. Ugh. So the initial skill slots were only this few, huh? Treating me like a Pokemon. Sayyid had to suppress his urge to pull and considered upgrading skills instead. Belly Drum upgrade. Skill Belly Drum LV2 consume half stamina to increase strength 5-fold upgradable, cost 1000 emotion points. Skill Harden LV2 tints the whole body to increase hardness 10-fold upgradable, cost 500 emotion points. Sayyid clenched his fists tightly. The Belly Drum state hadn't faded yet, and he could clearly feel his power becoming stronger. Aokiji stared at Sayyid in confusion. This guy, how had his aura suddenly grown stronger again? What exactly was going on? The waves surged and undulated, reflecting the color of the blue sky. The weather of the Vida Honglu was capricious and ever-changing, and beneath the sea lurked countless ferocious sea kings. A small boat drifted on the sea's surface like a leaf on a lake, as if it could be swallowed by the ocean at any moment. On the boat, Sayyid sat at the bow. A gray sail hung from the mast. This was already the third day at sea. Having grown accustomed to the boat's tossing, Sayyid listlessly gazed at Kolukadare. By the way, Koluachan, do we have enough money for a slightly bigger boat? Why do you want such a small one? It was a single-masted schooner no more than 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, modified from a discarded Navy lifeboat at a cost of only 8 million berry. Kolukadare glared coldly at Sayyid. This bastard, apart from his decent cooking skills, understood absolutely nothing else. At least Kolukadare had studied navigation, otherwise they would be swimming in the ocean right now. A larger boat can't be handled by just 2 people, and besides, this boat is only temporary. It's enough as long as it serves its purpose. The remaining money needs to be spent on supplies. Food, gunpowder, medicine. These were all essential necessities for sailing the sea, especially since Sayyid had bought a large pile of space-occupying things again. We need to hurry and recruit another crew member. Sayyid reached out, grabbed a fish from the sea, and then released. Aren't you planning to go to Gaia Island? There's a small town called Mo Gujun, a gathering place for pirates. You can recruit crew members there. I have very high standards for crew members, Koluo-chan. Not just anyone can come aboard. At the very least, they have to suit my taste. Sayyid's current plan was to find a way to reach Kongdao and obtain the Thunderfruit first. Even if he didn't eat it, a Logia type could be used to nurture a powerful companion. If Kolukadare ate it, Sayyid felt she might be able to pull off some tricks. Unfortunately, she still chose the Sansan fruit. If possible, I plan to find an island to stay for a while. Both of us need to improve our strength. With their current power, they couldn't make waves in the Vida Honglu. Moreover, they needed to increase their strength to avenge Kolukadare. It's still too early for us to step into the new world, Koluo-chan. Now is not the time for us to make our move. Sayyid pulled out the newspaper he had been sitting on, which was filled with recent news about the various forces on the sea. The new world is a mixed bag in a process of transition from chaos to order. The Navy, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Roger, Beehive, Island, the Charlotte family. All the ambitious ones are fighting for territory. What are your thoughts on this? Sayyid looked at Kolukadare, wanting to hear her opinion. Kolukadare took the newspaper with some disdain, looking at the news about pirate movements in the New World. After a moment of thought, she said, on the sea, apart from the Navy, the ones truly capable of changing the situation are Shiki, the Golden Lion, Newgate, the Whitebeard, and Gold Roger. Perhaps in the end the Navy will retreat from the New World, and the 3 great pirates will dominate the second half of the Vida Honglu. Kolukadare's eyes flickered. The New World was currently in a chaotic state, and the Navy couldn't focus their attention on rising stars like them. This was the perfect time for their rise. Sayyid laughed loudly. You're quite capable, Koluo-chan. Your analysis is spot on. The Navy will eventually withdraw from the New World, leaving the pirates to fight among themselves. But the storms at sea are the hardest to predict. Who will ultimately dominate the New World remains uncertain. This is indeed impactful. Sayyid praised. Truly worthy of Kolukadare, she had a deeper insight into the world situation. No matter what, being strong oneself is the most important thing. Splash. A huge, strange-looking sea king resembling an electric eel surfaced, sending a wave that splashed directly onto Sayyid. PFF, Sayyid wiped a handful of water from his face. The rising waves reached several meters high, nearly capsizing their boat. They'll definitely buy a big ship one day, preferably one made from treasure tree atom. Sayyid took off his shirt in a somewhat disheveled manner, revealing his muscular upper body. Bastard, I've decided to eat you for lunch. Take my fist. Sayyid lowered his center of gravity, tensed his legs, then leaped. The terrifying force caused the small boat to bounce and crash heavily. His body shot out like a bullet, leaving a trail of afterimages, and he slammed his fist into the Sea King's eye. Whoa! The Sea King saw stars, dizzy and dazed, let out a startled cry, and surprisingly burst into incredible speed, quickly escaping. This human can't be messed with. Damn it. Sayyid swam for a while, but was left far behind. As expected, he still wasn't strong enough. If he knew Jeppo and Soru, he wouldn't have let it get away. It ran really fast. Sayyid wrung out his shirt and simply draped it over himself. Sooner or later, he would be able to swim freely in the ocean, and when he encountered a Sea King blocking his way, he would cut it in half with a single slash. But this was just a small episode. Sayyid cursed and poured all the water out of the boat. Soon he stood on the deck and began his daily stretching exercises. Can this really make me taller? Kulukadair had long gotten used to his strange movements, but she just didn't understand why he had such a deep obsession with height. Moreover, even though the cabin space was very limited, he insisted on squeezing in 2 large barrels of milk. Wasn't he weaned yet at 15? You wouldn't understand, Kaluo-chan. This had always been a pain in Sayyid's heart. In a world of monsters where everyone was over 2.5 meters, lacking height always made him feel less imposing. He was currently only 1.85 meters, while Kulukadair was a full 2.20 meters. Whenever they stood together, Sayyid only reached her chest. And with the generally open-minded thinking in this world, their clothing was even more revealing, making Sayyid unable to face her. Sayyid finally said the words he most wanted to say. I don't want to face the headlights of a car anymore. What? In the Vita Honglu, a warship flying the world government's flag was cutting through the waves, heading towards a mysterious laboratory. On board this warship, only one prisoner was held. A prisoner whose capture was personally ordered by the highest echelons of the world government. This guy hasn't eaten or drunk for 3 days, hasn't said a word. Is he really okay? A CP agent in a black suit stood on the deck. This is a rare race. Another CP agent said, it is said that this race has extremely tenacious vitality, able to survive even in extreme environments. A rare race. But they still end up locked in a lab. Several CP agents glanced contemptuously inside at the teenager imprisoned in an iron cage. The teenager's brown skin was covered with needle holes. He sat there with his head lowered, his black wings half spread, as if dead. Even hearing their conversation, he showed no reaction. Looks like this mission is quite easy. Yes, such a weakling could never escape from us. If he does escape, he'll stand on my head and cut it off. These CP agents' mission was to transport this. Inside the cage, a buyer Lu, the future king, remained silent. He had been caught by the world government a long time ago, subjected to inhumane experiments every day, unable to develop properly. Now, even with his strong vitality, he had become extremely weak. He slowly opened his eyes, his expression numb, and with effort raised his head to look at the sliver of sunlight coming through the cabin. He thought of the legends passed down through his tribe. Would Joy Boy really come to liberate this world? At that moment, the sea suddenly changed. Hey, what's going on? Something's coming. Several agents stood on the deck. At the end of the sea, a huge dark shadow was approaching. What is that? A Sea King? No, a Sea King wouldn't be that fast. Wait, it's coming. Quick, drive it back. The sound of bullets being chambered rose and fell. Cannonballs hit the water, splashing. However, such attacks only further provoked the Sea King's wildness. An agent exclaimed, "What's happening? Is it going to ram directly? It seems one of its eyes is blind." Bang! The massive Sea King scraped past the warship, the terrifying force instantly shattering half of the ship's side and finally dove beneath the sea. Great, thank goodness it's blind in one eye. The surviving agents were still shaken, but soon they fell into a new fear. Wait, the hold. The hold was smashed. That Lunaliya Zoo escaped. Chase. We must catch him. If we don't, the higher-ups won't let us off. In the vast ocean, the wounded Abayur struggled with all his might to swim in the direction from which the Sea King had come. I must not fall. I have to hold on. Escape this place. That Sea King's rampage must have been caused by something even stronger. His consciousness gradually faded, yet his body shot through the sea with incredible speed. Bet it all. This time I have to survive. Abel Liu felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if he were once again lying in the cradle of his infancy. He could not recall the last time he had slept so peacefully. Yet in the darkness he vaguely discerned voices. Hey Sayyid, what's that floating on the sea? Huh. Looks like a pair of black wings. Could it be a giant crow? Wait, that's a person. The small boat drew. Crocodile widened his eyes. A person with wings. A devil fruit user. No sooner had he voiced the thought than he dismissed it. A devil fruit user hated by the sea could never maintain a demonic form in the water. White hair, black wings, brown skin. Could it be such a coincidence? I need to fish him out. Cough, cough. Abel Lu slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that met his gaze was the azure sky. Hey, you're awake. Abel Lu sat up, looking at the man and woman before him. They were the ones who saved me. What's your name? Crocodile regarded this fellow with extraordinary wariness, as if ready to eliminate him at the slightest provocation. Abel Lu. Come on, Crokin, no need to be so guarded. Sayyid sat across from him, smiling cheerfully as he studied. I heard that long ago a race that called themselves gods lived on the Red Continent. Abel Lu's eyes widened. What exactly was the origin of this young man before him? He actually knew this history. Even Crocodile looked puzzled, though at times this guy exuded an air of mystery. But in the end, that race was defeated by another group who also called themselves gods. They were the Lunaria clan. You're a surviving descendant of the Lunaria clan, aren't you? Sayyid scrutinized Abel Lu from head to toe. At this moment, he looked extremely frail, even somewhat malnourished. Less than 2 meters tall, his skin covered with wounds. Escaped from the world government. Abel Lu stared warily at Sayyid, faint flames flickering from his body. He was already preparing to flee at any moment. Must not be caught again. Crocodile silently moved behind Abel Lu, blocking his escape route. Looks like I guessed right. If not for his own appearance, Abel Lu would still be captured by the world government, awaiting Kaido's arrival. Care to join my ship? Abel Lu was taken aback, staring at Sayyid's smiling face. My name is Albert Sayyid. Just call me Sayyid. Join my pirate crew, and let's turn this rotten world upside. For a moment, Abel Lu's heart stirred, but he quickly calmed down. Sorry, I don't want to join anyone. Thank you for saving me, but now I have to leave. Abel Lu stood up, flapping his wings with effort. Crocodile looked at Sayyid, his eyes asking whether to strike. Sayyid gave a slight shake of his head, sighing inwardly. Indeed, the real world of pirates didn't make it so easy for someone to bow and pledge allegiance. Abel Lu, on this vast sea, it's hard to face countless hardships alone. Abel Lu did not answer. At that moment, he only wanted to find a safe place to heal. He carried the will of his tribe. He had to live to survive, waiting for the arrival of Joy Boy. Sayyid sighed, looking at Abel Lu, who had flown halfway into the air. Really won't reconsider. If you still refuse, I'll have to use force. Abel Lu had never met such a kind person before. He had to say, if one day I end up on your ship again, then I'll agree to be your crew member. Bang, bang, finger pistol. Several bullet-like attacks pierced through Abel Lu's wings. Already weakened, Abel Lu cried out in pain and crashed heavily onto the small boat. Sayyid burst into laughter. Ha ha, Abel Lu, welcome to my pirate crew. Crocodile snapped angrily. Can't you see he was shot down? Where are you from? The agent on the ship asked, then without waiting for an answer continued. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Tempest kick. A blade-like gale instantly slashed towards Sayyid. Early paused their moon. Are they here for you, Abel Lu? Abel Lu? Need he ask? Obviously they were. Where are you from? The agent on the ship asked, then without waiting for an answer continued. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Tempest kick. A blade-like gale instantly slashed towards Sayyid. What a detestable attitude. Sayyid's expression darkened, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Sandblade. At that moment, Crocodile's attack shot from behind, blocking the Tempest kick. After blocking, Crocodile forced an explanation. I just couldn't stand their faces. A devil fruit user. Seeing Crocodile act, the agent on the ship's expression shifted again. Soon the other CP members gathered around. Let's finish them all. Sayyid finished speaking, leaped up, and landed on the warship. Let me see what the 6 powers of the Navy are really made of. Clang. He drew his sword and decisively struck at the nearest enemy. The man had no time to dodge, so he planted his feet and growled, iron body. A flash of cold light passed, and Sayyid didn't even glance back. Sizzle, blood spurted like a fountain. Seems not as strong as I thought. After only a few exchanges, Sayyid realized he had overestimated these lapdogs of the celestial dragons. They hadn't even mastered the complete 6 powers, let alone armament hockey. Before Sayyid, who possessed the inside ability, they were riddled with flaws. Since they were so weak, then I might as well start taunting. Is this the elite spy that the world government has so carefully cultivated? Such pathetic strength. Does your boss always dock your pay? You look like you haven't eaten properly. Your fists are so soft. In response, he received a Tempest kick. But Sayyid didn't even dodge, merely blocking the attack. Trying to give me a breeze. This counts as a Tempest kick. Can't even cut through steel. Good for nothing but chopping wood. Finger pistol. Sayyid shook his head, muttering with a sense of disappointment. No good, this batch of CP members is truly subpar. The fear of death coupled with the fury of being mocked provided Sayyid with quite a bit of emotional value from these NPCs. Meanwhile, Abel Lu on the small boat was completely stunned. Just who in the world were these two? He slumped on the deck, watching the world government's agents fall one by one, a look of yearning in his eyes. Such overwhelming power. He's a Logia user. After realizing their attacks had no effect on Crocodile, they quickly produced a pair of handcuffs. Watch out, Crokin, that should be Sea Stone. I know. You're so noisy. Sandstorm. Amid the enemy's screams, Crocodile half transformed into sand, charging into the crowd and reaping heads wildly. Tisk Logia truly dominate in low-tier battles. Sayyid couldn't help but remark, but unfortunately the meta had already shifted to Zoan, mythical. Roar. Watching his comrades fall one after another, the leading CP agent finally couldn't bear it and dove into the sea. Only in the sea could there be a sliver of hope. That Logia can't follow me here, only that kid might be a problem. I still have a good chance. Damn it, the mission is a complete failure, but I can bring back more information. Maybe there's still a chance for redemption. That rare species has allies. Inhale. Sayyid took a deep breath and plunged into the sea. Since he had already committed, he had to eradicate the root. In the sea with comparable technique, the one with greater strength swims faster. And fortunately, after using belly drum, Sayyid had already surpassed these average CP members. But still, I need to master a long-range attack in the future. Sayyid thought to himself as he and the agent soon clashed underwater. Time passed. Abel Liu, clutching his wounded shoulder, walked onto the deck. Aren't you worried something might happen to him? Crocodile stared intently at the water's surface. If he's only that capable, then he's not fit to be my captain. Splash. Sayyid burst out of the water, leaping onto the warship's deck, holding the unconscious spy in his hand. Sorry, I took a little extra time to get used to fighting in the sea. I heard that, Crococan. You just called me captain, didn't you? What, it's Sundara, a mature version of Crocodile. Calling me said to my face and captain behind my back. Crocodile crossed her arms and gave a disdainful snort. You misheard. Fine, I'll pretend I misheard. Said tossed the CP agent onto the deck, then picked up a gun from the ground and handed it to Alberu. How do you dare to execute him with your own hands, eh? Crocodile stood aside watching this rare race member, her thoughts veiled in mystery. Said continued, I won't force you to join us, Alberu. Consider those promises just a joke. After all, joining us means becoming an enemy of the world government. You'll face pursuit by the Marines, CP organizations, and even stronger foes. You could also choose to live in obscurity, hiding on some unknown island for the rest of your life. So now it's time for you to make your choice. What am I supposed to do? At this moment, Alberu's resolve was far weaker than theirs. Having spent year after year in a sunless laboratory, his heart held nothing but hatred for the world government. He recalled his tribe's escape, each one falling behind so he could flee. He had done nothing wrong, yet because of his bloodline, he was condemned, destined for destruction, to be locked away like a lab rat in a cramped room. Become stronger. I must become stronger. I refuse to be manipulated by them any longer. Alberu's gaze gradually hardened as he reached out and took the pistol. Just then the agent woke up and threatened, kill me and the world government will never forgive you. The entire sea will have no place for you to hide. Bang! The bullet pierced his skull, splattering a crimson bloom of blood. Having done this, Alberu bowed slightly to Said, and said, Captain, please take care of me from now on. Welcome aboard. The future Calamity Jack of the Beasts. Now Alberu had also joined the crew. Said found it fascinating. Strictly speaking, the future Crocodile and Alberu were both the right-hand men of Yonko, and now they had become his own trusted lieutenants. He wondered if he'd ever have the chance to recruit Shao Mage and Care, but they were bound by family ties, making them hard to win over. Billy. Just as Said was about to loot the spoils, the Den Mushy on the warship began to. Said answered the snail. An extremely arrogant voice came from the other end. Delta, deliver the prisoner to the Red Line port. Someone will take over. Spandine was it. Hey, why aren't you talking? Delta, how dare you? You celestial dragons. Wait, who are you? Where's Delta? That unlucky bastard. He couldn't withstand my Thunderbagua and died. Said deliberately lowered his voice, mimicking an old man. As for the prisoner you were transporting, the beast pirates are taking him. If you have any objections, come talk to me, Kaido. Kaido. Spandine held a high position within the world government and was well informed about certain intelligence. Kaido of the Beasts, a pirate who had eaten the fish fruit, might not be as famous as Roger, but he was still a formidable pirate whom the Marines treated with caution. Clack. After hanging up, Said turned around and heard Alberu ask, Captain, is our pirate crew called the Beasts? Said laughed. Beasts? Of course not. Our crew doesn't have a name yet. Alberu immediately understood. Was this Kaido the captain's enemy? As expected of the captain, this must be a scheme to use one tiger to drive away another. If I ever meet that pirate named Kaido, I'll teach him a lesson to repay the captain's life-saving grace. Said naturally had no idea what was going through his mind. Even if he did, he'd probably advise him, just learn hockey from Kaido Sensei. Defeating him isn't your task for now. Crococan. Alberu loot all the valuables and food from the ship. We're evacuating. Tonight we'll hold a banquet to welcome our new member. On the other side, after hanging up, Spandine immediately pulled out a dedicated Den Mushi and called Saint Saturn. Upon learning of the incident, Saturn promptly pressured the Marines. Kong, where is Kaido now? Kong, still holding the position of Fleet Admiral, was taken aback. Kaido, he's a pirate. How would he know his whereabouts? Saint Saturn, the Marines don't have any information on Kaido's movements. He's drifting somewhere out on the sea. Kaido possessed the ability of the Azure Dragon to fly, allowing him to roam the seas freely. Time and again, he would cause havoc at marine bases and then casually fly away. On the other end of the Den Mushi, Saint Saturn was silent for a moment before saying, he just robbed a world government warship and stole an important prisoner. Raise his bounty. No, send the Marines to capture him. Understood. Kong frowned as he hung up. Outside the door, Sengoku, with his distinctive pompadour hairstyle, knocked and entered, reporting Fleet Admiral Kong. By now, Sengoku had been promoted to Marine Admiral, but ever since he adopted a child 2 years ago, he had grown somewhat lax. He kept going home, so Kong assigned him some tasks. Mission complete. Yes, the pirates of the Sierra Kingdom have been dealt with. And Garp. Sengoku hesitated briefly before adding, he's found traces of Roger again and has set sail to capture him. Hearing this, Kong sighed helplessly. I have a mission that requires you to lead personally. What mission? Capture Kaido of the beasts. Kaido. Sengoku immediately added, Kaido has flight capabilities. He'll need Borsalino to... Capturing Kaido was not a one-off affair, but because the world government needed his lineage factor, he always managed to escape from the lab. Agreed. The main objective this time is the prisoner he took from the world government. A young Lunalia tribe member. Lunalia tribe. Sengoku's expression turned serious. I understand, Fleet Admiral Kong. Near the waters of Jaya Island. Said rowed the oars, moving slowly across the sea. Because Alberu, who had just joined, had an equally enormous appetite, the original food supply was devoured within a week. Fortunately, after 2 days of eating fish, they caught the ocean currents and winds to reach Jaya Island. There they learned the location of the knock-up stream. Today was their first great adventure. Does Skypiea really? Of course, Crocodile. Said had already told them his plan to head to Skypiea next. On this sea, many legends may not be false. Said explained while rowing. Anyway, you'll see when we get there. It will definitely surprise you. For now, Said only intended to go to Skypiea to find the rumble fruit. As for the gold, he would take only a small portion since they didn't have a large ship. After all, he had promised Crocodile he would give her a golden hook as a weapon. Even if it exists, how do we get up? Are we supposed to have Alberu fly us up? Alberu's face twitched. 10,000 meters high, with his current stamina, carrying 2 people was most likely impossible. Don't worry, Crococan. There's always a way. Even if they missed the knock-up stream, Said could rig up a hot air balloon. Speaking of which, the tech tree of this pirate world was seriously skewed. Cloning was possible, but there were no airplanes. It could only be due to the bizarre rules of this world. Yet the calmer Said appeared, the more uneasy Crocodile became. Hey, Said, you're not actually planning to. Crocodile was no fool. From the moment Sayyid inquired about the sky-sea current to their arrival at the sea area at this very time, she probably thought Sayyid had truly lost his mind. That's 10,000 meters up. If we fall, we'll die. Crocodile broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead. Though she could turn into sand, falling into the sea would be certain death. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a dilapidated ship fell from the sky and crashed into the sea. The towering waves nearly capsized their boat. Falling from the sky. Crocodile's face darkened. Sayyid gave a dry laugh. Relax, we reinforced the bottom of our boat with a steel plate. Haven't you noticed the change in the waterline? Abayarlu, on the other hand, appeared quite composed. Maybe I should go up and have a look first, Captain Sayyid. Abayarlu could fly, but no time. Abayarlu, the sky-sea current is about to arrive, and flying up there will take a lot of your energy. You might not be able to hold on to us then. What a reckless guy. Crocodile sat there, fists clenched tight, with a small pack on her back. If it really fails, open the pack I gave you. There's a parachute inside. Sayyid had fully prepared for this adventure. The current suddenly shifted. The wind has changed. Sayyid's expression turned serious. The sea seemed to come alive as if countless giant serpents writhed within it. The small boat drifted uncontrollably, and the oar seemed to be tugged by something, but Sayyid managed to pull it out with effort. Creak, creak, a sharp groan burst from the hull. Crocodile distinctly felt the boat rising. Soon the sea level was growing farther and farther away. Ha ha! Sayyid felt a rush of exhilaration. The sea grew ever distant, the sky ever closer. Beneath them stretched a sea pillar hundreds of meters in diameter, a magnificent sight, like a dragon. Ha ha! Sayyid felt a rush of exhilaration. The sea grew ever distant, the sky ever closer. Beneath them stretched a sea pillar hundreds of meters in diameter, a magnificent sight, like a dragon drinking water. The sea pillar only gradually slowed when they had nearly reached the clouds. The boat's groaning grew more urgent. Crack, cracks spread across the gunwale. Sayyid, the boat can't take much more. Crocodile roared, her usually low sultry voice tinged with a sharp edge. Sayyid, the boat can't take much more. Crocodile roared, her usually low sultry voice tinged. Hey, what are you doing? Crocodile blushed and flustered, tried to turn around. Sayyid didn't answer. He turned to Abirlu and said, "It's up to you now, Abirlu. Take us up." Understood. Abirlu spread his wings, hoisting Sayyid with both hands while Sayyid held Crocodile. "We're going up." Abirlu let out a low groan and strained every muscle to fly into the sky. Angel Island in midair. Abirlu staggered over, carrying the two of them. Emergency landing. Completely exhausted, Abirlu collapsed head first onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He lay flat, breathing heavily. What a close call. Sayyid stomped on the soft, springy cotton beneath his feet. So this is the world 10,000 meters up. Crocodile looked around at the endless sea of clouds, and even saw strange creatures living within it. Let's rest here for a while. Sayyid walked toward a coconut tree. You sense it too? Crocodile breathed rapidly, her poor condition lending a hint of allure to her face. Her fair calves sank into the cloud sea as she braced herself with her hands, trying not to lie down. Yeah, it's hard to breathe. At this altitude the air is too thin. Oh, we need to adapt. I feel much better. After a brief rest, Abirlu was already able to stand. As expected of the Lunaria, Sayyid returned carrying 3 green pumpkin-shaped coconuts, cut them open with his sword, and handed them to Crocodile and Abirlu. These should be coconuts. I picked them from the coconut tree. After speaking, Sayyid downed one in a gulp. A view from above the sky. Having finished his coconut juice, Abirlu looked around curiously at the city hidden within the clouds. Maybe the people living up in the sky are all winged angels. Sayyid deliberately teased. In truth, he didn't know the exact relationship between the Sky Island people and the Lunaria clan. I both had wings, but the Sky Islanders' wings were white, while the Lunaria's were black. Wings. Abirlu murmured, feeling a stir of anticipation. Hum. As the 3 drank their coconut juice, a humming sound came from the cloud sea. Intruders. A majestic voice echoed from the clouds, and a figure rapidly approached. You're from the Blue Sea, aren't you? A small boat that resembled a motorcycle came to an abrupt halt before them. A man in knight's armor, holding a steel spear, stepped forward. Sayyid recognized the newcomer, a younger version of Ganfuer. Soon a guard composed of Sky Islanders surrounded them. I am the god of Skypea, Ganfuer. People from the Blue Sea, you have sneaked here without passing through Heaven's Gate. You are under arrest. That's right. Sayyid pointed back at Abirlu. This guy, The guards around whispered, That's right. Sayyid pointed back at Abirlu. This guy, The guards around whispered, eyeing Abirlu as if he were a freak. His wings are black. How could he be one of us Sky Islanders? Yeah, he must be some kind of freak. His wings are indeed different from ours. My partner here is named Abirlu. He was born in the Blue Sea and was captured by the world government as a child to undergo all kinds of inhuman experiments. That's why he looks like this. And yet you call him a monster. Is this what Sky Islanders are? Sayyid glared at them with anger, accusing them fiercely. Well, his moral high ground made them hang their heads in shame. Then Sayyid recounted the hardships and trials the 3 had endured to help their partner find his homeland. He spoke so movingly that the Sky Islanders' tears fell. What a loyal man. So that's how it is. Ganfuer still harbored a sliver of suspicion, but seeing that Sayyid and his friends didn't seem like bad people, he abandoned the idea of arresting them. Even if they were villains, these few youngsters could hardly be a match for his guard. Since you are guests from the Blue Sea, come with us to the shrine. Much obliged, Mr. Ganfuer. Crocodile watched in utter amazement. That worked. With just a few words, he painted himself as a good person. Crocodile fell into thought. Maybe I could do the same. Abirlu, for his part, was speechless. Out of nowhere, he had become a Sky Islander. But, since they were both winged races, could there really be some connection between them? In truth, on Skypea, where armament hockey was absent, they could do whatever they pleased. However, Said had not come here to conquer Skypea. Meaningless battles were utterly unnecessary. Under Gonfal's guidance, they quickly integrated among the Skippy. By the bonfire at night, they drank to their heart's content, fully convinced that Abeller was a poor child fallen into the hands of evil forces. Hey, what exactly are you planning? Crocodile asked, holding a wine glass sitting beside Said with a puzzled look. Crocin, do you know what our pirate crew needs most? Talents. Yes and no. Said took a big gulp of his drink. It's funds. And what does that have to do with Skypea? Crocodile couldn't understand, or was he planning to sell these Scypians as slaves to the celestial dragons? As that thought crossed her mind, Crocodile felt a jolt. The business was indeed viable. So far, no such winged Scypians had ever appeared on the sea. Those celestial dragons living in Mary Geos would surely pay a hefty price. But such a vast business chain would require more manpower. You're not thinking of getting into the slave trade, are you? Crocodile's face turned cold as she stared at Said. Slave trade. You're overthinking it, Crocin. Have you ever heard the story of Shandora? Shandora? Crocodile was taken aback, then recalled a storybook from her childhood. The Great Liar, the Golden City. Ah, so you know it. What Golden City? A beller having just squeezed out from the enthusiastic Scipions heard those 3 words. Poor soul. He had been either fleeing or serving as a lab rat, utterly uneducated. How could he possibly know of Noland? Crocodile recounted the story she knew. Over 400 years ago, Noland, an admiral and botanist of the Lulunia Kingdom, took shelter from a storm on Gyre Island. There he discovered the golden city of Shandora, guarded by the Shandians for generations, and forged a deep. Noland returned to his kingdom and reported the golden city. The greedy king ordered him to lead an expedition. However, upon reaching Gyre Island, they found no trace of the golden city or the Shandians. Enraged, the king executed him for deceiving the sovereign. Since then, Noland has been remembered as the great. So, finishing the tale, Crocodile eagerly fixed her gaze on said. I saw it on Gyre Island, but you just didn't dare to think big. Said poked the bonfire with a twig. If the golden city really exists, why couldn't it have been swept into the sky by the gigantic upward stream? Indeed, before that countless had searched the seas in vain, and thus deemed Noland a liar. But no one had ever thought that islands might exist in the sky. Crocodile's face flushed with excitement. If the golden city truly exists, with that wealth we could forge an army rivaling the navies and conquer the entire world. Said poured cold water on her. Little Crocodile, you're still too young. Huh? Crocodile glared. Ahem, in battles among top-tier fighters, numbers are meaningless. I told you about Haushika Haki, right? Yes. Even if you have 1,000,000 soldiers, if their willpower is weak, how many can remain combat-ready under a powerful blast of Conqueror's Haki? So you must temper yourself. We are still too weak. Let Shandora remain here for now. As always, Said's primary goal here was to find the Goro Goro no Mi. Though he didn't plan to eat it, yet he wanted to secure it. Then he would gather some gold to establish his pirate crew. Of course, I promised to forge you a golden weapon, Kraken. Said began teasing Crocodile again. Bang! The wine glass in Crocodile's hand shattered instantly. Feeling uncomfortable, she walked into the nearby woods alone. As Said smirked. After all this time, he had thoroughly figured out Crocodile's personality. After experiencing the kingdom's rebellion, her soldiers' betrayal, and her family's murder, Crocodile no longer trusted anyone. Thus, she would never board a ship with someone she looked down on, no matter how they begged. Like poor Doflamingo. Though a warlord, even during the Paramount War, he pleaded in vain for Crocodile to cooperate. But if she truly agreed to board, she would be a reliable partner. Just building bonds little by little until she becomes my steadfast first mate. Captain, I hate to say it, but I can't help it. Your laugh is so sleazy. Oh, you sharpie, a beller daring to mock your captain. Said glared. A beller will be training on Skypea for a while. During this time, Crocodile and I will take turns boosting your strength. A beller, why did you run off? Come dance. A Scipion ran over and dragged a beller back to the only Said remained seated. Big brother, did you really come from the blue sea? A golden-haired little girl with tiny wings looked at him shyly. Her big eyes were full of longing for the outside world. Ah, yes. Said. What's your name? Conis. Conis. The one who would later play the harp. Big brother, is the blue sea a lot of fun? I heard there's a vast ocean as blue as the sky and lands and forests. Yearning for the outside at such a young age, that won't do. Said smiled gently. Of course the sea is full of creatures, giant sea kings that can swallow half a town in one bite. And the forests are full of beasts, not to mention nasty slave traders who love to capture cute little girls like you. Really? Really? Conis' voice trembled with fear. Of course they'd take you away, lock you in a room, and you'd never... Wah. In the end, Conis' longing for the sea was shattered by Said, and she ran home crying. Emotion points 10. Did you think I'd be like that old man Shanks luring kids out to sea? The sea is dangerous. Only those with connections survive. Is the Navy Admiral your second uncle? Is the Navy hero your grandfather? So by completely nipping Conis' wish to go to sea, Said felt as refreshed as if he had done a good deed. I thought you'd tell her about the beauty of the blue sea. Gonfal appeared behind him. The blue sea is indeed beautiful, but also full of danger. A naive little girl like her should stay on Angel Island. Angel Island. Gonfal frowned, a trace of worry in his eyes. Said glanced at him, but said nothing. It was merely the conflict between the Shandians and the Scipions. Said was powerless to change things for now. Once he reached Shandora, he would find a chance to ring the golden bell and leave the rest alone. Then Said asked the question he most wanted answered. Sir Gonfal, do you know where Burka is? Baika. In that direction. Gamfier pointed southwest. Baika is also quite far from here. It will take 2 days to get there by riding the Weiba. It was indeed quite distant. After all, it was a straight-line distance in the sky, and the Weiba, equipped with wind shells, was much faster than a naval vessel. Thank you very much, Elder Gamfier. Sayyid took out a bag of potato seeds he had bought on Gyre Island. These are potato seeds. If cultivated properly, they can effectively solve the problem of hunger. Sayyid then explained the cultivation method of potatoes in detail. The geographical location of the Sky Island itself determined its safety from disturbances in the Blue Sea. However, without participating in the world's maritime trade and relying only on self-sufficiency, the people of the Sky Island found it difficult to achieve greater development. Due to the limited land, food was scarce, which in turn restricted population growth. The idea of using the Sky Island to train soldiers and hide forces against the world government was somewhat unrealistic. Unless the gold of Shandora was used to exchange for food and weapons in the Blue Sea, like a military base requiring external supplies. The gift Sayyid gave was perfectly timed, immediately earning Ganfuer's friendship. After a few glasses of wine, Ganfuer even patted his chest and declared that Sayyid and his two companions were eternal friends of Angel Island, and they could stay not only in Angel Island, but even in the temple itself. The stars twinkled in the sky, and the banquet of the Sky Islanders gradually quieted down. It continued until the next morning. Hey Sayyid, time to get up. Sayyid was pulled up by Aokiji. Lying on this cloud is so comfortable, like sleeping in the sky. Having lived on a small boat drifting about, where could he have experienced such a top-tier mattress? Thinking of the hard life he had before, Sayyid was even less willing to get up so early. We're already in the sky, Captain. Abayarlu had also gotten up, holding Sky Island food in his hands. Aokiji stepped on his chest with one foot. Her fair foot, moistened by the morning mist, was both cold and refreshing. You said you would take us to find Shandora today. I understand, Kelikan. Move your foot away. Shandora is right there, but it's not going to run. I can't wait any longer. The three of them moved through the jungle. Sayyid walked in front, yawning. Abayarlu, please fly up into the sky and take a look for us. The trees here all grew much larger than those on land, perhaps, because on the Sky Island the ecology had remained well preserved for over 400 years. I understand, Captain. This forest is more vast than I imagined. Sayyid and Aokiji walked one behind the other. I heard from Ganfuer that a giant serpent lives in Shandora, and it is the guardian there. Aokiji said with a murderous aura. A giant serpent. If we encounter it, we'll deal with it. No, there's absolutely no need. If we're lucky, we might not run into it. Let it continue guarding Shandora. The two followed the enormous vines for another half day, and then Abayarlu, who had been searching for the Golden City, descended from the sky. Captain Aokiji, I found it. It really exists. A magnificent golden city. Abayarlu's face was filled with excitement and awe. Such a splendid sight would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Calm down, Abayarlu. Put away your flames, but don't set the forest on fire. Under Abayarlu's guidance, they finally arrived at Shandora. Gold. Aokiji gazed at the scene before her in overwhelming shock. Within the ruins of the ancient relics lay countless treasures of gold. Massive golden pillars stood witness to the passage of time, still gleaming brilliantly. Aokiji's voice trembled as she said, with all this gold we could even establish a nation. I know, Kelikan, but for now we don't have the ability to convert it into power. We can only hide it here. Sayyid picked up a piece of gold from the ruins and casually tossed it to Aokiji. Use this gold to forge your weapon, Kelikan. There are blacksmiths on the Sky Island, but remember to alloy it with other metals, otherwise it'll be too soft. I understand. Abayarlu, you can take some too, whether for decoration or weapon accessories. After all, we'll never spend all this gold. Yes, Captain. They were indeed reliable companions. Even in the face of such overwhelming wealth, they did nothing uncontrollable. Aokiji noticed the faint smile on Sayyid's face. Her keen intuition seemed to sense something, so she spoke. What are you looking at? Sayyid. Nothing. This bastard. Could it be that he thought I would keep all the gold for myself? He's happy because the thing he expected didn't happen, right? Feeling that she had guessed Sayyid's thoughts, Aokiji's mood instantly soured. Sayyid was baffled. You're happy, aren't you, Sayyid? Aren't you happy, Kelikan? After all, we've obtained so much gold. Hearing this, Aokiji rushed forward like a little leopard. The lower half of her body turned to sand, and she grabbed Sayyid by the collar with both hands. Stop pretending. Did you think that after seeing so much gold I would betray my comrades and hoard all this treasure for myself? Off. Haha. Sayyid was taken aback, then let out a dry laugh. His eyes involuntarily darted to the side. How did she figure out what I was thinking? Could it be that she also has some kind of observation hockey that reads minds? Abayarlu, who was nearby, well, after all, both of you bear a deep blood feud and urgently need more power. And this gold is enough for you to recruit troops and buy horses. Sayyid didn't finish the rest. Aokiji roared without regard for her image. You underestimate me too much, Sayyid. I would never betray my captain for money. Aokiji was now only 17 years old, still a proud young girl, filled with ideals and beliefs. Moreover, Sayyid came from the same country as her, had saved her life, and had won the bet. She had already recognized him as a comrade in her heart. Abayarlu felt the same way. From the moment he boarded the ship, he had decided to follow Sayyid. You know me, Captain. Even if I had all this gold, I couldn't spend it. The world government would definitely keep an eye on me. Seeing their unwavering determination, Sayyid quickly apologized. I'm sorry. It was my fault. At that moment, he truly felt the bond between comrades. Ever since arriving in this world, he had been too arrogant. Even though he was still weak, he always carried a sense of superiority. This prevented him from truly blending into this sea. Realizing the reason, Sayyid suddenly felt his mind become clear. He laughed heartily. As expected of the companions, I chose truly reliable. Kello Okitier and Abayerlu, even if you say that we're not forgiving you that quickly. 3 months later. Bika. Still haven't found it. Sayyid sat gloomily under a large tree. Because his strength was too weak, Sayyid decided that the three of them would first cultivate on Sky Island for a while, at least learning the mantra observation hockey of Sky Island before setting sail. Since a month ago when he first mastered observation hockey, he eagerly went to Bika to search for the rumble fruit. However, after nearly a month of searching here, he still hadn't found that fruit praised as the strongest Logia type. Since a month ago when he first mastered observation hockey, he eagerly went to Bika to search for the rumble fruit. However, after nearly a month of searching here, he still hadn't found, not to mention the rumble fruit, he hadn't even found a single ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit. It seems I came too early. He had already decided to give up. He wasn't Dicky, who could stay on a ship for over 20 years for the sake of his roar. Just as Sayyid was about to give up, a strange bird unique to Sky Island swooped down, obviously seeing Sayyid as its prey. Sayyid raised his fist and said, I'm in a bad mood right now, don't bother me. With that, he swung a punch, hitting the strange bird square in the head. Boom. The strange bird flew backward, smashing a path through the forest. Huh. Sayyid raised an eyebrow. Deep in the forest, there was actually an abandoned pirate ship. However, due to the passage of time, the ship was overgrown with weeds and moss, surrounded by several giant trees, making it very inconspicuous. Sayyid's heart stirred. He had a vague yet unique premonition that the rumble fruit was right here. Sayyid strode inside. The ship must have been here for a long time. There were no bones on board. The entire ship was about 50 meters long, broken in two from the middle. Sayyid kicked the cabin door into pieces. On the floor of the captain's cabin lay an exquisite box, open, revealing half of a yellow thunderbolt-like object. Sayyid's heart stirred. After picking up the item inside the box, he finally confirmed it. A yellow fruit, its shape resembling lightning all around. It really is the rumble fruit. This devil fruit, possessing terrifying catastrophe-like abilities, had finally been found by him. In his excitement, Sayyid almost ate the rumble fruit on the spot. Sayyid put away the rumble fruit and searched the ship carefully again. Apart from a chest of treasure, there was nothing else. However, Sayyid was already satisfied. He took the treasure and walked out of the forest. Ha ha, hit him, that freak. Big earlobes, no wings on his back, so disgusting. By the edge of the forest, a child with big earlobes was surrounded by 4 or 5 older children who were punching and kicking him, mocking him wantonly. The big-eared little boy covered his head and curled up on the ground. Even though he was crying in pain, he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Tisk, it must be Ainalu. Ainalu's life was too miserable. No wonder he would later destroy Bika. If it were me, I would also seek. Sayyid thought for a moment, walked out of the forest and shouted at those kids. Hey brats, who are you calling a monster? With that, he punched and broke a nearby large tree. The boys who were bullying others immediately scattered in fright, shouting, freak, a cripple, just like Ainalu. Emotion points 11. What rude little brats. Sayyid pulled up the child lying on the ground. Brute, you're called Ainalu, right? Why didn't you beg for mercy? If I begged, they would enjoy hitting me. Ainalu looked straight at Sayyid, tears still in his eyes. Are you from the Blue Sea? Ainalu's eyes were hopeful because this was the first time he had met a human without wings like himself. I came up from the Blue Sea. Gurgle Ainalu, he hadn't eaten for a whole day. Originally, he planned to search the trash for food, but then he was caught by those bastards. If you're not scared, come with me. They'll treat you to some meat. He had just killed a strange bird. Although Ainalu was a bit scared thinking about how he had been saved earlier, he wiped his tears and followed. By the campfire, Ainalu was devouring the roasted bird meat. Sayyid sat cross-legged on the ground, also holding a drumstick. However, the roasted meat made him frown inwardly. Because they hadn't prepared many ingredients, the meat was gamey and tough, not tasty at all. Is it good? Ainalu quickly swallowed the meat and nodded repeatedly. It's good. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. It must be said that in the world of pirates, whether villains or supporting characters, many have an unfortunate childhood. Here, I'll give you this chest of treasure. The jewelry inside should allow you to exchange for some food. Sayyid handed the things he found on the derelict ship to Ainalu. But who would have thought that he wouldn't even look at them, and with a determined gaze at Sayyid said, Elder brother, please take me to the Blue Sea. Sayyid was taken aback, then said, No can do. The Blue Sea is dangerous. If a little kid like you goes to the Blue Sea, I can't protect you. You're too weak. Ainalu fell to his knees with a thud It'll get stronger, please take me away. Sayyid was quite troubled. Although Ainalu had potential, it would still take over 10 years for him to grow strong. Over 10 years. Did he have to learn from Luajia to play at raising a child? He had to say, if you don't want to stay in Bika, I can take you to Angel Island. The people on Angel Island are on good terms with me, they won't bully you. Now you're still too young, Ainalu. Little kids shouldn't think about going out to sea with us. I'm a pirate. Pirate. Ainalu had no idea what a pirate was. He only knew that Sayyid was willing to help him, someone like him, without wings, and gave him food. Then can I follow you to the blue sea in the future? Well, wait until you grow up. When you're a bit older, it's not impossible to be an apprentice crewman. Okay, then I'm willing to go with you to Angel Island. When Sayyid brought Ainalu back to Angel Island, Aokiji and Abir both looked at Sayyid, and the kid behind him in surprise. Sayyid, how did you pick up a kid? I am called Ainalu. Ainalu hid behind Sayyid, sizing up the two people before him. His gaze was mainly on Abir. Black wings. Was he a demon? Sayyid briefly recounted Ainila's background, then entrusted him to Ganfuer. Elder Ganfuer let him stay here for now. Of course. With a heart of protection, how could Ganfuer refuse after hearing Ainila's past? Moved, Ganfuer took Ainila's hand and headed towards Cloud Village. Come, Ainalu, let me introduce you to— Wait, old man, I want— Stay with— Big brother. The voice faded away, leaving only Sayyid. A month apart, don't let your training results fall behind. Why don't you come and try yourself? Aokiji looked at Sayyid with a face full of battle intent. Even Abirlu was eager to try. It had to be admitted that Sayyid's growth rate far exceeded the other two. A month ago, neither of them could match him in unknown combat. Although Aokiji could turn into elements every time Sayyid used his water-wet fist to punch her. In the name of training observation hockey. Back and already so aggressive. Kawaii na. But let's put the fight aside for now. Don't you want to see what I found? The thing you were willing to spend a whole month searching for. Crocodile and Abel quieted down, a flicker of anticipation stirring in their hearts. Just look at yourselves. Your eyes are practically gleaming. Said remained composed, deliberately teasing them. You're getting more and more insufferable, you know that. Here, take a good look. Said mysteriously pulled a devil fruit from his pocket and placed it on the table. A devil fruit, Crocodile said, disappointed. It was just a devil fruit. She had eaten one before. What kind of fruit is this? Abel, seeing this fruit for the first time, grew curious. Most likely a Logia, the Goro Goro no Mi. A Logia? Crocodile was stunned. It was the Goro Goro no Mi. Hey, feeling a bit regretful, Crococan. I told you back then I could lead you to a better fruit. TCH. Crocodile rolled her eyes. By the way, you hadn't been to Skypiea back then, had you? How did you know about the Goro Goro no Mi on Skypiea? I dreamed it, of course. A dream. As if the most destructive lightning. If that's true, then there are probably only a handful across the whole sea who could stand against you, Captain. Crocodile added, since you've shown it to us, eat it here on Skypiea. Said stared at the Goro Goro no Mi on the table, lost in thought for a moment. I don't plan to eat a devil fruit just yet. He had sought this fruit to strengthen the crew, but eating it. Now that he had the Pokémon Gacha system, he would surely draw diverse skills in the future. Lightning from thunder, flames from burn up, absolute zero from freeze. A Logia fruit could only grant him elemental intangibility. Elemental intangibility, invincible against weaklings. But in high-level battles, everyone fights with hockey. And the old timers from a bygone era unleash conquerors' hockey before even throwing a punch. The cost-effectiveness of elemental intangibility had diminished. In comparison, a mythical Zoan would bring said greater gains. After all, his physique was not exceptionally strong, and the superior body and regenerative abilities of a mythical Zoan were far more useful. The mythical Zoan said knew of included the future pink dragon fruit on Punk Hazard, the vampire fruit on Sleepy Town, and the fruit guarded by the Elbaf giants for generations. Moreover, if he could acquire more effective skills or abilities in the future, eating a mere devil fruit would only add a weakness. As for how to nullify IMS Black Shadow domination in the future, said believed there would always be a way to solve, just like Chopper. He dispelled the Black Shadow domination effect with a single slap, likely due to his rumble ball, or perhaps because the human fruit he ate was a mythical Zoan. Said put away the Goro Goro no Mi. Even if he didn't eat it, it could be given to a promising subordinate in the future, quickly fostering a backbone capable of holding off an admiral. Now that you've mastered observation hockey, let me see your progress. Crococanabelchin, tomorrow, I'll thoroughly test the results of your training. Said was in high spirits today and not in the mood to fight. Since staying on Angel Island apart from training daily, he had spent his time accumulating emotion value to upgrade skills. 2 months had allowed him to save up a considerable amount of emotion value. He pondered for a moment, and a translucent screen appeared before him. Skill Harden LV. 2. Uses full body strength to make the body 10 times harder. Upgradable, requires 500 emotion value. Skill Endure LV. 2. When stamina is nearly depleted, has a 20 chance to survive with 1 HP. Upgrade. Cost 1000 emotion value. Skill Belly Drum LV. 3. Consumes half stamina to boost power tenfold upgrade. Cost 2,500 emotion value. Skill Detect. Allows the user to foresee and preempt the opponent's attacks. Consuming mental energy cannot be upgraded. Current blank skill, slot 1. Current blank ability, slot 1. Emotion value, 2063. Pull. 10 consecutive pulls. The Pokémon Gacha machine spun rapidly, and Pokeballs popped out one after another. Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. Macho Brace, a heavy training brace that though it lowers speed allows you to progress faster than usual. Thank you for playing. Black Glasses 1. Extract items. Only got a training brace. Said ignored the useless black glasses. What use were sunglasses? Fighting. Extract. A special wristband materialized in his hand. Said put it on, and immediately his body felt much heavier, as if an extra load was evenly distributed across every part. At least it was an item that could enhance strength. Said comforted himself. Keep pulling. Super Potion 1. Sunstone 1. Note may have special uses. Skill Sacred Sword. A swordsmanship technique that cuts the opponent ignoring any defensive changes and dealing direct damage. Alloy Metal 1. A metal that allows certain Pokémon to evolve composed of multiple layers. Ability Sharpness. Boosts the power of moves that cut the target. Seeing the items from this pull said, Sacred Sword, meaning no matter how the opponent boosts their defense, it's useless. Though he wasn't sure if Armament Hockey could block it, that needed testing. And the Sharpness ability would greatly enhance the power of every slashing strike, granting them an even sharper edge. It seemed he was being pushed toward the path of a swordsman. Of course, Said already knew swordsmanship. He had trained at a dojo in Baroque Kingdom learning the basics and later studied swordsmanship under Crocodile. In terms of pure swordsmanship, he was not far from the realm of cutting steel. But he still lacked insight into swordsmanship as he had no master to guide him. At this time in the East Blue Shimatsuki village must already exist, right? But how old was Kushiro now? Kushiro. Suddenly something struck Said. Right, how could I have forgotten him? If I get the chance I could try to recruit him onto the crew. Even if that fails I could spar with him to improve my swordsmanship. Besides, Kushiro's father Kushiro was a masterful swordsmith. I could use gold to commission a famous blade from him. So it seems the East Blue is worth a visit after all. As for the alloy metal in this world, it was probably just an ordinary metal. Suddenly the screen flickered, and 2 more lines appeared. Unlock skill slot Quest Master Armament Hockey, and let your names spread across the seas. Unlock ability slot Quest, forge your own weapon. TCH. Just as I made my decision, these quests pop up. Armament Hockey. Said's first thought was of Rayleigh the retired master. But they were probably busy searching for the Rio Poneglyph. Unless he boarded their ship, there was little chance to learn from him. Alternatively, there was Amazon Lily. The female warriors there all knew Armament Hockey. But apart from Crocodile, he and Abel would certainly be chased off by the women of Amazon Lily. The remaining option was to go to Shimatsuki village. Kushiro, who had come from Wano country, surely knew hockey. If he didn't even possess that strength, how could they have journeyed from the New World to the East Blue? Moreover, Kushiro was an excellent swordsmith, perfect for forging a sword for Said. He just wondered if Kushiro had already forged the Wado Ikamanji. The next day at Zayangwala, on an open ground, Sayyid faced Aokiji and Abiru. Nearby stood Inalu, who insisted on watching their battle. Aokiji's golden hook had been completed, but the hook that replaced her hand was now hollow inside, worn over the hand for use. Then let me go first, Sayyid. Come on. Sayyid held a longsword. TCH, I taught you everything you know about swordsmanship. Aokiji felt belittled by Sayyid, knowing that Sayyid's strongest skill was still physical combat, yet he now intended to match her with swordsmanship. My swordsmanship has long surpassed yours, Kelican. Aokiji's face darkened as she launched a slash without preamble. Sandblade. A slash composed of sand tore through the earth, charging straight at Sayyid. Suddenly dust and sand rose around them, blurring even the line of sight. This was an inspiration Aokiji had gained while training her observation hockey. In battle, altering the environment allowed her to fully utilize her abilities, disrupt vision and hearing, and conceal her form within the sandstorm at any time. You've improved quite a bit, Kelican. Sayyid instantly drew his sword and swung it, meeting the sand blade Harden. Clang, a metallic collision sound echoed through the sandstorm. The sand blade was instantly split in two. You're not bad either. Aokiji's expression turned serious. From that single move, she could see that Sayyid's swordsmanship had indeed progressed tremendously. The sharpness of that strike gave her the illusion of cutting through steel. Aokiji's form vanished, instantly reappearing behind Sayyid. Clang, Sayyid spun around, swiftly blocking with his sword horizontally. The two clashed in a contest of strength. Sayyid stared at Aokiji and grinned. You're still not fast enough, Kelican. My observation hockey reacted in time. Shut up. Aokiji extended her other hand straight for Sayyid's throat, trying to grab me and drain the water from my body. Sayyid leaped back, dodging the attack, and kept talking. Hey, Kelican, are you trying to suck me dry like a succubus from a story? You bastard. Veins subtly bulged on Aokiji's delicate forehead. Every time she fought Sayyid, it was like this. This guy always managed to infuriate her with just a few words. Sandstorm. A tornado-like sandstorm surged straight at Sayyid, sweeping up even the rubble in its path. Already angry, Sayyid held his sword. Let me show you a move I've newly mastered. Sacred Sword. With that, Sayyid dropped his flippant demeanor and finally struck a serious blow. Swish. An energy seemed to coat the blade, and Sayyid felt a great drain of his stamina. This strike cleaved directly into the oncoming sandstorm. A flash of blade light. Sayyid remained in the posture of his swing. Yet the sandstorm behind him was split in two, finally dissipating with a roar. The power was not bad. Sayyid pondered the strike carefully, then was once again enveloped by Aokij's sandy environment. Figures flickered across the battlefield, the gleam of steel and the clash of blades. Ainalu, watching from the side, was already dazzled. Aokiji can turn her body into sand. Is she a goddess? That's an ability granted by something called a devil fruit. Abiarlu began to educate the young boy. Ever since the captain brought him back, Abiarlu believed Sayyid had high hopes for this child. So amazing. I wonder if I can become an ability user in the future. Ainalu was deeply fascinated by this mysterious and powerful ability. A devil fruit ability isn't everything. Abiarlu quickly corrected Ainila's thought. The captain hasn't eaten a devil fruit, yet he's still extremely strong. The captain also said that abilities don't determine everything. There are many factors that influence the outcome of a battle, but the most fundamental one is, only by being strong yourself can you defeat one formidable opponent after another. Abiarlu patiently explained to Ainalu. In the future you can learn combat techniques from Ganful, as well as a skill called Mantra. Once you can defeat Ganful, you should be allowed to sail with us. Just beat that old man. In his youthful ignorance, Ainalu had no idea that without eating a devil fruit, he would face a long period of harsh training before he could qualify as a cabin boy on Sayyid's ship. His eyes burned with intensity as he focused on the two fighters, trying to learn as much as possible from the battle. Time slipped away and Ainalu had no idea how long they had been fighting. Let's stop here, Kelican. Sayyid's voice suddenly emerged from the sandstorm. Moments later, the sandstorm dispersed, revealing the two figures. Big Brother 1. Ainila's eyes widened. At that moment, Sayyid's longsword was pointed directly at Aokij's throat. Your use of observation haki is quite creative, Kelican. Using the surrounding sand and dust as your humph. Aokij's face darkened, because from the start of the battle until now she hadn't even landed a single hit on Sayyid. Damn it, the gap in physical strength is growing. Aokiji sat morosely nearby. Indeed, women are inherently inferior in strength. After their separation of a month, Aokiji clearly felt Sayyid's terrifying rate of progress. This also intensified the urgency she felt within. After all, ever since obtaining the power of the Suna no Mi, Aokij's strength had long been on par with Sayyid's. But now, even without having eaten a devil fruit, Sayyid had surpassed her. Even if there was a gap, shouldn't it be this large? Was it due to the inherent difference in gender? If I were a man, would I be stronger? Sayyid, on the other hand, did not notice the change in Aokij's expression and was preparing to fight Abiarlu. Captain, are you sure you don't want to rest? No need, I need to put some pressure on myself too. Sayyid took a breath. During the battle, he had been wearing a forced training device, and if he hadn't used belly drum to boost his strength, he would likely have lost to Aokiji. Sayyid had been maintaining the belly drum state during his daily training. Using this skill consumed half of his stamina, and the boost would vanish when his stamina was depleted or he lost consciousness. But Sayyid exploited a bug: he never let his stamina bottom out. Whenever his stamina was nearly exhausted, he would constantly eat and rest to recover it. The only downside was that under the belly drum state, he could never be at his peak, full stamina. Then, incoming captain. The moment the words left his mouth, Abiarlu rushed forward, his fists like cannonballs aimed straight at Sayyid's face. Sayyid glanced at his back. The flames were currently extinguished. He had to admit the racial talent of the Lunalia tribe was truly heaven-defying. Leaving aside the abilities of flight and fire, the trait of being able to switch between defensive and offensive states always reminded Sayyid of Digia's color changes. When the flames were extinguished, speed and power increased dramatically. Sayyid clenched his fist and swung with all his might. Bang! Their fists collided, producing a dull sound. Both slid backward. It's only been 3 months of Abiarlu, from frail and weak to now possessing terrifying strength. Indeed, a race worthy of being called gods. Come to think of it, you're the most terrifying one, Captain. Abiarlu clicked his tongue in awe. His fist still ached, and at that time Sayyid was 3 years younger than him. Indeed, the sea was never lacking in monsters. If the battle between Sayyid and Aokiji was a display of mutual showing off, then the fight between Sayyid and Abiarlu was pure true man-to-man brawling. From initially dodging attacks with observation haki, they had now descended into a trading of blows punch for punch, their movements growing slower and slower. A buyer Lu, your observation haki still needs more honing. Sayyid threw another punch that slammed into his face, knocking him back several meters as he gasped for breath. Still, your defense is truly formidable. Even if you did nothing, just with age, ordinary blades and guns would never be able to harm you. It's merely relying on racial talent. A buyer Lu gritted his teeth and charged forward, driving a fist into Sayyid's chest. Huazwihuang. But this punch was easily caught by Sayyid. As expected, when the Boda's flame burns, defense rises greatly, but speed and power drops significantly. From the moment they had started exchanging blows, a buyer Lu had activated his defensive mode, and so even though he landed many punches on Sayyid, he could not bring him down. So a buyer Lu, you're well suited for a dual cultivation path. What is dual cultivation? It's training in both physical techniques and swordsmanship. In the game, it means being able to act as both a tank and an assassin. Sayyid hit him again, but reaching the pinnacle in both physical techniques and swordsmanship at the same time is no easy feat. Nearby, Aokiji and AI Lu sat on a rock. AI Lu was filled with fervor. Is this a duel between men? A buyer Lu is so strong too, taking all that damage and still standing. Aokiji said, that is an inborn talent of his. AI Lu asked, can I reach that level, big sister? Who knows? But growing up on Skypiea, you don't need to fight desperately, so why endure such hardship? AI Lu, I don't want to be bullied anymore. I want to become as strong as big brother. Aokiji. Bang. In their repeated clashes, Sayyid was clearly on the verge of collapse, about to fall, yet every time, he somehow held on. Finally, a buyer Lu could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground. You're the real monster, Captain. He. I'm no ordinary man either, a buyer Lu. My fists are driven by an unshakable. Sayyid lay on his back, laughing heartily. In truth, his endure technique, which had only a 20% trigger chance, had activated 3 times in a row. Conviction. Captain Sayyid, what is your conviction? A buyer Lu finally asked the question that had weighed on his heart since boarding the ship. He could see Sayyid's efforts, but what was he striving for? Even Aokiji's gaze lingered on him. Sayyid smiled, looking at the sky. I remember saying it before, didn't I? Or did I forget? Me. I want to gain the ultimate power, turn the world upside down, and be bound by no rules. This was Sayyid's true intention. Under a system of monarchy, people sometimes could not even live with dignity. Even if you worked hard to become a viscount, there were still counts, dukes, kings. The 5 elders above. And he, having been reborn, never again wanted to compromise with life or rules, struggling on the edge of survival. Bound by no rules. Is that freedom? Albert muttered to himself, recalling an ancient prophecy. Could it be you, Captain? Joy Boy, the liberator of the world. Could it be you, eh? I heard that, a buyer Lu. Sayyid chuckled softly. Joy Boy. Who is that? Aokiji knew nothing of the Void Century. A buyer Lu's eyes shimmered with longing. Joy Boy is the warrior who will liberate the world. He will free the entire world, allowing all races to live together on this sea. Aokiji's gaze flickered. Liberate the world. Wasn't that just overthrowing the world government? A buyer Lu, I have never thought of waiting for someone to save me. From the moment I came into this world, I never planned to be an ordinary person waiting for others to rescue me. Putting all hope in someone from a prophecy. That's foolish, a buyer Lu, because from that moment on you no longer believe in yourself. Is that so? Confusion flickered in a buyer Lu's eyes. Meanwhile, AI Lu, who had been bullied since childhood and never taught, was stunned by this speech for the first time. Though he didn't fully understand, he felt it was really cool. I will remember Big Brother's words firmly. Later, after a big fight, I should say the same thing. Aokiji propped his chin and stared at Sayyid, but his thoughts drifted far away, wondering what he was thinking. Time passed, and another month was spent on Skypiea. During that time, another incident occurred. The Shandians came to seize Shandora. Sayyid, before both the Shandians and the Scypians, recounted the history of Roronoa and the Shandians, and proved that over 400 years ago Shandora had been washed up to Skypiea. Shandora originally belonged to the Shandians, but likewise the Shandians belonged to the Scypians. Although Sayyid didn't know what had happened long before, the Shandians, like the Scypians, were born with wings. That is, they shared a common ancestor. Finally, with Sayyid's meddling and Ganfuer's own desire to reconcile with the Shandians, the two peoples finally made peace and agreed to share this precious land together. Before the eyes of both tribes, Sayyid personally rang the golden bell and lit the lamp of Shandora. One day, I will bring Roronoa's descendant to Skypiea. This was Sayyid's promise to the Shandians. Now they sat on a boat built by the Scypians, equipped with various Sky Island shells. Haha, Ganfuer will be going now? Someone else might come to the island in the future. Sayyid smiled, and before leaving he carved a line on the poneglyph on Skypiea. Thinking of the expression on Roger and his crew's faces when they climbed to Skypiea, and saw his masterpiece, he couldn't help but laugh. Sayyid even considered whether to visit every poneglyph location in advance and leave his mark. But he quickly gave up. Improving his strength was the top priority. Who would be so bored as to graffiti on cultural relics everywhere? Gonfuer stood before the crowd and said, "This balloon octopus will take you back to the blue sea." Ai and I Lu shed tears. In just 1 month he had come to see Sayyid as his big brother. It even made Sayyid feel a little guilty for taking his rumble fruit. But at least I gave you a happy childhood, something the rumble fruit couldn't buy. In the future it'll find you a good fruit, Ai and I Lu. Sayyid, big brother, I will definitely defeat the old man. When that happens you must come pick me up. Of course Ai and I Lu. Grow up well. No one will bully you anymore, and don't you bully others. The small boat slowly disappeared, and Skypea gradually shrank until it became a tiny dot. Hey, stop yelling. At this height the ship will definitely shatter. Aokiji gripped the gunwale tightly and shouted. That ugly octopus. Hey, stop yelling. At this height the ship will definitely shatter. Aokiji gripped the gunwale tightly and shouted. That ugly octopus. Next time I see it, I'll turn it into takoyaki. Sayyid cursed while maneuvering his body toward the stern. Abayarlu, please control the bow and keep the ship balanced. Understood. Abayarlu remained relatively calm. He lifted the bow and spread his wings, trying to align the hull with the sea surface. What are you going to do, Sayyid? Aokiji asked. The stern is equipped with high-power wind dials and fire dials. Hold tight. This ship was built by Sky Island people, and many of its devices utilize Sky Island dials. The ship fell faster and faster, getting closer to the sea. Ready? Wait a little longer. Sayyid held the switch, staring intently at the distance to the sea. The ship drew nearer. The surging waves seemed close enough to touch. Even Abayarlu and Aokiji broke out in cold sweat. Whoosh! Another wave crashed toward them. Sayyid roared, now. Hold tight. Boom! Flames burst from the stern, followed by spiraling gales. The wind entwined with fire generated a tremendous thrust. The ship shuddered, as if a giant had shoved it from behind. What the? Aokiji felt an intense force pressing him back. Aya! Sayyid hugged the mast, howling with laughter. This speed was 100 times more exhilarating than the pirate ship rides he remembered. The ship skimmed across the sea like a skipping stone, bouncing rapidly. Each time it hit the water, it was instantly flung back up. The bow rose and fell repeatedly a dozen times before finally slamming onto the surface. Close call, huh? Damn it, are you trying to kill me? Aokiji's face was pale, his eyes glaring fiercely. Abayarlu also looked unwell, feeling seasick. After all, he was at the bow, taking the full brunt of the jolts. My fault, Keluo. Sayyid apologized half-heartedly and quickly changed the subject. We should be in the East Sea by now, right? After sailing on the White Sea for 2 days, they should have crossed the Red Line and reached the East Sea. They had also spotted that crimson continent resembling the legendary fire snake from above. There should be an island. Aokiji pointed to the starboard bow. I smell sand. Good, let's head there first and get a chart of the East Sea. Lobe Town. On a street corner, a man in a chef's uniform had set up a stall. The surrounding tables were full, customers devouring plates of fried rice. Hey Jipu, your cooking is ridiculous. Hearing the compliments, Jipu merely smiled faintly. Jipu, with skills like that you must be entering the food competition tomorrow, right? He had come to Lobe Town precisely for the culinary contest the next day, where outstanding chefs from across the East Sea would gather. He had been in Lobe Town for half a month, earning quite a bit just by selling fried rice. Now, during a moment of leisure, he was mentally reviewing various recipes. Smells wonderful, looks delicious. Let's eat here. His thoughts were interrupted by an untimely voice. Jipu looked up to see 3 oddly dressed people approaching from the pier. The young man in front was handsome, but his gaze was strange, as if he recognized Jipu. Boss, what's your specialty? The question from the young man struck Jipu as ridiculous. What dish do you want? I'm skilled at any dish. He wasn't being arrogant. He had learned culinary arts since childhood and knew every kingdom's cuisine style in the East Sea. There was no dish a customer could think of that he couldn't make. In fact, his versions were even tastier than the originals. Anything. Of course. Then can you make red braised pork? Jipu was taken aback. Red braised pork. He had never heard of it. Zeep's cheeks burned. He had just boasted, thinking the kid didn't know much about food, but the first dish stumped him. He would have to look up how to make red braised pork tonight. But he couldn't let this kid mock him. So he stammered, I don't have the ingredients for that right now. Pick something else. Then, beggar's chicken. Beggar's chicken. What was that? Some method of cooking chicken. I don't have the ingredients for that either. Not that either. Then how about sauce simmered duck? Sauce simmered duck. Another dish name had never heard. Zeep's composure cracked. Was this kid messing with him, making up dishes? You made those up, didn't you, kid, eh? Ha ha, just because you can't make them you say they're made up. The young man pierced through Zeep's little ruse without, even at his age, Jipu couldn't help but flush. What's your name? Me. I'm Albert, Sayyid. Since you can't make those, what can you make? Mocking me again, you little brat. Nevertheless, driven by the desire to show off before the young man, Japu rattled off a long list of high-end dishes, like reciting a menu. Just reciting the names took a full 5 minutes. But Sayyid just waved his hand casually saying, "Huh? Too fast, didn't catch it. Just bring us 3 servings of seafood fried rice." Back. But Sayyid just waved his hand casually saying, "Huh? Too fast, didn't catch it. Just bring us 3 servings of seafood fried rice." Japu glared at Sayyid with a heart full of resentment, not ordering a single dish. After landing, Sayyid was surprised to find they had arrived at Logtown, and he mused over the strange fate. Even more coincidentally, he encountered a young Japu here. Sayyid was sure he hadn't mistaken. The fiery temperament, the braided golden beard, and short blonde hair were highly distinctive. He absolutely had to recruit Japu onto the ship. If he did, Sayyid wouldn't have to cook anymore. He began scheming how to win him over. After all, as captain, he had also been serving as the ship's cook. One of his crew had been a guinea pig since childhood, eating only grilled stuff, and the other had grown up an aristocrat who never cooked. Only Sayyid had some culinary skill, so he had to take on the cooking duties. Otherwise, they'd have starved at sea before reaching the East Sea. Sayyid studied Japu. At this age, Japu was in his prime, his cooking aside. In a few years, he would sail out and survive a full year on the Grand Line, returning safely. His own strength was considerable. Though when he was over 60 with a prosthetic leg, he lost badly to a fighter named Aokiji, that didn't stop Sayyid from wanting him as the ship's chef. He didn't need Japu to be a formidable commander. Sayyid was still daydreaming when Japu approached with the fried rice. His face cold, Japu said to Sayyid, "Here's seafood fried rice. That'll be 1,000 berries." Sayyid looked at Japu in surprise. 1,000 berries. Japu nodded calmly. "Yes." "Huh." Sayyid calmly took out a piece of gold and handed it to Japu. "Here, change." Now it was Zeep's turn to be unsettled. This was real gold, he couldn't make change. Just then a Bailu beside him had already finished the entire plate of fried rice. So delicious. The poor child had never really had a good meal. Sayyid picked up a spoon and took a bite, his eyes instantly lit up. "Another one, boss." While Japu prepared another fried rice, Sayyid whispered, "How about getting him to be our ship's—" "No objection," agreed. Aokiji then said, "How do we get him on our ship? A cook like that probably wouldn't want to be a pirate, right?" Sayyid smiled. "To be honest, I have a long-lost recipe book. I believe every ambitious chef would—" Not until the plates on the table piled up like a small mountain did Sayyid pat his belly contentedly. "It's been a long time since I've eaten so happily, boss." Japu looked at these young people who could eat a lot, yet wasted nothing, his expression softening. No praise makes a chef more satisfied than seeing the plates cleaned. Just as the three were about to leave, Japu couldn't help asking, "Your side right. Are those dishes you mentioned real?" The dish named Sayyid mentioned tugged at his heart like a beautiful woman. What if they were really dishes he didn't know about? Sayyid turned around and smiled. "Those. Of course they're real. Moreover, I can teach you how to make braised." "Really? Are you a chef too?" Zeep's heart stirred. "Me? Of course not, but I do have some research on food." Sayyid hastily wrote down the recipe for braised pork belly and finally said, "Boss, you'll be participating in tomorrow's food competition, right? See you tomorrow," leaving Japu staring at the recipe in a daze. Pork belly, fennel grass, purple clove. Such a preparation is indeed novel. When they had walked a distance, Aokiji spoke, "You want to use that recipe to get him on board? That's just like you say." "Haha, don't underestimate me, Aokiji. A good chef like that can't be let go easily. Come on, let's go for a walk on the street." Just a small town. In terms of prosperity, it was far from the Grand Line. This is Roger's starting point. "Roger," a Bailu beside him sighed, "can a place like the East Blue produce a figure like Roger?" Now Kapu, who was from the East Blue, had long become a hero of the Navy, and the East Blue was also dubbed the weakest sea. The East Blue is not the weakest sea. Roger and the Navy hero Kapu both came from the East Blue. This place is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who knows which island hides a powerful figure? Sayyid admired the unique European style of Lowtown while looking for a certain shop. He only remembered the shop owner's name was Yibensong. Yibensong at this time should still be very young, right? "Hey, what are you looking for?" "Me. I'm looking for a weapon shop to see if there are any good swords." "Isn't there one right there?" Aokiji pointed to a fork in the road ahead. Walking in from the alley entrance, there was a weapon shop inside. Under the sign of the weapon shop was a pattern of 2 crossed swords, indicating that it was a shop specializing in selling blades. I didn't notice. Let's go take a look, Aokiji. Sayyid laughed awkwardly and then walked toward that shop. Before he even reached the entrance, he heard noise from inside. Hi. Watch my draw cut. Clang. "Enough, Yibensong, you will never become a swordsman in this life. Hurry up and clean up the overturned swords." "What? Dad, do you think that can discourage my determination to become a sword master?" "You underestimate me. Idiot, the sea is full of dangers, burying countless fine young men. Just take over our family shop, a beady creek." The three of them entered. Welcome, this shop has been in business for 200 years. Sitting inside was a middle-aged uncle wearing a turban and with a ring of beard on his chin. On the ground beside him a young man was picking up swords with a highly distinctive bulbous nose. Gulp, Yaibin-song swallowed subconsciously when he saw the newcomers. That white-haired man is that decoration on his back. And that woman, although she has a very attractive face and an amazing figure, she wears a golden hook on her hand. Doesn't she look like a bad person? The only one who looks normal is the young man at the front, tall, handsome, but his eyes aren't sharp either. Another young man hoping to become a swordsman like him. It must be said that Yaibin-song, having followed his father in business for years, had a bit of an eye for people. I want to buy a better sword. Sayyid stated his intention. The boss face instantly beamed with a smile. The best sword here costs 1 million berries, and its quality can even match a fast blade. What about the swords here? Sayyid pointed to the wooden barrel against the wall. His observation ability sensed a faint murderous aura. Those swords are the lowest quality, only 50,000 berries each. Is that so? Sayyid precisely picked out that cursed sword from the barrel. Fortunately, it was still in the barrel at this time. Before the boss could speak, Yaibin-song couldn't help but say, "Wait, that one is not for sale." Sayyid glanced at Yaibin-song and said, "Because it's a cursed sword." Yaibin-song, you know. Great, finally it's my turn for a cursed sword to recognize its master. Sayyid didn't believe that with his domineering aura, he couldn't suppress a sword. However, the boss still advised, "Young man, I have other good swords here for you to choose. That one really isn't suitable for you, it will harm you." Yaibin-song nodded repeatedly. Yes, since you know it's a cursed sword, you should understand that those who use it are like cursed, eventually meeting an untimely death. Sayyid remained calm and composed. That's because its owners weren't strong enough to tame the cursed sword. Yaibin-song still wanted to persuade him. Even Aokiji and Abiru spoke up. "Hey Sayyid, you're not a pure swordsman, so why insist on this? Captain, maybe we can choose another one." Even if it's not often used, it can be collected." Sayyid drew Guache in front of everyone. Yaibin-song trembled and said, "Even just looking at it from a distance, I can feel the sharpness it releases, making one want to dodge." Sayyid smiled faintly. "Sharpness? Should I avoid its sharpness? Let's see whether my luck is stronger or its curse is stronger." With that, Sayyid directly threw the sword towards the ceiling, extended his right arm, and closed his eyes. This guy is too reckless, isn't he? The boss and his son Yaibin-song now understood what he intended to do, too nervous to speak. Only Aokiji and Abiru were quite calm. After all, if he couldn't even tame a sword, how could he be their captain? Swish, swish, swish. Guache spun in the air and fell. Yaibin-song's eyes widened. Clang. Yaibin-song clearly saw the blade slice across the arm, yet it merely grazed the arm. With a crisp metallic clash, the kitetsu seemed to strike a block of iron, bounced lightly away, and embedded itself into the floor. With a tearing sound, Sayyid's sleeve was split in two, revealing a firm and muscular arm. Sayyid opened his eyes and smiled awkwardly. It seems its curse can't touch me." Yaibin-song exclaimed in exasperation, "Your luck isn't great either. You scare me to death just now. If your arm had been severed here, it would have hurt our shop's reputation. Then this sword can be sold to me." Sayyid picked up the Sandai Kitetsu again and sheathed it. "Dad." Yaibin-song turned to look at his father, the current owner of the shop. He was silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Fine. 50,000 belly." Sayyid raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and slapped a small piece of gold onto the counter. "Keep the change." Crocodile, standing by, was speechless. Even with wealth, one didn't have to be so reckless with spending, did one? A piece of gold was worth at least 500,000 belly. Sayyid thought, sorry, but when you're sitting on a gold mine, you can be as extravagant as you want. "Wait, I have another sword here. The shop's treasure." Sayyid's heart stirred. Was he finally willing to bring out Yubashiri? The shopkeeper brought a sword from the back of the store. The blade is of Kurigane style, with a Midori Kikoji temper. "A fine sword, Yubashiri. This is the best sword in our shop. Let it accompany you." Sayyid grinned. "He'll find a better swordsman for it." With that, he picked up Yubashiri and walked out into the street with Crocodile and Abiru. Only after the three had left did Yaibin-song look at his father. "Dad, why did you give him Yubashiri?" The shopkeeper plopped down onto a chair and said, "That young man picked up Kitetsu and looked at me." His eyes clearly said, the shopkeeper plopped down onto a chair and said, "That young man picked up Kitetsu and looked at me." His eyes clearly said, "You have a better blade, don't you?" Yaibin-song shivered. Is that so? Anyway, the aura emanating from those three is hardly that of no. The future belongs to the young. Perhaps before long they will become renowned across the sea. Sayyid was in a good mood after snatching 2 decent weapons in a row. "Sayyid?" Crocodile suddenly spoke. "What?" Crocodile's gaze drifted toward the clothing street. "I plan to browse alone." "Oh, no problem. Then let's meet at the dock before dark. You too, Abiru." Sayyid wandered aimlessly along the street. Suddenly, a small white-haired figure appeared in his sight. "Hey kid," Sayyid called out to him. "What?" The white-haired boy was immediately annoyed. He looked up at the youth blocking his way. What's your name? Smoker. Smoker, do you know where the nearest tavern is? Why should I tell you? Just as the two were staring each other down, a gentle, sweet voice interjected. Sayyid turned, and his pupils contracted slightly. Just as the two were staring each other down, a gentle, sweet voice interjected. Sayyid turned, and his pupils contracted slightly. The woman before him had a full figure, appeared to be in her 30s with long black hair and a beautiful face. More importantly, her features bore a striking resemblance to Tashigi from the anime, about 50% similar. Although she was gentle and charming, a hint of melancholy lingered between her brows. Auntie Nadeshiko. Smoker hurried to her side. Nadeshiko smiled softly, looked at Sayyid, and spoke in a voice that felt like a spring breeze. Is there anything I can help you with? Sayyid snapped back to reality. I just wanted to ask if there's a decent tavern nearby. Nadeshiko pointed with her slender finger. There's a nice tavern on the west end of the street. But kids shouldn't drink, you know. Despite being a piece of advice, her words carried no hint of annoyance. And, if his guess was correct, this woman must be related to Tashigi. Sayyid spoke. Thank you. My name is Sayyid. This is my first time in Lobetown. Is that so? Lobetown is a lovely town. It's worth a visit. At present, Lobetown hadn't yet become a famous tourist spot due to Roger's execution, but thanks to its unique geographical location, its economy was still thriving. But, I introduced myself, and you didn't offer your name, did you? Sayyid simply asked, is your name Nadeshiko? I've never heard that as a given name. Is Nate a surname? Nadeshiko replied with a smile. No, my full name is Shimatsuki Nadeshiko. Shimatsuki is Sayyid feigned ignorance. Is that so? Shimatsuki as a surname. Are you from Shimatsuki village? Shimatsuki village. This time it was Nadeshiko's turn to lose her composure. She never forgot her past, even if others did. She had left Wano country with the Shimatsuki clan, enduring great dangers to reach this place. She had believed that all the other Shimatsuki clan members had perished at sea, yet now she heard the name Shimatsuki again. Overcome with emotion, Nadeshiko clasped Sayyid's right hand between both of hers, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Do you know where Shimatsuki village is? Just as Sayyid was about to speak, a reckless young girl suddenly walked up from the crowd. Hey, you little brat, don't hit on my mom. Sayyid turned to see a girl who looked very much like Nadeshiko, though still green and lacking her mother's charm. Sayyid couldn't tolerate such slander. He retorted, then should I hit on you? The moment Sayyid turned, the girl got a clear look at his face. Instantly the girl's cheeks flushed pink, and she stammered speechlessly. Shimatsuki Nadeshiko realized she had been too excited, so she quickly let go and said, this is my daughter Karina. Then she must be Tashigi's mother, right? Sayyid glanced again, more certain than ever. The Shimatsuki genes were truly powerful. 3 generations of women bore an uncanny resemblance. My name is Sayyid. At Nadeshiko's earnest request, Sayyid began to tell her about Shimatsuki village. I heard it at sea. There's a Shimatsuki village in the East Blue said to have been established only in the last 20 years. There seem to be people in the village who bear the Shimatsuki surname, but I don't know more than that. I'm actually looking for Shimatsuki village. I heard there are skilled swordsmen there. Shimatsuki Nadeshiko was surprised. You want to challenge them? Sayyid, who knows? If he's not strong enough, why should he run a dojo? Karina suddenly grew agitated, pointing at the sword at Sayyid's waist. Wait, is that the Sandai Kitetsu? Sayyid casually replied, yeah, what about it? That's a cursed blade. It brings misfortune to its owner. If I let a sword dictate my fate, what kind of swordsman would I be? This? Karina was at a loss for words. But Nadeshiko spoke. That sword came from Wano country. It was previously in my brother's keeping. This must be fate. Could you take us to Shimatsuki village? They might be my long-lost family. Xuanyue Fuzi's words struck a chord with Sayyid. He asked, what is your brother's name? Xuanyue Fuzi replied, Xuanyue Jingsenling. My brother's name is Xuanyue Jingsenling. Sayyid's heart stirred. If he helped the two reunite, Xuanyue Jingsenling would owe him a great debt of gratitude. At that point, whether he sought the methods of armament haki or requested Jingsenling to forge a personal blade for him, the man would likely not refuse. As a samurai, failing to repay a kindness would tarnish his reputation throughout the land of Wano. Seeing Sayyid's silent, Xuanyue Fuzi feared he was unwilling. She clasped his hand again, her eyes glistening with tears. Please, Saidkun, I truly wish to find them. This was Xuanyue Fuzi's greatest regret. After being separated from her clan at sea, she was fortunate enough to be rescued by a young merchant. The two eventually married due to this bond. Yet every time she thought of being the sole remaining member of the Xuanyue clan, her melancholy was inescapable. Especially after her husband perished in a shipwreck a few years ago, her mood worsened and her health grew increased. Now hearing news of the Xuanyue clan, she could no longer bear it, even if it meant begging a youth. She would willingly pay any price for this. Sayyid spoke up. Bringing you along is no problem, but we'll have to wait until tomorrow. I still need to bring a companion aboard. You can prepare in the meantime. Really? Thank you so much, Saikun, you are truly a kind person. Shuang Yue Fuzi bowed repeatedly and even pulled Corinna beside her to join in the gratitude. That's wonderful, Aunt Fuzi. You can find your family. Smoker standing nearby was genuinely delighted. After all, their families lived close, and he often saw Aunt Fuzi's troubled expression. Now that he heard her family might be somewhere, he felt happy. In that case, I'll take my leave. You'll see me again at the cooking competition tomorrow. Are you off to the tavern again, Saikun? Let Smoker take you. He often goes there to listen to stories. Is that? Sayyid pondered for a moment, then patted Smoker on the head. Then he'll trouble you to guide me, little white-haired one. He'll treat you to some milk. Don't pat my head. Emotion value 5. Haha, what can I say? You're just a child. Thinking about it. The future ruler of Logtown, the one who would dominate 2 emperors in the early days, was still a child, now subdued by Sayyid's single hand. Should he leave an indelible impression on him? Hey, this way. Smoker called out to the distracted Sayyid and led him into a tavern. The tavern owner spotted Smoker and smiled. Smoker, you brought a friend today. He's not my friend. I'm just showing him the way. Give me a glass of juice. He's paying. Is that so? The owner chuckled and turned to Sayyid. What can I get for you? A glass of red wine and a juice for him. Coming right up. You're not even of age and you drink. For a man roaming the seas, age doesn't matter. TCH. Smoker sat on a tall stool looking but he soon spoke again. Since you sail the seas, are you a pirate? Of course. Then you must have a bounty. No. Smoker burst into laughter. Ta. You don't even have a bounty and you call yourself a pirate. How is not having a bounty not being a pirate? It's just that I haven't made a name on the seas yet. What's good about being a pirate? They all pillage and plunder. Countless people lose everything because of them. Pirates are not all the same, Smoker. Someday you'll understand. Here, Smoker, your juice. The owner handed him a glass of juice and brought a bottle of red wine for Sayyid. The tavern had a few other patrons. Business was not bad. Bang. The tavern door was violently shoved open and a group of men in black suits strode in. Hey, bring out your finest liquor. At their entrance, most of the patrons slipped away, leaving only Sayyid and Smoker. It's the local gang. Smoker clenched his fists. Sayyid froze. This scene felt familiar. Would the next step involve a gang boss provoking him? Look here, 2 brats too scared to move. The leading man wore a sinister grin. The tavern owner, leave the kids alone. Just then he noticed the bottle beside Sayyid. What's a kid doing drinking? Hand it over. As his hand reached out, Sayyid grabbed it instantly. You. The man tried to shake free twice but failed. Damn, you want to die? He pulled a gun from his belt and pressed it against Sayyid's head. But as Sayyid exerted force, the man cried out in pain. Kid, they're the biggest gang in Logtown. Picking a fight with them will bring trouble. The biggest gang. What's the name of your boss? Bing Taelong. I am Bing Taelong. Not Bartolomeo's family, huh? Sayyid was a little disappointed. The head of the Bartolomeo family should be the one called Granny. As for this guy, he could only sit at the same table as the Mountain Bandit King. With such skill, you call yourselves the biggest gang. We have connections with the king of the underworld. The king of the underworld? It's Bosomit. The man spoke while watching Sayyid secretly raising his other hand and aiming his die. But before he could pull the trigger, Sayyid's blade severed his arm. Smoker stood there dumbfounded. On the table, the purplish red liquid spread wantonly, finally dripping down the edge, mingling with the scarlet blood on the floor to form a hauntingly beautiful sight. My hand. Bing Taelong wailed, clutching his severed arm. Who in the world are you? Me. Sayyid gently rubbed his temple and looked at him calmly. What right do you have to know? Bing Taelong knelt to the ground in submission. Spare me, sir. I'm one of Bosumit's men. If you kill me, Bosumit won't let you go. Still throwing threats when he's almost dead. Pressing Goha against Bing Taelong's neck, Sayyid said, What Umit? Never heard of him. Since you drew a gun, you should be prepared for the consequences. Wait. Bing Taelong tried to say something more. He had quietly dialed a den mushy, but just as it connected, the blade slashed across his neck. Bing Taelong felt the world spin. In his final sight, he saw a headless corpse kneeling on the ground. The other gang members, witnessing Bing Taelong's death, fled without avenging their boss. Sayyid naturally had no intention of letting them go. Smoker stared at the fallen gangsters, his young worldview profoundly shaken. Billy. So does everyone love to make phone calls after a fight? Sayyid glanced at the mess. After a moment's thought, he kicked the den mushy aside. Sorry for the trouble, boss. The money in their pockets is yours. The boss looked speechless. So you were planning to loot the bodies, huh? But as Sayyid stepped out the door, he failed to notice the den mushy's eyes fixed intently on him. Smoker beside him had long been stunned. Witnessing Sayyid's killing, a flicker of fear stirred within him. Yet soon he followed Sayyid's lead. He muttered under his breath, Is this how pirates do things? Sayyid picked his ear and replied, What else? Did you expect me to let him apologize and walk free after he tried to kill me? Little white hair, you're far too naive. This isn't a game of house, it's real bloody combat. You. Smoker choked on his words, sulking as he trailed alongside. Since you're so angry, why still follow me? I'm here to keep an eye on you to make sure you don't harm the innocent. At the dock, Sayyid patted Smoker's head again and said, let me ask you something, Smoker. Do you think I'm a good— Huh, you're a pirate. How could you be good? Well then would you say those gangsters we just dealt with were bad? Smoker answered without hesitation. So by eliminating those villains for the people of Logtown, doesn't that make— Smoker's young mind struggled to process. After a moment he replied, I suppose. There you have it. Being a pirate doesn't stop me from being a good person, Smoker. A pirate is a pirate. What a stubborn kid. Sayyid gazed up at the sky, finding the young Smoker utterly unamusing. Yo Sayyid, where'd you pick up this rude little brat? The group turned to see Crocodile clad in a black leather coat approaching with 2 bags in hand. You're back too, Crococan. This kid's name is Smoker. It's a long story. After Sayyid recounted the events, Crocodile looked down at Smoker. So why aren't you heading home? Going back would be dreadfully dull, no one to play with. But Smoker could never admit his true feelings. Straining his neck upward, he declared, I'm here to keep an eye on you pirates for Logtown to make sure you don't do anything bad. TCH, what an insufferable brat. For some reason Crocodile sensed an irksome streak in Smoker's character. Sayyid said, in that case we're about to board the ship. This is a pirate vessel, so you can't come aboard. Unless you want to be a pirate yourself. Smoker pouted him, would want that. With that he turned and ran off. Never mind him, Crococan. We'll restock tomorrow, and then set sail for Shimatsuki village. Night fell, and dawn broke. Early in the morning Sayyid and the others disembarked from the ship. By the dock Smoker lay fast asleep on the ground. Had the boy kept watch all night? Recalling the future Smoker who would chase Luffy all the way from Logtown to the Grand Line, it was entirely possible. Hey, time to get up. Huh. Oh. Smoker was about to roll over and continue sleeping when he remembered his crucial mission, so he sat up at once. Kid, you slept here all night? Crocodile asked. Of course. The moment you step off the ship you'll hear it. Saiken. Just as they were about to set off, Xuanyue Fuzi hurried over from Logtown with Karina, each carrying a suitcase. Aunt Fuzi's sister Karina, you're here early. Oh. Smoker, you're here too. You bet. I've been here all night. Then your parents must be worried, Fuzi said, covering her mouth in surprise. Them? I don't need them telling me what to do, Smoker said nonchalantly. What a rebellious kid. Stubborn as iron even from such a young age. Afterward Xuanyue Fuzi got acquainted with Crocodile and Abirlu. Sayyid spoke up, since you're here, let's put the luggage on the ship first. We were just about to check out the cooking contest. Want to join? Of course. Saiken mentioned yesterday that the ship's chef would be participating, right? Yes, once he wins the championship we set sail. The group made their way to another street in Logtown, drawing quite a few stairs along the way. Indeed, Sayyid's entourage was a peculiar sight. Abirlu with wing-like ornaments on his back, Crocodile in fur with long legs exposed, the gently elegant Xuanyue Fuzi, in simple attire the white-haired brat Smoker, and the slightly dazed Karina. They filed into the competition venue. Zeph was already at the arena preparing ingredients. This Logtown cooking contest had unique rules. Chefs were not allowed to bring any ingredients. Everything, including seasonings, was provided by the organizers. Contestants had to create delicious dishes from whatever they received. That placed a heavy emphasis on luck, as some might get premium ingredients while others couldn't even make a dessert. Zeph stood frozen before his workstation. After getting that recipe from the kid yesterday, he had rushed home to try it, and the taste was beyond imagination. Today he didn't know how to rate his fortune. The main ingredient before him was an ordinary beef sirloin, along with more than 30 other condiments. Cooking beef sirloin was child's play for him. He had at least, yet even so winning the championship in such a competition would be tough. Because one of his rivals also had beef sirloin, but from the Phelan breed, whose meat was tender, elastic, and fragrant, delicious no matter how it was prepared. And the chef handling it was equally skilled, unless he approached it differently. Zeph thought of the braised pork method and its ingredients. If that technique worked for pork belly, why not for beef sirloin? A mere mental outline, and Zeph had the precise ratios and cooking steps ready. That was why he couldn't decide if his luck was good or bad. Without that recipe, he would likely have no chance at victory. The kid had said he'd come today. Zeph lifted his head and scanned the crowd. Sure enough, he spotted that bright face in the audience. Hey Zeph, give it your all. Heh. Zeph's lips curled into a faint smile. Thanks to you indeed. The competition begins. At the referee's command, the chefs started cooking methodically. In the crowd, Sayyid pointed and said to Karina and the others, that chef with the beard tied up like 2 chopsticks. He's our future crew member. Karina exclaimed, he's not your crew member yet. Haha, he will be soon. Meanwhile, Kong pondered for a moment and said, have the department issue bounties. Since they appeared in Logtown, their next move is likely to head to the Grand Line. That kid who took out my contact in the East Blue. Have we confirmed who he is? Not yet. All we know is his name is Sayyid from the Grand Line. What use are you? With Haitaro dead, one of my business chains in the East Blue is in chaos. Daring to mess with my operations. Who does he think he is? Contact our people in the Marines. Have the Lowtown Navy arrest him. In truth, for those who have no interest in cooking, such a culinary competition is incredibly tedious. Such was the case for the two individuals beside Sayyid. Aokiji listened to the crowd's cheers with boredom. This kind of contest is far less entertaining than the arena. Abiru, after watching with keen interest for a while, also lost his enthusiasm. Sayyid, on the other hand, found the competition quite amusing. After all, on the field he had spotted more than one slender, beautiful cook with exquisite features. Lowtown hasn't been this lively in a long time, Karina remarked, looking at the surrounding crowd. It will become even more bustling in the future. Perhaps it might even add a famous tourist attraction. How could that be? Karina doubted. A tantalizing aroma wafted over. Such a pleasant scent. She sniffed the faint fragrance gradually spreading. One by one competitors finished their dishes, and the fragrance grew richer. My horror at sea is done. Just then a burly red-haired chef brought over a dish that looked like sliced fish. That's Chiensong Island fish. The host exclaimed. Chiensong Island fish comes from Chiensong Island on the coast of the East Sea. The environment there is beautiful, spring-like, all year round, nurturing this fish. Its meat is tender with no fishy smell, and it's highly nutritious. As the host, he naturally had the privilege to taste it. After a small bite of the fish slice, he was enraptured. What exquisite flavor! The sweet fish steamed to half-doneness over a low flame, just right for springy texture, while retaining juicy succulence paired with the acidity of lemon sauce. From mouth to stomach, every pore on my body cheers. After receiving unanimous praises from the other judges, the red-haired chef glanced triumphantly at Japu, who was still cooking, and laughed heartily. Ha ha, Japu, this time I will surpass you. The title of the best chef in the East Sea is mine. Japu merely glanced at him, and continued preparing his own food. Don't struggle, Japu. Just ordinary beef, the most common ingredient, already limits the ceiling of your dish. Japu finally spoke. It's not over yet, Onkai. I used to think the same way. His hands moved without pause, first searing the beef lightly, then adding various seasonings, followed by cooking wine. Hey, have you already given up? Ha ha, Japu, who cooks like that? Adding dry wine to beef. That will make the meat dry and astringent. Japu, even if you admit defeat, you shouldn't waste ingredients like this. No one in the East Sea had ever seen such a method. Even the chef, who also used beef tenderloin as the main ingredient, was nearly finished. Ah, Japu, it seems I will finish before you. The chef beside him carried his meticulously grilled steak toward the... Indeed, beef tenderloin is best as a steak. The host cut a small piece with his knife and fork, put it in his mouth, and his eyes lit up instantly. It's charcoal made from sour orange wood. That unique flavor adds an unforgettable aroma to the... The chef rubbed his head and laughed thankfully. I was really lucky this time. The ingredients are superb. I dare say this is the most supreme way to cook steak. Even the judges gave high scores of over 9 points. Seeing this, the red-haired chef breathed a sigh of relief. Though the score was close, it hadn't surpassed his own. As for Japu, he was already destined to fail. Stable. Victory belongs to me. In the crowd, Aokiji, her hands in his pockets, stared at the arena and said, Hey, it looks like your top chef of the East Sea is about to lose. Want me to take care of that arrogant guy? If I just eliminate the first, would Japu become first? Sayyid laughed helplessly. Don't rush, the outcome isn't decided yet. Aokiji said, this competition itself is unfair. Good ingredients make delicious food easier, but random assignment of ingredients relies on luck, not a person's culinary skill. But an excellent chef won't be daunted by the quality of ingredients, Sayyid replied. Only such a person is worthy of being my chef. Time is almost up. The hourglass used for timing was about to drain the last grains of sand. If the dish is not completed within the time limit, the contestant will be disqualified and declared a failure. The red-haired chef shouted from the side. Hey, what the hell are you doing, Japu, you bastard? Japu paid no attention to others. He kept his eyes fixed on the iron pot. Inside the pot, the beef had entered its final stage. Almost done as long as the sauce thickened. Japu stared intently at the iron pot as white steam rose continuously. At the same time, an appetizing aroma emerged. Such a wonderful smell. Did you catch that? Could it be from the last chef? I've never smelled anything like it. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Japu remained unmoved. It would be ready. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The referee began the countdown. Heaven knows how his timing matched the hourglass. 5, 4, 1. The cooking competition is officially. I'm done. Japu carried his plate toward the judges and host. The alluring color and even more enticing aroma of the beef still steamed. Please taste. Gulp. The host and the 5 judges swallowed in unison. It was too fragrant. They couldn't wait to fork the beef and stuff it into their mouths. Puffed. The host quickly covered his mouth. So hot, so hot. But this is incredibly delicious. In an instant, the host was moved to tears. This is the best food I've ever tasted in my life. It's rigged, it must be rigged. The red-haired chef refused to believe that ordinary beef could be so delicious. Furious, he strode to the judge's table, forked a piece of beef, and shoved it into his mouth. But the moment he chewed, he froze. This. He forked another piece, carefully savoring it, his face full of complex emotions. Damn it, damn you, Jipu, I don't believe you made this. Then he quickly forked another piece after piece. No, the next one will definitely taste bad, let me try this one. Finally, one of the judges couldn't take it anymore, slamming his hands on the table and roaring. Hey, that's enough. You've eaten half of this dish yourself. Woo-woo. Ankai suddenly burst into tears, covering his face. Jipu, you bastard, you've shattered my chef dream. After scoring by the host and judges, the winner of the culinary contest was officially announced. He is Jipu. The crowd cheered. Since Jipu had made a large portion, many spectators were fortunate enough to taste his new. Sayyid called out to Jipu. Hey Jipu, come aboard my ship. Are you a pirate? Of course. Sayyid believed Jipu wouldn't refuse, since he planned to set sail in search of all blue in the future, which showed he had no objection to becoming a pirate. Jipu hesitated, then asked, how many more of those recipes do you have? Sayyid grinned. Such recipes? In my mind. I still have an entire book. Want them? He'll give them to you. Come aboard my ship, Jipu. Ha. You bastard. Zeph's face was etched with hesitation. Seeing this, Sayyid added fuel to the fire. In the entire East Blue, you're already the finest chef, aren't you? What's the point of being trapped here for a lifetime? Come with me to the Grand Line and search for the legendary all blue, huh? No chef could remain unmoved by that miracle sea, and Zeph was no exception. This guy, all of a sudden he seemed different. A flicker of surprise crossed Crocodile's face. He recalled the moment he had been dragged onto the ship, somehow feeling that following him might not be so bad. Was it his unique charisma? Even Sayyid himself didn't realize that at some point in Baroque works, he had awakened a peculiar form of observation haki that could unconsciously influence others. Zeph suppressed the inexplicable surging emotions within him, lit a cigarette, and his two mustaches twitched slightly. He looked at Sayyid and said, then he'll go out to sea with you. He'll take charge of your meals. Bang! From all four streets leading here, waves of Marines surged forward. Target spotted. Prepare to capture. Bang! Bullets flew straight toward Sayyid. Clang! Sayyid stood still, and a golden hook extended to deflect the bullets. Crocodile asked, we're not famous yet, are we? Why are they targeting you? Sayyid replied, I just took out a gang yesterday. Abara, you protect them and get on the ship first. Crococan and I can handle this. I alone am enough. Crocodile calmly pulled out a cigar he had bought in Logtown and lit it. In the East Blue, those who could harm him could be counted on one hand. How could I let you fight alone? Sayyid said as he walked toward the Marines like a wolf king stepping into a flock. You brat, go to hell. A Marine with the rank of captain swung a long sword at Sayyid. Sayyid merely sidestepped and dodged the attack. Hey, if we get wanted, what epithet should I choose? Crococan. Sayyid sent the Marine captain flying with a single punch. Why are you asking me that? Sandstorm. A dust storm swept up countless Marines and roared into the distance. The Marines' cries faded. Because you're the most cultured one, the two strolled as if in a garden, casually knocking out Marines while still finding time to chat. Both of them knew that Logtown would be the starting point where their names would spread across the seas. Even so, it's not like I have the final say. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets pierced Crocodile's body, but only sand spilled out. What? What are you? Seeing their comrades fall so easily, even the captain, the Marines' morale shattered instantly. The fortunate few still standing trembled, and only one mustered the courage to voice the terror in their hearts. Around them, desperate voices echoed. This is terrifying. There's no way we can fight them. Bullets. Bullets are useless. What should we do? What do we do? How could such a powerful enemy be here? Aya. Sayyid walked toward the dock, Crocodile a step behind on his left. In front of them stood a Marine who was already frozen in fear. Sayyid casually picked up a mask from a roadside stall, put it on, and looked at the Marine blocking his path with a mocking grin. Hey, what do I look like? Staring at the fierce demonic mask before him, the Marine stammered an Azura. A fierce Azura. Sayyid burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the silent street. Ah, then my epithet will be Azura. How about that? Crocodile said whatever. One ahead, one behind. Their calm demeanor sharply contrasted with the trembling Marines, and the unconscious bodies around only highlighted their arrogance. In a dark alley, a reporter quietly captured the scene. As Sayyid walked toward the dock, he passed a Marine drenched in sweat and shaking all over. Perhaps on a whim, he found the young Marine familiar. So he asked, what's your name? Young seaman. The seaman's voice was shrill. Rat. They call me Rat. So this was the future Captain Rat. I know you. With that, a blade flashed. Sayyid sheathed his sword without looking back and murmured, so I might as well kill you right here. With little effort, the two passed through several streets unimpeded and reached the dock. On the ship swung Uefuzi, and the others were waiting. Only Smoker stood on the dock deliberately behind, watching how this man had defeated the Marines of Loketown. When he saw Sayyid toy with the station marine, Smoker could no longer contain his emotions. Angry and stubborn, he glared at Sayyid and said, "Don't get too cocky. One day, they'll become a Marine admiral and throw you in prison." Sayyid replied nonchalantly, "But what crime have I committed for them to arrest me?" Smoker stood frozen and, "Because you're pirates." Smoker wanted to say that, but they hadn't even raised a pirate flag. The two stepped past him and boarded the small ship. Suddenly Sayyid turned back, patted Smoker's shoulder, and said something enigmatic. "I wish it were you." Sayyid took off his mask, held it in his hand, glanced back at Loketown, and shouted, "Set sail." News of pirates causing chaos in Loketown soon reached Marine headquarters. At that time, Kong, who still held the position of Fleet Admiral, sat in his office with a troubled expression. The new world was a tangled mess, with most of the Marines' forces deployed there to fight pirates, while countless new pirates kept emerging in the Four Blues. And one of them is even a Logia user. According to intelligence from Loketown, one was a user of the Suna Suna no Mi. As an Admiral, Sengoku sat nearby watching the Fleet Admiral fret. He had originally come to discuss matters with him, but instead heard about the pirate rampage in Loketown. The Suna Suna no Mi, a troublesome enemy. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, also noticing Crocodile in the photograph. After all, the three strongest among the current young generation of Marines were all Logia users. And this young man is her captain. He defeated the Loketown captain with one punch. Someone had taken a photo of Sayyid wearing a ferocious mask. East Blue. Kong rubbed his forehead. "Garp. Where's Garp?" Sengoku, "Chasing Roger all over the world." Sengoku said, "Shall we issue bounties for them?" Kong pondered for a moment and said, "Have the department issue bounties. Since they appeared in Loketown, their next move is likely to head to the Grand Line. Send Marines ahead to capture them there." "Yes." Demon Mask, Sayyid, bounty 50 million berries. Sand Crocodile, bounty 49 million berries. Xuanyue Village Seashore. Xuanyue Kosaburo sat alone on a reef, quietly watching the waves crash against the land. "Another ordinary and peaceful day," he murmured. Xuanyue Kosaburo let out a soft sigh. Ever since the Korizumi family failed in their attempt to usurp the Kazuki family and become shogun of Wano, the Kazuki shogun no longer trusted the other families as before. Especially after Kazuki Sukiyaki ascended to power, he grew increasingly wary of the strength of other families. The Xuanyue family, being populous and producing heroes generation after generation, became the target of veiled suppression. Thus, Kosaburo had no choice but to lead a portion of the Xuanyue clan to leave Wano, an act tantamount to exile. Many years have passed since then. Kosaburo still could not let go of his obsession. Back then, he led over 20 family members out to sea, but because they knew nothing of the Grand Line, they encountered many dangers. They rashly traversed the Calm Belt and were attacked by sea kings. In the end, only 10 Xuanyue clan members reached this place, where they later established Xuanyue Village. His younger sister Xuanyue Fuzi had gone missing in a shipwreck. I wonder how the Xuanyue family is faring now. With Ushimaru around, nothing major should go wrong. Kosaburo considered himself limited in swordsmanship talent, but Ushimaru, that fellow, had been held in high regard since childhood, the most promising genius in a century to approach the level of Ryuma. With him as the head of the Xuanyue family, no great disaster would occur. "Father." Just as Kosaburo was lost in melancholy, a young man rushed out of Xuanyue Village, exclaiming excitedly, "I did it. I sensed it. The realm of breathing in all things." To demonstrate, he pulled out a piece of paper. With a swift sword strike, the paper remained completely intact. "Koshiro, from now on you will be the master of Ishin Dojo. You must no longer be so reckless." Koshiro pouted. "What? I don't want to inherit the dojo. I want to go to sea and become a great swordsman." Kosaburo roared, "No. The dangers of the sea are beyond what human strength can overcome. I absolutely forbid you to go out to sea. Stay in Xuanyue Village and build up the Xuanyue family. Old man, you cannot stop my dream of sailing." "Bastard." Kosaburo rolled up his sleeves, his fist. "Wait, don't use Baki. We should be nearing Xuanyue Village by now." Hello Kittier stood at the bow, his coat flapping in the sea breeze. He glanced at the chart, then at Sayyid. Sayyid was doing push-ups on the deck with a large iron block strapped to his back. "So soon. We've only sailed for 10 days. Sea voyages are usually quite tedious, but surprisingly Loketown wasn't as far from Xuanyue Village as he had. This ship was meticulously crafted by the artisans of Sky Island, bits faster than ordinary sailboats. Though the Sky Islanders were not a seafaring people, they clearly retained some ancient traditions. The ship's design was found in a temple. As a vessel capable of carrying 20 to 30 people, its comfort far surpassed that of ordinary sea ships. Moreover, during normal sailing, only 3 people were needed to fully handle it. "Wonderful. I'm truly grateful, Saikin." Xuanyue Fuzi was already consumed by longing. Knowing she would see her long-lost clan today, she stood on the deck staring at the distant horizon. "Thank you, Sayyid." Karuina's eyes reddened as she looked at her mother. I haven't seen mother so expectant and— Ha ha, I've heard Kosaburo is an excellent swordsmith. Perfect. I can ask him to forge a supreme blade. Sayyid remained unfazed by Karuina's sincere thanks. He stood up, his bare upper body a canvas of exquisite lines, both aesthetically captivating and radiating immense strength. How beautiful. Sensing the sudden thought in her mind, Karuina's cheeks flushed, and she quickly looked away. After all, she was at an impressionable age, and Sayyid showed none of the immaturity of a 15 or 16-year-old. Karuina found it hard to regard him as a child. She quickly said, "Don't you already have the Sandai Kitetsu? This sword, though decent, hasn't lived up to my expectations." If given the chance in the future, he wanted to feed his blade a devil fruit, which required even higher standards. A Byerlu standing in the crow's nest shouted to everyone, an island ahead. Finally, Xuanyue, the ship drew closer. Karuina stood on tiptoe and said, "Wait, it looks like people are fighting on the shore." Sayyid remarked, "More like a one-sided beating." But Xuanyue Fuse's eyes suddenly welled up. She covered her mouth with her hand as if afraid to sob aloud. That figure. No mistake. It's my brother. Kosaburo. Sayyid looked closely. The man being beaten, though young, also seemed familiar. Wasn't the one getting thrashed Koshiro? Wait, father. A ship is coming. Don't try to trick me. Kosaburo refused to fall for it. He was determined to teach his son a lesson and crush any desire to go to sea. But a voice from behind froze his raised fist midair. Brother, that voice. So familiar. Kosaburo turned in disbelief, staring at the ship on the sea and the familiar figure at the bow. Fuzi, is it really you? He suddenly grew emotional, and the baki around his fist dissipated. It's me, brother. In an instant, brother and sister were in tears. After more than a decade of separation, they were reunited at last. Once ashore, Sayyid pointed at the bruised and swollen Koshiro and said to Karuina, "This must be your cousin. First meeting, and he looks like a pig's head, ha." Still dazed, Koshiro instantly grew angry. "You insolent fellow, how dare you mock me?" Before he could draw his sword, Kosaburo kicked him aside. "The insolent one is you, Koshiro. This is our—" Kosaburo had already learned from Xuanyue Fuzi that it was Sayyid and his crew who had brought them to Xuanyue village. "Father, this is your aunt Xuanyue Fuzi." Koshiro covered his face, looking at the gentle woman before him. He felt it was too rude to meet her for the first time with such a battered face. He quickly bowed, "Aunt." And Koshiro then looked at Karuina, standing beside Sayyid. He also caught sight of Sayyid's full grin. "Damn it, he's making fun of me, isn't he?" "He is our benefactor," Kosaburo added. Koshiro took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Sayyid. "I was rude, honored benefactor." Koshiro then looked at Karuina, standing beside Sayyid. He also caught sight of Sayyid's full grin. "Damn it, he's making fun of me, isn't he? No need for formalities. Sayyid. Sayyid then introduced Aokiji, a Byerlu, and Japu. Just then Aokiji furrowed his brow and warned, "Hey, Sayyid." Sayyid smiled as he looked toward the island where a moderately strong presence was rapidly approaching. While Karuina and Koshiro were still startled, a figure burst out from the island. His voice rang out even before he landed. "Move aside, Koshiro. They're pirates." Seeing Abel Ruba half drawing his sword, Sayyid quickly said, "Let me deal with him, the swordsman on the—" So saying, he drew Kitetsu and slashed out with a single stroke. Holy sword. Two-sword style storm slash. Boom. The figure came and went in an instant, knocked flying by Sayyid's strike, followed by a tremendous crash in the nearby forest. No one even got a clear look at his face. Only Koshiro exclaimed, "Ran." That voice was unmistakably his friend, Ran. Shimatsuki Kozaburo, however, stared at the sword in Sayyid's hand, lost in thought. "That's Sandai Kitetsu." Sayyid turned back and replied, "Ah, yes. I bought it." Then he added, "That young man just now was quite impressive. Is he from your village too? He qualifies as a speed bump." "What speed bump?" The group was baffled. Soon the man from the woods staggered out, blood at the corner of his mouth, carrying two swords. "Uncle Kozaburo Koshiro, he's a pirate. A pirate with a bounty of 50 million berry," demon-faced Sayyid. 50 million berry. Is that the Navy's bounty? Why haven't I received it? And what's with the title demon-faced? Isn't it a jura? Sayyid wondered which part went wrong that he hadn't received a wanted poster. Crocodile, who was nearby, was the first to speak. "Hey, what about me? What's my bounty?" Rand stared at them warily, saying nothing. Crocodile grew impatient. "You must have wanted posters here, right?" Shimatsuki Kozaburo quickly stopped him and said, "Wait, could there be a misunderstanding? They are our benefactors." "What?" Soon Kozaburo explained everything to him, and he finally understood. So pirates actually do good deeds. Ran was astonished. Pirates had come to plunder the village before, but they had always been driven away. Sayyid, however, studied the young man named Ran with great interest, for his appearance was strikingly similar to the future Zoro, except for the hair color not being green. No, it should be Zoro who resembles him. Sayyid had a guess in his mind. Sure enough, Ran introduced himself. I am Rorinoa Ran. No matter who you are, if you cause trouble in the village, I will not let you off. The man who would father the king of hell, Rorinoa Zoro. Interesting. Judging from that earlier slash, this Ran fellow had some skill, but not much. Then Ran exclaimed excitedly, that move you used was amazing. Kozaburo sincerely invited Sayyid and his crew to be guests at Shimatsuki village. Having weathered many storms, he knew not all pirate crews reveled in plunder. Anyone willing to help Neko find Shimatsuki village could not be evil. Inside the Ishin dojo, Ran's mother Shimatsuki Furiko soon arrived. Furiko and Neko were old friends, and they embraced, weeping together. Sorry you had to see that, Sayyid, Kozaburo said with a rueful smile. It's all right, I understand. Our gratitude knows no bounds. If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask. There was the very opening I was waiting for. Sayyid spoke. I've heard from Neko that you are a masterful swordsmith. Kozaburo, that's right. Do you need me to forge a weapon? However, without rare metals as material, it would be difficult to craft a fine blade of the highest order. Even Kozaburo in his lifetime had only forged 2 great-grade swords, Inma and Wado Ikemonji. This was one of Kozaburo's greatest regrets. As one of the finest swordsmiths of Wano country, how he yearned to forge a supreme-grade blade. Sayyid pondered for a moment, then produced 2 gold bars and a piece of composite metal. The composite metal came from a lucky draw. Sayyid had already tested it. Its flexibility and hardness far surpassed steel. I would like these materials, this metal and some gold, to forge a fine sword. The remaining gold will serve as payment for your work. Kozaburo stared intently at the composite metal. No, that's not right. You are our benefactor. How could I take your money? Haha, gold and silver are meant to be spent. Sayyid pushed the gold toward him. I entrust this to you. Kozaburo ignored the gold entirely, instead caressing the composite metal like a precious treasure, examining it closely. Such material is rare indeed. Harder than steel, yet possessing a certain resilience, and lighter than expected. Truly a unseen-a-lifetime find. With such metal as a base supplemented by some rare materials he had saved over the years, Kozaburo was confident he could forge another great grade, or even a supreme grade sword. If possible, I would also like to learn the techniques of armament haki and its higher application. Ryu, you seem to know quite a lot. Kozaburo pulled a small booklet from his pocket. This records the methods of training haki. However, once I begin forging, I'm afraid I won't have much time to guide you personally. Let me help, said Shimatsuki Furiko, approaching. She looked to be in her 30s, dressed in a kimono with traces of tears still on her face. A melancholy beauty that stirred one's heart. Kozaburo explained, Furiko is also a skilled swordsman. However, after giving birth to Ran, her constitution weakened. She can barely use haki, but it's enough to point out your flaws. Sayyid and his crew naturally settled in. Forging the sword would take considerable time. Meanwhile, Ran visited the Ishin dojo every single day. The reason was simple. Sayyid was the strongest man Ran had ever encountered, and the majesty of that single slash was etched into his memory forever. That day, Sayyid was training haki in the dojo. Shimatsuki Furiko and Neko were both present. Furiko instructed them, haki is a power latent within the body. Sensing a foe's intense aura to predict their movements is observation haki. Channeling the hidden force to envelop the bota's surface is armament haki. After her explanation, she even demonstrated. She gathered her strength before a wooden post. Huh. With a sharp cry, Shimatsuki Furiko struck with her right palm. Boom! The wooden post shattered instantly. Furiko panted, then turned to Sayyid and said, this is armament haki. I apologize, but due to my health I cannot show you Ryu. Sayyid nodded thoughtfully. According to the training manual, a sufficiently strong physique was the foundation of. In some regions, after long exploration, unique methods had been developed to quickly enter the realm of haki. For example, the Marines had the 6 powers as a foundation, Amazon Lily likely had its own techniques, and Wano country it seemed trained its samurai through swordsmanship to gradually master haki. Sayyid clenched his fist, as if trying to sense the hidden power within. 2 weeks passed, yet he still hadn't grasped the use of armament haki. However, his swordsmanship had improved considerably. After all, he was surrounded by samurai from Wano. Not only Kozaburo and Koshiro, but Shimatsuki Furiko was also a seasoned sword master. She could spot flaws in his technique at a glance. Sayyid sighed softly. It seems mastering haki won't be so easy. Shimatsuki Furiko said gently, Saijikin is already doing remarkably well. The use of haki requires years of cultivation. And your talent in swordsmanship is truly astonishing. Every swing of your sword carries a natural edge. You are a born swordsman. Sayyid's talent impressed everyone greatly. Whether with a real sword or a wooden one, each of his strikes was extraordinarily powerful. Of course, only Sayyid knew that this was due to the sharpness trait. Moreover, he hadn't drawn a prize in a long. However, the task of spreading his fame across the sea was complete, but mastering armament haki still posed a long journey. If he pulled a useful skill from the draw, he would have to replace one of his current ones. Among his current abilities, the least useful to him was Insight, since mastering observation haki made it. It's almost noon, Karina said as she emerged from the room. Everyone, let's take a break. Almost noon. Then Ran will probably show up again, won't he? Sure enough, the moment Sayyid finished speaking, Ran strode into the dojo. Hey Sayyid, my swordsmanship has improved. Let's duel. Since being wounded half a month ago by Sayyid's sword strike, Lon had gained new insights into swordsmanship. Through these 15 days of arduous training, his sword skills had also improved, which was why he dared to challenge Sayyid again. This time I will surely win. Come on Sayyid, accept my challenge. Lon held two swords, assuming a dual this. Inside the dojo, Aokiji, Abayarlu, Karina, and Xuanyue Jinzi were all watching Lon. Xuanyue Jinzi said helplessly, I am deeply sorry, Sayyid, it is this humble woman's failure to discipline him properly. But Sayyid waved his hand nonchalantly and said, it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of a few minutes, it won't delay our meal. However, these words made Lon furious. You underestimate me too much, Sayyid. Thinking this, Sayyid stood up and looked around as if searching for something. Hey, what are you doing? Lon asked. Sayyid ignored him, picked the smallest fruit knife from the weapon rack in the yard. Lon looked puzzled. Are you going to eat an apple? Sayyid casually twirled the knife, stood opposite Lon, and said calmly, sorry, I couldn't find a smaller knife than this. In an instant, Lon felt his blood surge and his head burn. Gung Sailang, who had just come out and didn't understand what was happening, suddenly spoke. Why is Lan's face turning red? Clang. Lon gripped his two swords and charged angrily. If you die, don't regret it. Sayyid. Two sword style crow's silence. Sayyid held the knife with one hand, stared intently at Lon, and said, Lon, don't cry if you lose. Less chatter. Lon swung his arms, and the two swords seemed like cold moonlight splashing out two silver screens. The wind fell silent at this moment, and everyone held their breath quietly. Even Gung Sailang, who had just come out of the house, pondered silently. Lan's move was already quite impressive. Even he was not fully confident in completely blocking it. Sayyid using only a fruit knife was too arrogant. However, in Sayyid's vision, Lon had already clang. With a crisp sound of weapon clash, Lon seemed to hit a wall and could not advance another step. In an instant, his pupils were filled with disbelief. Impossible, I don't believe it. How can the gap between us be so huge? Lon forced himself to calm down, moved left and right, and unleashed a ferocious dual blade style, continuously attacking Sayyid. However, how could Lon, who hadn't even mastered observation haki, be his opponent? Sayyid, holding the fruit knife, could accurately block Lan's attacks every time he raised his knife. He even defended for 20 consecutive rounds without attacking. Abayarlu couldn't help but speak while watching the match. The gap between Lon and the captain is just too huge. Moreover, the captain has become even stronger. Even Aokiji rarely showed a smile. She really liked this way of defeating an opponent with such ease. After all, he is our captain. If he can't even reach this level, then we might as well let someone else be the captain. Xuanyue Jinzi was both happy and worried. Perhaps Lon would no longer think about going to sea, but what if he was deeply traumatized from then on? Lon wanted to attack again, but the moment he raised his hand, Sayyid knocked both of his swords away. The power and skill displayed with just a fruit knife made it difficult for him to hold his weapons. Lon looked dejected, standing dumbly in the dojo. Is this all you've got, Lon? Sayyid had never seen Solon, but he felt that as Solon's father, Lon should still have untapped potential. Facing an invincible opponent, you choose to admit defeat. Admit defeat. Lon shed tears of unwillingness, picked up the two swords from the ground again, and roared with the loudest voice. How could I admit defeat? I am a man who will become a great swordsman. This is my strongest strike, Sayyid. Roranoa Lan's aura gradually rose. Gung Sailang beside him was shocked. Such a powerful sword momentum. Come on, said Sayyid. Two sword style flying fish crossing. In an instant their figures crossed, and heaven and earth fell silent. At the moment of Lan's attack, Aokiji and the others all saw it. On the blades of Lan's two swords, a faint trace of black clung to them. Abayarlu said in surprise, Aokiji, that couldn't be. Aokiji, it should be armament haki. I didn't expect him to master it first, even if unconsciously. Sayyid also noticed the change, but even so, such a shallow armament haki could not withstand his strength. The fruit knife slid across the blade, and Sayyid casually flicked the handle, smashing it against the back of Lan's head. The terrifying force left him dizzy and his eyes rolling white. Wah! Lon cried out in pain, stumbled a few steps, and fell to his knees. The two ordinary swords also broke into pieces. Damn it, I must find two famous swords in the future. This was Lan's last thought. Then he could no longer control his mind, his eyes rolled back, and he fell flat on the ground unconscious. Sayyid shrugged and said, looks like we don't have to wait for him for lunch. Hey Lon, do you have to? Early in the morning, Gung Sailang just got up and found Lon already practicing hard in his dojo. Holding a dumbbell in each hand, he practiced swinging. Gung Siling, I've decided to set a small goal first, which is to surpass you. Gung Siling was 1 year older than Lan, so relying on his age, his swordsmanship was also slightly better than Lan's. How did I become the target to be chased? Gung Siling put his hand to his forehead, but soon also picked up a large dumbbell from the dojo and practiced chopping. Lan widened his eyes. Hey, why are you starting to train too? Gung Siling, I don't want to be surpassed by you, Lan. After all, you've been dominated by me since childhood. Hahaha, I've decided. I'm going to sea with Sayyid. That day when Abilu got drunk, he accidentally let it slip that our East Blue is called the weakest sea with hardly any decent strong men. Lan trained as he spoke. I want to go to the broader sea, challenge more strong men, and constantly hone my swordsmanship. Hearing Lan's words, Gung Siling was also tempted. Going to sea was something he had longed for. But his father absolutely forbade him from going to sea. Hey Lan, does Aunt Jinzi really allow you to go to sea? Hearing him mention his mother, Lan's expression stiffened, then he spoke mechanically. Mother, she will definitely not stop me. That expression of yours doesn't look like she would let you go to sea. I don't care. I'm going to sea no matter what. You went hunting again. It seemed that Sayyid would go into the mountains every morning to find prey. You went hunting again. It seemed that Sayyid would go into the mountains every morning to find prey. They could always hear the roars of beasts like bears and tigers in the mountains. Of course, I get up in the morning to breathe fresh air. I heard it. You also want to go to sea, right? Sayyid casually threw the tiger to the ground and sat down with his back against it. Lan and Gung Siling exchanged a glance. Could it be that Sayyid is willing to take us to sea? Indeed, Sayyid actually recognizes me. This was Lan's inner thought. It seems Sayyid has also discovered. This was Gung Siling's thought. This was Sayyid's inner thought. Given your current strength, I want to invite you aboard, Sayyid said, taking in their expressions. So to board my ship you must pass a trial. What trial? They asked in unison. Before we set sail you must master a form of hockey. Sayyid added. We'll depart in as early as half a month, at most a month. So soon? Gung Siling and Lan were astonished. Sayyid replied, what are you thinking? The delay was only because my weapon wasn't ready. After extensive training, he knew exactly how to practice armament hockey. But without life or death pressure here, he couldn't break through that threshold. If he continued training step by step, it would take an eternity to awaken armament hockey. Mere training yielded slow progress. Only by fighting constantly and battling strong foes on the sea could he grow swiftly. Thus Sayyid had already planned. Once Gung Sanlang forged his sword, they would set sail. They would fight back into the Grand Line and crush the Baroque Kingdom's rebels. Lan suddenly declared loudly, I will definitely master hockey. Sayyid, he'll board your ship, and he'll beat Gung Siling to it. Gung Siling retorted, hey Lan, don't underestimate me. He'll be the one boarding first. You'll end up as the 6th member, he'll be the 5th. Ha 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 ha, Sayyid burst into laughter. Both Lan and Gung Siling were still young, especially Gung Siling, who was far from the gentle yet inscrutable figure he would become over 20 years later. Then Sayyid walked to the backyard. This was where they lived with many rooms. Shimatsuki, Fuziko, and Karina also resided here. Saiken, you're back. Fuziko, who seemed to have been waiting at the door, took a clean towel from a basin and offered it with both hands. You don't have to do this for me. Her enthusiasm toward him was overwhelming. Even if he had helped her find her family, it shouldn't be this much. This made Sayyid uncomfortable. It felt as though Fuziko was too good to him. But she said, it's fine. In my eyes, Saiken is like my own child. Well, you might as well learn from Whitebeard and say be my son, and someone might actually win. Unable to endure Fuziko's persistent gaze, Sayyid took the towel to wipe his face and neck. Seeing this, Fuziko finally smiled. Saiken, I'd like to ask you a favor. If I can help. Fuziko said, I want to entrust Karina to you. Sayyid was momentarily stunned. You want her to? No, not that. From the moment I met you, I knew you'd be a good man. So, I want Karina to be your wife. Please consider it. This was a decision Fuziko had carefully considered. As an experienced woman, she saw Sayyid as responsible and trustworthy. Moreover, he had helped them greatly. Fuziko knew her own health. Without Sayyid, she might never have recovered from the pain of losing her clan and husband, eventually dying of depression. And during the voyage, she had noticed how well Karina got along with Sayyid. Thus, he was surely the one destined. However, these words left Sayyid dumbfounded. Wait, not you, your daughter. Sayyid stood. It wasn't that he hadn't dreamed of romance in this world. What man doesn't have dreams? But right now, how old was he? Almost 16, still young. He didn't want to indulge in such matters. Actually, he feared censorship. This was his golden period for cultivation. How could he be distracted by mere women? I'm still too young to get married, Sayyid said with some difficulty. No, I don't mean now. When you grow up, you can unite with Karina. Fuziko's face grew redder as she spoke. Karina. An image of her appeared in Sayyid's mind. She resembled Shiji from 2 years after the Paramount War, but with long hair often tied in a high ponytail. In a world of beauties, her looks were among the best. But still Karina? I've already asked her. She has no objections. Tisk, so she's just given away. Sayyid wasn't one to hesitate, but for future happiness he had to set a precaution. So he added, it's just. My mother gave me some advice before she passed. He told a small kind lie. What advice? Was there a condition to being his wife? Did it require a certain level of strength or adherence to some ancient tradition? Our family has been single child for 3 generations. My mother hoped I would revive the Albert family's prosperity. But just Karina and me probably won't be enough. Sayyid carefully observed Fiziko's expression. He had made himself clear. In short, would she accept a harem? However, Fiziko understood his implication, but misinterpreted it. When she noticed his lingering gaze on her, she felt her body heat up. Sayyid is too flirtatious. Too greedy. Sensing 3 distinct emotional fluctuations, Sayyid raised an eyebrow. So besides Fiziko, 2 others were hiding in the room. One was probably Karina. Who was the other? Could it be that sneaky Gung Samlang? And didn't he just hint that he might not have only one woman? Shouldn't she be angry? Why was she blushing? Fiziko looked at him, her face crimson. Sayyid, I understand your mother's wish. Such practices are common in Wano. Some clan heads take multiple wives to ensure superior lineage. But, in my eyes, you've always been like a child. So you mustn't have improper thoughts about me. You're only 15 and I'm over 30. We're not suited. Someone in the room contributed another 10 emotional units. Huh. Sayyid was petrified. Admittedly, a beautiful woman from Wano with the status of a widow was tempting. If he were a bit older, it wouldn't, but for now everything had to be set aside. Improving his strength and influence was paramount. That wasn't, however, things had escalated to this point. Could he say he didn't mean it? That would embarrass Fiziko. So Sayyid gave a dry laugh. As for Karina and me, once I make a name for myself, I will return. He said this not only for Fiziko, but also for Karina, who was eavesdropping. Hearing this, Fiziko happily reached out and pulled him into an embrace. Wonderful, Sayyid. We're family now. With a boy like you protecting Karina, I could die without regret. Sayyid, struggling to breathe, said, Aunt Fiziko, don't say that. He'll protect both of you. Another 10 negative emotion units came from inside the house. Who was that? Finally, Sayyid made an excuse and ran out. After he was far away, 2 people emerged from the room. Mother Sayyid. He's such a lecher. He even had designs on you. Frostmoon Nadeshiko, you heard her too. Sayyid's mother has long passed away. Perhaps because he lacked maternal love as a child, he tends to develop an interest in more mature women. Even so, I'm still older than him. Karina pouted, her pretty face puffing up. Inside the house, Frostmoon Shizuko also stepped out, speaking with a beaming smile. Nadeshiko, you can rest assured now. Sai is a truly dependable man. Nadeshiko, ma'am. Now I can stay in Frostmoon Village without worry. On the other side, Said ran to the seaside. Seeing no one around, he lay directly on the sand, gazing at the sky. With a flicker of thought, a panel materialized before him. Current emotion value 1432. In just over half a month, Said had earned hundreds more emotion points in Frostmoon Village. Especially Erishur and Koshiro. After daily beatings from Said, they now automatically offered 5 emotion points whenever they saw him. This way of earning negative emotion points is still too slow. Said listened quietly to the waves. To acquire more emotion points, he didn't need to overthink. Simply find an island, plunder it, and the emotion points would roll in. However, such a method was too extreme. Wantonly slaughtering the innocent and weak was not something Said wished to do. Or I could quickly build a reputation. If he became infamous, wherever he went, people would fear him from the depths of their hearts, offering him even more. Thus he could achieve sustainable development. He would simply travel around the world, reaping bountiful harvests everywhere he passed. The key is, without strength there is no reputation. Without reputation there are not enough emotion points. That leaves me weak, trapped in a vicious cycle. Said finally understood why some people emphasize the importance of the first pot of gold. Without seed capital, trying to grow like a snowball was fraught with constraints at every turn. And besides, I'm too handsome. I'm not scary at all. He had already tried. When he told the villagers of Frostmoon Village that he was a pirate, every single one of them laughed uncontrollably. Laughing, they said they had played like that when they were kids. Some pretended to be pirates, some marines, and some even became Okama. Was he really going to have to wear a demon mask from now on? That wasn't impossible. But the immediate priority was still to improve his strength and raise his bounty. Roger wouldn't live many more years. Once he died, the great pirate era would begin. By then, powerful figures from all corners would emerge, and the seas would plunge into chaos. Without sufficient strength, even self-preservation would be no easy feat. Caw-caw. A news coup flew across the sky. Said gave it a cursory glance. Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Kozaburo addresses elite training camp recruit ceremony. The scandalous past of the king of Kosha, Charlotte Linlin, adds another son. All utterly trivial junk news. His gaze finally landed on the bottom right corner of the last page. A pitifully short fictional story. What a culturally barren world this is. Perhaps due to the world being divided by oceans, or maybe because of the high illiteracy rate, the literary scene here was appallingly underdeveloped. Writing a novel. Said suddenly fell into thought, devising a brilliant scheme to harvest negative emotion points. With his abilities, he could certainly bring a bit of literary shock to this world. Thus, in the following days, aside from training and cultivation, Said shut himself away in his room. His mysterious daily activities thoroughly piqued everyone's curiosity. That morning, as usual, Said headed into the mountains to train. Crocodile sat in the courtyard staring at Said's room. Abel, what do you suppose he's been doing in that room all day? Abel, no idea, but it doesn't feel like anything good. Sometimes I even hear the captain cackling inexplicably. Arashi, sitting on a rock nearby, said, that guy sometimes even forgets to eat. If Master Kosaburo doesn't finish forging his weapons soon, is he going to go stir crazy in Frostmoon Village? Koshiro, maybe we should go take a look. There could be some demons sealed inside. Arashi, your imagination is way too vivid. Even if there is a demon, Said would just chop it to pieces. Crocodile, in any case, there's definitely a secret in there. So who's going in to check? As Abel finished speaking, the four of them exchanged glances. If they barged in rashly and discovered some unspeakable secret, Said would probably kill them, wouldn't he? For a moment, the atmosphere turned silent. Only Erishur gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go. You're the one." Three no sooner had the words left his mouth than someone... For a moment, the atmosphere turned silent. Only Erishur gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go. You're the one." Three no sooner had the words left his mouth than someone kicked him into Said's room. Damn it, who kicked me? Erishur rubbed his backside and began to survey Said's room. The room was very simple. Apart from a bed and a wardrobe, there was only a desk. A desk. Erishur looked at the surface where a thick stack of paper was pressed down. Could Said be writing a ship? He had heard that many captains recorded their experiences at sea, so every ship's log was precious. It contained the wisdom of those who had come before. Erishur picked up the top sheet. The ink was not yet fully dry. The foolish old man moves a mountain. Is this a storybook? It's about an 80-year-old man trapped at home by two mountains. Determined to go to sea, he pounds the mountains every day and ultimately smashes them both. 800 years ago, there was an old man named Yugong, 80 years old. His home was encircled by two mountains that blocked his way to the sea for fishing. In anger, he pounded the mountains every day. Finally, through his unyielding persistence, Erishur had never read such an entertaining story. He was completely absorbed. What a determined old man. And so strong. He can still pound mountains at 80. What a fine line, sons and grandsons, endless and infinite. What a real man. But just as he reached the end, the story came to an abrupt halt. The ending. Why is there no ending? Erishur grumbled, but figuring the story was unfinished, he turned to the next manuscript. This story has a strange title, Lousy's Sea. Erishur scratched his head, ready to read on, when Koshiro called from outside. Arashi, have you found anything? Unbeknownst to him, he had already been in Said's room for over 10 minutes. Arashi, I know what Said's been. Something this good should be shared with more people. Impulsively, Erishur grabbed Said's original manuscripts and walked out of the room. Said has been writing storybooks in his room. What? Crocodile looked baffled. Hadn't Said said he was illiterate? Every time on the ship, he made her read the newspaper to him. Before she could speak, Erishur handed her a manuscript. Crocodile looked down. The first page bore a striking title, Racing Across the Great Sea. That bastard. So he had been lying about being illiterate. Every time she read the newspaper, while he lounged in the sun, Crocodile felt a surge of irritation, wanting to punch him. What a pain. Emotion value 10. Why had emotion points suddenly come in? Said sneezed. At his feet lay three bears he had knocked unconscious. Who's thinking about me behind my back? Could it be that the story I submitted to the newspaper has been published? Why is this happening? Lon looked incredulously at the stack of manuscript paper. Beside him, Gung Siling held his forehead. Abayarlu pursed his lips, and Kelokitier wore a dark expression. Kelokitier said, "This does resemble something Sayyid would do." Damn it. Lon said, "So he locked himself in his room these past few days just to toy with us." Abayarlu said, "Never thought the captain would go this far for a prank." After reading all the manuscripts, they quickly reached a consensus. Sayyid is truly inhuman sometimes. Why do all the storybooks suddenly end at the most exciting part? It must be deliberate. Resentment 1010. Gung Siling said, "Why not just ask Sayyid directly? He must be waiting for... Let me beg him." Kelokitier gritted his teeth in opposition. In his mind, he could already picture that smug face making exaggerated expressions and saying, "Want to know what happens next? Beg me, and he'll tell you." How could he possibly do that? Kelokitier grew angrier the more, "But I really want to see what happens next." That Monkey King who bravely entered the Fishman Island's Dragon Palace, stole the giant weapon from the Merfolk King, defeated the One-Loro Marines, caused havoc at Mary Geos, and finally must have overthrown the Celestial Dragons to become the new ruler, right? A buyerless favorite was this storybook, but it ended right at the part where the Monkey King, dissatisfied with the low rank offered by the celestial dragons, angrily went out to sea to gather an army to storm Mary Geos. Lon blurted out, Sayyid is too sinister. I really want to know the rest of the story. If Sayyid said, beg me, and he'll tell you, Lon would absolutely be willing to kneel and kowtow. This had nothing to do with the spirit of a swordsman. If he couldn't see the ending, his life would surely be filled with regret. Meanwhile, Sayyid, who was about to return, felt completely baffled. Along the way, his emotional value kept increasing. It must be that the storybook I submitted has been published. Those poor souls who've never seen good content must be furious. Along the way, his emotional value kept increasing. It must be that the storybook I submitted has been published. Those poor souls who've never seen good. Many people would probably be filled with resentment. However, this time shouldn't be too much, because most people are definitely looking forward to me releasing the next part. When they discover that every article I write is only half finished, they'll probably want to kill me. Sayyid wore a sadistically amused smile. A writer friend once told him the essential skills a mature author must master: cliffhangers, padding, dropping stories, and taking a day off with a moi. Let the bad habits of the other world blow into this sea. After all, this is teacher Oda's usual combo move. Sayyid hummed a tune as he walked back. But when he entered the yard, he found the four of them staring at him in an unusual silence. What's wrong? Lon couldn't help asking Sayyid why. The novels you write all have no endings. Sayyid was stunned, then noticed the manuscript in his hand. Hey you guys, did you sneak into my room? Oh no, I forgot about this. Actually, they should be the ones feeling guilty. In an instant, the four exchanged glances. Aokiji was the first to turn into a pile of sand and fly away. I have no interest in entering your room. Abiru flapped his wings. Captain, I haven't done today's training tasks. Gung Silang. I still need to deliver food to my father, so I'll take my leave. Lon said angrily. Hey, wait a minute, everyone saw it. I say, Lon, you've been slacking off lately, haven't you? It seems I need to increase the difficulty of your training. Emotion value 5. Chato Mad, I was just curious about you locking yourself in the room every day. Boom. Just then the smithy not far away suddenly shook, followed by Gung Samling's laughter. Wah, it's finally finished, my proudest masterpiece. Sayyid glanced at Lon and turned to head toward the smithy. It seemed his sword was finally finished. Lon breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment Sayyid's voice drifted from afar. My weapon is finished. You should know what this means, right? Lon. Lan's expression changed, his fists clenched. So far he hadn't mastered even one type of hockey. When Sayyid arrived, Gung Samling was still laughing heartily. Uncle Gung Samling. You're here, Sayyid. This will definitely be a fine sword. Gung Samling's eyes were filled with excitement. The sense of achievement from this sword far surpassed that of Enma. Sayyid looked at the weapon inserted in the fire, his tone revealing doubt. From the looks of it, it's not finished yet. Sayyid didn't know swordsmithing, but he could tell that this sword was still just a rough shape. Because its completion requires one final step, and that final step must be done personally by the sword's master. Are you kidding me? Sayyid looked incredulous. He might not have made a sword, but he had seen swords being made. This world was governed by science. No, I'm not lying. It's different. Gung Samling took a pipe and lit it. That's why I'm so excited. I've only heard of such cases in legends passed down through generations. An embryo most likely to give birth to a sword spirit. Sword spirit. I see. Sayyid nodded. You don't seem surprised at all. I know ship spirits exist, so it's not strange to have a sword spirit. But Gung Silang, who was beside them, couldn't follow. He quickly interrupted. Wait a moment, what sword spirit? I've never heard of it. Gung Samling said. You should know that many famous swords have unique emotions, right? Like Enma, which devours a person's haki. Unless one is a true king, they cannot wield it. And in ancient legends there is a demon sword that can even control its holder. So swords can have consciousness. When it follows its master under certain conditions, it's very likely to give birth to a sword spirit. But what those conditions are, I don't know. Sayyid. And how does that relate to this sword? Gung Samling. Because after this sword was forged into a rough shape, it already had its own emotions. That's why I'm so excited. In the history of famous swords, there has never been such a case, which means this sword has great potential. Emotions. Sayyid looked at the weapon in the fire. He just wanted an exclusive weapon. Was the system's material really that powerful? Now it's up to you, Sayyid. I sense its emotions. It wants the final shaping to be done by its future master. It has resisted me. Gung Siling exclaimed. How could such a bizarre thing happen? Sayyid smiled calmly. The world is vast and full of wonders. That's the joy of life. What should I do, Uncle Gung Samling? Immerse it in water to cool. Because the material you provided after the first cooling the blade blank is not so hard, so you can personally mold it into the shape you desire. But the prerequisite is you need to gain its approval. This I know well. Sayyid stepped forward. In the firelight the blade gleamed a scorching red. A single glance sufficed to sense its terrifying heat. Yet as Sayyid drew near, its resistance gradually waned. Was it because the composite metal itself had been crafted by his own hands, thus bearing no innate aversion to him? Sayyid clamped it out and plunged it into the prepared cooling liquid. As a thick mist billowed upward, the blade's temperature plummeted rapidly, eventually turning tepid. "You may begin, Sayyid," Kosaburo reminded from the side. Both Kosaburo and Koshiro stared wide-eyed. Such a scene was a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Sayyid took the sword in hand, inhaled deeply, and began to apply pressure slowly, as if molding clay starting from the hilt. The blade was not that soft, it was even harder than gold. That Sayyid could mold it was purely due to his immense hand strength. After pondering, he first shaped the hilt roughly large enough for a two-handed grip and used tools to carve wave-like grooves into it, greatly increasing friction. Finally came the blade and tip. Sayyid pinched the edge between his thumb and forefinger, then like folding paper and smoothing the crease, he ran his hand from top to bottom to sharpen the blade. "Koshiro, is that how you sharpen a blade?" "Kosaburo, this is my first time seeing it too. An extraordinary sword naturally requires an extraordinary forging method." "How beautiful!" Kosaburo could not help but exclaim as he watched the sword gradually take form. After shaping, Sayyid followed Kosaburo's guidance, through quenching clay, coating, cooling, and a series of other steps. At last the sword revealed its visage. Kosaburo studied it, and precisely described its features. The blade is of tachi form, broad and thick, with a haphazard wave pattern, and shaped grain, every line rolls like overlapping ocean waves. Truly magnificent. Sayyid admired the sword, as well, though Kosaburo was mistaken on one point. It was not a tachi style, it merely borrowed the tachi's curve to enhance cutting power. The difference from a katana lay in the blade's greater width, exuding a unique dominance and beauty. Both the edge and spine bore undulating curves, making it more elegant and mechanically sound. If forced to draw an analogy, an ordinary sword is a common woman, a great blade a princess, and this sword, a queen 1 m tall, with legs 1 m 20 proud and sensual. This odd thought inevitably brought Boa Hancock to Sayyid's mind. He chuckled at his own whimsy. How could a weapon have gender? As for consciousness, perhaps someday he would feed it a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Give it a name, Sayyid. Kosaburo looked at him with anticipation. From the moment it was born, Kosaburo had determined its grade, a blade worthy of the supreme grade Mito 12. And such a legendary blade came from his Shimatsuki, Kosaburo's hands. He had no more regrets. A name. Sayyid caressed the blade. Its cool, smooth touch was irresistible. How could a naming-challenged person like him come up with a lofty, majestic name? Maybe I should go ask. No, this sword is extraordinary. You must name it yourself. Kosaburo refused outright. Air. Troll's bead edge. Invincible, explosive, thunderous, mighty sword. Deep blue, terrifying shark blade. Mountain crushing phoenix, slash. With each name Sayyid uttered, Kosaburo and Koshiro's faces grew darker. A sword this magnificent with such atrocious names was an insult to both swordsmith and swordsman. Kosaburo finally snapped, "Enough. What horrible names are those? Would you really dare announce your weapon's name in battle? Then what should I call it?" Just then Sayyid seemed to sense the sword's emotion. His heart stirred inexplicably, and a name slipped out. Imperial Consort. Let her be called Imperial Consort. How about it? Imperial Consort. Kosaburo pondered a moment, then his eyes lit up. That is a fine name. This sword possesses immense power and a breathtaking beauty. To a swordsman, it is like a stunning woman. A swordsman's blade is a lifelong companion, and Imperial Consort, the Emperor's beloved, suits your ambition well. I just said a name, and you can read so much into it. Nevertheless, Sayyid graciously admitted, clearing his throat, "Indeed, that was my intention." Kosaburo exhaled a smoke ring, and continued, "I will have its scabbard ready by today. For now, take the Imperial Consort with you, let it bond with you." One more thing, Kosaburo didn't say. The more eccentric a sword's personality, the more extraordinary it usually is, and the stronger the bond, the greater the effect. Understood. Sayyid walked outside with the sword, intending to familiarize himself with it. Gripping it with one hand, he swung with half his strength. "Sayyid, would you like me to be your sparing?" Koshiro followed and happened to see the swing, instantly reading his but the words died in his throat. A dark golden slash, several meters long, flew out, slicing through the rock garden like a graceful crescent moon. With a crash, the 100-meter hill was severed clean, sliding apart like cut tofu. Koshiro gaped in disbelief. Flying slash. That was not something an ordinary swordsman could achieve. He was glad he hadn't offered to spar. That level would definitely cause serious injury. "What did you say, Koshiro?" "Nothing. Have you already reached this level, Sayyid?" Inwardly, Sayyid was equal, though he could barely produce a slash at full power before this. Was far beyond that. Was it the Imperial Consorts? It could enhance a swordsman's attack to a certain extent. Koshiro calmed down, clearly noting the sword's uniqueness. So this is the level of a supreme grade blade. Truly extraordinary. But I have Wado Ikamanji, Koshiro thought to himself. Moreover, a weapon is not just about its grade, it must suit the wielder. Wado Ikamanji was the one most suited to his character. Sayyid gazed appreciatively at the Imperial Consort. Unlike the swift sharpness of Yubashiri or the eerie malevolence of Kitetsu, the Imperial Consort offered a distinct feel, a novel experience. Its essence was nobility and dominance. Holding the hilt and swinging, it gave a sense of power, as if one could shatter everything with the blade in hand. An absolute masterpiece. That was Sayyid's assessment. Ha 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 ha. Imperial Consort, come with me to the summit of the world. Sayyid hurled another slash toward the sea. The Imperial Consort's blade hummed faintly, as if answering. To Koshiro's astonishment, under Sayyid's full power, the dark golden slash swept across the ocean and briefly split the sea in two. That's too exaggerated. Sea Circle Calendar 1513. Said officially turned 16. A week had passed since forging the Imperial Princess. Since it was the start of a new year, Xuanyue Village held an annual spring festival where people prayed for blessings for themselves and their families in the coming year. Said sat on the rooftop looking at his current gains skill Harden LV2. Use full body strength to harden the body tenfold. Upgradable requires 500 emotion points. Skill Endure LV2. 20 chance to lock health. When stamina is low, upgrade condition 1000 emotion points. Skill Belly Drum LV3. Consume half of HP to gain a tenfold power increase. Upgradable requires 2500 emotion points. Skill Foresight, able to see through opponents' attacks and predict in advance. Consumes mental energy. Cannot be upgraded. Skill Sacred Sword, a swordsmanship technique that cuts the opponent with a blade, ignores defense changes, and deals direct damage. Ability Sharpness increases the power of moves that cut the opponent. Current skill slots 5. Current ability slots 2. Unlock skill slot Quest Master Armament Hockey and let your fame spread across the sea. Unlock ability slot Quest 1. Devil Fruit emotion points 10086. A full 10,000 emotion points. After brewing for a few days the novel he had abruptly stopped updating, and the newspaper garnered quite a bit of resentment. However, Said also figured out the efficiency of collecting emotion points. Those who felt resentment could only provide 1 point per person. But the sheer volume made up for it, so Said successfully obtained a huge fortune. Let's roll. As Said chose a 10 pull again, the gacha machine spun wildly, soon spitting out 10 poke balls. A box of normal bullets. Ability Pickpocket steals the item of an opponent that comes into contact with the user. Moo Milk 1. Fresh Soda 1. Item Defense Boost increases the user's base defense points. Pickpocket. As Said chose a 10 pull again, the gacha machine spun wildly, soon spitting out 10 poke balls. A box extremely useful. Said's eyes burned with excitement. Imagine in a duel with a swordsman, he could touch him once and steal his sword. Without a sword, what kind of swordsman would he be? Fighting a sniper, steal his rifle. Except for brawlers who fight with fists, he could catch most strong opponents off. As for the defense boost, having tasted the sweetness of the speed boost, Said decisively swallowed it. Teacher Kiduo had taught him at God Valley that the only way to truly own something that enhances strength is to eat it. Phew. Said exhaled a hot breath, clearly feeling his physical defense increase. If this continued, might he obtain a steel balloon constitution like Xia Luo Lingling? However, it was probably because his strength had grown too much. The boost from this bottle was far weaker than the first. Continue drawing. Fresh Soda 1. Gold Pearl 1. Big Pearl 1. Skill Rain. Dance temporarily changes weather. Localized rain for 10 minutes. Fire type. Moves power. Reduced tree. Juice 1. Toilet paper 1. Antidote 1. 3 bottles of fresh soda in a row. Skill Synthesis recovers own HP by basking in sunlight. Recovery effect varies with weather. Please select a skill to replace. 2 skills. Said fell into thought. The current Foresight skill wasn't very useful, but the other skills. Rain Dance, a weather-changing move. The key point is that in the Rain Devil Fruit, users aren't weakened. This skill is perfect against Crocodile. It would only be advantageous against Akainu. Meanwhile, Synthesis is far more useful. It can recover stamina by basking in sunlight. Admiral Green Bull relied on this ability to go without food or drink for 3 years. After weighing for a long time, Said finally chose Synthesis. The orb representing Rain Dance was sealed back into the Pokeball. Said was startled, then quickly understood. Skills not equipped in the skill slot don't disappear. They are temporarily stored and can be used later, but only once. It was essentially a skill trial card. Looking at the remaining over 8,000 emotion points, Said thought for a moment and forcibly suppressed his gambling mentality. Strengthening skills. Now he needed to find a way to improve his strength. Currently both skill slots and ability slots were full, and all his current skills were useful, so Said decided to do a small upgrade first. Harden max it out. Consumed 500 emotion points. Harden LV3. Consumed 2,500 emotion points. Harden LV4. Consumed 7,000 emotion points. Insufficient emotion points. Skill Harden LV4. Mobilize body power. To harden the body 15-fold harden, that will harden any part you want. Upgradable requires 7,000 emotion points. Harden any part you want. Said blinked, clenched his right fist. The next moment, a gleeful expression appeared on his face. Indeed, only his fist had hardened, and he could control the degree of hardness up to 15 times. Moreover, localized hardening could even save a lot of stamina. Any part adjustable levels. Said suddenly had a bold idea. He slowly lowered his head, and soon couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Ha ha ha, with this skill, he'll be the second strongest man in the world. As for who's first, it must be Mr. Jabba. Said then used 2,500 emotion. Skill belly drum LV4. Consume half of HP to gain a 15-fold power increase. Upgradable requires 7,500 emotion points. Current emotion points 2586, 15 times ha. As expected. This also meant said now had a 15-fold hard work talent. Belly drum plus synthesis. Consuming stamina while recovering it. This was the true king of diligence configuration. Said declared let the competition rage, let it throw the seas into chaos, let it make the 4 emperors defend themselves. Then the sea would be his to command. Said what are you doing up there? Karina stood under the eaves looking up and shouting it said. Just enjoying the view. Since that incident their relationship had gradually grown closer. However, said's goal was the vast sea and he was destined not to be bogged down by trivial matters between men and women at this time. Karina took a light breath, leaped up, and after pushing off the wall, nimbly jumped onto the rooftop. You are about to set sail, aren't you? Then before you set sail, accept my challenge. Shouldn't you say something to dissuade me before I leave? Or confess your feelings? Why challenge me right away? Karina said, even if I can't go with you, I won't give up on getting stronger. Said, even if I'm just a woman, I will definitely become a great swordsman. Now I want to personally verify the gap between us. I hope you won't be caught up by me when you return. Seeing Karina like this, said couldn't help but laugh. What a stubborn girl. Karina, I have never doubted that women can become great swordsmen. Also am very happy to accept your challenge. Said. Early in the morning, Roranoa dashed toward the shore. Today is the day, the said pirates. Ha ha, said, I've learned the armament hockey you mentioned. Watch out, flying fish crossing. Ran leaped into the air, slashing it, said with his twin. Ha ha, said, I've learned the armament hockey you mentioned. Watch out, flying fish crossing. Ran leaped into the air, slashing it, said with his twin swords. Most notably, the blades had turned completely black. Although it's just basic hockey, you really have potential. Ran said similarly drew his sword for a horizontal slash, not even using his holy sword. Clang! The blades collided, instantly sparking. The immense force stirred up a gust of wind. Amid said's laughter, Rand could only hold on for a few seconds before being knocked away by his strength. Rand flipped in the air and steadied himself after retreating several meters. However, after withstanding said's attack, he felt quite satisfied and shouted, how about it? Said, can I sail with you now? Of course. Welcome aboard. Rand said couldn't help but laugh, knowing that Rand, still under 20, had already mastered armament hockey. It must be said that he is indeed Zoro's father. Although his talent isn't that strong, he has always worked hard. Said believes that Rand will surely become a formidable force in the future. Has Gung Shirlang not arrived yet? What a pity. Rand boarded the ship, but his gaze lingered on the direction of the distant one-mind dojo. After all, the two had been competing against each other for so long. Thinking of Gung Shirlang, who was so eager to go out and train, but missed this opportunity, he couldn't help but feel regret. Frostmoon, Fuko, his mother Karina, all came to see him off, yet only Gung Shirlang was absent. Rand seemed to understand, and said through gritted teeth, that guy Gung Shirlang really has too much pride. Does he think it would be embarrassing to come and see me off? Nearby Crocodile and the others couldn't help but smirk. Unaware, Rand shouted towards the shore, Uncle Gung Shirlang, help me tell him that I will work hard with his dreams in mind. Those on the shore, including his mother, all burst into laughter upon hearing this. What's so funny? Rand felt somewhat perplexed. At that moment, a familiar voice, one he knew all too well, rang out behind him. I told you my dreams will be realized on my own, no need for you to bear them. Rand turned back in disbelief. Indeed, Gung Shirlang, dressed in a kimono, was smiling at him, clearly mocking. You bastard, how did you get on the ship before me? Said Gung Shirlang, just a few days ago reached a new level in the sword path and mastered observation hockey. With a squint, Gung Shirlang said warmly, congratulations on boarding number 6. Rand blushed completely. Damn it, Gung Shirlang, let's have a match. Rand grabbed Gung Shirlang by the collar, and they started to tussle, instantly turning the deck into chaos, losing Gung Shirlang's refined demeanor. Ha 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 ha, it's going to get livelier on board from now on. Said walked toward the edge of the ship, waving at those on shore, take care. The ship slowly departed, eventually disappearing at the horizon. Meanwhile, said took out the thunder fruit before everyone. After training in Frostmoon Village, he had completely made up his... He didn't have the cheat to consume multiple devil fruits, and while the thunder fruit was indeed powerful, it was no longer the strongest version. In terms of counters, the Gum Gum fruit and the Dark fruit were clearly stronger, and the enhancements from a powerful mythical Zoan would be more practical. Moreover, facing Imus Devil form, a single Logia-type Thunder fruit was somewhat insufficient. Thus, after careful planning, Sayyid decided to give up eating the Thunder fruit. He presented the fruit and began to explain the Devil fruit to the 3 crew members from the East Sea. Huh, is this the Devil fruit? Ran, Gung, Shirlong, and Jipu all looked at the strangely shaped Devil fruit with curiosity, and Jipu even poked it with his finger. Crocodile, Abalu, Jipu, Gung, Shirlong, Ran, and Said sat around in a circle. Said began, I don't plan to eat the Thunder fruit. Why not? Crocodile's expression changed. This is the legendary nature-type lightning with immense destructive power. If you eat it, we will not fear even a marine admiral. Initially, I was making a tough decision, Crococan. To prepare for unexpected situations, I chose to hold on to it. If luck was against us, I would eat it. But now it's unnecessary if our strength now allows us to safely escape, even if we can't defeat a vi. So you plan to give it to one of the crew members. Crocodile quickly understood after a simple analysis. Except for Crocodile, the others are not capable users. I already have someone in mind for this fruit. Said's gaze shifted and finally settled on Abalu. He casually tossed the Thunder fruit into Abalu's arms. Abalu instinctively caught it and was about to refuse, but Said preemptively spoke, Abalu, you're the most suitable. Possessing it will allow your talent to be maximally displayed. Said had long wanted to complain as fellow vice admirals, what kind of trash fruits did Katakuri and Abalu? Abalu, who already had flying capability, ate an ancient Zoan fruit, the toothless pterosaur, enhancing his ability to take hits a little. Transforming into it, he was almost at a disadvantage. As for Katakuri, there was no need to mention. Being able to turn the Paramecia-type Machi fruit into a Logia was his innate talent, not because the Machi fruit was impressive. With it, you can maintain your flame form indefinitely, and the speed boost from the Thunder fruit can completely compensate for your weaknesses, allowing you to unleash both fire and lightning effects, greatly enhancing your attack power. Moreover, its effects are far beyond this. But Captain, only you deserve it. Abalu resolutely shook his head, unwilling to consume such a precious. It should be known that now on the sea, the 2 new monsters appearing in the Marines are both nature-type users, and the value of nature-type is far greater than that of Paramecia and Zoan. Still refusing. Seeing Said's almost murderous gaze, Abalu quickly added, why don't you give it to someone else? Jipu, Ran, or Gung Shirlang would all be fine. They are weaker, and having a fruit ability would significantly boost their strength. Hey Abalu, what are you talking about? I'm the only one on board who has mastered armament hockey. Ran immediately. Even Gung Shirlang spoke up, I want to pursue the ultimate sword path as much as possible. Becoming a user would only hinder me. Jipu said, though it's very powerful, I don't want to become a sitting duck like that. Crocodile was immediately displeased. Why are you all so dismissive of the devil fruit? Said laughed in anger. When did his crew start to reject devil fruits like the Roger pirates? He spoke, stop babbling, Abalu. Trust my judgment, it's the most suitable for you. As for me, my focus isn't on, unless it's the dark fruit, I might consider it. Next stop, we're heading back to the Grand Line to the Baroque Kingdom. Said then revealed their objective, the stronger you are, the better our chances will be. News about the Baroque Kingdom had already appeared in the newspapers. The Baroque no longer exists, and the new kingdom is called Vodka. Moreover, among the rebels, someone has mastered the 2-color hockey, and their strength is not simple. Hearing this, Abalu touched, no longer hesitated, silently thinking, from now on Abalu only belong to the captain, and then he closed his eyes and bit down on the Thunder fruit. Ugh, that strange and disgusting taste almost made Abalu vomit. How does it taste? Crocodile watched his exaggerated expression, feeling inexplicably pleased. Tastes like shit. Said, oh, have you ever eaten shit? Abalu, ha. Emotion value 5. Abalu, I heard that eating all of the devil fruit makes awakening easier, so don't waste it. Nanny Abalu was shocked. Such a disgusting thing still needed to be finished, but thinking carefully, Captain Said clearly knew more, maybe it's true. So he closed his eyes, enduring the nausea, and swallowed the remaining fruit flesh in one bite. Ugh, suddenly the ship erupted into joyful laughter. Sizzle, sizzle, blue electric light enveloped Abalu. Is this the feeling of elementalization? Abalu felt a surge in his heart. His whole body transformed into lightning, and then the wings on his back turned into lightning. With a gentle flap, he floated in midair. Seeing this scene, Said's eyes widened, exclaiming, wings of the thunder god. After elementalization, the black wings turned into blue lightning, resembling the thunder god of Lei, and were even larger than the wings of the thunder god. Coupled with the blazing flames behind Abalu and the white hair that danced in the wind, even Said couldn't help but curse, so damn cool. Although in terms of looks Abalu was not as good as Said, his special effects were unbeatable. Even Ran and Gung Shirlang couldn't help but exclaim, is this the power of the devil fruit? It's truly amazing. Even Crocodile sincerely praised, it seems this fruit suits you well, Abalu. Abaloo landed back on the deck and suddenly said the past Abaloo is dead. From the day I followed the captain, it's a brand new beginning for me. Captain, I want to change my name. Said replied Abaloo, that's the name your mother gave you. How can you easily abandon it? Abaloo was taken aback. He had not expected this. Then he said apologetically, yes, Captain, but you can definitely have a code name. Let's call you Gene. How about that? Code name Gene. Abaloo repeated unexpectedly, finding it quite fitting. Then I'll be Gene from now on. Then let's congratulate Gene on gaining powerful abilities as Japoo. Let's have a feast. I want to eat a whole roasted lamb. Japoo smiled. I can't help it. I've got a gluttonous captain. It's just that when Said wrote out a thick cookbook for him, Japoo was astonished. A person with average cooking skills could write such delicious recipes that even top chefs couldn't accomplish. What else could he be but a seasoned foodie? On the other side of the sea, a luxurious pirate ship adorned with 2 mermaid sculptures at the bow was slowly sailing on the calm, windless sea. Hey Shanks, Buggy, push a little harder. On the ship, Shanks and Buggy were working together to push a large oar. Buggy leaned forward, straining against the winch in front of him, his face nearly as red as his nose from the effort. Normally Buggy would definitely be slacking off, at least not working this hard. But now they were in the doldrums. He was panicking, wanting nothing more than to quickly leave this damned place. Captain Roger, this is the doldrums. Oh, why must we go through here? What if a giant sea king appears? Buggy mumbled while flailing his little legs. Beside him, Rayleigh said, we are pirates, Buggy. Passing through the doldrums can shake off the pursuing marine ships, making it easier for us to avoid being chased by Garp. Damn it, you guys don't need to worry. You Buggy, don't worry, we'll protect you. Jabba looked at the distant coastline and said, looking at the waves ahead, we should be close to sailing out of the doldrums. I have a feeling we won't return empty-handed this time. Roger stood at the bow grinning. Speaking of which, we haven't seen him in a long time, have we, Rayleigh? Yeah, the last time was when we passed through there after departing from Ropetown. While they were rowing, Buggy and Shanks became restless again. Buggy pushed and squeezed Shanks move a bit further out. Shanks, equally unwilling to give, and pressed his face against Buggy's big red nose and said, enough, Buggy, you still owe me 200,000 berries. One sentence seemed to hit Buggy's sore spot. Even though more than half a year had passed, Buggy still couldn't forget that guy who had deceived him. That was such a long time ago, Shanks. We're good brothers, why split what's yours and mine? Then he angrily said, if I ever meet that guy again, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Shanks said, it's definitely Uncle Rayleigh who will teach him a good lesson. Hearing Buggy's loud shout, the others on the ship couldn't help but laugh at the memory of Buggy getting tricked. Even Roger was no exception. Buggy, furious, turned red and jumped up, shouting, I will make that guy pay. Meanwhile, Said frowned in confusion. In the past 6 months, he had consistently received a stable 10 emotion. He looked up at the distance, muttering to himself, who could it be? Who has such a big opinion of me? Please, readers' support is my motivation for writing. We should be nearing Twin Cape soon. Crocodile stood at the bow of the ship, facing the wind with a cigar in his mouth. Faster than I expected. Expected? Wasn't that just nonsense? Crocodile retorted without reservation. Ha, I can't wait to enter the Grand Line. I hope to encounter a thrilling battle. After such a long period of training, Sayyid had honed his physical prowess and other skills to the point where he could wield hockey, yet he couldn't break through that final barrier. In the East Sea, it was truly difficult to find a formidable opponent who could instill a sense of danger in him. Only through life-and-death battles might he truly master hockey. Meanwhile, Gene stood on the observation deck, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opening. With a flap of his wings, he soared into the air, his fingers sparking with electricity as he shot into the sea. Lightning strike. With a loud crash, the surface of the sea erupted and a massive elephant tuna leaped from the depths, only to be caught and thrown onto the deck by Gene with one hand. Lon shouted towards the kitchen, Japoo, there's another big fish, come see if it's tasty. Crocodile, haven't you just eaten some fruit not long ago? Has he already developed such terrifying hockey? Sayyid chuckled, the thunder fruit seems to enhance observation hockey, but only in terms of breadth. Perhaps in the future Gene's observation hockey could directly cover an entire island. Extreme speed, furious strength, unparalleled perception, truly remarkable abilities. Crocodile admitted he felt a bit envious as the effects of the sand fruit were ultimately limited at sea. Don't think like that, the air is filled with dust which you can easily control. Sayyid draped one arm over Crocodile's shoulder, leaning his weight against her. Ever since he had grown to be about the same height as Crocodile, he had enjoyed doing this. Dust in the air, huh? And if your observation hockey is strong enough, you could even control the sand at the bottom of the sea. That would be at a depth of 10,000 meters. How could anyone achieve that? Crocodile looked skeptical. What if? Crococan, what if you could do it? I have high hopes for you. After all, there are those who can sense meteors in the sky and bring them down. I really have high hopes for you. I really have high hopes for you. Crocodile only caught that last part as she pouted, raised her hand to push Sayyid's arm away, turned around, and said, such things I know without you saying. What at Sunderegai? The ship hadn't sailed long before a massive red wall completely filled everyone's view. Gung Shiro looked up. Is this the Red Land? It's truly spectacular. Japu, this is the unbelievable mountain. The five of them were all gazing at the Red Land. Crocodile shouted, don't just stand there staring. Haven't you noticed the sea current is getting stronger? As soon as he finished speaking, the ship jolted, as if some force had acted upon it, and its speed suddenly increased. Sayyid, we need to take advantage of the current to get over Reverse Mountain. Hang on long, Gung Shiro. I'll need you two to steer. Got it. X2. Don't be nervous. Your captain has plenty of experience sailing through treacherous currents. Sayyid stood at the bow. The crack in the Red Land becoming increasingly clear, revealing the waterway. Croc, Odile-chan. What do you want? In the raging wind, voices easily dissipated into the air. Only loud shouts could ensure they were heard. Bring the ship closer. Understood. The ocean roared. The wind howled. The waves crashed like thunder, seemingly intent on burying everything. The ship sped up. The towering wall that seemed to have no end was drawing closer. The sense of oppression grew stronger. It loomed ahead, like a chasm blocking everyone's path. Japu clung tightly to the mast. If we crash into a continent like that, we'll definitely die. Jean, don't. Japu. Boom. The ship made a loud noise. The bow lifted, and its speed showed no signs of slowing, but rather increased. Let's charge up to the peak in one breath. The ship went faster and faster until it surged to the summit. At the end of the waterway were foamy waves crashing and mist rising. The ship crashed down heavily, beginning to plunge down like a roller coaster. Is that the Grand Line? Japu stared intently ahead. Beneath the clouds within reach lay a vast sea shimmering with white light seemingly endless. As they drew closer to the surface, the unique Twin Cape lighthouse came into view. Sayyid, look over there. Is that a ship? Hearing Crocodile's words, Sayyid looked closely, feeling it was increasingly familiar. The red sail depicted a giant pirate skull, on the skull a unique emblem resembling whiskers. Crocodile was still in shock. No way, how could such a great pirate appear here? Instead, Sayyid instantly became excited. Oh, at this moment the Roger pirates were docked at Twin Cape, undoubtedly to take Kurokakas on board. But this was also a great opportunity to battle a strong opponent. Crocodile-kin, let's stop at Twin Cape for a moment. Hey, you don't mean to. Exactly, that's Roger. At Twin Cape, Roger was speaking with Kurokakas, and only Rayleigh and Jabba were in the room. The other crew members were outside. Kurokakas frowned. Roger, your body probably can't hold out much longer. Roger smiled. I know, but I need time. Oh, I haven't found the final island yet. Kurokakas remained silent, frowning. Roger said, my old friend, I need your help. Kurokakas, even so, I can only help extend your life by a few years. Waha, that's great. A few more years is enough. Kurokakas, please come aboard my ship. Kurokakas, I also need to go out to sea to gather information about a certain group of pirates. Outside, Buggy and Shanks sat on a rock fishing. Buggy, that big whale really scared me. Shanks, but it's also quite pitiful, abandoned by its companions left. Shanks, what do you think that older guy is? Since the first time I saw him, I found him quite strange. What normal person has decorations on their head like flowers? I don't know, but he should become our ship's doctor. After fishing for a long time, without a catch, Shanks barefoot reached into the water, looking up at the waterfall cascading in the distance. I don't know, but he should become our ship's doctor. After fishing for a long time, without a catch, Shanks barefoot Buggy was staring blankly at the water, resting his chin on his hand, dismissively saying, it's just a ship. That's not like we've never seen one. But, Shanks' eyes widened as he watched the boy at the bow of the ship. Then he saw the man on the ship grin, his hearty voice carried by the wind. Sasabarida. Shanks, when hearing the familiar voice, Baji instinctively responded, long time no see. Before he could finish, Baji realized, and his eyes nearly popped out. Immediately afterward, a figure swept across the sky. Sayyid descended from the heavens and landed. Baji instantly flew into a rage. Fine. You liars still dare to show up. Just wait until I call someone to teach you a good lesson. Emotion value 10. Uncle Laylee. Uncle Laylee. Ha 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 ha, how could I have cheated you, Baji? Sayyid laughed heartily, as if he now knew where the irregular emotion values came from. Kid, are you the one who swindled Baji's pocket money? We adults can't just ignore this. Behind them, Luo Jie and his crew pushed open the door and came out. Laylee at the forefront had a sharp gaze, as if he would strike and finish him off the next moment. This young man didn't look like a liar. With short black hair, handsome features, and a tall, robust physique, he instantly won favor with the equally handsome Laylee. The legendary figure of the sea, the right hand of Luo Jie, a gentleman whose charm would captivate the most beautiful woman on the ocean, a man who combines handsomeness and strength. Pluto Laylee. He truly exudes a sense of oppression. Was Sayyid afraid? Of course not. Although fighting to death among pirates was normal, the full picture displayed by Luo Jie's pirate crew was far less benevolent than in the story. But as long as he was polite and held information about Buluk, he had no fear of being killed by Luo Jie. He had merely borrowed some money from Baji for emergency. However, Sayyid's unintentional words delighted Laylee immensely. The string of nicknames made his heart bloom. This year's rookie pirates were of high quality, strong in strength, and also respectful to the veterans. Jabba, who knew him best, couldn't resist wanting to show his face and hear how the young man would praise him. So carrying 2 axes, he looked him up and down and said heartily, "State your name, young man." "Is this the world's strongest man?" Sayyid also secretly sized up Jabba. He had long admired this legendary figure. With fluffy hair, a resolute face, and a formidable aura, his body seemed to contain explosive power. "Want to know my title?" "Defeat me first." Sayyid wanted to test his strength in battle, his body already trembling with Jabba was stunned, especially seeing the smirk on Layli's face beside him. His cheeks burned as he asked, "Hey kid, you don't recognize me?" "I know. The left arm of Luo Jie, the strongest man in a certain sense in the future, a figure with immense power and spirit, Mountain Eater Jabba." Strongest in a certain sense in the future. Jabba keenly noticed the title. "You can see the future?" "Me? I just occasionally catch glimpses of the future." "Wow, I never thought I'd meet such an interesting fellow like you." Luo Jie appeared from behind the two with a hearty laugh. After all, as the captain, he naturally had to make a grand entrance. Seeing that his 2 right-hand men had garnered high praise, how could he as the captain fall behind? Layli and Jabba exchanged glances behind him. It seemed they had encountered a fan of their pirate crew. After all, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. But this kid was to their liking. "Oh, go air de Luo Jie." Sayyid's aura surged dramatically. Hearing Sayyid's words, Luo Jie's gaze turned much more serious. "It seems you're no ordinary person either." The two stared at each other, the atmosphere gradually growing heavy. "There's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time." Sayyid suddenly spoke. "Oh, go ahead. About your pirate flag. It's cool, isn't it? Why use your nose hair as the emblem?" Ha! The members of Luo Jie's pirate crew burst into deafening laughter. This rookie pirate was really interesting. Not only was he completely unafraid of the captain, but he could even ask such an outrageous question. "Bastard, that's udon noodles. Emotion value 20. So you admit that what's above your mouth is nose hair, right?" Seeing their captain bested in a verbal duel, the crew members couldn't hold back. Some were even laughing until their stomachs hurt. Baji, standing nearby, was desperately covering his mouth to hold back his laughter. It was Xiankasi who said, "What right do you have to laugh, Baji? Look at that red nose of yours." Xiankasi. The two immediately started grappling. Luo Jie fumed. "It's a mustache, a must." Sayyid gripped his sword hilt and stared directly at Luo Jie, saying, "Forget it, it doesn't matter. You are one of the greatest powers on the sea today. I want to challenge you to see the gap between myself and the pinnacle, future pirate king." What? Baji, who had just been punched, was stunned. What did he hear? A guy a few years older than him wanted to challenge Luo Jie. "Hey, are you crazy? You have no idea how powerful Captain Luo Jie is. One glare from him, and you'd lose consciousness and collapse." Luo Jie, on the other hand, burst into joy. "Pirate King, I like that title. You really can see the future." Just then Sayyid's angel also caught up. Aokiti's voice grew closer. "Sayyid, you bastard, why did you run over first?" "Hey Kelican, don't say that you just gave away my name." Sayyid's forehead was covered with black lines. He hadn't been worried before, but now he was a bit concerned. Sure enough, Layli beside him said, "So your name is Sayyid." As the angel docked, all of Sayyid's crew stood behind him, Aokiti Jin Jingsalang, holding the Wado Ikamanji Lan and the Kokshipu. "Hey, is that a legendary race?" Luo Jie scanned the group, his gaze lingering on Jin for a moment. Baylight, who had been standing in the distance, couldn't help but walk over. Being of the same younger generation, he could feel the fierce aura emanating from Sayyid, which piqued the interest of someone who was used to getting beaten up on the Oro Jackson. "Want to stretch your limbs too, Baylight?" The moment the words left his mouth, Baylight threw a punch at Sayyid. However, a golden hook suddenly emerged mid-swing to block his attack. Baylight turned his head and was astonished to see a woman had caught his punch. Aokiti stood beside Sayyid looking at Baylight with disdain. "Don't disturb our captain." Baji exclaimed, No way. She's actually evenly matched with Baylight. That monster can fight Uncle Layli to a draw." Layli. Watching Aokiti's skills, even Luo Jie couldn't help sighing. Young and vibrant sprouts. Not bad at all. Then you who managed to become their captain must have exceptional qualities too. Indeed, Luo Jie's hands itched. He had developed a strong interest in Sayyid. Sayyid, on the other hand, tensed his body and focused his mind entirely. Before him stood a true powerhouse who had fought his way through the seas. Merely his aura was enough to make one struggle to breathe. Therefore, an opponent like this was the best teacher. He hoped the pressure of life and death struggle would allow him to fully master armament hockey. Their eyes met in an instant, and they swung their swords almost simultaneously. Holy sword! But Luo Jie didn't even call out a technique. Boom! A terrifying force erupted like a tsunami. Even after using abdominal drum to multiply his strength 15-fold, Sayyid felt as though he was facing a towering mountain. Wahaha, not bad at all. Sure enough, a monster pops up on the sea from time to time. Baji frantically shook Zyankis' neck and shouted nervously, "Another monster, Zyankis. Can we get our money back?" Crocodile and Barrett stood facing each other with hostile intent. Barrett jeered wildly, "What are you relying on? Don't tell me it's that so-called Logia fruit. You've never witnessed the pinnacle power of the Great Sea, so you have no idea that a Logia can only wreak havoc in the four seas." He still believed Sayyid's crew were a rookie pirate band fresh from Reverse Mountain, completely ignorant of hockey. "TCH, you're just a cabin boy on Roger's ship, aren't you?" Crocodile refused to concede verbally, but inwardly, he grew wary. From the brief clash moments ago, this man was clearly no ordinary foe. Indeed, reputations were well-founded. The Roger pirates were truly formidable. Even Crocodile silently admired how Sayyid dared to directly challenge Roger. Their battle intent blazed. Crocodile attacked first, sweeping his right hand to conjure a blade of sand that shot toward Barrett like a cutting slash. "Humph." Barrett sneered dismissively, clenching his right fist as the muscles bulged, coating his fist in armament hockey before slamming it forward. A single punch shattered the sand blade. Still, this was merely a mutual probing of their abilities. Annoyed by Barrett's arrogant demeanor, Crocodile snapped, "It's only armament hockey you've mastered, yet you act so insufferably cocky." Desert Girasol. Crocodile spread his arms wide, and the sand in the air and on the ground swirled up, forming a massive sandstorm environment. This was the weather-based combat advantage he had created following Sayyid's advice. Then Crocodile fully transformed into sand, vanishing into the storm. "Logia types are quite impressive, aren't they?" Rayleigh, watching from the sidelines, commented. Standing beside him, Gab also took note of the duel. Gab said, "Looks like Barrett finally found a worthy opponent. They might fight for 3 days and nights." Rayleigh replied, "Who knows? But we can't let them go all out, or they'll tear this place apart." Meanwhile, Rand turned to Zeph curiously. "Zeph, aren't we fighting?" Zeph said, "Let's wait and see. The other side doesn't seem eager to fight." "I see. I really wanted to spar with that blonde guy. He must be an incredible swordsman." Hearing this, Zeph's face twitched. Truly the young were bold, even wanting to fight the Pirate King's right hand. Kusharu, who had been intently watching Sayyid's battle, said, "It seems the captain is falling behind." No sooner had he spoken than Roger laughed heartily, his mustache curling upward. "I get it, boy. Watch out." A more ferocious aura erupted from Roger as he swung his sword with one hand, unleashing another slash. Boom! The terrifying force instantly sent Sayyid flying. His body uncontrollably hurtled across the sea, propelled dozens of meters by the immense impact before plunging into the ocean. Not enough, still not enough. Sayyid felt every hair stand on end, every pore cheering, yet he was still missing something. Just a little more. Sayyid swam vigorously and finally crawled ashore. Cough, cough. Truly terrifying. "At one moment when I struck you, it felt like hitting steel. Was that Tech-Eye?" Roger asked Sayyid. "Sort of." Sayyid stood up again and removed the weighted training gear from his arms. "What's that?" Roger keenly noticed that Sayyid had changed like a beast freed from shackles. "Training equipment." Sayyid replied, tersely, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Roger said, "Your next move might kill you." Sayyid, "Bring it on." Sayyid gripped his sword with both hands, veins bulging on his forehead. Roger's aura soared wildly. Facing the apex of this sea, even without him using that ultimate technique, Sayyid could feel the impending breath of death. If he couldn't withstand it, he would truly die. Sayyid roared with unwillingness inside. "Move now, unleash every ounce of power within." If he couldn't withstand it, he would truly die. Sayyid roared with unwillingness inside. "Move now, unleash every ounce of power." Divine departure. The sheer terror of the attack made them pale. Kusharu murmured, "So this is the might of the strong on the great sea." Even his own captain, the formidable Sayyid, could not match this level. Beside him, Shanks watched the battle intently, recording every detail with a grave expression. Gab remarked, "Hey, hasn't the captain gone too far? That kind of power will kill a rookie." Rayleigh replied, "Give the new buds of the new era a little faith, okay?" Sayyid couldn't hear their words. His entire being was focused on this technique. His body screamed danger, yet he refused to dodge. In this period of training, he had not only honed his physical strength, but also made great progress in swordsmanship. Emperor's Sword. As if responding to Sayyid, the blade of the DG flowed with dark golden light. At that moment, Sayyid finally felt it, the power breaking through the shackles. A pure high-grade armament hockey wrapped around his sword. Wawahaha. Borrowing my strength to break your own limits. Admirable. Fight to survive. Roger laughed and added more force to his blade. If I weren't willing to stake my life, why would I ever set sail? This time Sayyid truly gave his all. Boom. The two peerless great swords clashed, the collision lasting barely half a second. Under his feet the ground cracked in layers, and his body staggered backward uncontrollably. Finally he flew back again like a kite with its string cut. A 20-centimeter-long wound was carved across his chest, and bright red blood splattered through the air. As he fell, only one thought remained in Sayyid's mind. I did it. This battle yielded immense gains that would serve him well in the future. Then he could hold on no longer. Darkness swallowed his vision as he lost consciousness. "Captain! Sayyid!" the crew shouted as they watched him plunge into the sea. King struck out fiercely, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged straight at Roger. Thunderfire Dragon Emperor, a massive dragon head wreathed in lightning and flames materialized before him. Thud! Is this lightning power also from a devil fruit? How frightening, but our captain has already fought his bout. Let me warm up with you instead. Rayleigh drew his sword with his right hand, and with a single slash the hilt firmly blocked King's kick. King glared at the man who had stopped him, the Dark King Rayleigh. The blade that blocked his attack still reflected his own image. But I've already prepared to risk my life. Seeing the determination in King's eyes, Rayleigh smirked slightly and asked, "Young man of a special race, aren't you afraid of death?" "Afraid of death? The captain is a man worth giving my life for. If I feared death, I would never have boarded." "That's a fine spirit. But you'd better go rescue your captain first. He's going to drown if you don't." Thunder Dragon Emperor. More violent lightning raged, forming a ferocious dragon of pure electricity that seemed ready to annihilate everything. "Wahahaha!" Roger burst into laughter. Rayleigh said helplessly, "He won't die from such wounds, but if you don't save him soon he'll really drown." Agony. A searing pain throbbed in his head. Sayyid opened his eyes, and the first thing that greeted his sight was a large red nose. He's awake, he's awake." The nose receded, revealing its owner, Baji. "Sayyid," said Aokiji watching him. Sayyid sat up and looked around. He found himself in the lighthouse in Kulakasa's home. Inside the room were Layli, Aokiji, Jean, red hair, Zyankasi, and Baji. "Layli, your crew were ready to fight us to the death." Soon Sayyid understood what had happened after Jean had attempted to summon Rego and destroy the twin capes entirely. "It was a challenge I initiated myself, Jean. Even if I died in battle, you shouldn't have sought revenge. But you have spirit, ha. You are truly my comrade." After all, he had challenged Luo Jia outright, not a true pirate skirmish. Challenging a strong warrior was a different matter from fighting pirates. But Jean and the others didn't understand. They only knew they had encountered a powerful crew. "I'm sorry I acted rashly this time and made you worry." Sayyid admitted his mistake sincerely. In his desperate pursuit to break through his power, challenging Luo Jia had been far too reckless. Beside him, Aokiji let out a cold snort. After the fierce battle, he looked somewhat disheveled. Strands of hair had fallen loose from his once immaculate pompadour. "Hey, since you're awake, pay me back the money you owe me." Baji was still fixated on this matter. "Why should I pay? Nanny, you liar, you swindled my hard-earned allowance." Emotion value 10. "I didn't deceive you." Sayyid braced himself and sat on the edge of the bed, wincing as the movement pulled at his wounds. "That map was a scribble of yours, and you say it wasn't a trick." "I drew it, but the map is real, Baji. You didn't throw it away, did you?" At these words, Baji froze, a sense of dread welling up inside him. Back then, mocked and humiliated, he had torn the treasure map to shreds in a fit of rage. Now it had long since ended up in some fish's stomach. "And due to certain circumstances, I've already found that treasure." "Nanny, there really was a treasure. And it's Davy Jones' treasure." Baji's eyes glistened. "I don't know. It's not Davy Jones, but it's not bad either. Plenty of gold. Otherwise, how do you think I got a ship and such powerful companions so quickly?" As he spoke, Sayyid pulled an ancient gold coin from his pocket. Where is it? Can you draw the treasure map again for me?" "No. Please, you'll pay 200,000. Baji was practically on his knees before Sayyid, then grabbed Layli's leg. "Uncle Layli, lend me 200,000 berries, please." "I won't sell it to you again, Baji. That treasure is mine now." "No." Emotion value 30. What a Sayyid even more wanted to recruit him onto his ship. Even as a mascot, Baji's conqueror's luck might prove invaluable. "Wahaha, awake so quickly. You've got quite a resilient body." Luo Jia stood at the door, a bottle of sake. Kulakasi shouted angrily. "Hey, I told you can't drink anymore. A life without drinking is me." "Young pirate of the new era, since you're awake, let's have a banquet." "We just fought them," Aokiji said, bewildered. He couldn't understand how they had turned enemies into friends so quickly. They had been fighting for their lives moments ago, and now they were about to feast together. This is what pirates are. Layli smiled placidly and strolled out. "Wait for me, Uncle Layli." Once Layli left, Baji felt utterly insecure. The sand woman in the room. He didn't know why, but he found her terrifying. "Baji." Sayyid looked at him with a grin. "What do you want now, eh? Want to join my ship?" "Huh? Are you insane? Do you know who I am?" "I'm a crew member of the Luo Jia Pirates." "An apprentice crew member," Sayyid added. "Same thing. Emotion value 5. Baji muttered with a frown. "So how could I possibly join you?" Baji didn't even want to see Sayyid. The sight of his face reminded him of the treasure map, and his heart ached. "That's a shame. I was hoping we could hunt for treasure together." "You like treasure hunting too?" Setting one thing is, "It's one of my hobbies, but I'm short a professional treasure hunting captain." This hesitation flickered across Baji's face before hardening into resolve. I can't leave the Luo Jia pirates. No choice then. Sayyid waved his hand, theatrically placing it on Zyankis' head. I know you can't bear to part with your good brother, right? Zyankis silently swatted Sayyid's hand away. Baji, as if I miss him. Sayyid grabbed them both by the neck and dragged them outside. Especially Red Hair. Thinking of him as the future Red Hair Emperor, it felt incredibly satisfying to bully him now. Let go of me, Sayyid. Zyankis struggled fiercely but lacked the strength. Seeing them, Jabba laughed, so energetic. You fought like a beast, but after all you're just a kid. Layli glanced at the aloof Baylight. Baylight, many here are of your generation. Don't you want to get to know them? Baylight showed adequate respect for the formidable Layli. Those guys, their strength is decent, but wounded as they can't give me a satisfying fight. His words reached Jean and Aokiji. Jean's face turned cold. Our captain doesn't need to fight. He'll be your opponent anytime. Heh. Baylight grinned like head found prey. Besides the sand-controlling woman, this rare-race man was also a good catch. If Layli and Jabba hadn't held him back, Baylight would have fought the man again. As for the other three on the ship, he dismissed them entirely. Jean, come join the banquet. Sayyid called out to Jean, while tossing a bottle of sake to Baylight. Bathed in sunlight, Sayyid was pleasantly surprised to find his injuries healing faster. Now he could even perform simple throwing motions without pain. Baylight caught it smoothly. For this young man close to his own age, Baylight acknowledged his strength. Sayyid, hey, stop wearing that I have no friends expression all day. I've heard your story, Dajalesai Baylight. You should add a nickname, Little Kaido. What did you say? Emotion value 5. Jabba, who knew him best, couldn't resist wanting to show his face and hear how the young man would praise him. So carrying 2 axes, he looked him up and down. You see, you were brought into battlefield since childhood to kill, while Kaiduo was also a weapon of war. You are both monsters with immense talent and both boarded pirate ships. Kaiduo is Kaiduo, I am I. How could I be beneath such a guy? Balete had heard about Kaiduo, but he didn't pay much attention. After all, that fellow had been bested by Luo Jia many times. As for himself, Balete was a man who would surpass Luo Jia. How could he be afraid of mere Kaiduo? If someone called him Little Luo Jia or Little Whitebeard, that wouldn't be unacceptable. Sayyid merely mentioned it casually. If he told them that Kaiduo would become one of the 4 emperors in the future, they probably wouldn't have believed it. After all, on the current seas, the 3 great pirates were far ahead, and beneath them were still great pirates like Wang Ji and Big Mom, while Kaiduo had neither seniority. He had no strength, no influence. After gaining a small amount of emotional value from him, Sayyid stayed for a while beside each member of the Luo Jia pirate crew, but the emotional value he obtained was not much. Therefore Sayyid went to sit beside Xiang Kusi and Baji. After all, these 2 future 4 emperors were easier to fleece, just patting their heads could earn him emotional value. Hey Sayyid, I've warned you not to touch my head. Xiang Kusi looked resentful. This guy always bullied him because of his height. Baji, on the other hand, was eating with oil all over his mouth. Just let him pat it, it's fine. Xiang Kusi, try this. The food made by this uncle named Japu is too delicious. Sayyid quietly leaned over. Do you like it, Baji? Baji, who was devouring a pork elbow, nodded repeatedly. Delicious, so delicious. Baji, if you come on my ship you can eat this every day. Baji's expression quickly changed, full of caution. Although Japu's cooking is great, I'm not a man who succumbs to delicacies. After saying that, his hands split off and fetched another plate of food from the table. Ha 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 ha, Baji, your ability is really convenient, being able to stretch your hands. But this is not good for combat. You can easily be caught by enemies. The members of the Luo Jia pirate crew couldn't help laughing when they saw Baji using his ability. Baji, damn it, what's it to you? Hearing their laughter, Baji felt deeply scorned. It's all your fault, Xiang Kusi. Sayyid looked at Baji with interest. This is the split fruit, so you've already eaten it. Sayyid didn't know when Baji had eaten the devil fruit. When he first saw him, he thought Baji was still a non-ability user. In that case, Sayyid thought of an interesting idea. He quietly hooked his arm around Baji's shoulders. Baji, I've thought of a fun idea that will let you prank Xiang Kusi. Prank Xiang Kusi. Baji's eyes instantly lit up. Ooh, just hearing about it made it sound fun. Meanwhile, Kaluo Kuda Air and the others were also sitting around the bonfire. Not long ago, Sayyid had subtly hinted to them that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to drink with Pluto, Lei Li, and the others, and take the chance to ask some questions about cultivation. However, Kaluo Kuda Air and Jean both had a cool and aloof personality, and since they had a purpose in mind, how could they bring themselves to speak? On the contrary, Lan and Gengsi Lang, who were still in their passionate youth, kept hovering around Lei Li and the others, looking at them with adoring eyes and occasionally asking questions. Kaluo Kuda Air had no choice but to pretend he didn't care, sitting aside and eavesdropping. Jean said, the captain seems to really like that red nose. Kaluo Kuda Air, who knows? For some reason, whenever I see him like that, I inexplicably want to punch him. It's been that way since the first time I met that red nose. Jean, what do you think the captain is doing by dragging him into the kitchen? Koluo kuda air. It can't be that he's personally cooking for him to get him on the ship, can it? If that were the case. Koluo kuda air and Jean exchanged glances, both feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Koluo kuda air said, impossible. Sayyid wouldn't do something so useless. Jean nodded, and both fell silent. Meanwhile, Jia Ba and the others also noticed the situation with Sayyid and Baji. If that were the case. Koluo kuda air and Jean exchanged glances, both feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy. To think had set his sights on that kid. Ooh, I thought it would be Xiang Kusi. Layli said he probably knows he can't trick Xiang Kusi onto his ship. Luo Jie said, I never knew there was such an excellent chef in the East Blue. How did I miss him? Japu, would you like to join my ship? Japu, who had just finished grilling another steak, calmly refused. No, I still have to take care of these kids. You? Meanwhile, Xiang Kusi had been waiting for a long time in front of Sayyid's ship. How skilled must Sayyid be in cooking then? But could a clumsy guy like Baji really help? Thinking about it, Xiang Kusi's mind wandered again. Xiang Kusi felt a faint anticipation. Uncle Japu had said that many of the new dishes he made were taught to him by Sayyid. How skilled must Sayyid be in cooking then? But could a clumsy guy like Baji really help? Thinking about it, Xiang Kusi's mind wandered again. He had originally thought Balete was a powerful monster, but he never expected to see an even stronger guy today. He would become a formidable rival in the future. Now Xiang Kusi had come to realize that he might not be able to remain an intern in the Luo Jie pirate, and the captain's intention in keeping them as interns might have been exactly that someday in the future they would eventually form their own pirate crew. Xiang Kusi had confidence in his talent, and even Captain Luo Jie and Uncle Layli thought highly of him. However, the pressure brought by Sayyid was still too great. I must work twice as hard from now on. Xiang Kusi thought to himself, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then Sayyid's voice came from above. Xiang Kusi, what are you grinning about? Xiang Kusi turned around and saw Sayyid holding a tray with one hand, the tray covered with a lid. What kind of delicacy could it be? Xiang Kusi reached out to lift the lid, but Sayyid stopped him in advance. Here, take it to Luo Jie and the others first. I've left plenty for you in the kitchen. Baji is eating there now. No wonder he hadn't seen Baji. Also, don't say I made it. Say it's a dish you and Baji made together. Do you want them to know that I, a dignified captain, personally cooked for them? Don't forget we are rivals. That made sense. Xiang Kusi was a bit anxious, afraid that Baji would finish all the food, so, without thinking much, he hurried over to Luo Jie and the others with the tray in both hands. Xiang Kusi, why are you running so fast? Luo Jie asked with a laugh. Baji and I made this. Layli said, oh, you too can cook. Jia Ba said, hey Layli, it's the thought that counts. Even the other crew members couldn't contain their curiosity and gathered around. Luo Jie laughed heartily. Then let's see what it is. With that, he placed his hand on the lid, and under everyone's expectant gaze slowly lifted it. The lid was instantly flung open. A blinding white light flashed. On the plate, lettuce leaves were spread, and on top of them rested a huge head. The head wore a grimacing face covered in red liquid with a red nose perched on the face. Red nose. The crew fell silent for a moment, then glanced at the familiar blue hair, and the head rolling its eyes with its tongue hanging out. Huh. See. The Roger pirates, veterans of countless storms at sea, were all stunned mouths. Agape, and even the most composed Rayleigh wore a shocked expression. Wah, Shanks, you killed Baji. Roger's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he immediately slapped Shanks on the head. Captain Roger, I didn't. Shanks, equally shocked, hurriedly tried to explain after being slapped, but Roger cut. His tongue is hanging out and his face is covered in blood. Roger frantically picked up the plate and leaned his ear close to it. Baji, can you hear me? Hurry up and say something. A crew member said, idiot captain, how can a dead person hear? Captain Roger, quick, taste me. Shanks and I made this carefully. It really spoke. Meanwhile, Shanks was black-faced. What does he mean made together? Smart as he was, he quickly realized who was that bastard. Sayyid. Shanks gripped the iron sword in his hand. Damn it, he really wanted to punch them. Ha 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 ha. From the plate, Baji suddenly burst into laughter, pointing his red nose at Shanks. Hey Shanks, were you scared by my acting? The atmosphere turned icy, but he was oblivious, his tongue still licking the red liquid on his face. Is this ketchup? Why is it so delicious? Look at the captain's faces. Ha. Strange, why is it getting cold? Wait, why are you all staring at me like that? Uncle Rayleigh, Uncle Jabba, don't come closer, Yamit. I just wanted to. Bam. A fist wrapped in armament hockey ruthlessly smashed down on Baji's head, quickly raising a lump. Even Shanks took the chance to punch him twice in the face. Baji, bruised and swollen, glared at Shanks, who had just hit him. You bastard, Shanks, I'll remember this grudge. Even Shanks took the chance to punch him twice in the face. Baji, bruised and swollen, glared at Shanks, who had just hit him. You bastard, Shanks, I'll Never expected you to find a new use for your devil fruit ability, Baji. Maybe it could even scare enemies to death. Sayyid, sitting not far away, watched the scene and nodded in satisfaction. Braised Baji head. This dish was executed perfectly. The negative emotion points provided by the Roger pirates alone had exceeded 1,000. As expected of Baji, Sayyid gazed delightedly at his current emotion points, thinking that he absolutely had to recruit Baji onto his ship. Time flew by. The Roger pirates drank themselves into a stupor and set sail early the next morning. At the stern, Roger watched the ever-receding twin capes. Really, I have a feeling that these youngsters will turn the sea upside down in the future. Really indeed, but they're certainly not. Roger, are they kids driven by fate? How exciting. Shortly after Roger and his crew left, the Sayyid pirates also set sail. The Angel plunged into the Grand Line, heading toward the former Baroque kingdom. Sayyid sat in his special seat at the bow, his mind stirring. In his mind, the Pokémon lottery system appeared. After successfully mastering armament hockey, Sayyid's skill slots had expanded again. This meant he could equip another skill. Should he install the rain dance skill into a skill slot and make it a permanent? Sayyid hesitated. Maybe. Perhaps he could draw a more practical skill. After a moment of thought, Sayyid decided to keep the rain dance skill in the Pokeball for now. He thought to himself, system draw 10 consecutive draws. The gacha machine spun wildly and soon ejected 10 Pokeballs. Tree juice 1. Beer 1. Wear resistant coat 1. Ordinary bullets 1 box. Continue 10 draws. Not enough luck, use more draws. There's no such thing as a gambler losing every day. Large pearl 1. Gold pearl 1. Refreshing soda 1. Item smooth rock. When held by a user who uses sandstorm, the move's power is greater, duration longer, and sandstorm field stronger. This. Sayyid looked at the yellow crystal rock in his hand. Obviously this item is currently best suited for Crocodile. With his sand fruit ability, plus the item boost, Crocodile's power would definitely increase a notch. At least it's somewhat useful. Sayyid flicked his wrist and temporarily stored the item in his hand. Seeing that he still had nearly 2,000 emotion points, Sayyid initiated another 10 consecutive draws. There's a first and second time, but not third and fourth. Give me a jackpot. Keep drawing. Pair of cotton socks. Fruit milk 1. Full heal 1. Note, cures all abnormal status conditions, paralysis, poison, burn, freeze, sleep. Ultra soft pure cotton underwear 1. Skill gravity LV 1. Within a short time creates a gravity field in a 10-meter radius, increasing gravity by 5 times. Upgradable condition 1,000 emotion points. Escape rope 1. Item amulet coin greatly increases your chance of finding money. Go pick up trash. I'm going to be the king of trash. Gravity skill. The first image that came to Sayyid's mind was a blind man leaning on a sword cane. Although it was only 5 times gravity, it could produce a powerful effect in actual combat. Rather than a skill, it was more like a gravity field. Use. Current skill slots 6. Current ability slots 2. Skill slot unlock Quest Master Conqueror's Hockey, become renowned across the seas, bounty over 200 million. Ability slot unlock Quest Devil Fruit 1. Emotion points 865. Conqueror's Hockey. Looking at the unlock condition for the next skill slot, Sayyid frowned. Getting a bounty over 200 million was easy. Just beat up a celestial dragon and it would skyrocket in no time. As for Conqueror's Hockey, that was the standard for true powerhouses. After all, only by possessing Conqueror's Hockey and mastering its infusion could one fight that old geezer. Besides, Sayyid had no idea how to awaken it. He couldn't really just go kill a few celestial dragons like netizens from his past life suggested, could he? Perhaps it would work for the strong in the pirate world, but for Sayyid it was useless because as a patriotic youth with progressive ideals, he simply did not acknowledge any so-called gods. Conqueror's Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey. His own cheat wasn't strong enough. In the core power system of the pirate world, everything had to be earned through his own effort. Couldn't it just let me win without effort? In the first half of the Grand Line, the segment C, a uniquely designed naval warship cut through the Azure Sea. Hey Shiwan, when will we head back? Sister Crane, the mud pirates have been annihilated. Once I send them to the underwater prison, I will return to headquarters. I've learned a lot at Zephyr's training camp, Sister Crane. Although Shiwan had only recently graduated from the elite training camp, her strength was not to be underestimated as she ranked among the top students. You should be able to be promoted to Brigadier General after this mission, Shiwan. We should celebrate properly then. On the phone, Shiwan hung up, her graceful figure accentuated by her military uniform, especially the shining Kinbaira at her waist under the sunlight. Although the sea was rife with pirates, there seemed to be a balance between the pirates and the Navy overall. In the New World, the struggle between the Navy and the major pirates was extremely fierce. However, in Paradise, the Navy consistently held the upper hand against the pirates. With mastery of the 6 forms of the Navy and dual hockey, Shiwan was more than capable of dealing with the vast majority of pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. As a result, Shuan, who had been clearing paradise for a long time, had accumulated significant military achievements at a young age, and her strength had reached the level of a rear admiral. Colonel Shuan, it seems there's a ship ahead. Is it a pirate ship? I didn't see a flag, but the bow seems to be shaking. Shuan thought for a moment, unable to recall any pirate ship with such a bow design. Then let's not worry about it, and just sail past. Understood. Said, how about this pirate flag design? Crocodile picked up a drawing featuring a skull wearing a half mask. Demon Face said it could be considered your trademark. Said sat cross-legged on the deck, shaking his head slowly at the intricately drawn design. That's the nickname the Navy gave me, and it's not appealing at all. Looking at red-haired, white-beard Big Mom. Well, they all seem quite ordinary. The only reason they're famous is due to their strong abilities. Do you have any ideas? Crocodile asked helplessly. As the captain of this ship, you should decide on the pirate flag as soon as possible. After all, they had already formed a pirate crew, yet even now they still didn't have a proper pirate flag. Could they still be considered pirates? However, when asked, said he always said he hadn't thought it through. Said looked troubled. Naming or drawing, he truly wasn't skilled in such artistic endeavors. Aaron poked his head out. How about adding green hair on top? No. And everyone vetoed. Zepp rubbed his chin and said, how about adding a chef's hat? No. And what if we add black wings on both sides? Enough, what are you all thinking? Crocodile had a black line on his forehead. The pirate flag symbolizes death and is meant to intimidate enemies. What are you all thinking? Said stared blankly at the empty mast. It needs to be cool, imposing, and grand. Said's mind raced in circles. Sai, how about we leave it blank? It's so hard to think. Damn it. And seeing Said's slack demeanor, Crocodile was furious. He grabbed Said's collar with his right hand and said sternly, at least take it seriously. The pirate flag is the soul of the team. Since we've decided to form a pirate crew, this is an unavoidable major issue. You're really reliable, Crococan. With Crocodile a capable and intelligent deputy, he indeed saved himself quite a bit of trouble. With his limited life experience, his knowledge of sailing the seas was zero. He could discover talents, but many trivial matters still depended on Crocodile. You're really a headache, but today we must come up with a pirate flag design. Emotion value 10. Let me think. Said sat cross-legged on the deck, lost in thought. A skull, how lame. No matter how you keep the skull's characteristics, it's still just that. Instead, how about, I have an idea, Crococan. Go on. Replace the skull with a dragon head, a red dragon head with dark golden eyes, and below that add 2 crossed bones. Crocodile quickly sketched the design with his superb drawing skills. Is this all right? Gungshiro was the first to see it. This design looks very imposing. Aaron, although not as good as green hair, it's still quite nice. Said then it's decided this will be the flag of our said pirate. After Said's approval, Crocodile painted the new design on the pirate flag. Abelru, I'm counting on you. Said handed the pirate flag to Abelru, who flew up to the mast to hang it. Said put his hands on his hips and gazed up, feeling an inexplicable sense of surrealism rising within him. Now there are 28 years until the future King Luffy reaches the top of the 4 emperors. 28 years, such a long time is enough for me to do many things. After avenging Crocodile, I should visit the South Blue and recruit Kuma and Ginny into the pirate crew. Then secretly contact Vegapunk. A scientist capable of changing an era has immense significance, especially since he possesses the technology for artificial devil fruits, cloning seraphim technology, and the means to feed weapons with devil fruits. With Set's advanced mind combined with Vegapunk's execution capability, and with Sky Island's gold as funding, if he could bring Vegapunk on board, it would be perfect. However, Set knew this was somewhat impossible. After all, Vegapunk was a scientist highly valued by the world government. If they couldn't control him, they would likely send out all their forces to eliminate him. Abelru, who had hung the pirate flag, stood at the lookout, gazing at the distant sea. Clearly a warship was approaching them on the sea ahead. The Navy. Abelru shouted down. Captain Weave spotted the Navy ahead. Navy. Said looked forward and indeed saw what Abelru described. Is there only one? Said hesitated. Those daring enough to set sail with just one naval ship in the Grand Line were mostly rear admirals, as rear admirals had their own dedicated warships. Said asked again, what does the ship look like? Does it have a dog head? No. Let's go around them. After careful consideration, Said decided to avoid confrontation. Why? Crocodile looked confused. A mere warship, with their strength, they could easily deal with it. Said if we have to fight every time we encounter a warship, wouldn't we be busy all the time? As long as they don't pursue us, we shouldn't bother with them. The most important thing right now isn't to defeat the Navy. What if they pursue us relentlessly? The Angel had already turned, but that warship followed suit. Said waved his hand casually and said, we're not the good guys. If it comes to that, let them experience the might of the said pirates. It's not the first time we've clashed with the Navy. 10 minutes earlier. Captain Guillaume, they. Guillaume looked at the Marine soldier pointing at the sea and said, if they haven't raised a pirate flag, ignore them. Head to impel down and deliver the captured pirates. Guillaume happened to be facing away from the said pirate crew and did not see the freshly hoisted Jolly Roger. No, that's not a Captain Guion. They are pirates. Pirates. Guion's expression turned grave. As Marines we must adhere to principles. We cannot follow extremes like Sakazuki. The Marine finally broke. But that ship just raised a pirate flag. Guion immediately turned to look. A brand new flag with a side-facing dragon skull emblem fluttered in the wind. Guion clenched her fists in fury, gritted her teeth, and gripped the hilt of Kenpyra. Such arrogance. To raise a pirate flag right in front of a Marine warship is an outright provocation. In 100 years no pirate had ever done such a thing in front of a Marine vessel. If she failed to teach these pirates a harsh lesson, Guion would become a laughingstock in Marine history. Catch that pirate ship. Prepare to arrest them. I'd. Said they are closing in. Isn't our ship faster? Said turned back to Crocodile. Crocodile, rather than chasing they are trying to cut us off. Once we break through the Marine blockade, we can escape. You won't get away. A slender figure streaked across the sky, her long legs compressing air, with each step propelling her forward several meters. Is that the Jeppo said mentioned? Zeph watched the aerial movements with keen interest. Said had told him that 2 of the 6 powers were perfect for kicking specialists. One was Jeppo for walking on air, the other Rankyaku for launching slashing kicks. Arisher squinted. I sensed the presence of a formidable swordsman. Kishiro, I'd rather not fight a woman, especially in midair. Jean remarked calmly. Mastering Jeppo means a Marine expert has arrived. If it's an aerial battle, shall I take her out, Captain? With his Goro Goro no Mi and flight, his aerial mobility far exceeded mere Jeppo. Crocodile clicked his tongue and conjured a small sandstorm in his hand. Said watched the approaching figure, Marine, swordswoman, beautiful outer thigh. The flowing Marine coat partially hid any spider tattoo. But in the entire Navy, the one matching this description was likely the future Admiral candidate Momosaji Guion. At just over 20, she was even more beautiful than when she first appeared. Guion landed gracefully on the deck, as if stepping onto her own warship, eyeing said confidently, barely acknowledging the others surrounding her. Are you the captain of this pirate ship? Had she so much strength that she dared to board their pirate crew alone? Said was uncertain. After all, the original 3 admirals were each a force of annihilation, their battle records clear. Weaker than an admiral, yet stronger than a vice-admiral. An admiral candidate must possess considerable power. You truly are fresh newcomers daring to raise a pirate flag in front of Marines. So she took us. At this time, how old were Borsellino and Sakazuki? Even if they came, said was confident he could retreat safely, let alone against Momosaji Guion. You really are a rookie daring to board our ship alone. Clang. Guion drew Kenpyra in one swift motion and slashed it. Said, I overestimated you. Said drew his own sword. DG. After his battle with Roger and extensive exchanges with Rayleigh, his strength had risen to another level. He parried Guion's attack and said, solid fundamentals. You must be a fresh graduate from the Marine elite training camp. Clang, 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 clang. Guion swung Kenpyra rapidly, inwardly startled that this rookie's power exceeded her expectations. Clang, 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 clang. Guion swung Kenpyra rapidly, inwardly startled that another swordsman who doesn't name her moves. Holy sword. If she won't name it, neither will I. All normal attacks. Boom. Their sword clashed, locked in brief stalemate. Just then a clever thought struck. Said, since had run into a decent swordsman, he could test the pilfer ability. Steal the opponent's weapon. Without a sword, a swordsman's power drops drastically. Pilfer. Said felt a portion of his stamina vanish. His left hand instinctively grabbed at the air, then something appeared in his grip. It felt soft, smooth, and warm. Could it be? Guion, who had been inwardly regretting her recklessness, suddenly felt her chest go bare. She glanced down. That bastard was holding. In an instant, fury surged within her, and her attacks grew fiercer. You scoundrel. Flowing light slash. Kenpyra traced a graceful arc towards Said's neck. Emotion points 20. Said narrowly dodged a cold sweat trickling from his forehead. Damn. Stealing the opponent's item and clothes count as items. Random item. He didn't want to be branded. Said was a proper upright man. And, if fighting a man grabbing a long unwashed pair of underwear, it would harm himself more than the enemy. How eye-stinging. Said shook his head to throw away that disgusting thought. Seeing the blushing, furious Guion, he knew words were useless. Instead, he might as well milk more emotion points. So while blocking her attacks, he stuffed that pink garment into his pocket and said, Zayaha, teacher's trick really works. Hey Marine lady, this time it was your top. Next time, who knows? Emotion points 30. Bastard'll cut you into 8 pieces. Meanwhile, she mentally noted the name Teach. Crocodile, watching from the sidelines, said, why did that Marine's swordsmanship suddenly go berserk? Jean, I didn't see clearly. Could she be the captain's enemy? Arashi, pirates and Marines are natural enemies. Kishiro was itching for a fight. No mistake, Arisher. That sword is Kenpyra. I didn't expect it to be in this Marine's hands. Said had quickly pocketed the item after stealing it so no one else on the ship saw what he did. And during the time Guion was locked in combat, with said the marine warship successfully caught up. Captain Guion has them pinned. Take them down now. Bang 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 bang. The black cannon muzzles aimed at the angel sparks flew and shells came flying in unison. Sandstorm. Thunder Serpent. Dual sword style slash. Demons Ashen Leg. The other members on the ship each employed their abilities casually intercepting the incoming cannonballs. As lightning and furious sands danced, Guion also noticed the commotion from her position. As an elite of the Marines, she was well informed and blurted out upon seeing the techniques of Crocodile and King Logia-type users. Guion instantly thought of the two who had caused a massive disturbance in Logtown over a month ago. Mast said in Crocodile, it's the two of you. Crocodile, what? Only now do you realize. Allowing you to flee into the sea poses a tremendous threat. Guion stood with her sword drawn, a layer of hockey coating the blade. Don't think being a Logia lets you do as you please. So confident are you? Said and Crocodile exchanged a glance. At present Guion had likely mastered the 6 powers and both colors of hockey, placing her at the level of a Marine Rear Admiral. Said roughly estimated that if he fought Guion the odds would be about 6-4 in his favor. He found that after all he had been at sea for less than half a year. Rising from a minor combatant to someone who could contend with a Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral was a pace of improvement he found quite satisfactory. Shave. Guion wielding Kagatana swung her sword at Crocodile without hesitation. Yet again said intercepted the blow. If you want to harm my lovely subordinate, at least defeat me first. Seeing this, Guion was secretly startled. This man did not seem to use techniques like shave, meaning he also possessed observation hockey. The Marines' bounty on them seemed far too low. Guion gritted her teeth, her swordsmanship growing increasingly fierce. Meanwhile, Crocodile and the others engaged the other Marines. As the battle intensified, a female Marine stepped forward holding a din mushy. Captain Guion, Vice Admiral Garp, happens to be passing by on a mission and is coming to reinforce us. No sooner had the words fallen than Garp's voice came through the snail. Wah, little Guion, I heard you've run into some troublesome opponents. Wherever Roger appeared, Garp would catch the scent and come. The said pirates had parted ways with the Roger pirates not long ago, so they weren't far apart. After failing to chase down the Roger pirates, Garp was heading back to Marineford when he received the call from Guion's ship. With Garp's voice booming forth, the Marines who had been showing signs of defeat suddenly had their morale boosted. But Guion rolled her eyes helplessly. Wouldn't it have been better to hold out a little longer and let Garp catch them all at once? Now that the enemy had heard, they'd probably try to escape. Said was indeed thinking the same. He wasn't afraid of Garp, but confronting him now would yield almost zero. After all, Garp was in his prime. His iron fist had chased the future emperors across God Valley and had fought pirates, and even Emu after that. Prepare to retreat. King suddenly spoke from the air. Captain, it seems too late. In the distance, a burly figure was flying through the air by kicking off the atmosphere, each step propelling him like a cannonball, leaving a trail of sonic booms. Pirates, am really pissed off right now. Pissed off? Go find Roger. What do you want from me? Said couldn't even be bothered to complain. But since the situation had already devolved, said made a swift decision. King Croc, come with me to take her down. Everyone else please hold off the other Marines for now. As he spoke, said activated photosynthesis to replenish his stamina with sunlight, while intermittently deploying a gravity field to hinder Guion's movements. At the same time, Crocodile and King coordinated perfectly, launching a 3-way assault on Guion. Lightning crackled, sand swirled. Even with her considerable strength, Guion couldn't gain any advantage against 3 opponents. Within just a few exchanges, her sword Kagatana was knocked from her hand, and she became Said's captive. Got you. Said swiftly cuffed her and pulled her close, his right arm around her slender yet tense waist, shielding himself behind her. Arashi, Zeph, and Koshiro all returned to the deck, chests heaving, breath heavy. Holding the hostage, Said looked at Garp landing on the warship, his heart completely calm. If it had been Sakazuki, had likely sacrificed Guion without hesitation to annihilate them. But this was Garp, the Marine hero. Guion shouted to Garp, Garpshin, they're dangerous. Don't mind me. As a Marine, am prepared to die. The angel drew away from the warship. Garp, you little brat, release Guion now. Said, Vice Admiral Garp, without a hostage wouldn't we be at your mercy? Garp, a real man fights fair and square. What's with these underhanded tricks? Said laughed heartily, am a pirate. Pirates stop at nothing. As the Marine hero, which is more important, protecting your own or defeating pirates? Said's question struck straight at Garp's heart. Guion tried to speak again, but Said noticed and tightened his right arm, pulling her even closer. Her intended words turned into a cry of pain, and she became acutely aware of the solid, warm chest behind her. Guion was furious inside, but quickly calmed down. With a seductive roll of her eyes, she said softly, well, Miss Body is quite soft, isn't it? Said smacked her on the backside, seduction won't work on me. Save it. Emotion points 20. Normally said wouldn't mind taking advantage, but right now one wrong move could end his pirate career. He couldn't afford to be distracted. Bastard. Guion cursed inwardly, but she raised her estimation of Said's danger level by a notch. Taking a deep breath, Said shouted again. Garp as the marine hero, which is more important, protecting the marines or defeating pirates? The sound exploded like thunder in Guion's ear, making her ears ring. She rolled her eyes again and said, "Can't you keep it down?" Said ignored her, his eyes fixed on Garp. At the same time, he was ready to draw his sword and cut Guion down at any moment. He wouldn't make the mistake of capturing Kobe at Hakanosu. Garp was silent for a moment, then laughed. "I underestimated you. Let Guion go, and I'll allow you to leave." Garpchen, Said squeezed her waist, cutting her off. Guion snarled, "Scoundrel, I won't let this go." First stealing her undergarment during the battle, now taking such liberties. She had never suffered such humiliation. "Well, let her go after we leave." "Fine. But if you do anything to Guion, I won't let you off easy." With that, Garp threw a menacing punch into the sea beside him. The terrifying shockwave struck the water instantly, creating a massive void. The others on the ship stared dumbfounded. Even Crocodile couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If a mere Marine Vice Admiral is this terrifying, how much more so an Admiral? Earlier, when Said considered taking a hostage, she had thought that the combined strength of a few of them might actually be enough to fight a Vice Admiral. Now she realized she had been overconfident. Don't overthink it. Garp is no ordinary Vice Admiral. He's powerful enough to be an Admiral, or even above one. With that, Said retreated calmly under the Marine's watchful eyes. Just leave her on this island. Crocodile glanced around. This was an unnamed islet, perhaps no larger than. Sayyid casually tossed the handcuffed Guion, whom he had carried on his shoulder, onto the sandy beach, and said, "We've searched her. She has a Vivre card, and the Marines have one too. Garp and the others will come for her soon." Jipu stroked his beard, looking relieved. "Thank goodness you had a plan this time, otherwise facing Garp's iron fists, I really wouldn't have known what to do." Being from the East Blue himself, Jipu was all too aware of Garp's terror. The East Blue had been growing more peaceful in recent years precisely because Garp often returned home and cracked down on pirates. Sayyid laughed. "Garp has iron fists, Jipu. You could train iron feet too. Garpchen isn't someone you can surpass so easily." Guion, roughly thrown onto the sand, glared at Sayyid with large, angry eyes despite the pain. Sayyid said, "He'll just leave you here then. Wait for Garp to rescue you. Oh, by the way, in your current elite training camp, is there anyone stronger than you?" He wasn't sure which generation Kazan belonged to, but Kazan was still young now. But Guion refused to say a single word. Being subdued by 3 people was sheer humiliation. Sayyid left her on the shore and boarded the Angel again with the others. Taking advantage of Garp's absence, they hurried to make their escape. Guion sat on the beach, her long legs bent together, hands behind her back, looking pitiful, yet shouting at the top of her lungs, "Bastard, give back my Kimpira." "That was a gift from Sister Tsuru." Sayyid leaned lazily against the railing, back to Guion, casually raising Kimpira to inspect it without even turning his head. "It's my trophy." But Sayyid forgot one thing: the pink top he had stuffed carelessly into his pocket with a strap still showing happened to be seen by Guion. She thought to herself, "Is that also your trophy?" Not long after the Sayyid pirates departed, Garp arrived with the Marines. "Guion, are you injured?" Several Marines quickly stepped forward to unlock her shackles. "No, Garpchen, I." Guion's hair was disheveled, her face full of resentment. Seeing this, Garp rolled up his sleeves, revealing the muscles on his arms, and said angrily, "I'll go avenge you right." Billa. Behind Garp, Bogart, whose hat shaded the upper half of his face, handed over a din mushy. "Vice Admiral Garp, it's Fleet Admiral Sengoku." "Hey Sengoku, what's up? How is Guion?" "Guion." Garp paused for a moment, glanced at Guion. "She's fine, she's safe, already rescued." "Good." Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention her relationship with Tsuru, an elite carefully groomed by Marine headquarters, would be a loss to the Marines if anything happened. "Anything else?" "If not, I'm off to catch that Said." "It's not Said, it's Sayyid." Sengoku said, as if talking to an idiot. "Oh, whatever, I've already memorized his face." Then the voice on the other end switched to another familiar one. "Garp, we probably can't catch up with them now. Take Guion and the others back to Marineford first." "No." Tsuru continued, "According to our latest intelligence, the Sayyid pirates are not as simple as we thought. They may have had contact with the Roger pirates." Garp's eyes lit up. "Really? Can I find Roger then?" "No, come back immediately. There are new missions." Garp was silent for a moment before laughing loudly. "All right, I understand." That year the Reverie convened again, and many kingdoms needed Marine protection. Moreover, Harold, the king of the Giant Kingdom, would also attend. The Marines needed to allocate some forces to ensure the Reverie proceeded smoothly. Afterward, Sengoku and Tsuru learned more details from Guion. Sengoku said grimly, "Another restless newcomer has set sail, and with 2 Logia users among his crew." Tsuru said, "Indeed, and the most destructive Goro no Mi at that." With such a strong subordinate willing to follow him, what kind of ambitious man must Captain Sayyid be? He even decisively took Gion hostage when facing Garp. A man of both strategy and strength. Don't treat him as an ordinary rookie. Raise their bounties. Meanwhile, the five elders, the highest authority of the world government, also received the latest news. News on the sea spread like the ocean breeze. In just 2 days, news of Sayyid's deeds made it onto the newspapers. The Roger pirates traveling across the seas in search of the final island, Roger and his crew. Shanks and Buggy each peeked ahead from behind Rayleigh, intently reading the newspaper. Rookie pirate calmly retreats from marine hero. Below the headline was a cool close-up photo of Sayyid. Isn't that guy Sayyid? Buggy spoke first, seeing the name reminded him of how his pocket money had been tricked away. But later Sayyid told him the treasure was real, and they had found it, so Buggy could only lament his bad luck. As for Sayyid, he was at least a decent scoundrel. Since Shanks had also taken losses from him, Buggy felt quite bad. Rayleigh laughed. Not bad managing to escape from Garp. Buggy blurted out, but we also always escape from Garp's pursuit. Does that mean Sayyid equals Captain Roger? Shanks pointed at the newspaper and corrected him. Idiot, it's because Sayyid captured a marine captain as a hostage to escape. Buggy retorted, but that marine captain was chasing them first and was defeated by Sayyid before becoming a prisoner. Garp came as backup. The two stared at each other about to fight again, but Rayleigh brought up something they were interested in. Oh, here are their latest bounties. Bounties? 2. They were both curious about Sayyid's bounty. Of the same generation, Sayyid was only 4 or 5 years older than them, yet he was far ahead. While they were still earning their stripes on the Roger pirates, Sayyid had already formed his own crew. Take a look. The first wanted poster showed Sayyid's ridiculously handsome face, no longer masked. The newspaper had a corresponding picture, Sayyid in a black coat, holding a beautiful female captain in one arm, pointing his sword at Garp, showing only their profiles. But his carefree demeanor in the scene could instantly captivate a sea of women. Paired with that picture, it stirred the... If he had said, "Don't move, Garp," that imposing aura would be complete. Albert Sayyid bounty 14800 berries. Shanks said the entire Sayyid pirates have been bountied. The second was Jean with lightning wings, white hair, and brown skin surrounded by electric arcs. Thunder Calamity Jean bounty 13500 berries, capture alive only. The third was Crocodile, one hand a gold hook, the other holding a small sandstorm, revealing a face full of dangerous appeal and coldness. The newspaper also had her close-up, Sand forming a giant blade toppling a squad of Marines. Sand Crocodile bounty 12400 berries. Then came Gung Silang Sword Demon, Frost Moon Gung, Silang bounty 7700 berries, Sword Ghost Rorino Alon bounty 7500 berries, Gold Beard Jipu bounty 600 berries. Apart from Sayyid, Crocodile and Jean received high bounties based on their personal strength and devil fruit abilities. The other three, as members of the Sayyid pirates, also had decent bounties. Keep in mind, inflation wasn't severe at the time. A bounty over 100 million already marked someone as a formidable figure. Gazing at their wanted posters, Zyankasi couldn't help fantasizing. Sword Demon, Sword Ghost. Such cool titles. I wield a sword too. What kind of epithet will I earn in the future? It has to be as dashing as Uncle Rayleigh's title of Pluto, right? Pluto, Rayleigh, Pluto, Zyankasi. Baji poked Zyankasi's head and mocked. What are you thinking? I think you'll just be called red-haired Zyankasi. Then you'll be red-nosed Baji. Nanny, what's wrong with a red nose? You want to fight? Baka. The two bickered and tussled like that all day while the other crew members egged them on. After all, long voyages across the sea were dull, and having these two clowns made everything much more fun. Meanwhile, intelligence about the Sayyid pirates also spread to the New World. In fact, with little entertainment or information channels, reading the newspaper was one of the pirates' greatest pleasures. On the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. Pops, ha, look. There's a promising new pirate crew. Marco with his pineapple-shaped hair walked over holding the latest newspaper and a stack of wanted posters. Oh, the other crew members gathered around to look. Albert said. Josu murmured the name repeatedly. They have 2 rookies with bounties over 100 million. Not bad at all. Whitebeard, however, noticed the newspaper information about a contact with that man Roger. Vista scowled in defiance. Just 2 rookies, yet they already bear the titles Sword Ghost and Sword Demon. Marco also observed the 2 swordsmen and spotted a suspicious point. Xuanyue Jingselang. Sounds familiar. Does he have any connection with Heziguo? At that time, Odin had already been with the Whitebeard pirates for 2 years. Izo, hearing this, said, there is indeed a Xuanyue clan in Heziguo. Perhaps he really is from there. They called Odin over. Looking at the wanted posters, Odin rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, maybe he's a relative of Jingsenlang. A group from the Xuanyue clan once went out to sea, and one of them was Xuanyue Jingsenlang. The sword Inma in my hand was forged by him. Moreover, Odin said uncertainly, The sword in Jingselang's hand looks like Wado Ikamanji, another famous blade forged by Jingsenlang. If it's true, then he must be closely related to Jingsenlang. I see. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Perhaps we'll find out if we ever meet him, Gururara. But I'm quite interested in this young man named Said. The newspaper had briefly covered Said's background. No parents, meaning he was an orphan. Seeing in the paper how he pointed his sword at Kapu, he seemed like a lad with great spirit. If only he could be my son. Hey Dicky, what are you looking for? Saki saw Dicky sitting aside flipping through the newspaper over and over. He quietly approached, and Dicky scratched his head, revealing a simple smile. Ha 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 ha, I'm looking for Shanjian's novel Raging at Sea. Damn it, that guy hasn't written anything in ages. Oh, do you like that one? Of course, especially the part where the protagonist kneels in public to acknowledge a godfather to achieve great things. That really resonated with him. But he couldn't say that. He chuckled, not that I love it, but it feels really interesting. Much more fun than all those righteous marines and brave knights. Saki said, true. I wonder what a wise man with such rich experience he must be. But I prefer Robinson Crusoe. It gave me a lot of inspiration on how to make delicious food without proper tools. Yeah, Zehahaha, but he always stops at the best parts. That's too much. Exactly, it feels intentional. Kaido along with Queen drifted across the sea. The recently sobered Kaido was also reading the newspaper, but his gaze lingered mostly on King. Because he was constantly being hunted by CP organizations and the Marines, Kaido had learned many things. Especially not long ago when he was chased again. Those people demanded he hand over some Lunalia tribe. He had no Lunalia tribe at all. In the end, they drained several tubes of his blood before he managed to escape after eating and drinking his fill. But he had firmly etched the name Lunalia tribe into his mind. White hair, brown skin, black wings, flames that can burn on his back. Kaido muttered to himself. The king in this wanted poster matched all descriptions except for the wings. Wah, such a rare race. Why aren't they my subordinates? Queen beside him looked bewildered. Why was he suddenly crying? Huh, Kaido boss. Ororo, talents. I want talents. They'll capture them all. Queen quickly grabbed Kaido, who was about to transform and fly away, and said, you can't leave, Kaido boss. Weren't we just planning to take over Heziguo? Somewhere on the Grand Line a young youth stood on a coffin-like small boat. He stared at the newspaper in silence for a long. His eyes sharp as a hawk's were fixed on Said's wanted poster. 3 swordsmen on one ship, and the captain is also a master swordsman. I'd really like to cross swords with them sometime. Said also received his own wanted poster. Damn it, why don't I have a title? Last time at least he had Goemian, but this time not even that. Humph, my bounty is higher than yours, Lon. Jingselang said smugly, looking at his own wanted poster. The title Sword Demon pleased him greatly. Huh, with your strength how can you be higher? Lon retorted, unwilling to accept. Jipu stroked his dashing goatee again and sighed. Am now a wanted pirate too, but my bounty is the lowest. He had started late and was older, perhaps the Marines underestimated him. My bounty has broken 100 million. Keliketer felt a little annoyed. Originally, she was one of only 2 crew members with a bounty, but now her bounty had fallen to 3rd place. Damn it. King's bounty was even higher than hers. Said also felt a bit regretful. His own bounty hadn't surpassed 200 million this time. Otherwise, he could have at least half completed the skill slot unlock mission. Now that he had made a name for himself across the sea, Said began to contemplate some plans. He knew about certain things, but actually executing them proved difficult. The sleeping ancient town had the mythical Zoan vampire fruit. But where was the sleeping ancient town? He had checked numerous sea charts and still couldn't find it. As for the artificial azure dragon fruit, Vegapunk hadn't even created it yet. And the inheritance fruit of Elbaf, Said couldn't defeat Dori. Still, many things didn't require immediate attention. Even if a decade passed, they would still be there. For now, the priority was to increase his strength. As for those opportunities, like the 7-star sword or pure gold, they could be sought gradually. Said quickly reined in his thoughts. No matter how powerful a devil fruit or weapon, one thing remained essential: one's own power. He let out a long breath and began his daily training regimen. Sayyid not only wore a force training device, but also activated his gravity ability, instantly quintupling the gravity in the space around him. Since the skill had not been upgraded, he could not control it freely. He could only adjust the gravity, unable to arbitrarily change the range and unit of its effect. This is the information I've compiled on the rebels of Sastur. Crocodile walked over with a stack of papers. But as she approached Sayyid, her body suddenly grew heavy. Caught off guard, she nearly knelt on one knee before Sayyid. Emotion value 10. What are you up to now? My new skill, how is it? Sayyid answered while doing push-ups. Changing the gravity of the environment. You're a monster. Are you sure you're not a devil fruit user? Crocodile found it hard to understand Sayyid. He occasionally used strange skills, which was no secret to her. I haven't eaten a devil fruit yet. To this, Crocodile remarked with genuine awe, the sea truly holds wonders. I've heard of Charlotte Lean, a pirate with the innate talent of an iron balloon, a body rivaling armament hockey. Some might even have abnormal body structures allowing them to consume 3 devil fruits. Sayyid didn't mention Teach's name. However, since he had previously mentioned Teach's name in front of Guillaume, the Marines would likely pay some attention. Crocodile looked astonished. Can such a monster really exist? As you said, the sea is full of wonders. Crocodile collected her thoughts, and the others gathered around. Crocodile addressed the group. What we face now is a dictatorship established by rebels. The name Baroque is gone, only the kingdom of vodka remains. The kingdom has nearly 30,000 troops. Sayyid, do you really want to go through with this? Crocodile's gaze swept over the others, searching their faces for fear. Deep down, Crocodile believed this revenge was her own affair and didn't want Sayyid and the others involved. Against the well-equipped royal army, their 6 might not be enough. Ran? Crocodile, since we're shipmates, your business is ours. 30,000 men. Watch me cut them down. Sayyid stopped his exercise and stood up. Don't forget, Crocodile, I came from the Baroque kingdom too. They destroyed my house. The wooden cabin he had spent half a year building had been burned to ashes. Crocodile's eyes flickered with an unreadable emotion. Gung Siling. That said, we should formulate a battle plan first. Sayyid tilted his head in thought. With wisdom surpassing the era, a distillation of millennia, he could easily devise several strategies. He slowly said, capture the king first. Storm the palace by surprise, and take out Sashter directly. But there's one thing. Sayyid looked at Crocodile, a question he had pondered for a long time. In the original story, Crocodile might have eaten the sand fruit and then sought revenge, but whether she later returned to claim the throne was unclear to him. Sayyid looked at Crocodile, a question he had pondered for a long time. In the original story, Crocodile, it was a profound question, but when the words reached his lips, Sayyid couldn't bring himself to ask. After nearly a year together, he would respect whatever choice she made. Yet why did he feel she was following Vivi's script? Crocodile asked, what is it? Nothing. Crocodile looked suspicious, but Jean interrupted. What are the military forces of the kingdom of vodka? Crocodile produced the gathered intelligence. From what I know, the strongest is only the rebel leader Sashter, a paramecia sloth fruit user skilled in martial arts, and also proficient in hockey. Sloth fruit, huh? It hadn't been eaten by Foxy yet. I'm not sure about the other capable individuals under his, but recently the evil King Pizarro had dealings with him. Pizarro. Hearing another familiar name, Sayyid was slightly surprised. The future island fruit user, a man with a brutal reputation. Jean was eager. If that's the case, I can infiltrate the palace alone and capture him. With his thunder fruit, he could easily fly to Sashter's bedside. However, I think we'll be discovered the moment we land. Japu suddenly spoke, holding a piece of paper he had just fished out of the sea. The paper clearly depicted the faces of the 6, especially Crocodile's likeness. Blurred lines above read Baroque Royal Remnant Princess Crocodile Bounty Roberry's dead or alive. This was a notice issued by the Kingdom of Vodka, meaning they were now wanted throughout the country. Sayyid said, they'll definitely know our bounties have increased. Right now they're probably trembling in fear waiting for us. At the same time, they would have made ample preparations to eliminate them. Sashter. Crocodile's slender fingers gripped the paper tightly, her beautiful face twisted with hatred and fury. Even after so long, she could vividly recall the kingdom burning in the flames that night. Sayyid patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, we won't stand by. But to infiltrate the palace, we'll need to disguise ourselves. After speaking, Sayyid outlined the battle plan to the others. By evening, they arrived at a remote coast of the Kingdom of Vodka. Sayyid was right about one thing. Sashter was indeed worried that Crocodile would return for revenge. In the opulent palace, Sashter wore a king's robe, a crooked crown atop his head, and slumped in a chair studded with rubies. 2 scantily clad, voluptuous and beautiful maids massaged him. Since becoming king, Sashter had learned what aristocratic life was. Every day he feasted on delicacies, and every night he could change women. Anyone who disobeyed was eliminated by soldiers. But this dreamlike life was on the verge of collapse, because the remnant of the Baroque kingdom was coming back. Buzz. Sashter dialed a number. A low voice came from the other end of the den mushy. Sashter, you've already gotten what you wanted. Why are you calling? Hearing that voice, Sashter couldn't help but hunch his shoulders. But remembering he was now king, he stiffened his. Wazaka, can I greet an old friend without a reason? You're afraid Crocodile will come for revenge. The other party saw through him with a single sentence. Sashter dropped the pretense and laughed slyly. Iwazaka, if not for your support behind the scenes, I wouldn't have dared to commit such a momentous act of usurpation. So you have to help me. Den mushy. Sashter, you didn't get the national treasure I wanted. Crocodile already ate it. Sashter, don't worry. I spent a fortune and bought a devil fruit from the underworld. A Logia. Greedy bastard. Sashter cursed inwardly but put on a smiling face. Logia aren't easy to find, but I think you'll be satisfied with this one. What kind of fruit? Zo, an ancient model toothless pterosaur. On the western coastline of the Vodka Kingdom, waves surged and crashed against the rocks, shattering into white foam. A chaotic arrangement of rocks dotted the shoreline with stones scattered across the beach. Along the beach, a forest filled with various trees stretched endlessly. Back again, huh? Said, leaping off the ship, kicked the stone aside carelessly as his feet landed on the sand. He had been to the western coastline before. When he first arrived in this world, he had come here to catch crabs and pick coconuts merely to fill his stomach due to lack of money. Now revisiting the old place, he had a few reliable companions by his side. Yeah, but I remember that the western coastline was uninhabited. The environment of the western coastline was harsh, with fierce beasts living in the jungle and rugged terrain, making it entirely unsuitable for habitation. Following Crocodile's gaze, Said looked towards the forest where wisps of smoke rose and mingled with the clouds. Shall we go take a look? Crocodile pondered for a moment before nodding, trailing behind Said. This is the hometown of Said and Crocodile. Lon, with two swords hanging from her waist, and wearing a short jacket that revealed part of her chest, curiously surveyed her surroundings. Gung Shiro remarked, "It seems like a very peaceful place." Hearing the chatter behind him, Said couldn't help but smile, turning back to say, "Keep up, or you might get lost." Lon boasted confidently, "I never get lost." Said did not deny this. It was strange that Lon had a good sense of direction, even being able to feel when a ship turned in the vast ocean. Yet he had a son who was utterly directionally challenged. Said suspected that Zoro might have suffered a head injury during childhood. As they walked, Said fell behind Crocodile, chatting and joking with the others along the way. "I say," Said, "we've arrived at your hometown. You should treat us to a feast." "What are you thinking? In Frostmoon Village, I didn't see you treat me to a feast either. Instead, I came to Isin Dojo for meals every day." Bang! Said took a few steps forward and suddenly bumped into Crocodile's not so solid back. "Why did you stop so suddenly?" Crocodile's gaze turned vigilant. "There's something ahead." As soon as he spoke, several arrows shot out from the swish, swish, swish. Crocodile casually waved his right hand, sending a gust of sand that severed all the arrows. She shouted sternly, "Who's there?" A cheerful voice emerged from the bushes, filled with disbelief. "Brother Said, is that you?" Hearing this voice, Said raised an eyebrow as familiar memories surged in his mind. "Aki, is that you? Where are your mom and dad?" A dirty girl crawled out from the bushes with a head of messy golden hair. Although clean, it was unkempt and her face was covered in dirt, with only her big watery eyes visible. She wore a set of hunter's attire. "Brother Said," Aki exclaimed, confirming Said's identity and hugging him tightly. "Great. I knew you would come back," Brother Said. "Who is she?" Lon asked, while the others were also curious, as they had never heard of Said having family. Aki spoke up first, looking around at them and saying, "I know you all." She pointed with her little hand at Zepp. "You are the cook of Said's pirate crew, Goldenbeard Zepp. You are the sword demon Frostmoon Gung Shiro. You are the sword ghost Rorinoa Lon, the third strongest swordsman of Said's pirate crew." "Hey, wait, when did I become just the third strongest?" "Brother Said is the first, Gung Shiro is the second, and you're the third." "I should be the second, right? But your bounty is lower." Aki looked at Lon innocently. Puff! It felt like a dagger stabbed into his heart. Lon squatted beside him, muttering, "Why is my bounty?" Gung Shiro laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you're an honest good child, Aki." Aki then looked at Jin, her face puzzled. "Strange, why do your wings look different from the photo?" "That's how they look in back." Said had a suspicion, or it seemed their appearances and bounties had spread throughout the entire country. Aki finally looked at Crocodile. You are Princess Crocodile, right?" Although Said had already accepted Crocodile's identity as a mature woman, he still found it hard to hold back upon hearing her referred to as a princess. Crocodile gazed at Aki with a complex expression. "The former princess is dead. The current one is the pirate Crocodile." Aki's gaze dimmed significantly, then filled with a hint of anticipation. "Then are you back to reclaim?" A long silence was the response. Even the other members of Said's pirate crew fell silent. If they could deal with the rebel Sarster, this country would undoubtedly need a new king, and without a doubt Crocodile was the most suitable for the Baroque kingdom. Having consumed the Sand fruit and gradually mastering hockey, she had yet to reach her peak, but her strength would continue to grow, allowing her to protect this country. But this also meant that there might be a companion leaving Said's pirate crew. It was a matter that weighed heavily on the hearts of everyone, including Crocodile. "Let's not talk about that for now." Said turned to Aki. "Aki, you haven't told us how you ended up here." Aki replied, "We have no place to stay, so my dad brought us here." Many others also came to the western coastline. Aki led them to her home. However, along the way, Said kept an eye out, avoiding other unimportant people. Aki's home was in a cave. At the entrance, Said encountered Uncle Gran, who had just returned from fishing. Aki's father. "Dad, I found Brother Said." Said. Uncle Gran exclaimed in shock, quickly looking around and cautiously confirming that no one was nearby before inviting them into the cave. Uncle Gran, long time no see. Said, "Why did you come back so suddenly?" "Me? Of course I'm back to take revenge for Crocodile." Uncle Gran looked panic-stricken. Sarster has 30,000 men, and how can you six handle them? And Princess, you should leave this country quickly. The entire kingdom is hunting for you. You can just call me Crocodile could hardly bear Said's peculiar gaze. Every time someone called her princess, he would have that. I came back this time to settle the score with them. This? Said asked. Uncle Gran, you still haven't told us what happened. Why are you living here? Upon hearing this, Gran sighed and slowly recounted what happened after the rebels took over the kingdom. After that night, the royal members of the Baroque kingdom were all liquidated. Even some nobles loyal to the royal family were suppressed during the rebellion. Among the remaining nobles, some were traitors who had secretly colluded with Sassage, gaining immense benefits from this gamble and leaping into the new noble power. The rest defected to Sassage to save their own lives. The reshuffling and support of the noble forces greatly pleased Sassage. Therefore, he launched his second plan, joining the world government. It must be known that the original Baroque kingdom was merely a small nation in the Grand Line, lacking vast lands to generate wealth. During the reign of Keloaketer's father, taxes were reduced to a very low level. Even so, it only ensured that the people could barely eat. However, joining the world government required paying a huge annual celestial gold, thus burdening all citizens with heavy taxes. For most people, selling all their belongings would not even be enough to pay the celestial gold. The struggling citizens of Baroque rioted in various towns, but were soon suppressed by the well-equipped royal army. Although the army was only 30,000 strong, oddly enough, they possessed not only good armor, but also superior weapons with many firearms, even rivaling the world government's navy equipment. Jelen and his group were among those who could no longer survive. Forced by necessity, they fled to the western coast, a typical barren land with rugged terrain and many beasts where many could barely even make ends meet. Not long ago, a fleet appeared. Those people claimed to be subordinates of the evil king. They had been capturing those unable to pay the celestial gold. Many were taken away and never heard from again. Jelen, with a resentful expression, continued, I set those traps to stop them, but I didn't expect Aki to. Jelen was a fisherman, but he seemed to have fought with bandits in his youth and had some combat ability. So it seems the helper Sassage invited is Pizaluo. Sayyid suddenly felt a headache. Getting rid of Sassage would be easy. They could just storm the palace and kill him directly. But what use would defeating him be? What about the 30,000 rebel troops? And the noble class that defected to Sassage? They couldn't kill them all. However, one advantage was that the people now knew Sassage's reign was illegitimate and that he was a tyrannical, incompetent ruler. Soon it was dinner time. Jipu carried some food off the ship while Lan and Gung Silang hunted a few game animals in the forest. The enticing aroma spread unconsciously. Aki's eyes were already wide open, staring intently at the food as she swallowed incessantly. Ever since that war, their once ordinary life was gone, and they had lost more than just their home. Aki, here, don't burn yourself. Sayyid handed a skewer of roasted meat to Aki. Thank you, brother Sayyid. Aki took it and immediately took a bite, ignoring the heat, her face showing a blissful expression. Sayyid sat on a tree stump and used a branch to draw a simple palace map on the grass. Pointing at the palace, he said, We are pirates. Pirates have their own way of solving problems. I think we should first gather information, then go straight to the palace and defeat Sassage. Sayyid considered the 36 stratagems and the art of war many times, even pondering how to divide and co-opt the nobles. But in the end, he dismissed them all. Now, with the greatest strength, he had no need for negotiations or trade-offs. Any strategy was meaningless before absolute power. Besides, he had no intention of usurping the kingdom. Why bother considering? Still, capturing him required a suitable timing to avoid as many enemies as possible. Meanwhile, little Aki, sitting nearby, understood none of this. She happily ate the meal Jipu had made, in all her life she had never tasted such delicious food. It was so good to have brother Sayyid here. Earlier, she had thought brother Sayyid had been killed in the war and had been sad for days. She looked at the sky, though it was night. The other side of the forest glowed red as if it were twilight. Red light. Aki suddenly realized, panic-stricken, shouting, Fire! There's a fire over there. At the junction of the western coast's mountains and shoreline. It was like that night again. Homes destroyed, fire everywhere. Armed pirates roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, so many people hiding here, excellent. Why? Why are pirates here? We've already fled here, why won't they let us go? Who told you couldn't pay the celestial gold? Sell you all, and that'll be enough. These were Pisaluo's men and some of Sassage's people. Burning, killing, and looting were routine for them. Don't kill them, or they won't sell. Even an ordinary slave can fetch 200,000 berries. Yes, Lord Luabit. Call me Baron Luabit. His Majesty Sassage has granted me the title of Baron. Yes, Baron Luabit. Wah! Luabit revealed a long pointed face with two whiskers at the corners of his mouth, very much like a rat's tail. With a lecherous expression, he sneered as he approached a teenage girl. A beauty like this can fetch a good price, but before that let me have some fun first. The girl knelt in despair. Just moments ago her father had fought the pirates to protect her, and her brother had also fallen. Why are you doing this? What have we done wrong? We just want to survive. What have you done wrong? What a foolish wretch. Weakness is the original sin. Lua Beat reached out his hand, slowly extending it toward the girl's thin, frail body. Just as he was about to touch her, a voice rang out from the sky, accompanied by thunder. Thunderbolt. Crack. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking him. The girl stared blankly at the figure in the sky. Wings like lightning flames burning behind him, possessing such power. Are you a god? Jean said coldly. I'm a pirate. A pirate? Pirates also save people. The girl felt her brain couldn't process it. Jean asked again, do you know who the leader of these guys is? The girl, that hat one lying at your feet. Jean. To cover his embarrassment, Jean said nothing, and with lightning speed quickly took down a large number of pirates. Sandblade, Aokiji, and the others also arrived. There were less than 2,000 troops here, most of them under the evil King Pisaluo, and they soon fell under the fierce attacks of the six. Who are you? The last conscious pirate knelt on the ground, only to be grabbed by Jean. Interrogation. For some reason, while interrogating this bastard, Jean felt a flicker of pleasure. Soon they learned the whole story. Sassage, in order to raise enough celestial gold, planned to sell these destitute people who couldn't pay as slaves. Aokiji trembled with rage. What an absolute bastard. This farce should end. Sayyid said expressionlessly. Under the rule of the celestial dragons, such things were commonplace, and this was only what they had seen. Sayyid didn't have the power to save the world now, but he truly wanted to kill Sassage. Just as they finished interrogating Lua Beat, his den mushi rang. After exchanging glances with Sayyid, Aokiji silently picked up the den mushi. Moshi Lua Beat, how is the task I assigned you going? It was that bastard Sassage's voice. Aokiji lowered his voice, trying to mimic, all handled. The other end of the den mushi was noisy, as if there was a banquet, so Sassage didn't notice the difference. Well done, Lua Beat. After you finish, gather the troops. Lately I've had a premonition that Aokiji is— Yes. In the evening wind, Aokiji's black coat swayed. She looked coldly at Lua Beat. You're useless now. Wait, princess, give me a chance. No. But they didn't notice that in the darkness someone among the rescued refugees quietly slipped away. He Pisaluo, what do you think of my palace? Sassage said with a boastful tone. Even his right hand had 5 fingers, each adorned with different rings, from thumb to pinky, gold, emerald, ruby, diamond, and jadeite. To become a king of a nation is to be so extravagant. Power, status, women, treasures, everything one could desire. He had been king for half a year, yet still indulged in luxury. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Pisaluo, sporting a pair of bull horns, drained the wine in his cup and slammed the glass heavily onto the table. How refreshing. He then looked at Sassage. Congratulations, you've successfully stolen a kingdom. What do you mean stolen? That's not the way to put it. It's taken away. He show me some respect? Alright. Pisaluo, don't forget who granted you the authority to plunder people in this country. Half of the profits are yours, Pisaluo. You get half, without having to contribute anything. Pisaluo actually held Sassage in great contempt. A man without courage, someone who would even sell out his own countrymen for a shred of profit. But he also liked such a man because he too made a lot of money. With this money he could recruit soldiers and expand his power. By then, Pisaluo looked at the arrogant Sassage, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. He recalled a story his subordinates had read to him recently. One line struck a chord deep within him. A true man born between heaven and earth should not languish under others forever. Though this line sounded like an ancient dialect of the Hua country, it was surprisingly cool. Sassage, oh Sassage, I won't work for you for nothing. Though thinking this in his heart, on the surface Pisaluo put on a beaming expression, looking as if he had been satiated by Sassage's permission orders. Sassage summoning me so suddenly. Surely it's not just to invite me for a meal. Just asking you to do me a small favor at the right time. Pisaluo's eyes shifted. Almost every wall outside the city was plastered with a wanted poster. He had known this long ago. This coward before him was afraid. Afraid of revenge from the remnants of the Baroque royal family. The key was, he was afraid too. That Sayyid pirate crew had 2 Logia ability users, one of whom was the Logia Rumble Fruit. You want me to help you fight against the so-called Sayyid pirate crew? Are you joking? Pisaluo, you're a great pirate that even the world government finds troublesome. Aren't you afraid? He couldn't help but be afraid. We're all men who live on the sea. How could we fear a few newcomers? But not long ago he had encountered a certain scary, shining man, and Logia powers had really traumatized. If he hadn't abandoned his underlings and jumped into the sea to escape at the critical moment, he would probably be locked in a prison with no hope of seeing daylight. Easy for you to say. That man escaped unscathed even before Kapu. At these words, even Sassage fell silent. They were facing not just Aokiji, but also her captain, the brat named Sayyid. They didn't know how strong Sayyid was, but they knew how strong Kapu was. A man who didn't flinch before Kapu was already worthy of their respect. Sayyid laughed dryly. That guy just used the Marines as hostages. No matter how strong, he's just a brat. I've investigated him. He once lived in the seaweed village of the Baroque kingdom. He has some strength, but not much. I think his bounty of over 100 million is more due to his cunning. Pisaluo's eyelid twitched. I may look stupid, but am not really stupid. If he were weak, how could he have 2 Logia ability users willingly become his subordinates? What for? Because he's handsome. He. I have 30,000 men in my hands plus your subordinates. Why should we fear just 6 people? Besides, I've prepared a great gift for Aokiji. That's true. But I gain nothing from this. Am not your subordinate to be ordered around Sayyid. You greedy bastard. Sayyid cursed inwardly but put on a smile. After it's done, I can grant you the title of Grand Duke. Sayyid continued, I don't plan to simply occupy just one country. I want to join the world government, gain more treasures and status until I become a celestial dragon. And then Pisaluo, I can even give you a country. It sounds like a good ambition, but the risk is still too great. Pisaluo was a bit tempted, but the title of Grand Duke and all that depended on victory. He didn't see a sure win. If this is all I want, play along. Pisaluo stood up to leave. I knew you wouldn't agree so easily, Pisaluo. Sayyid stroked his beard, which resembled a rat's tail, a sly grin on his face. Pisaluo paused and turned his head. If you have something else hidden, just bring it out. To deal with these people, I spent a great price to invite him. Who? As Pisaluo's words fell, the hall echoed with the unhurried footsteps, the kind only leather shoes thicker than 3 centimeters could produce. As the newcomer revealed his true face, Pisaluo's eyes instinctively widened, then a sinister grin spread across the lower half of his face, as if he had seen something hilariously absurd. I never expected it would be you. I thought you were a righteous man, ha ha. Yet you actually chose to help a scoundrel like Sayyid. The newcomer gave a disdainful smile. A beautiful maid who had been waiting nearby wisely handed him a cigar. Only then did the man speak slowly, his voice low, helping a member nation eliminate invading pirates. That is where our justice lies. Pisaluo, as if hearing the greatest joke, laughed while clutching his stomach. You hypocrite, that's hilarious. But since you're willing to get involved, I don't mind playing with them either. Sayyid, I suppose you've arranged a room for me. With that, Pisaluo turned and left, leaving the two alone. Where's the thing I want, Sayyid? The man sat directly on a chair, crossing his feet on the table. Don't be too arrogant, you bastard. Sayyid muttered discontentedly, then took out a box and slowly opened it in front of him. Inside was a distinctive fruit. I suppose you've seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia too. This isn't an ordinary zoan. I paid a great price to obtain it. The man sat up straight. Though he would have preferred a Logia fruit, this one was no ordinary fruit. An ancient zoan that grants flight, the dragon fruit, pteranodon form. Eating it would allow him to advance his strength further, even aspiring to become an admiral. Give it to me. The man reached out to take it. But Sayyid quickly closed the lid, a victorious grin on his face. It seems you're quite satisfied. However, it will only be yours after you deal with the Sayyid pirate crew. Sayyid, you're so annoying. Aren't you afraid it'll kill you? No, you won't. We are partners after all. The Sietarasiki Street. The night was hazy, the moon hidden behind dark clouds, and howling gales swept through alleyways and narrow paths, raising sharp whistles. Sayyid and his group sprinted along an alley, adjacent to the main street. This path led to the front of the palace. Having already fought a battle earlier that night, everyone was somewhat exhausted. However, once the battle on the west coast was over and Pisaluo and Sayyid's men had not returned overnight, even the stupidest person would have realized something. Thus Sayyid decided to strike that very night, catching them off guard to directly seize control of Sayyid. However, Kulika Daer's expression was somewhat off, and luckily the night was too dark for anyone to see the awkwardness and shame on her face. We're going to fight. Why do I have to dress like this? Kulika Daer tugged at her low-cut black blouse that revealed a large expanse of snow-white skin. The yellow crystal necklace that Sayyid had given her trembled around her neck. This outfit, unlike her usual androgynous boss style, was personally selected by Sayyid. A low-cut fitted blouse paired with a smoke gray fur-collared black coat, fishnet stockings on her legs, plus a black leather skirt, pants, and mid-calf leather boots on her feet. Well, in Sayyid's aesthetic judgment, that was the outfit. It was undoubtedly stylish, but more importantly, it was extremely expensive, more suited to a high-end fashion show than a fight. Emotion points, 55. Anyway, ever since Kulika Daer put on the clothes, she had been providing emotion points. Sayyid and the others were also handsomely dressed. Sayyid's captain's coat looked like something a tycoon would wear. A jeans imperial military uniform, coupled with his cold face, exuded a steel-blooded aura. Lan and Gung Si-Lang wore black suits with swords at their waists like Yakuza warriors. And Japu, in his gentleman's formal attire, seemed more suited to an aristocratic ball than a brawl. The others were completely puzzled. They were pirates. Why did they have to dress so sharply? Thus after Kuluaka de Air asked that question, the others all turned their puzzled gazes toward Sayyid. This is our first time going to war with a nation. Don't you think it's important to look sharp? No. 5. Who would have thought that Sayyid's exercise of captain's prerogative was merely to force them into uniforms? Especially Kuluaka de Air. Lon even added, Sayyid, you're not just using this as an excuse to see Kuluaka de Air in stockings, are you? Sayyid's expression turned embarrassed. Japu laughed out loud, a passionate young lad, just like that. Sayyid shot back, shut up, old lecher. I found several pin-up magazines under your pillow. When did you go to my room, you pervy kid? Gung Si-lang looked helpless. Don't stray off topic. Sometimes the captain was really unreliable. Thankfully, there were companions like Kuluaka de Air who had a sharp mind, and Jean who remained calm at all times. However, Kuluaka de Air could barely hold back her urge to die. She slapped Sayyid on the head in shame and anger. Stop arguing, it's annoying. We're suppressing the opponent from the very start, Kuluo-chan. Sayyid rubbed his head and muttered, his gaze sweeping over Kuluaka de Air's legs again. With a height of 2 meters and legs that were 1.6 meters long, her figure was well proportioned and slender in women's clothing. She was indeed quite attractive. Opportunities to make Kuluo-chan wear this outfit were rare. With a height of 2 meters and legs that were 1.6 meters long, her figure was well proportioned and slender in women's clothing. She was indeed. Do I lack that bit of money? There was still a huge gold pillar on Sky Island. Less talking, how do you plan to get in? The group stopped before the towering walls of the palace. It would be easy to destroy the walls, but their plan was to silently infiltrate the palace and eliminate Sayyid. Smashing the walls was not an option. Sayyid stroked his chin in thought, then said, Kuluo-chan, you can use your Shasha fruit ability to open a hole in the ground here. The 4 of you will go through the tunnel. Sayyid pointed to Kuluaka de Air, Lon, Gung Si-lang, and Japu. Kuluaka de Air glanced at Sayyid with doubt. Why did it feel like this guy knew the Shasha fruit better than she did? Kuluaka de Air, YS4. What about you and Jean? Because I don't want to crawl through a tunnel, he has a cooler way to appear. Me and Jean. Sayyid pointed to the sky with a bright smile, airborne. The other 4. Inside the palace bedchamber. Sayyid was still lost in his pleasant dreams. On the table before him lay the ancient type devil fruit. This devil fruit cost 1 billion, how could I just hand it over to you? Sayyid thought to himself. Your Highness, a filthy beggar is at the gate asking to see you, claiming to have information about Kuluaka de Air. Sayyid immediately sat up, his 2 rat tail whiskers twitching. The servant who came to report quickly lowered his head, suppressing a laugh. He has learned to respect me as king, much improved, not bad. Such thoughts crossed Sayyid's mind before he said, let him in. No, have him wait in the main hall. Demeng Duo was originally a villager from Haizeo village next to Haichao village. Like Golan and the others, he fled to the west coast due to war, and then encountered Pai Sa Luo's men capturing slaves, but was fortunately saved by Kuluaka de Air. However, when he saw that the Vodka Kingdom had placed a high bounty on Kuluaka de Air, even offering a barren title, his greed ultimately overcame his conscience. Thus he came here. Outside the majestic and luxurious palace gates, he stood like an ant. The guard's calm voice betrayed no emotion. Yes, yes, my lord. Demeng Duo nodded and bowed cautiously, walking inside. So you are that. Who? On the throne sat a man whose appearance was hard to evaluate, but was dripping with jewels. This seemed to be His Highness Sayyid. Yes, yes, my name is Demeng Duo. The villagers like to call me Wood Demeng Duo. Your Highness may call me Wood. Wood is much easier to remember. What do you have to say? If it's not important, they'll have you killed. Hearing this, Demeng Duo's legs trembled, and he fell to his knees shakily, pulling out a poster. I have come to inform. I have news about the Baroque remnant, Kuluaka de Air. What a? Sayyid immediately sat up. Before he could ask, Demeng Duo recounted everything about the group in full detail. So she's already here. Sayyid paced back and forth, his rat tail whiskers twitching more violently. Send the army to suppress her? No. She will definitely come for me. We should keep the army to guard the palace. Right. Sayyid had a brainstorm. Baijiete immediately dispatched troops to guard the palace heavily and send another army to the west coast to search for the Sayyid pirates. That fool Luo Bei Te must have been beaten by them. As for those refugees who dared to harbor criminals, they all must die. Demeng Duo's heart leaped. Fortunately, he had come to inform he probably wouldn't be killed, right? Why, your highness, the reward you promised. Sayyid, rest assured, I never go back on my take him to get his money. Demeng Duo joyfully followed 2 guards bearing swords and left the palace. Shortly after, a piercing scream came from outside the hall. Sayyid laughed sinisterly. But with you dead, I don't have to fulfill my promise, do I? He sat back on the throne that symbolized power, feeling more at ease. He had dispatched 10,000 troops to suppress the towns, but the ones guarding the palace numbered a full 20,000. No matter how powerful they are to reach me, they must face the 20,000 troops inside the palace. Even if they do manage to burst and they'll be exhausted. What if they come from the sky? A voice came from among the row of guards at the door. Who spoke? No one answered him. Sayyid stroked his beard in displeasure. Just a pirate crew that has only just set sail? They might even be scared off by my formidable defenses. Sayyid and Jean, who had just flown over, happened to hear his words. Sayyid curled his lips into a smirk, kicked open the door, and as the guards stared in shock, Jean transformed into a bolt of lightning, knocking them all down. Looking at the rat-faced Sayyid before him, Sayyid said, "Even with a crown you don't look like a king." Looking at the rat-faced Sayyid before him, Sayyid said, "Even with a crown you don't look like a king." Sayyid. Sayyid stared at the fallen soldiers outside the door and inside the hall, then looked at the figure behind Sayyid, Jean, and instinctively stepped back. Where's Crocodile? Let her come out. She must be hiding somewhere waiting to ambush me, right? Sayyid's eyes locked onto Sayyid. Why does this guy seem both cowardly and weak? Doesn't look like someone with real ability. How could someone like this usurp the throne? And even master hockey? Could there be some other sinister plot? Though he appeared devoid of a strong presence, Sayyid still wouldn't underestimate any enemy. Maybe he's like Teach, a cunning he-gem and skilled in disguise. Jean, let me test him first. Sayyid strode slowly towards Sayyid, his body gradually tensing into a combat stance. He even directly used belly drum, multiplying his physical power by over 10-fold. Hey kid, I know you. The pauper who escaped from the Baroque kingdom. If you're willing to pledge allegiance to me, I can grant you a fief in this country. I can even have the Navy revoke your bounty and let you live peacefully as a noble. Beautiful women treasure status. Aren't those what pirates seek? I can give you all of that. It seems you're determined to oppose me. Seeing Sayyid approach step by step, Sayyid finally lost his temper, his face darkening. He was a true veteran forged on the battlefield, merely habitually feigning weakness. He slowly removed his ornate coat and descended the steps. His voice echoed through the hall. In the year 1492 of the Sea Circle calendar, I became a squad leader at 18 while first joining the army. In 1500, I defeated a great pirate with a bounty of 50 million. 20 years of military service, countless missions executed. Don't think. Sayyid wanted to say more, but what greeted him was a rapidly enlarging sight before his eyes. Elbow strike. Boom. Under that terrifying blow, Sayyid was sent flying, his body embedded in the palace wall. Sayyid didn't intend to let him off so easily. He followed up with another strike. Thud. With such fearsome force, even Jean could feel the ground tremble. Blood trickled from Sayyid's nostrils and mouth. He snarled with resentment. Damn it, I wasn't finished speaking. Now it was Sayyid's turn to be surprised. It seems you've been hiding quite well. With such formidable strength, why didn't you fight back? Beside him, Jean nodded in profound agreement. He knew all too well the extent of Sayyid's power. Taking 2 elbow strikes to the face and remaining conscious was no ordinary feat. Is this what the captain calls playing the pig to eat the tiger? Sayyid couldn't understand what they were saying. Inwardly, he cursed Sayyid as a demon. In truth, the first elbow had already knocked him unconscious, but the second one jolted him awake. Knocked out, and then struck again. Were rookie pirates these days so discourteous? Emotion points 20. Are you cursing me? Noticing the emotion points floating above Sayyid's head, Sayyid tilted his head and demanded coldly. Sayyid quickly spoke. I didn't say a word. Then you're cursing me in your heart. Sayyid fumed. That's completely unreasonable. How would you know what I'm thinking? Emotion points 10. Slowing beam. Sayyid quickly leaped backward. Kizaru. Wazaka. Stop watching the show, you two. I paid a huge price to get your help. Wazaka. Hee. From the side corridor of the palace, 2 figures walked out one after another. The leader had a thick mane of blue hair, ox horns on his head, and wore a spotted dog-like black and white coat. It was Kizaru. It was also he who had just laughed so unpleasantly. You're that little brat, making a name on the sea lately, right? What's your name? Sayyid. Kizaru started off with mockery, showing no regard for them at all. However, Sayyid and the others didn't focus on him. Instead, their attention fell on the person behind him, one who had not appeared in the original story. The newcomer stood 3 meters tall, extremely muscular with fiery short hair and a square face exuding authority. He wore a marine coat, and his hammer-like fists were encased in leather gloves. Wazaka. Sayyid had some impression of him, having learned about him while surviving in the Baroque kingdom. In the Syriite Sea region where the Baroque kingdom was located, there was a marine base, G9, and the base commander was Wazaka. This marine base commander was known for his iron fist and ruthless style, possessing great strength and leading numerous campaigns to purge pirates in the Syriite Sea. When Sayyid was still a civilian, he had considered Wazaka a commendable marine. But now that he himself was a pirate, Wazaka became a formidable enemy. Moreover, judging by Wazuka's relationship with Sayyid, this base commander didn't seem to be a pure marine like Garp or Zephyr. So this is your trump card, Sayyid, Base Commander Wazuka. Wazuka said coldly, as a marine it is my duty to know the pirates operating within my jurisdiction. You are the ones who have grown too arrogant. Just then the palace floor trembled again, soon revealing a large hole, and sand flew out to coalesce into a human form midair. Wazuka, this is a matter of regime change in our country. It doesn't seem to concern you, does it? Crocodile stood beside Sayyid. Having been exposed to various figures since childhood, how could she not recognize Wazuka? You're already a pirate, Crocodile. Wazuka looked at Crocodile and Jean next to Sayyid, and suddenly grew furious. 2 Logia devil fruits with devastating power wasted on a pair of pirates. I will kill you both, and let them return to the sea. Such hatred for Logia users. Regardless, a quick resolution was necessary. Sayyid turned to Crocodile, and said, Crococan, leave them to us. You handle Sayyid yourself. Kid. Wazuka exuded a beast-like aura, glaring intently at Sayyid. Meanwhile, Jean engaged Pizarro, sending him flying out of the hall with a flying kick. The others likewise clashed with Sayyid's subordinates. Confronting this character who had never appeared in the original story, Sayyid dared not be careless in the slightest. Anyone who could become a base commander in the Grand Line was no ordinary individual, especially since this man had personally captured a pirate with a bounty over 300 million just a year ago. Draw your sword, or you'll have no chance in hand-to-hand combat. Sorry, but I'm quite skilled in hand-to-hand combat myself. Very well. I've seen many arrogant brats like you in the elite training camp. A good beating will fix you. Clang. Wazuka coated both arms in jet-black armament hockey extending to his wrists. Black arms like Zephyr's. Is he his fan or something? Sayyid quietly removed his restricted training weights. Zephyr Sensei was my teacher. I might as well tell you. I'm a graduate of the first class of Marine Headquarters Elite Training Camp. In both physical techniques and swordsmanship you are nothing to me. Their auras clashed, escalating until they reached a critical point. Almost simultaneously their forms cut through the air like 2 charging bulls. Steel Fist Black Python. 2 fists coated with bachi collided, producing a sound like metal striking metal. The luxurious floor tiles in the palace shattered with cracks spreading like a spiderweb from the soles of their feet. If this is all you've got. After several seconds of stalemate, Wazuka suddenly exerted force again, and your journey will end here. Tough, so tough. Said retreated 7 or 8 meters to steady himself. The greatest impression from their fist-to-fist clash was the hardness of Wazuka's bachi. His bachi is superior to mine. However, Said was pleasantly surprised to find that the quality of his own bachi seemed to have improved slightly. Could it be that he was being tempered in the fight against him? No wonder so many monsters grow through battle. The corners of Said's mouth curled upward as he looked at Wazuka, as if he were a treasure. Again, Said charged once more, swinging his fist with a rear hook aimed straight at Wazuka's head. Wazuka easily stepped back to dodge, then struck Said squarely in the abdomen with his left fist. Fortunately, by predicting with observation bachi, Said quickly defended with armament bachi. Yet the powerful impact still made his internal organs ache dully. Ha 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 ha, exhilarating. Said endured the pain, refusing to give up, and fought Wazuka wildly. Their blows landed solidly, and even the dull thuds of strikes could be heard. Everywhere they passed, not a single spot remained intact. However, it was clear that Wazuka held the upper hand in the fight. Said could barely hold on only through his perseverance. At least that was what Wazuka believed. Kid, the strong on this sea are far mightier than you imagine. Your steel fist barrage. Dong 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 dong. Fists as big as cauldrons rained down on Said. Said was unable to strike back, crossing his arms to block like a shield, trying to stop machine gun bullets. He tensed his whole body and used all his strength, yet under such an onslaught, he still slid backward slowly. This was the formidable opponent Said had ever encountered. Boom. Finally, Said was sent flying by a punch and buried in the rubble. Phew. Wazuka let out a deep breath, tore off his coat, revealing his scarred and muscular upper body. Kid, you're still far from it. Clatter. Said stood up from the rubble again. Now Said was covered in wounds, his arms swollen and hot blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and one of his eyes swollen shut. To this Said remarked, swordplay duels are indeed cool, but a real man's brawl is equally exhilarating. With a guy like you I could go all day. Gravity fist. Said charged forward again, then leaped high and punched downward. An invisible gravitational field instantly enveloped the two. Wazuka, who had been about to throw a punch, suddenly paused. The ground around him instantly sank. No time to dodge. The thought crossed Wazuka's mind, and then he tensed his muscles, crouched into a horse stance. Iron block. Boom. The punch landed squarely on his chest. In an instant, half of Wazuka's body was driven into the ground. Whoa. He spat out a mouthful of blood, quickly threw a punch, and took the chance to distance himself from Said. So you're a devil fruit user too. That strange gravity. Must be a paramecia gravity fruit. What? Whether I eat a fruit or not. What's it to you? Said didn't give him any more time to recover. He relentlessly charged in front of him again. Although there was a gap between them, Said could barely hold his own thanks to the belly drum boost and the Harden skill. His claim of lasting all day was no empty boast. That's how battles between strong fighters are. Whoever exhausts their stamina faster is more likely to lose. But what had Said trained so hard for on the ship? Strength, endurance, explosive power, and physical fitness. Thus, with the addition of the gravity skill, the gap between them instantly shrank. Wazuka, who had been at an advantage, gradually fell into a disadvantage. They exchanged dozens more rounds, and Wazuka withstood a punch from Said. Shave. Wazuka lunged forward with a technique and punched Said flying. He breathed heavily for a moment and said, I don't know what's up with you, but it seems you haven't mastered that gravity ability well. That's right. Apart from the sustained boost from belly drum and the recovery from photosynthesis, Said found that he couldn't coordinate the gravity and Harden skills well. That is, using one skill at a time was already his limit in battle. Because of this, when he needed to pursue hardness, he had to stop using gravity. And when using the gravity skill, he couldn't use the Harden move. As expected of an elite marine. You have such strong combat perception. Said's captain coat had long been torn in the battle. He ripped off the upper garment, revealing his own powerful physique, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and bulging muscles. Wazuka let out a sigh, a rare look of pity for talent in his eyes. There are so many monsters like you on the sea. Why must you choose to be a pirate? Don't you understand why I became a pirate? I'm sure you know why I left the Baroque Kingdom. Many of Sasker's armed forces use marine standard weapons. I don't believe it has nothing to do with you. As for why you chose to cooperate with Sasker, I don't think it's for money or so-called noble status. Wazuka remained silent. It's for power, isn't it? Said had realized this after brief contact. Because he truly sensed the most spiritual power in the pirate world. Wazuka's fists carried a will to pursue greater strength. Wazuka finally spoke. You know, I was once the finest young marine in the East Blue. Hero Kapu has always been my idol. I hoped that one day I could become a marine hero like him. So I worked, desperately fought pirates, and eventually, with excellent qualifications, became a member of the first elite training camp, led by Admiral Zafa. I thought that would be the beginning of my life. But there I met true monsters. Those two monsters seemed born for battle, whether in hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, or marksmanship. All were hard to surpass. But I didn't get discouraged. I believed that as long as I worked hard, I could catch up to them. But when I saw the terrifying power of Logia abilities in battle, I couldn't help thinking those monsters were already terrifying enough. With such powerful abilities, could I truly ever catch up? So you crave the power of Logia and set your sights on the Baroque Kingdom's national treasure. Exactly. As long as I eat the Shasha fruit with my strength, the position of Admiral will be mine sooner or later. Unfortunately, that incompetent and bungling fool Sasker ruined my plan. For someone like this, Said didn't know what to say. If he didn't have cheats, he would probably be trying to eat a powerful devil fruit too. After saying that, the two clashed again, the whole hull trembling incessantly, debris falling recklessly. Meanwhile, the battle between Sasker and Kulakadair was also underway, but it seemed something unexpected. Slow light. Facing the pursuing crocodile, Sausage retreated while fighting, heading toward the basement of Sandblade. Crocodile turned her lower body into swirling sand, deftly dodging the slow light, and retaliated with a 10-meter-long sand slash. Slow light. Unexpectedly, Sausage raised both hands and fired another light wave at Crocodile's attack. The swift sand blade now moved at a tortoise's pace, allowing Sausage to evade it with ease. Erosion cycle. Crocodile pressed a single hand to the ground, the earth swiftly withered and turned into vast stretches of yellow sand. Have you lost your mind? This palace will collapse too, and your companions might be buried here. Upon hearing this, Crocodile indeed hesitated for a moment, and the force in her hand noticeably weakened. A golden opportunity. Sausage seized the moment and fired a shot from his gun. A black bullet sped straight toward Crocodile's heart. Just as Crocodile began to elementalize to dodge, a premonition of death enveloped her. She twisted her body in a hurry, the bullet grazing her arm and embedding into the wall. Sea stone. Crocodile was both shocked and furious. Shocked that Sausage seemed to have been prepared, and furious that her clothes, carefully chosen by Sayyid, had been damaged. I knew you would come. Sausage looked at Crocodile with smug satisfaction. I've prepared a gift for you. Less chatter. Sandstorm. Slow light. Sausage unleashed another slow light, drastically reducing the sandstorm's speed. Yet Crocodile did not rely on this tactic to succeed. During Sausage's ability cooldown, Crocodile merged into the sand and silently appeared before him. Her golden hook thrust mercilessly towards Sausage. Did it work? However, Crocodile soon found the golden hook striking something as hard as steel. Sausage took the chance to kick her flying. Crocodile steadied herself midair. It's hockey. Indeed, though Sausage appeared lackluster, he was a true dual-color hockey user, albeit both types were merely at an entry level. Don't think having a Logio ability lets you do whatever you want. Sausage scrutinized Crocodile, his eyes brimming with covetousness. Crocodile, I've decided to spare your life. Become my queen. What? An indescribable rage surged within her. Her clan, her loved ones, her country, and her life. All had been destroyed by such a person. Crocodile's surrounding sand surged uncontrollably, soon turning the entire underground floor into a sandstorm. Her clan, her loved ones, her country, and her life. All had been destroyed by such a person. Crocodile's surrounding sand surged uncontrollably, soon turning. For a moment, Sausage found himself in quite a predicament. After all, in such an environment, he still needed to breathe, but each breath drew sand into his nostrils. In this cramped space, even with observation hockey, he struggled to fully evade the relentless attacks. Soon he took several hits. So you've learned hockey too. After attempting counterattacks that were all easily dodged by Crocodile, Sausage decided to unleash his trump card. After all, prolonging the fight would only put him at a disadvantage. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Sausage pressed some hidden mechanism on the wall, revealing a passage leading to the second basement level. Come after me if you dare, Crocodile. Sausage ducked into the tunnel, then cast a slow light backward to interrupt Crocodile's pursuit, vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Without a second thought, Crocodile first poured sand into the tunnel to prevent ambushes, then flew in and gave chase. Meanwhile, facing the formidable mobility of the rumble fruit, the battle-hardened Kizaru found himself in a tight spot. Thunderstrike. Kizaru quickly raised his arm coated in armament hockey to block. Even so, white smoke rose from his arm. What a terrifying ability. Kizaru stared warily at Jean, who was flying in the air. Who exactly are you? The wings on his back and the swirling flames were certainly not from a devil fruit. Jean spread his lightning wings and dove down, executing a spinning hook kick. Just a humble foot soldier under Captain Sayyid. Boom. Kizaru was sent flying by the kick, but he wasn't badly hurt. Kid, with strength like yours, you could be a captain yourself. Why bow to such a little brat? Kizaru stared straight at Jean. After his maniacal laugh, he said with ambition, don't you want to be a pirate captain, command everything on the ship, and hunt for treasure on the great sea? Thunderflash. Jean's body flickered with lightning appearing behind Kizaru, as if by teleportation. No. I have resolved to follow Captain Sayyid. The power I possess was a gift from him. So fast I didn't even react. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Kizaru's back, and then he was launched into the air. Whoa. He spat blood, but got up again full of vigor. 30 million volt Thunderbird. Don't get cocky, you're just a lucky devil fruit eater. Crush. Kizaru threw a punch, actually enduring the lightning and sending Jean flying. The battle between them was more like an assassin versus a tank. Jean possessed formidable observation hockey and the rumble fruit. However, he had barely trained for half a year, and his strength had yet to fully develop. Kizaru was a seasoned pirate of the seas. His immense strength and armament hockey gave him the ability to fight back against Jean. Jean could only rely on mobility to find openings. Kizaru, on the other hand, adopted a conservative approach, counterattacking from time to time. For a time, the two were locked in a stalemate. Lon faced two opponents. One was the captain of the guard, and the other was one of the 3 army commanders under Sausage. Though both were capable fighters, they had to work together to avoid being defeated by Lon, who had mastered armament. Lon held twin swords, looking at his parallel blade opponents with a smile. Good, at least I don't have to deal with those boring grunts. I hope you two can give me a good fight. Two-sword style Spider Lily. In truth, it was the dead of night, and Sayyid's group had launched a surprise attack on the palace. This rendered the defensive line Sausage had set up outside the palace completely useless. The 20,000 soldiers were still asleep. Kishiro and Zeph held firmly at the palace exit. Any guard or servant trying to escape and summon the army had to defeat them first. Bijit, like Robert, was one of the 3 army commanders leading the remaining guards to seize the palace gates. Bijit, defeat these 2, and we win. Lord Sausage will not forget your bravery. While status, whatever you desire will be yours. Kill them. Charge. Demon Wind, leg neck meat. Iato Vajra strike. Dawn pierced the night sky, revealing a sliver of sunlight. Sayyid could not recall how long the battle had lasted. The commotion inside the palace was so immense that even the garrison troops, no matter how deeply they slept, would surely have noticed. Nevertheless, his own battle was nearing its conclusion. Wazuka, drenched in blood and riddled with wounds, lay amid a pile of rubble before struggling to his feet again. Sayyid, if I let you escape, this sea would gain yet another monster. The remark itself was a testament to Sayyid's strength. At this, Wazuka's fury flared anew. If that fool Sausage hadn't let Crocodile slip away back then, if I had eaten the sand fruit, there would be no such hard-fought battle today. You would have been defeated long ago. Sayyid, you are truly obsessed with the sand fruit. A ray of sunlight streamed through the ruined castle wall. A thought crossed Sayyid's mind. Photosynthesis. The fatigue from battle subsided slightly, and his stamina began to recover little by little. He straightened his aching back with effort, and said coldly, "Stop dreaming impossible dreams. Even if Sakazuki and the others hadn't eaten devil fruits, it wouldn't hide the fact that you are inferior to them. You just refuse to admit it." Wazuka clenched his fists. "What do you know? I've been the most talented Marine since my hometown, even the finest soldier in the entire East Blue. How am I inferior to Sakazuki and Borsalino? I've trained harder, more diligently than those two. That lazy bastard, why is he stronger than me? Just because he was lucky enough to eat the glint-glint fruit." Wazuka still refused to accept it. The competitive spirit cultivated since childhood and the victories he had accumulated along the way made him unwilling to concede that he was inferior to the monsters of his era. Yet his heart truly festered with resentment. Sakazuki was one thing. That man fought like a mad dog against pirates in training. But that damned Borsalino, what right did he have? Such stubbornness, Sayyid said. "None of that matters now. I don't care whether your heart is balanced or not. You destroyed Crocodile's kingdom, and that makes you my enemy." Wazuka sneered. "Oh, by the way, the house I spent half a year cutting trees and building was also destroyed in that war. That debt is tied to you too. Why blame me for that?" Wazuka's face twisted with grievance. "Right, you just got lucky with a powerful ability." Wazuka straightened his body, assuming a boxing stance. An immense aura erupted from him, and his fists were again coated with armament haki. This was the last of his haki. Both were spent forces, the final outcome hinged on this one strike. Sayyid finally deigned to draw Imperial Concubine. Against the strongest opponent he had faced since setting sail, holding back any longer would mean certain downfall. Moreover, his purpose of tempering himself had been achieved. "From now on, this is no longer a contest between men. I will use every means to kill you." Wazuka said. Continuing with barehanded combat was pointless. Sayyid clearly sensed that his haki had evolved to a bottleneck during the brawl. It would be unwise not to use swordsmanship now. Sayyid gripped the hilt with both hands, activating the blade's sharpness trait, and poured all the stamina recovered under the sunlight into this single strike. Sacred Sword, Steel Bone Python Hammer. This was a technique Wazuka had created after mastering the 6 powers. Both fists struck simultaneously as his body shot forward like a rocket. The haki on his fists gleamed black. The ground trembled with each stomp, and the sturdy walls could no longer bear the pressure, collapsing. The magnificent palace was completely destroyed in the battle. The two crossed paths. Dust and debris flew, then settled into silence. That punch's haki had a hint of Garp's flavor. Sayyid frowned slightly, savoring the insights gained from the fight. The systematically trained Marines indeed had unique mastery in applying haki. A spurt of blood shot from Wazuka's chest. He tried to say something more, but his body could no longer support him. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. After a moment's thought, Sayyid felt compelled to add devil fruits, possess their own consciousness. They choose their hosts. The sand fruit chose Crocodile, so no matter what you could never obtain it. So that was it. Wazuka could not believe a man of such strength would deceive him. Realizing that his painstaking pursuit of a Logia devil fruit had been nothing but a farce, the hardened warrior Wazuka could no longer hold back. 2 streams of tears burst from his eyes. Through the tears, the smiling face and admiring gaze of his younger brother surfaced. "Brother Wazuka, I want to be a righteous Marine like you when I grow up. I even want to become a Marine Admiral." Somewhere in the East Blue, that brother who had always looked up to him was probably hard at training in the practice ground right now. He opened his mouth soundlessly. That ancient Zoan devil fruit. "I'm afraid I can't give it to you as a birthday present anymore. Sorry, Manka." Sayyid, of course, had no idea he had such thoughts. He didn't know whether Logias chose their masters, but it was true that Zoans had consciousness. After a brief rest, his gaze shifted to the distant tunnel. It had been so long. Crocodile hadn't finished her battle yet. He decided to go and see. Underground 2nd level. This was a hollowed-out dungeon. Crocodile had chased Sassage here. But, Sassage, come out. The echo reverberated through the 2nd level. A mechanism turned, the floor split open, and a man bound in iron chains was brought up. The man's face was obscured, head lowered, kneeling. He was naked to the waist, covered in wounds. Yet when Crocodile saw this figure, her pupils suddenly dilated. That familiar silhouette. Onaiken. He, Crocodile, don't move. Sassage's voice echoed through the dungeon, his actual hiding place unknown. He's rigged with a time bomb. Crocodile looked. Indeed, there was a timing device on his back. Damn it, let's talk, Crocodile. What do you want? Abandon the throne, become my queen, and bring me Sayyid's head. Desert funeral. At these words, Crocodile unleashed her ultimate move without hesitation. The entire underground was flooded with sand, countless sand blades flew in all directions, and Crocodile took the chance to approach the imprisoned man. Her lower body turned into sand as she surged forward, reaching out to lift his face for closer confirmation. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The man supposedly locked in chains suddenly raised his head, plunging a dagger, without hesitation, into Crocodile's abdomen. "You." It was not her royal brother, only someone who bore a striking resemblance. But it had still fooled Crocodile. Even as she struck, she had remained vigilant. Even in close combat, she could have dodged by turning into sand. Yet, seeing the blow land, Sausage finally emerged as if the final victory was already assured. He, as a national treasure passed down for generations, did you think I wouldn't know the sand fruit's weakness? Weakness? Crocodile looked at the man impersonating her brother. The dagger in his hand was drenched in water. Bastard. Unable to suppress her murderous intent any longer, she seized his neck with one hand. Save me, Lord Sausage. Within seconds, all moisture was drained from him, and he turned into a dried corpse. Slow beam. To be safe, Sausage launched a surprise attack from a distance. After confirming that Crocodile was indeed hit, he laughed triumphantly. I'll give you a way out, Crocodile. Promise me. Help me kill Sayyid. Pretend to be his brother like that man did, and take him out by surprise. Sausage pointed at the dried corpse on the ground. Then for good measure, he shot Crocodile in the left arm, sending blood spraying. Now that a seastone bullet is inside you, I feel much safer. I also coated it with Satanona poison, which causes paralysis, hallucinations, loss of consciousness, and other symptoms. The effect of the slow beam faded. Crocodile collapsed to the ground, her shirt soaked with blood, yet she still glared viciously at Sausage. What do you say, Crocodile? Agree, and I'll give you the antidote. Don't underestimate me, Sausage. Do you think everyone is as unscrupulous as you? Death is nothing. I will never betray that man just to survive. Sausage slowly raised his gun barrel to Crocodile's head. What a pity. A woman like you. I wouldn't dare keep you around. Since you refuse, it's better if you die. Damn it. She hadn't taken revenge yet. Crocodile's face was filled with resentment. Bang. The toxin within Crocodile had already taken effect. She felt her entire body go limp as she slowly fell backward. With the gunshot ringing out, fleeting thoughts crossed Crocodile's mind. Is this where my journey ends? How reluctant I am. I once promised someone I'd sail the seas with him. I wonder if Sayyid will be sad. He should be right. Yet death did not come as imagined. Instead, she landed in a familiar embrace. Look at you. What have you gotten yourself into? The familiar voice sounded in her ear. Crocodile's eyes snapped open, staring at the swollen face before her. Have you dealt with Wazuka? Of course. I don't know why you lost, but leave the rest to me. He'll avenge you. Sayyid set Crocodile down against the wall. After all, little Shah was only 17, and her strength wasn't that formidable yet. Having just arrived, Sayyid had no idea Crocodile had been tricked, simply assuming she was no match for Sausage. You, how did you get here? Sausage's face twisted in shock at the sight of Sayyid. That worthless Wazuka, always putting on airs, can't even stop a rookie pirate. Rubbing his hands, Sausage forced a dry laugh. It's all a misunderstanding, respected Captain Sayyid. Go to hell. Sayyid didn't bother with words. His body exploded forward with speed rivaling Soru, slamming a fist into Sausage's face. Slow beam. Watching the incoming beam, Sayyid casually kicked a piece of rubble to intercept it. In an instant, the rubble moved at a glacial pace. Yet at the same time, the slow beam was neutralized. That's possible. Sausage could never have imagined his ability being countered so easily, and half his confidence drained away. Stay away from me. Sausage fired several more bullets from his exquisite revolver, but Sayyid dodged. Sausage was no pushover, but he was at least a tier weaker than Wazuka. Sayyid swung his sword repeatedly, unleashing powerful slashes toward Sausage. A swordmaster. Slow beam. Seeing Sayyid closing in, Sausage panicked. Wait, spare me, ill sir. Say that in hell. Sayyid leaped into the air, executing a sword technique descending from the sky. Gravity blade hell. Chato mat. Sausage tried to form hand seals for a slow beam, but the gravity around him suddenly shifted, leaving him sluggish for a moment. Damn it, I should have used hockey to defend. Ryup. Sayyid turned and sheathed his sword without even glancing at Sausage lying in a pool of blood. This country does not belong to you. With those words, Sayyid picked up Crocodile and strode out. I've taken care of him for you, Crocodile. But Crocodile's eyes were vacant, utterly unfocused. Sayyid grew alarmed. You're not dead, are you, Crocodile? The toxin inside Crocodile had advanced to the second stage, causing hallucinations. She seemed to return to her childhood, learning to ride horses with her royal brother. Clutching Sayyid's collar tightly, she cried out, Onaikan, what did you call me? Sayyid cautiously looked around, and seeing no one, he stealthily pulled out a den mushi. What did you call me, Crocacan? Say it again. Onaikan, bwahal. Sayyid's laughter cut short. Hey, why is your face so red, almost purple? Wake up. Are you poisoned? Finally realizing something was wrong, Sayyid hastily scooped up Crocodile and hurried out. Just outside the palace, they met an old man in a white coat. I am a doctor. Princess Crocodile has been poisoned and needs urgent treatment. What kind of poison? Satanona toxin, one I developed. It's extremely potent. The victim's body becomes paralyzed, then hallucinations set in, followed by unconsciousness. Hallucinations? She's already had those. Sayyid shook Crocodile again, she was completely unresponsive. His voice trembled, and after unconsciousness, the body will naturally produce antibodies to neutralize the toxin. The research wasn't finished before Sayyid took it. Then why did you make it sound so dangerous saying urgent treatment was needed? Shh. Princess Crocodile is injured. Of course she needs medical attention. Sayyid nearly drew his sword on the old man, but Lon quickly grabbed his arm. Wait, Sayyid. There are still 20,000 soldiers outside. Only after learning Crocodile was fine did Sayyid heave a sigh of relief. As for the army outside, Sayyid ordered them to wait where they gave some instructions to Jean, then hurried back underground to drag out the already dead Sayyid. He climbed to the highest point of the castle, looking down at the dense ranks of soldiers below. Drawing a deep breath, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, Sayyid is dead. The war is over. If anyone still wants to wage war, well, be ready. Crack. The moment his words fell, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Only then did the soldiers look up and notice a massive thundercloud 10 kilometers in diameter looming overhead. It was Jean's Rago. But with Jean's current ability, 10 kilometers was the maximum range he could control. Lightning. Divine. With that terrifying power would surely die, right? What kind of monsters are they? Sayyid is already dead. Why don't we surrender? Will that man spare us? Sayyid could barely suppress the grin tugging at his lips. He stood there in silence, but the intimidation he radiated was already pushing these soldiers beyond their limits. Massive amounts of negative emotion flooded in from all directions. Emotion points 111. In just a few minutes the count neared 20,000. Indeed, fear generates plenty of negative emotion points. But this surge didn't last long before gradually subsiding. Sayyid spoke again, lay down your weapons. Surrender, and you shall live. Soon the crowd stirred, soldiers whispered among themselves, and some hesitantly placed their weapons on the ground. Yet among the throng there were still those with grim expressions and dark faces slowly backing away. Surrender? No way. I'd rather become a pirate. They're just pirates themselves. Rumble. Crack, crack. Precise bolts of lightning descended from the sky, turning those unwilling to surrender into charred corpses. The sight terrified them out of their wits. Within 10 minutes, after several dozen ambitious men had died, the rest laid down their arms and surrendered. The war was over. Dawn broke, and the sun's radiance bathed Sayyid as he stood with one foot on the lifeless body of the new king, forming an image of striking contrast. The citizens of the Vodka Kingdom, just waking from their slumber, were bewildered to accept an undeniable fact: the tyrant Sayyid had been slain by pirates. Baroque Kingdom underground prison. Sayyid walked step by step to the deepest cell. Their former Marine base commander Wazuka was locked in a cage. What? Come to finish me off. Wazuka sat on the floor, chains on his hands and feet, his expression calm, utterly unafraid of death. Sayyid is dead. Crocodile despises you, a Marine, but you still have other uses. Your greed cost the Baroque Kingdom tens of thousands of lives, far more detestable than most pirates. Your crimes are irreversible. As a Marine of justice, dare you confess your own sins aloud? Seeing Sayyid preparing to take a statement, and even a den mushy for recording, Wazuka finally understood his intent. You want to use this as leverage to negotiate with the Marines. For what? Sayyid stared at him intently and said in a low voice, for my comrades. All right, I understand. I get it. Rest assured, esteemed gentlemen, we will dispatch the Navy to pursue. Marineford, the Fleet Admiral's office. Kong hung up the phone and slammed his fist heavily on the desk. Who gave him such audacity? Roger. Look at this. A rookie pirate who just set sail dares to usurp a kingdom. More importantly, it's a nation that recently declared its intention to join the world government. Isn't this a slap in the face to the world government? This is a blatant provocation against us. Steelbones Kong first raged by pounding the desk, then sat back on the sofa when no one responded. The entire office was filled with the highest-ranking Marine officers. On the lower left seat, Sengoku the Buddha sat upright in a black suit. Next came Kizaru, who hadn't yet become an old woman, and Garp, who slept soundly with his head tilted back, completely unguarded. On the right were the rising stars known as monsters in the Marines, Sakazuki fresh from a mission and radiating killing intent, and Borsellino lounging in a striped suit. Both had been promoted to Vice Admiral thanks to their outstanding strength and achievements. As for Kuzan, the young Marine still brimming with passion, he was only 21, and at that moment was hammering away on a warship in an abandoned shipyard. And in the office was a figure who had not appeared for a long time. Zephyr, the former chief instructor, who had long since withdrawn from active duty. Kizaru said calmly, what I didn't expect was that Warska kid would do such a thing. Zephyr, interfering in a kingdom's internal strife for a Logia devil fruit. That brat has abandoned justice for power. Garp snore. Upon hearing this, Sakazuki and Borsellino exchanged glances, clearly understanding why Warska did it. Kong spoke, such an affair must never be made public on the seas. A marine officer colluding with a kingdom's power to overthrow the king. Such a heinous incident would severely damage the Navy's credibility. Sengoku adjusted his frog glasses and said, "But the fact is the Sayyid pirates have recorded Worska's confession. Whether this spreads across the seas isn't entirely up to us." Turu added, "Yet the fact that he informed the world government of this evidence means there's room for negotiation." True to their reputations as the tactician Sengoku and the advisor Tsuru, they grasped the crux of the matter in just a few words. Garp beside them snore. Kong rubbed his forehead. "The world government suggests we first announce to the Sea's Marine Base Commander Worska at the request of King Sash of the Voika Kingdom assisted in protecting the nation against the Sayyid pirates, but unfortunately was defeated. Though this will also tarnish the Navy's image, it won't cause anxiety or suspicion among the kings of the member. Now during the reverie, if this news gets out, it will certainly discourage many nations considering joining the world government. That is what the five elders absolutely do not want to see. Thus they just now directly called the fleet admiral's desk. One must say that Brat Sayyid has perfect timing. Sengoku. Then on the other hand, we need to destroy the evidence in Sayyid's hands. Sakazuki finally spoke. "Let Borsellino and me handle this. With the two of us, not a single one will escape. As for Worska, I will bring him back." Sakazuki still admired Worska as a former classmate. He was hardworking, decently strong, and ruthless against pirates. He had even invited Worska to be his deputy, though it was eventually declined. He never expected that man's obsession ran so deep. "Oh, Sakazuki, why am I dragged into this? In busy day and night." Borsellino looked utterly unwilling. He didn't want to go on a business trip. Zephyr remained silent. With one of his own students falling this way, he had no face to say anything. Such a situation was partly due to his failure as a teacher to notice the student's state of mind in time. Garp snore. Sengoku struck Garp on the head with a karate chop. "How long are you going to sleep?" Pop. The bubble on Garp's nose popped, and he said drowsily, Roger, don't run. Idiot, we're talking about Sayyid." "Oh, Sayyid, that annoying brat, he's quite cunning." Snore. Watching as Garp drifted off again, Sengoku's forehead darkened with anger lines. He barely restrained the urge to blast him with a Buddha shockwave. Kong sighed, helplessly opposing the idea. "If we forcibly arrest them, it will only seem like we're covering up a crime, and the evidence will be spread across the seas without reservation. To be blackmailed by a pirate. What a supreme humiliation. Tsuru, why not first find out what the Sayyid pirates want?" Sengoku nodded. "Sayyid is even more cunning than we thought, and no one knows if he has a backup plan. If his terms aren't excessive, we might agree. In that case, here is the Din Mushi number he sent." "Hello, Moshi." Sayyid was lounging in a beach chair enjoying the sunbath. Since Sir Crocodile had reclaimed the kingdom, there were still many affairs to handle. Sayyid, who wanted nothing to do with it, lazed around every day. Now holding the Din Mushi, he was speaking to the greatest armed organization of the world government as a pirate. "Name your terms, Sayyid." "Steelbones Kong, the tone of your voice really pisses me off. Only Sayyid would dare speak to the fleet admiral." "Watch your words, Sayyid. Don't think that having some strength lets you do whatever you want. In the eyes of the Navy, you're nothing but a rowdy rookie pirate." Emotion value 5. "Actually, am the victim here, Fleet Admiral Kong." Sayyid began his performance. "I used to live in the Baroque kingdom, fishing and hunting every day, living a happy and fulfilling life. I should have fallen in love, married, had children. But because the Navy and Sash secretly colluded to usurp the throne, countless civilians died, and even I had nowhere to go, so I became a pirate. That was Worska's doing, not the Navy's. What a sly brat. Was he deliberately smearing the Navy?" Emotion value 5. "Let's talk about Sir Crocodile. She was a princess. What did she do wrong? To face the destruction of her kingdom and her family." At these words, silence fell on the other end of the Din Mushi, because it was an undeniable truth. After a long while, Kong finally spoke. "Worska will be handed over to Eni's lobby for trial." "No, the whole world must know." "Impossible." Kong was both shocked and angered. Emotion value 20. Sayyid laughed. Then the Navy should at least show some goodwill, right?" "Kong, I don't want to beat around the bush. What do you want? Just say it." 5 devil fruits." "Impossible." "Then no deal. Change the terms. Worska isn't worth that much. At worst, the Navy loses a bit of credibility. Even a nation can have corruption, and it's not impossible for the Navy to produce one degenerate." Both Sayyid and Kong knew this well. But negotiations are a game of give and take. After several rounds of bargaining, Kong finally lost his patience. "With your strength, I could just skip all this wasted time. Don't push it, or he'll send Borsellino to pay you a visit." "No need for that. If a future admiral were to fall here, it would be a great loss for the Navy." Sayyid thought backing down was not an option. Anyone could bluff over a Din Mushi. But this was about enough. The Navy itself was poor, far less extortable than the world government. Besides, Sayyid was too weak to have a real seat at the negotiating table. Fortunately, his goal was achieved. Kong's patience had been worn thin, and his bottom line had lowered. Sayyid said, Sir Crocodile is the rightful heir to the Baroque kingdom. Lift her bounty and give me one. Another long silence came from the other end of the din mushy. After about 5 minutes the Navy finally replied. Lifting her bounty is acceptable. As for the devil fruit, as the supreme commander of the Navy, I cannot supply the enemy with such resources. TCH. Sayyid clicked his tongue in annoyance. He remembered those transmigrators and stories who could command wind and rain easily, getting devil fruits from the world government and Navy. But with him it wasn't working. Still, this changed Sir Crocodile's fate. The Baroque royal family was all dead except for her. It was obvious who was best suited to inherit the throne. He had seen Sir Crocodile's diligence these days. Clearly the kingdom couldn't do without Sir Crocodile. TSK Tisk, I wonder if she'll be moved to tears. I've done my best. After seeing the proud little Miss Crocodile act shy, he had never seen her cry. The first thing Crocodile did after eliminating Sarge was to abolish the heavenly tribute and all unjust taxes. The nation celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. However, none of this concerned Sayyid. He stood before Sarge's treasury, plundering the spoils of this war. Indeed, looting the king's coffers is the most lucrative. Gazing at the vast wealth Sarge had amassed in merely half a year of rule, Sayyid couldn't help but marvel. This one was purchased by Sarge at a hefty price. Jean produced a devil fruit. It's an ancient zoan, the dinosaur dragon fruit, pteranodon form. Sayyid's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Jean. This fruit was originally meant to be consumed by Jean, yet fate had brought it back into his hands. However, he needed a devil fruit precisely to unlock a trait slot. But Sayyid's initial plan was to submit an ordinary zoan fruit. Would using an ancient zoan, one with flight capability, be too extravagant? There's another devil fruit in Sarge's treasury. Suddenly a swirl of yellow sand arose before the palace gates and Crocodile appeared, a cigar dangling from his lips. Is that so? Sayyid and his companions searched the treasury and indeed found another devil fruit. One that Sayyid recognized. An ordinary zoan. No need to give it to you. Lon said, I haven't decided to eat a devil fruit, yet it would taint my swordsmanship. Even Japu and Jingsarang declined in turn. Yet they had other gains. Beyond the treasure, Lon obtained a fine quality blade. With Yubashiri also in Lan's possession, he became a dual-wielding swordsman armed with 2 renowned swords. As for the remaining treasure, Sayyid decided they would leave behind the wealth extorted from the people. That night, while the others feasted, he sat alone atop the city's tallest bell tower. This one devil fruit should suffice. The moment for the thrilling lottery had arrived. Gazing at over 34,000 emotion points in hand, Sayyid couldn't help but feel anticipation. Detected devil fruit, zoan giraffe form. Submit. Giraffe. The same devil fruit that Kaku would one day consume. Submit. Current trait slots, 3 trait slot unlock task, recruit 1 crew member of warlord level or higher. Indeed, the mission had updated again. Giraffe. The same devil fruit that Kaku would one day consume. Submit. Current trait slots, 3 trait slot unlock task. The capsule machine spun and spat out 10 pokeballs in succession. Ordinary iron sword 1, ordinary pistol 1, refreshing soda 1. All 10 were trivial items. Sayyid stamped his foot in irritation. Now even a supreme grade underwear won't come to me. My emotion points were hardened, not picked up for free. He drew again. Another 10 consecutive pulls. Amid sodas, milk, guns, and ammunition, one item stood out, indestructible white stockings. What do you take me for? Can I even wear this? One more time, one more time. As the saying goes, first and second, but never third and fourth. Open. Another 10 pokeballs burst open, releasing 10 white lights. Amid the common items, Sayyid immediately spotted the 1 in 10 reward. Skill toxic releases potent poison, inflicting the poison status on the target with the poison intensifying over time. But his skill slots were full, so he temporarily tossed it aside alongside Rain Dance. He drew again. Finally something caught Sayyid's eye. Ability Levitate allows the user to float in midair. The description was a single line. Yet its utility was not to be underestimated. Use. As the Levitate ability was slotted in, Sayyid's body shuddered. A peculiar power surged within him as if innate. With a mere thought, he floated effortlessly into the air. Ha ha ha. I can fly without moonwalk. Sayyid shifted from a cross-legged float to a standing position. The sensation of hovering defied words, yet was ineffably delightful. Unlike Moonwalk's aerial steps, Levitate resembled Shiki's float fruit ability, more agile in the air, and could even be combined with Moonwalk. From now on, I don't need to fear aerial or ground combat. In the new world, who among Big Mom Kaido or Shiki couldn't fly? Now he too was one who could soar. Soon Sayyid calmed himself and spent another full 6,000 emotion points. Thankfully, this time the items proved far more useful. His Hall Defense Enhancer 1 Attack Enhancer 1 Stamina Enhancer 1 Refine Cap 1 Force Training Device 1 Flamethrower LV 1 fires red flames at the opponent, reaching a scorching 500 degrees Celsius. Upgrade cost 500 emotion points. Skill Gust conjures a gale to strike the opponent. Current emotion points 24653. Seeing the new skills, Sayyid couldn't help blurting out, the flame fruit. Even a dog wouldn't. But I have no spare skill slots now, so we'll leave them for now. Neither the Flamethrower nor Gust abilities were urgently needed. Sayyid began to fantasize about the day he would wield hundreds of skills, stepping onto the battlefield with a dazzling array of flashy techniques. Then he would storm Mary Geo's thrash that old geezer emo. I still have over 20,000 emotion points. After a moment's deliberation, Sayyid allocated them wisely. Endure consume 1,000 emotion points. LV3 consume 2,500 emotion points. LV4 skill Endure LV4. When stamina is critically low, there is a 40 chance to lock HP. Upgrade cost 7,500 emotion points. Skill Belly Drum consumes 7,500 emotion points. LV5 skill Belly Drum LV5. Sacrifice half of HP for a 20-fold power boost. Max skill Harden consumes 7,500 emotion points. LV5 skill Harden LV5. Use full body strength to harden the body 20-fold, able to harden any part at will. Max gravity consume 1,000 emotion points. LV2 consume 5,000 emotion points. LV3 skill Gravity LV3. Cast a gravity field within a 50-meter radius, increasing gravity 15-fold. Upgradable. Upgrade cost 100 emotion points. Current emotion points 153. Sayyid was surprised to find that Belly Drum and Harden had reached their maximum at LV5. Did this mean he could at most attain a 20-fold talent boost? Well, 20-fold is enough to turn an ordinary man into a genius. Sayyid quickly accepted this fact. After all, he might obtain other amplification skills in the future. Skills like Dragon Dance, Swords Dance bulk up. Layering buffs upon himself before battle, Sayyid dared not imagine how formidable he could become. With that thought, Sayyid wondered, could the enhancers he obtained be used by others? He pondered, then kept the stamina enhancer and downed the attack and defense enhancers. As for the stamina enhancer, he could try giving it to Crocodile. If effective, he might stockpile enhancers in the future to dramatically boost his crew's strength. After consuming the enhancers, Sayyid felt his defense and power increase by about 5%. At this rate, he'd need countless vials to become an iron balloon. As for the force training device, what if he wore two at once? The next day, the Navy sent a warship in person to receive Wazaka. Moreover, Old Man Kong actually dispatched Huang Yuan. On the Navy warship entering the port, Borsalino stood at the bow, wearing a cowboy hat, his vice admiral cloak fluttering in the wind. At the port, the new minister in charge of the matters led Huang Yuan and a squad of Navy soldiers to the palace. Inside the palace, Sayyid and the others were already waiting. As Huang Yuan approached, 6 pairs of eyes fell upon him in unison. Yo, the entire Sayyid pirates are all here. Aren't you afraid I might capture you right now? Sayyid grinned. Old Man Kong didn't order you to catch us. Why bother with unnecessary trouble? The Navy headquarters doesn't pay you overtime anyway. Borsalino nodded in surprisingly strong agreement. That makes perfect sense. Although I've never had a cushy government job, doing less means fewer mistakes, doing more means more mistakes. Your boss sent you to hand over a criminal, yet you're thinking of showing off your initiative. That's not a very good attitude, Huang Yuan. Borsalino's eyes lit up. As a pirate, you're surprisingly well versed in the ways of the office. Ha ha, since you're already here, let's have a drink together. You wouldn't have any ambush hidden in the shadows, would you? Borsalino shifted his gaze to Jean. If there was anyone here most capable of stopping him, it would be the one before him who had eaten the thunder fruit. A Lunaria tribe member. You really dare to recruit anyone. I have to admire your audacity, Sayyid. Due to his mission, Huang Yuan naturally had knowledge of the races the world government intended to capture. The Lunaria tribe already possessed unique talents, and with a terrifyingly powerful Logia-type fruit, it felt like he could be even more dangerous than Sayyid. I'm a pirate, why would I care what the world government thinks? So, Huang Yuan, want to join me? Whatever treatment the Navy gives you, I'll offer 10 times that. Previously, it was widely said online that Huang Yuan was a spy and undercover agent within the Navy. Whether that was true or not, he didn't know, but it didn't stop him from trying to recruit Huang Yuan. The strength of the 3 admirals needed no elaboration. Especially Huang Yuan, who could face Luffy in Nika form, and only get his clothes slightly dirty. He played the glint fruit so well that one could find no flaws. I worked hard to become a vice admiral. Becoming a pirate has no future whatsoever. However, Fleet Admiral Kong also wanted me to deliver a message to you. What message? Huang Yuan cleared his throat, imitating Kong's tone and expression. Sayyid, considering you are still young and became a pirate due to war, the Navy is willing to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Join the Navy and your past misdeeds can be forgiven. Ha ha ha, Old Man Kong really thinks highly of me. But Mr. Huang, in my opinion, the Navy is the most Huang Yuan cleared his throat, imitating Kong's tone and expression. Sayyid, considering you are still young and became a pirate, even as an admiral the Navy has to obey the world government, unable to freely do what they believe is right. As for Huang Yuan, Sayyid felt this person was quite contradictory. Adhering to an ambiguous justice, yet forced to obey orders to kill his own teacher and his own closest friend. What burden was he carrying? To endure such pain. So hard to guess. Could he really be enduring humiliation for a greater purpose? Sayyid didn't know either. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan was still carefully pondering the meaning behind his words. Lines of chefs entered carrying food and fine wine. Huang Yuan, what do you mean by this? Sayyid, the Navy has come from afar. Let's eat and drink first. Wazuka is in the dungeon and won't run away. We did the Navy a big favor. Surely you can't refuse to give us this face. Huang Yuan sat at the table with his legs crossed, so scary being threatened by a pirate. He said no, but his body was honest. Borsellino, you are not honest either. If it were Sakazuki, who came, they might have finished fighting by now. He was referring to the agreement between the Navy and him, right? Huang Yuan looked at the amber-colored wine in the glass. Oh, a rich aroma of wine wafted into his nostrils. Moreover, his crew members seemed to be mostly young people. A pirate crew seeking freedom, like Rogers. Ha 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 ha, come Borsellino, cheers. To our pleasant cooperation. Cooperation. He was referring to the agreement between the Navy and him, right? Huang Yuan looked at the amber-colored wine in the glass. Oh, a rich aroma of wine wafted into his nostrils. After drinking for who knows how long under Sayyid's warm hospitality, Borsellino also got a little tipsy. Whether the tipsiness was feigned or indeed this wine was found in Sasuke's treasure vault. Cheers. For a moment the atmosphere at the banquet became lively. After drinking for who knows how long under Sayyid's warm hospitality, Borsellino also got a little tipsy. Whether the tipsiness was feigned or not only he himself knew. Seeing this, Sayyid's mischievous streak emerged again. He insisted on dragging Huang Yuan and specially brought in a group of atmosphere boosters to dance the Nika dance together. Afterward, Sayyid asked someone, did you record it? Recorded. Borsellino, having left the banquet, had clear eyes. He no longer walked unsteadily, and his speech was clear. He took out a den mushi. Borsellino, how did it go? He didn't agree, Marshal Kong. Then do you have the confidence to capture him? Borsellino suddenly remembered Sayyid's words and subconsciously asked, does this count as overtime? Kong. Borsellino said wryly, all right, I understand, Marshal. Truly am just a pitiful laborer. Sorry, Borsellino, I'll apply for your overtime pay. But you know that Lunaria tribe member is personally requested by the 5 elders. I see, but they are strong. Huang Yuan was confident he could defeat them, but if they tried to flee, he truly couldn't guarantee capturing them. Borsellino was well aware of Wazuka's strength. Sayyid, who could defeat Wazuka, was not to be underestimated. Add to that his crew members who mastered hockey, well, it might be another tough battle. If necessary, you can first capture that Lunaria tribe member. You know, Borsellino, I have the highest hopes for you. Your task completion rate is the highest, and I have always placed great expectations on you. Received. After hanging up the den mushy, Borsellino looked up at the sky, lost in thought. After a moment, he finally made up his mind. Sorry about this, Sayyid. It's a shame you treated me to a drink. His body gradually began to elementalize. However, at that moment a voice came from behind him. Don't act rashly, Borsellino. Huang Yuan slowly raised his hands and turned around. After recognizing the newcomer, he couldn't help showing surprise, then gradually relaxed. I never expected it would be you. You scared me, dragon. As a criminal wanted by the world government, why are you? Naturally, I was invited by someone. This war wouldn't have your influence behind it, would it? It has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to take care of some trivial matters. Dragon wore a cape, yet his gaze firmly locked on a Huang Yuan. Does Sayyid have something to do with you? He doesn't know I'm here. That's strange. Well, Borsellino, don't do what you shouldn't. Borsellino said helplessly, mission failed. With you here I have a reasonable excuse. I just wonder if I can still get my overtime pay. Huang Yuan arrived. Huang Yuan left again, taking Wazuka away from the Baluo kingdom. One morning the Tianshi Hao was moored at the west coast. Sayyid, Jinlan, Koshiro, and Japu stood on the deck. Sayyid, are you really planning to leave without saying goodbye to Kelokidere? Japu crossed his arms and looked up at the silent Sayyid. There's nothing to say goodbye about. She has her own affairs, and we have our adventure. If you don't see her one last time, Kelokidere will surely hate you, and you'll regret it, Sayyid. Know what we should do now is prepare to escape. Escape? The others were baffled. Yeah, I'm really not good at tearful farewells, so I left a little gift for Xiao. But only Sayyid knew that not long ago a huge wave of emotion value had arrived, meaning Kelokidere had received the gift he left behind. So it was time to make a quick getaway. 10 minutes earlier at the Baluo Palace. Have you really made up your mind, Kelokidere? 3 people stood inside the palace. There's nothing left here to hold me. I've completed all the handovers in the past few days. Kelokidere appeared indifferent. Besides, I detest the world government, so let the people choose a new leader for this country. As for the country's safety, I've entrusted it to you. Aren't you establishing the Zeong army? I want to see what becomes of a kingdom without a king. This was what Aokiji had decided from the very beginning. Staying here would only remind her of the past glories and the pain of the royal family's annihilation, without a single friend or relative, alone as an administrative machine, something she refused to accept. And on the sea, now there's a man barely worth following. Without me, that idiot Sayyid couldn't even sail. It was true. The only one on board who understood navigation was Aokiji. So Kurikan, you've decided to become a pirate again. Indeed, the third person was Ivankov. Then the other was naturally Long. Thank you very much, Aokiji. Long expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Aokiji had essentially gifted an entire country along with immense wealth. It was rare nowadays for someone to abandon a throne to become a pirate. This is my own choice. Ivankov suddenly spoke, then wouldn't Sayboy's deal with the Navy be wasted? What deal? Aokiji whirled around. Ivankov quickly covered his mouth. Damn, it seemed he had accidentally let slip a secret. Under Aokiji's relentless questioning, Ivankov had to reveal that in order to remove her bounty, they had exchanged Wazuka. After hearing this, Aokiji said, bastard who told him to act on his own. When did I ever say I was staying? Where are they? Aokiji summoned a guard. The guard trembled. They left not long ago. Before leaving, Lord Sayyid left something for you. Something? After asking, Aokiji hurried to her room. On the table lay a letter and a den mushi. The letter read, sorry Kurikan, I've backed up the content in the den mushi. Consider it a souvenir or a hand. A den mushi. What was inside? Curious, Aokiji pressed the switch. The den mushi's eyes widened, projecting an image in midair in the palace basement. Sayyid was carrying Aokiji out. She seemed delirious, clutching Sayyid's collar and shouting Onaikan. Aokiji instantly understood. If such a thing remained in Sayyid's hands, wouldn't he let the whole world know? He was truly capable of that. Her face flushed crimson instantly, the letter in her hand turning to ash as she glared murderously at the den mushi. Den mushi, what's happening? This feels bad. Then it closed its eyes and played dead. Emotion value, 555,555. Xiao Sha was red hot again. Unable to maintain her aloof demeanor, she flailed and shouted, you bastard Sayyid, I won't let you off. Before the words faded, Aokiji turned into sand and flew toward the west coast. The Tianshur house sailed away from the shore. Are the supplies all prepared? Sayyid leaned against the railing, gazing at the Baluoke kingdom. Japu said, we've stocked a whole month's worth of food. Besides, you have the ability to recover stamina by basking in the sun, so you don't even need to eat. That won't do. One of life's greatest pleasures is enjoying good food. Lon sneered, then at least eat less. Can't you just taste it? You eat 10 people's portions every time. Appetite is sometimes a measure of strength. Lon believed it, truly believed it. He muttered to himself, no wonder I've been eating more these days. It means I'm having extracted combat experience and swordsmanship from Rayleigh and others, and after enduring the great battle, Lon and the others had greatly improved their strength. Especially Lon Koshiro and Japu, who having been caught in a fierce struggle unleashed greater potential. Japu, still in his prime and at the peak of his physique, had successfully mastered armament hockey and even figured out the technique of Rankyaku. Koshiro and Lan's swordsmanship had advanced further. Lon had even touched the threshold of observation hockey during the battle. Overall, the comprehensive strength of the Sayyid pirates had risen to a new level. The Tianshur how gradually moved away from the shore. Jean suddenly pointed at the shore using his sharp observation hockey to sense, Captain, it seems Aokiji has come to see us off, but something felt off. But what? Sayyid's heart skipped a beat. But why is she carrying a blade? Sayyid exclaimed in panic, no good, hurry, row faster, get out of here. Japu, curious, Lon rowing frantically, Koshiro rowing frantically, what exactly did you do to her? Sayyid pouted, eyes darting away, nothing at all. Yet Lon and Koshiro's arms were spinning so fast they left afterimages, but the Tianshur how was getting closer to the shore. Sayyid's scalp tingled, you two idiots, you're going the wrong way. Lon and Koshiro exchanged a knowing smile, about to say something when a voice, rich, distinctive, and unmistakably Aokiji's, though brimming with fury, rang out above them. Sigh. Duh. What stupid thing have you done? Wait, Kurikan, let me explain. It was you who made the first move, not my diamond blade. Bang. Sayyid took the attack full in the face and was sent flying into the cabin. Seeing Aokiji like this only made the others more curious, but they dared not ask. Their eyes burned with gossip what exactly had happened between the captain and her. Aokiji glared, what are you looking at? Get the ship moving. Lana, aren't you staying, Aokiji? I've handed this country over to others. My ambition is not to be a mere king. As she finished speaking, Sayyid crawled out of the cabin looking a bit disheveled, but unharmed. He casually threw an arm around Aokiji and laughed, haha, in that case I'll allow you to continue sailing with me, Kurikan. The navigation is yours. Idiot, who else on the ship knows navigation? Sayyid, Japu, start the banquet. They left in such a hurry. Ivankov sneaked into Aokiji's room. There was another Din Din Mushy on the table. Curious Ivankov pressed the switch. Billy, what's this? The Din Din Mushy opened its eyes and played the recorded footage in full. Having seen everything, Ivankov was utterly astonished. As expected, beneath that cold exterior lies a maiden's heart. Ivankov felt as if he had discovered some secret. Hurricane, now I found a secret of yours. Mary Joa. In this hall of power, the 5 elders remained silent for a long time, holding information about the Sayyid pirates. That Lunaria tribe has become a member of the Sayyid pirates. The financial war god Najuro Lang was sitting on the sofa, holding the original ghost cleaver. Saint Vachali said Sayyid. According to a defeated Navy officer, he possesses a peculiar ability to manipulate gravity, suspected to be the heavy fruit. After Kizaru returned from Voskia, the Navy and CP organizations interrogated him, and the truth about the Baroque kingdom was revealed. Saint Satan said regardless of whether he has eaten the heavy fruit, is he one of the D. According to the investigation into his identity, he is only a resident of Seaweed Town in the Baroque kingdom, not one of the D clan. Saint Maz confirmed that Sayyid is not a D. Saint Satan remarked, as long as he is not a D, we have seen too many rising stars like him on the sea, ultimately unable to escape the erosion of time, turning to dust. Although Sayyid's growth rate caught their attention, discussions led to the conclusion that he was not a significant threat. At the very least, he will not become the next rocks. Saint Somaz nodded and said even the rocks of the D. Saint Vachali remarked, however, what about that Lunaria survivor on his ship? Saint Satan pondered for a moment, send CP0 to capture him, while appropriately applying pressure on the Navy. The focus should primarily be on the new world's dynamics. In less than a month, Sayyid's bounty was renewed. Destroyer of Nations Albert, Sayyid overthrew a country's regime, killed the king, a heinous criminal bounty, 300 million berry. Following an internal Navy meeting and Kizaru's objective evaluation of Sayyid's bounty skyrocketed to 300 million berry in a short time. This was not only a recognition of his strength, but also due to the high bounty and his status as a newcomer, leading to many daring individuals wanting to claim his head. At the same time, those ambitious pirates who had remained obscure for years would also set their sights on him. If they couldn't defeat the powerful pirates of the New World, how could they not take down a newcomer like him? By taking you down, I could also become a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions. Countless pirates aspiring for fame were searching the seas for the Sayyid pirates. Marineford Town District. That bastard. A bounty poster featuring Sayyid's handsome face was crumpled into a ball by a slender snowy white hand. Emotion value 5. Oh my, are you that angry, Cheyenne? Just passing by, Kazan noticed and saw that Cheyenne was in a bad mood. Kazan, still a hot-blooded fool, didn't understand boundaries and approached without thinking. Destroyer of Nations Albert, Sayyid, huh? Isn't that the guy who hugged you? Cheyenne. Seeing Kazan's complete lack of emotional intelligence, Cheyenne stomped hard on his foot. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That was a high heel. Kazan cried out in pain, what are you doing, Cheyenne? Cheyenne angrily retorted, I told you I was coerced by him, it was a kidnapping, you idiot. Cheyenne was furious, recalling the photo that someone had taken back then. A distinguished Marine elite had been made to perform intimate actions by a pirate. As a result, those gossip tabloids took the photo out of context and began fabricating stories without understanding the situation. Marine rookie loves the infamous pirate. Shocking. Marine elite escapes the Navy for love. A Marine girl elopes with a pirate hero. Garp chases them down overnight. Various scandalous headlines flooded in. Do you understand that feeling of walking around and having people curiously ask Cheyenne, did you really fall in love with a pirate? Cheyenne, did you almost give up your Marine identity to elope with someone else? That kind of sensation. I don't know what the future holds, but right now Cheyenne really wants to kill Sayyid. She even placed a sandbag with Sayyid's photo in her bedroom, hitting it every night before sleep. Sorry, I understand now. Kazan quickly apologized, his foot visibly swollen. Do you know you almost ruined Cheyenne? No one in the Navy would be able to ruin your leg. Kazan scratched his head, ha ha ha. So, is that guy really? If even you can't defeat him, he doesn't look that old, does he? Cheyenne's strength was known to Kazan, and she had already become a sword master in her 20s with impressive swordsmanship and hockey. Not even some veteran pirates could match her. Cheyenne said seriously, monsters on the sea cannot be judged by common sense. You must be cautious when encountering him. By the way, you also need to be wary of one person. Cheyenne seemed to suddenly remember something. Kazan curiously asked, who? Teach. Cheyenne spoke in a low voice, this was something I accidentally heard him mention during our battle. He is a shameless, despicable scoundrel, and that kind of shameless technique seems to be learned from a guy named Teach. Kazan, what shameless technique? You don't need to know, just be wary of these two individuals. Kazan was left. Miss Cheyenne, please accept my 17th confession. I know you were just momentarily deceived by that. Miss Cheyenne, please accept my 17th confession. I know you were just momentarily deceived by that detestable pirate. I won't mind your past. Hearing this, a vein popped on Cheyenne's forehead, clearly impatient. Enough, I have no relationship with that guy, and I will not accept you, Kaki. Just as he approached again holding flowers and dressed sharply, yet looking like a lecherous Uncle Kaki, was instantly petrified, murmuring, "Seems like I still can't forget that guy. Damn it, what does he have that's better than me?" Emotion value 5. Unknowingly, Sayyid was once again on the radar of a marine. Frost Moon Village. Frost Moon Fuko and Frost Moon Haruko were sitting in a room chatting and laughing. By the window, Karina held Sayyid's bounty notice, lost in thought. Haruko looking at Sayyid again. Fuko, yes, I cut out every bounty notice and news about him to paste in my note. Haruko had a hint of worry. I wonder if Arashir is eating well and sleeping properly. Fuko, this is so delicious. Zep, this rice ball is amazing. Please give me one, no 10 more. Arashi, with a mountain of food piled in front of him, still reminded Zep. Finish the rice on your plate first. If you waste it, I won't let you off. Ha, Destroyer of Nations, that title sounds better than Ghostface. Sayyid felt a rush of satisfaction as his bounty broke the 200 million berry mark. Sayyid was also quite pleased with this title. Destroyer of Nations is much stronger than anything like Skull Crusher or Ghostface. At least this title doesn't sound like an NPC in a minor role. Crocodile reminded, don't get too complacent. The Navy is deliberately raising you up to attract the attention of ambitious pirates across the sea. Sayyid shrugged, unconcerned. Such things are unavoidable. Let them come. By the way, try this thing to see if you can use. Sayyid threw an energy booster to Crocodile. What is this? A body-enhancing potion. It's the only one. Does it have side effects? No. Then you should keep it for yourself. If you drink too much of this, it won't be effective. In the end, Crocodile downed it in front of Sayyid. How do you feel? Sayyid asked curiously. If it worked for Crocodile, it meant this potion could be used to enhance his subordinate's strength. I feel a bit more energetic, Crocodile replied, uncertainly, feeling a slight increase in stamina, but not significantly. Is that all? Sayyid was a bit disappointed. The enhancement he experienced was quite evident. In reality, the effects of that enhancement potion existed within Crocodile, manifesting subtly, but these would only be realized later. As for the forced training device, Sayyid's gaze slowly shifted towards someone on the ship. Regarding the second force training device, Sayyid had tried using both devices simultaneously, but the enhancement effect was minimal. Therefore, after some consideration, he handed one of them over to Jean. Unlike others on the ship, Crocodile had received professional tutelage in his childhood, which gave him a solid physical foundation. Zeph was not bad either, but he was just a cook. Sayyid did not expect him to be able to kick an admiral. Lan and Xuanyue Jengsura had both trained in swordsmanship since childhood, so their foundations were solid. What they lacked were advanced combat techniques and swordsmanship. Only Jean, who was nearly 20 years old, had probably not even spent a year in formal training. The gap was too long. In the original story, his performance on Onigashima was somewhat lackluster. Although his strength was decent, it somehow disgraced the divine name of the Lunaria race. In truth, part of the reason was the poor fruit, and another part was the inadequate foundation. Therefore, Sayyid first gave him the force training device to fully develop his racial potential. The next few days were spent at sea. Apart from the daily required exercises, Sayyid devoted most of his time to researching skill development. During the battle with Vorska, Sayyid had discovered some useful patterns. Although each use of stamina only allowed him to deploy a single skill, the traits were different. Just like now, he possessed the three major traits of sharpness, floating, and pilfering. Even while floating, he could still trigger the sharpness trait. Floating sharpness, little golden lion Shiki. It truly seemed that way. Shiki could fly in the air and unleash slashes, and so could Sayyid. And during the floating process, contact with an opponent would likely trigger the pilfering trait, removing their items. What would happen if floating were combined with gravity? Sayyid was exceedingly curious. His body floated in midair, and suddenly he unleashed gravity. With a deafening boom, the angel seemed to weigh 15 times more instantly. The entire hull sank toward the seabed, groaning and creaking in agony. What are you doing, Sayyid? Lan and Jengsura, who were training, were caught off guard and were pressed flat against the deck. Crocodile was lying on a recliner reading a book. In an instant, the chair collapsed under him, and he lay there spread-eagled. Sayyid quickly retracted the skill. If he had continued, the angel would have sunk to the bottom. The gravity vanished abruptly. With a loud crack, the angel, now restored to its normal weight, was flung dozens of meters above the sea by the pressure and slammed heavily back onto the surface. You bastard, what the hell are you doing? Trying to kill us? Sayyid smiled innocently. Ha, sorry. I forgot I've gotten stronger again. Lan and Jengsura, damned captain. Such incidents were actually part of the daily routine. If Sayyid weren't on the ship, they would probably feel much more at ease. When there is no danger, Sayyid is the greatest danger. This was a remark Crocodile had once made, and they still agreed with it. After a brief period of getting used to it, Sayyid floated in the air again and activated gravity while controlling the skill's power. This time the gravity was only about 2 times within a radius of merely 2 meters. He himself did not feel the gravity. In other words, possessing the floating trait made him immune to gravitational effects. Then what if I control the range of gravity? Sayyid had a sudden inspiration apply gravity outside his body without involving himself. Whoosh, Sayyid shot upward like a rocket rising dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, once he left the gravitational field, the speed stopped. But this discovery stirred a playful impulse in Sayyid. After all, his floating trait allowed him to drift like a ghost, but turning and accelerating in the air required stepping on the air to exert force. It was agile, but the burst speed wasn't as fast as he imagined. However, combining it with gravity seemed to solve this problem nicely. Sayyid tried applying gravity in different ranges around his body. Indeed, the gravitational potential difference created force, and depending on the direction of that force, his body would fly in different directions. Is this reasonable? Is there such a law in Newtonian physics? Sayyid was a bit puzzled, but then he thought, who cares? In this world, Newton's coffin lid has long been blown off. As long as the result works, that's enough. He was developing skills for combat, not publishing scientific theorems. As long as it was useful, that was fine. Sayyid quickly found some patterns, and he flew chaotically in the air like a broken kite. Shouting aloud, whoa, 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 whoa. On the deck, Lon looked up at the sky. What is Sayyid doing? Jinxura, looks like a very powerful skill. Crocodile, I don't know if it's powerful, but the bastard seems to be having a lot of fun. Yeah, X3. Watching him so joyful and thinking about how they had nearly broken their backs, just now resentment grew. Gradually, Sayyid mastered the knack and could initially stabilize acceleration, deceleration, turning, and going straight. It feels like flying an airplane. From now on, call me C Supersonic. Sayyid sat cross-legged in midair thinking. He couldn't recall a single bit of the physics he had learned before. As he was thinking, he fell asleep. Great, he's finally asleep. Seeing that Sayyid was indeed asleep, Jinxura breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, no more interruptions. Lon turned and walked toward his training area. The others quietly left, afraid of waking Sayyid. As he was thinking, he fell asleep. Great, he's finally asleep. Seeing that Sayyid was indeed asleep, Jinxura breathed a sigh of relief. Forward. No one noticed. They only felt that something seemed to be missing on the ship. After sailing for half a day, Crocodile, don't you guys feel like something's missing? Lon scratched his head. Now that you mention it, something is indeed missing. Zeph came out of the kitchen. Where's Sayyid? Sayyid. They all looked at each other and saw amazement in each other's eyes. After a brief silence came intense emotion. Oh no. The captain is gone. Meanwhile, Sayyid, having just woken up not long ago, sat cross-legged in the air, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Where did my angel go after I woke up? So I've been abandoned by my crew. He had no idea which direction the angel had gone across the vast sea. There was no way to even look for it. However, with his astonishing wisdom, Sayyid quickly figured out why this had happened. Relative motion. It seemed he needed to educate his crew about some scientific knowledge. All illiterates. Sayyid complained displeasedly and simply waited where he was. Gurgle. His stomach was very hungry. It was already mealtime. They would surely remember him. While Sayyid was waiting for them, a huge ship slowly flew across the sky. A flying ship. Sayyid's mind immediately conjured that character. Shouldn't that guy be in the new world? Why was he in paradise? Before he could think further, a bold, uninhibited voice resounded across the sky. Jaha, kid, you can fly. Come and be my subordinate. Sayyid looked up, and from the imposing, majestic battleship descended a man draped in a long cloak, wearing wooden clogs with a thick mane of golden hair. This was none other than one of the 3 legendary pirates of the New World, the man rumored most likely to claim the title of the world's strongest pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, captain of the flying pirate crew. Hey kid, you're a devil fruit user, aren't you? And you're also a swordsman. Without waiting for Sayyid's reply, Shiki continued, it has to be that way. I can smell the aura of a swordsman on you. His eyes revealed undisguised admiration. Someone with the same flying ability, the same sword skill, and a strikingly handsome face. This was exactly how he himself had looked in his youth. Shiki was somewhat overconfident about his own looks, and he continued to speculate. If he could wield dual swords, that would be perfect. But no rush. Once he joins me, I can teach him the dual wielding style. The moment he saw Sayyid, even the Roger he had been longing for was momentarily forgotten. Hey kid, what's your name? With that outfit, you're not a fan of mine, are you? Jahaha, you've got good taste, brat. Do you want to carry my name and raise hell on the sea? Shiki suddenly understood why the old man Newgate liked adopting sons. Thinking about it, Newgate's ship had quite a few brats, some of whom were decent, and Roger's ship also had 2 kids, one of them not bad either. He couldn't fall behind those 2. He needed a worthy successor to show off as well. But Shiki was not one to settle casually. Despite being satisfied with the kid's appearance, if it turned out he was useless, it would only disgrace his reputation as the pirate admiral. However, before you join, let me test your swordsmanship first. If you lack talent, I won't take you in. Sayyid was dumbfounded. He recognized the man, but why was he babbling nonsense the moment he arrived? Join the flying pirate crew. Sayyid shook his head in refusal. I don't want to join you. I'll be my own captain. Nanny. Do you have any idea who I am? Do you know how many people on the sea beg on their knees to join my fleet? Yes, I do. The legendary captain of the flying pirate crew, the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki threw his head back and laughed, his tone menacing. Jiahaha, since you know me, you should be aware of the consequences of refusing me. He deliberately unleashed the ferocious aura forged from decades of fighting on the sea. Even ordinary marine officers would lose their will to fight in the face of such presence. He expected this inexperienced brat to tremble in fear. But that scene never came. Sayyid calmly faced him and gave the most piercing reply. I said, I refuse. What? Shiki's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by even more unbridled laughter. Jiahaha, what a bold little brat. Indeed, seeing that Sayyid was completely unaffected by his ferocity, Shiki was not angered, but instead grew to appreciate him more. It was true that Shiki was a ruthless killer who didn't blink. But for talented individuals and those he admired, he was willing to offer more patience and tolerance. Just like with Roger. He had pursued him relentlessly despite repeated rejections. Hey, what's your name? Albert Sayyid. Sayyid is it? I seem to have heard it somewhere, but that's not important. Tell me, why did you set sail to become a pirate? If this kid's dream was about some damn freedom or playing house, he would have to set him straight properly. Meanwhile, Sayyid was thinking, this old geezer admires Roger the most. If I said I wanted to become the freest man, wouldn't that make me an even bigger target? Although his ideal was to become the strongest, unbound by any rules, and then conquer the world, which was essentially the pursuit of lawless freedom. After his mind raced, Sayyid put on a rebellious expression and said seriously, I hate this damn system. My dream is to turn this world upside down and dominate it. The youth's voice rang out with conviction, stirring the echoes of fate. That makes us rivals now. Sayyid even prepared himself for battle. Sayyid had his own trump cards. If necessary, he could use those wind-raising and rain-summoning abilities to stir up a storm over the sea, then dive underwater and flee. But he was wrong. Shiki froze upon hearing this answer. He wants to conquer the world. He said it. He wants to conquer the world. Shiki hovered in midair, his body trembling slightly, barely able to contain his excitement. Jiaha. Today is simply the best day. You are a gift from heaven. Shiki's ambition was to conquer the world. Would he consider Sayyid a rival to be eliminated? Impossible. How could it be? He, the great pirate renowned for decades, be afraid of a mere brat? On the contrary, upon hearing Sayyid's answer, Shiki felt that this kid was destined to be the inheritor of his golden lion's will. His desire reached its peak at that moment. Shiki flamboyantly tossed his golden mane, and brimming with self-perceived charm, extended a large hand. Kid Sai, be my son. Sayyid had already gotten goosebumps from the almost cloying words, and upon hearing this, he froze solid, utterly bewildered, almost falling into the sea. Are you the Golden Lion or Whitebeard? Do all great pirates go around adopting sons? Isn't your character a bit off? If you adopt sons, then what's Whitebeard's role? Running around the world looking for Roger, and going Yura la 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 Roger, let's conquer the world together. That's not right, is it? Seeing Sayyid not responding, Shiki wondered, did I not mimic him well enough? That bastard Newgate adopts sons just like this. Or perhaps he was so overwhelmed by my sudden sincerity that he's flattered and at a loss. That must be it. Shiki still believed in his fame and charm. Such a young kid would surely be knocked senseless by this unexpected gift from heaven. By now, Shiki had already planned how to train Sayyid. Sayyid looked at the smug Shiki, also puzzled. He froze for a moment before snapping out of it and blurting out, were you just imitating Whitebeard? Shiki. Shame value 30. A line of text slowly manifested above his head. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he snapped, what? Is adopting sons exclusive to that bastard Newgate? If he can do it, why can't I? Sayyid shook his head, sorry, I refuse. Nanny. He refused me. He actually refused me. Shiki's eyes widened. Kid, you'd better think carefully. Going solo in this era will waste a lifetime of precious time. Only with backing and a good teacher can you grow fast in a short time. Most of those pirates who dive into the new world without knowing anything either submit or end up at the bottom of the sea forever, unable to rise. Just join my crew, bear the name of the Golden Lion, and raise hell on the seas. Join me in realizing our ambition to conquer the world. I refuse. Honestly, joining the Golden Lion's crew at this point was like enlisting in the Nationalist Army in 1949, a doomed decision. Before long, he would lose everything at the Battle of Edwar. Foolish brat. You dare refuse me again and again. Then let me show you the pinnacle of a pirate. Jiaha. I don't believe you won't yearn for such. Knowing the future fate of the Golden Lion Shiki, how could Sayyid possibly agree? Even if he had to surrender, he would rather go to Whitebeard Newgate, who at least could survive until the main crew's arrival. Foolish brat. You dare refuse me again and again. Then let me show you the pinnacle of a pirate. Jiaha. I don't believe you won't yearn for such power. Shiki's aura surged like a lion king about to strike. Sayyid slowly tightened his grip on DG, his heart pounding with the thrill of facing a great pirate. After the battle at Twin Cape with Roger, he had mastered armament hockey. Then in the Baroque Kingdom, his armament hockey broke through again, barely reaching the intermediate level. With the 20-fold enhancement and numerous skills, surely he couldn't be completely powerless, could he? Gripping DG, the warmth of the hilt made Sayyid crave battle even more. He laughed boldly. Come on, Shiki. If I don't have the courage to cross swords with a veteran, why would I even set sail on this vast sea? Jiahaha, interesting brat. I'm liking you more and more. Shiki laughed, and before anyone knew it, he already held Sakura Ten and Kagurashi in his hands. With both swords in hand, he swung his arms, and a massive slash like a crescent moon hurtled towards Sayyid with lightning speed. Gravity. Sayyid slightly manipulated his surrounding gravity, his form flickering as he dodged the terrifying slash in time. Boom. The slash crashed into the sea, splitting the surface in two and creating a massive chasm. Oh, your speed is passable. Shiki seemed to be toying with Sayyid. Sayyid drew his sword with his right hand, assuming a classic II stance. II thousand flash. In an instant, he drew his blade. A blinding light flashed, the speed breaking the sound barrier, and the friction with the air sparked flames. Coupled with the enhancement of DG itself, another flying slash shot toward Shiki like an eagle striking the sky. Seeing this, Shiki's eyes lit up and a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Sakura Ten and Kagurashi crossed in a block, meeting the slash head-in without dodging. Not bad. To unleash such a flying slash at your age. Even I couldn't do that back then. And that sword. There's no such magnificent weapon among the famous blades I know. Let me see how many more surprises you can bring me. As a renowned grandmaster swordsman, Shiki could discern Sayyid's sword technique level at a glance. Moreover, every swing carried a unique edge, as if it could cleave through anything, enhancing the power of his strikes. This was an unparalleled talent, an absolute genius. And that sword was no ordinary blade. Shiki, who had seen countless swords, recognized at a glance that Sayyid's weapon was of the highest quality, at least on the level of a great grade blade. Lion's might ground carpet. Shiki dove sharply, swooping toward the sea surface. Just before hitting the water, he twisted his body, touching the sea with one hand. The motion was fluid, like a sea hawk diving for prey. This move was purely for show. Such a difficult aerial maneuver, don't you want to learn it? Then the sea surged. 100-meter-high wave instantly lost its gravity, transforming under Shiki's control into 10 lines of water that roared and charged at Sayyid. In that moment, the rising calamity blotted out the sun, chilling the heart. Gurgle. Sayyid's stomach rumbled like thunder as half his stamina burned away, exchanging for a 20-fold power boost. Facing the towering waves, Sayyid gripped his sword with both hands, veins bulging on his arms, and roared, cut. Boom. A single man and his sword tore a gap through the raging torrent. Gravity, extreme speed. Then, harnessing gravitational potential, Sayyid turned into a streak of light, charging straight at Shiki. Watch this strike. Holy sword. Jah! This slash is interesting. Shiki laughed up at the sky, his golden mane dancing wildly beneath the heavens, the posture of a supreme overlord unguarded. Clang. Both Sakura Ten and Kagurashi were coated in armament hockey. Shiki crossed his swords and descended like a meteor from the sky. Thud. The three blades locked together. Shiki looked at Sayyid up close, watching his gritted teeth and desperate struggle, and smiled. See this? This is our gap. If a brat like you could surpass me in just a few decades, I'd have wasted all those years. Clang. Sayyid was sent flying, but he quickly regained his balance, soaring high and diving straight at Shiki from above. Gravity blade. By manipulating gravity, he briefly nullified his floating ability, using the hang time to catch Shiki off guard. Oh, gravity manipulation. Is it the Fua no Mi? No wonder you can fly. The 15-fold gravity field made Shiki hesitate for a moment, but he quickly steadied himself. My Fua no Mi can make objects ignore gravity. Clang, 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 clang. Sayyid swung DG in a frenzy, slashing, hacking, thrusting, sweeping, parrying, throwing every sword technique he knew into the fight. You surprise me, but too slow, too many flaws in your swordsmanship. How did you train? Shiki became like a sword instructor, his twin blades dancing in an impenetrable defense while offering critiques. Idiot. You're wasting that unique talent. Your basics are okay, but aside from those few flashy moves, it's all fundamentals. Well, I hadn't drawn the relevant skills. Sayyid wiped his brow. I've only been learning swordsmanship for less than 2 years. I'm satisfied with this level. Shiki exploded in rage. Fool. Moron. Do you think swordsmanship is just swinging with brute force? Perception, timing, control, the will of the blade. Your sword must carry the will to cut through everything. It was rare to see such a talented brat. He had assumed the kid had been training since childhood, a prodigy from a sword lineage, or at least a family steeped in the art. But aside from a few dazzling moves, the rest was a mess. A few exchanges revealed he was a latecomer with no formal training. What a waste of that sharp edge. Let me teach you a few moves, brat. Watch closely. Shiki knocked him flying again with a single blow, then swung his arms wildly, unleashing dozens of slashes at Sayyid. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. Sayyid's observation haki screamed warnings, his body dodging in a flurry while deflecting unavoidable slashes aside. This was the Golden Lion in his prime who shook the seas and required Garp and Sengoku to fight together for 3 days and nights to capture. He was nowhere near as weak as netizens claimed. Now Sayyid was certain. The old joke about the Golden Lion being beaten for 3 days before surrendering at Marineford was just a meme. Sayyid flexed his slightly numb arms, his eyes sharp as he fixed his gaze on Shiki. But unexpectedly, Shiki, little Sai, your swordsmanship is mediocre, but your talent is good. You've mastered armament haki and observation haki at your age. However, Shiki looked down at Sayyid with an air of superiority. On this sea, those abilities are as common as carp crossing a river. Above them, there is a haki that only 1 in a million might master. Here it comes. Sayyid saw the posture and knew this proud lion was about to unleash his haki. That is, Conqueror's haki. In the New World, brat, Conqueror's haki is the standard for the strong. Boom. As his words fell, a terrifying aura spread across the sky, nearly materializing into a visible golden glow. Just then, Crocodile and the others who had noticed Sayyid's disappearance entered this sea area. What is that? Crocodile and his crew looked up at Shiki in the sky. The overwhelming intimidation felt like a hammer smashing into their minds. King straightened up, staring intently at Shiki, and said in a low voice, "That must be what the captain mentioned. Conqueror's haki." On the ship, 5 individuals faced the overwhelming Conqueror's haki emanating from the Sea Lord. Crocodile held one hand before her face as the fierce winds whipped her black hair wildly, and her coat flapped, revealing her alluring figure. Even though the enemy's oppressive aura was terrifying, it could not diminish the heat in her gaze. So this is the power that exists on the ocean. Lon held his blade with one hand, his eyes burning with intensity. Under the relentless pressure of this force, he instinctively drew Shuezo, and Ing Lu gripping the sword to focus his mind, while his warrior's aura subtly emerged to resist the external pressure. Nearby, Gung Sailang was equally resolute, holding his sword in one hand and his scabbard in the other, half-drawn sword, shielding him, struggling to remain conscious. Jipu gripped the railing tightly, his gaze fixed on the not-so-tall figure in the sky, cold sweat beading on his forehead. How could such a powerful being engage with Sayyid? He said in a deep voice, "I fear we are about to face a fierce battle." In the center, facing the Golden Lion, Sayyid felt the pressure most acutely. What does it feel like to face the Conqueror's haki for the first time? A bit breathless. His brain was assaulted by an overwhelming force, leaving him blank, as if facing a natural enemy, his body immobilized. Kneeling would relieve some of the pressure. His entire body was telling him this. Bend down, kneel, and it would feel. He even instinctively wanted to retreat. But Sayyid knew that if he retreated now, it might be ages before he could awaken the Conqueror's haki again. The mere Golden Lion Shiki could not make him submit. What had he learned before coming here? What had he been taught under the red flag? Especially when he saw the mocking smile on Shiki's lips. Sayyid's heart roared with fury. Move forward. I command you to advance. This kind of domineering presence over the sea. Especially when he saw the mocking smile on Shiki's lips. Sayyid's heart roared with fury. Move forward. I command you to advance. Against the instincts of his body, Sayyid finally stepped forward, albeit with great difficulty. With that small step, Sayyid felt a certain power awakening within him, like a flood breaking through a dam. That force surged forth, roaring, as it resisted the external pressure. Boom! A similar force erupted from Sayyid's body. A dark golden aura instantly expanded, and that terrifying Conqueror's haki was able to stand against Shiki, even though it was only his first attempt. On the Angel, everyone had varied reactions to Sayyid's display. Crocodile could hardly contain a smile. Indeed, you are a man with such potential, Sayyid. I knew I chose the right person. Jean casually, Sayyid also possesses kingly qualities. Gung Sailing elegantly, it seems we are following an extraordinary captain. Is it really this terrifying on the first awakening? As for Shiki, upon seeing Sayyid unleash the Conqueror's haki, he was first surprised, but then laughed wildly, his mouth stretching to his ears. Ha ha ha, my vision remains as sharp as ever. Even if I recognize a sun, it's better than Newgate. Shiki was more eager to bring him aboard as fresh blood for the flying pirate crew, to nurture him carefully and showcase him before Newgate and Roger. Look, I am not only stronger than you, but my vision is also sharper. Look at the sons Newgate has taken in, and none of them possess such potential. Buzz. After the clash of haki, the clouds in the sky cleared, revealing a blue expanse. Sayyid, join me, and let us reign over the world together. Sayyid gasped for breath while activating his photosynthesis skill to replenish his energy quickly. Since it was his first time using Conqueror's haki, he struggled to control it, and the energy and mental fatigue were immense. After catching his breath, he resolutely shook his head. Shiki, I will not join you. It's all right, you will agree. Shiki chuckled, darkly pointing towards the Angel, which was coming to retrieve Sayyid. Those people are your companions. If you don't agree, I will slaughter them. When aiming for great ambitions, one must not hesitate. This is Shiki's principle. Then let us continue to fight. Sayyid stood firm with his sword, a thunderclap echoing as Jean appeared beside him. Captain, I'm here to help you. As one of the only two who could fly in Sayyid's crew, he was the only one capable of facing Shiki in the vast ocean. Upon seeing him, Shiki raised an eyebrow. Thunderfruit. A special race, little one, you should come aboard my ship too. I only recognize Sayyid as captain. Haha, that's not up to you. The battle ignited once more. Facing Shiki, who no longer held back, the two revealed their despair. Sayyid confronted Shiki, directly exchanging blows with increasingly refined swordplay. With the aid of gravity, he could barely withstand Shiki's attacks. Jean relied on the Thunderfruit to continuously harass and attack Shiki. Shiki was certainly not as physically strong as Kaido or Big Mom, hence he was quite wary of lightning, reluctant to take a direct hit from 1,000,000 volts. Shiki was certainly not as physically strong as Kaido or Big Mom, hence he was quite wary of lightning, reluctant to take a direct hit from 1,000,000 volts. After all, during his peak, the Golden Lion Shiki was not someone anyone could take lightly. The fact that they could team up and not be defeated quickly was already remarkable. Lions might sea roll. Shiki controlled the seawater to charge at Sayyid and Jean. Thunder Dragon King, Holy Sword. Crocodile, who watched the intense battlefield, felt utterly helpless. If this continues, we will definitely lose. What should be done? I can't just sit here and watch. Crocodile looked anxious, and in that moment, all the surrounding noise seemed to vanish. Her perception reached deep into the sea, hundreds of meters beneath the surface. Beneath the sea. Those are sand. Crocodile suddenly recalled what Sayyid had said before. The seabed is full of sand. I can feel it. Crocodile's hands seemed to be lifting something, a fine sheen of sweat forming on her delicate forehead. Move for me. I refuse to just watch from afar. At the very least, I should be able to engage such a powerful being in battle. The seabed trembled gently, as if a volcano were erupting underground, countless grains of sand seemingly coming to life, swirling and converging, piercing through hundreds of meters of ocean to form 5 sand tornadoes that broke through the surface. Sayyid, Jean, move aside quickly. Deep sea sand burial. Boom. 5 sand tornadoes, each 100 meters in diameter, burst forth from the seabed, carrying seawater like 5 high-speed drill bits piercing towards Shiki. Nanny, there's another monster. Now it was Shiki's turn to be surprised. How could there be so many surprises on one ship? Good, wonderful. Shiki's fleet was formidable, but it lacked potential strong individuals, though otherwise he wouldn't be so eager to recruit Roger. To unexpectedly encounter 3 promising newcomers on this trip was quite a surprise. Shiki let out a wild roar, his imposing aura rising as he raised his hand. Lion's might, lion's roar. Shiki manipulated the air to form 5 lion heads colliding with Crocodile's attack. The tremendous impact created waves on the sea, causing the angel to tremble in the tumult. But Crocodile's attack also helped Sayyid and Jean escape temporarily. Now is the time. Sayyid's expression shifted slightly as he opened 2 pokeballs. Skill wind rise, skill rain call. The sky suddenly darkened, clouds obscuring the light. The sky darkened. The wind picked up over the sea. Why now? Right at this moment. Shiki was bewildered. His navigator had clearly said there would be no storms today. Stop. Turning back, Shiki spotted the Sayyid pirate crew preparing to flee. Sayyid landed back on the deck, covered in wounds, but grinning at Shiki, waving his hand. Shiki-senpai. What are you doing? No. Emotional value 40. The storm intensified. If he continued to chase, his warship would be lost. Wait for me, you little brat. Shiki growled, hastily pursuing the warship. If left unchecked, his subordinates and the treasure on the ship would be buried in the sea. Meanwhile, the Sayyid pirate crew took this opportunity to tactically retreat. After all, the wind and rain generated by the skills were not very powerful, thus they could only escape, not enough to inflict significant damage on Shiki. However, for the Sayyid pirate crew to face Shiki and retreat calmly was already a remarkable achievement. Yet because of Shiki's sudden intervention, the Sayyid pirate crew had deviated from their course. Ha 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 ha. After Sayyid laughed heartily, he looked around in confusion. Where is this place? Waking up, the updates increased significantly. It must be the dear readers putting in effort today. I present 5,000 words. I humbly request a 5-star review. Ha ha ha. After riding the raging winds far away, Sayyid, covered in wounds, stood on the deck and laughed. It was impossible for him not to laugh. In the battle against the Golden Lion, he had finally mastered Conqueror's Haki. This also meant that he too possessed the qualities of a true powerhouse. Idiot, you're severely injured. How can you still laugh? Crocodile's face darkened as he looked at Sayyid, whose robe was soaked through with blood. Where are we? Sayyid looked around in confusion, then a wave of exhaustion washed over him. They'll leave it to you all. Overwhelmed by his sword wounds, Sayyid could no longer hold on, his head lolled to the side as he collapsed unconscious. This fool. Erishur and Kusharu quickly carried him into the medical room, while Crocodile fetched bandages and medicine. When Sayyid opened his eyes again, the pungent smell of disinfectant filled his nostrils. Hiss. I remember I just fought with Shiki. Soon the pain from his wounds jolted him awake. Captain Sayyid, you're awake. King's voice came from beside him. Sayyid turned his head and saw King sitting on a cloud-like sofa, his body also wrapped in bandages. True, Shiki's swordsmanship was formidable, but King hadn't been responsible for direct confrontation, so his injuries were much lighter. Who? Sayyid let out a long breath. Heard the commotion. Crocodile stubbed out his cigarette and walked in. Are we almost at Water 7? Crococan. Water 7 was their next supply island, and Sayyid also planned to recruit an excellent ship right there. Crocodile spoke. Our course has deviated completely. Sayyid's face immediately showed disdain. Hey, what happened? Crococan. Emotion points 10. Crocodile roared angrily. It's all because of that sudden storm. We've completely lost course, and before we knew it, we plunged straight into the calm belt. Crocodile had intended to turn back to the Grand Line, but the Sea Kings in the calm belt were fighting, stirring up giant waves that swept their angel's horn all the way to another sea. Then where are we now? The North Blue. The North Blue. Sayyid immediately started thinking, how old was Don Quixote da Flamingo this year? 13 or 14. He was probably somewhere in a small town acting as a gangster and fighting for territory. Let's stay in the North Blue for a while then. Sayyid made his decision after a brief thought. Right now Shiki is probably scouring the entire Grand Line for us. Staying in the North Blue for now is fine, and we might even recruit some interesting companions. The North Blue also produces talents. The pillars of the Marines Sakazuki and Borsellino both hailed from the North Blue. Sayyid got up from the bed and asked, how long was I out? One day. Sayyid walked out of the room. Fortunately, the sun was shining. Its rays fell upon him, noticeably accelerating his recovery. Let's just explore the North Blue. Crococan. Where's our next stop? Crocodile had obviously already looked at the sea chart and replied, there are 3 routes. The nearest 3 locations are Rubeck Island, the Kingdom of Flevence, and Moxisol Star Island under the rule of the Lubnal Kingdom. Flevence. Crocodile added, the Kingdom of Flevence is also known as the White Town Kingdom. Its citizens are very wealthy, and the town's streets and vegetation are as pure white as the snow-covered kingdom in a fairy tale. It's abundant in amber lead, which has a wide range of uses and is exported far across the seas, serving as a luxury item for many nobles. It was the birthplace of Trafalgar Law. Sayyid immediately recalled that not long after, many people in this country would gradually decline due to amber lead disease. For now, it was still a famous nation, quite wealthy in the North Blue. And the Lubnal Kingdom seemed to be the homeland of the explorer Noland. Which one should we go to? Crocodile asked. Sayyid thought for a moment and said, let's head to Moxisol Star Island first. We can buy a more complete chart of the North Blue there. Moxisol Star Island. Is that the island I'm thinking of? The island of encounters? Zeph popped up from nowhere, his face full of anticipation. What's special about it? Crocodile gave a knowing smirk and began to explain to Sayyid. Moxisol Star Island, also known as the Island of Encounters. Because of its beautiful scenery, many heartbroken young men and women choose to come to this island to heal their emotional wounds. Over time, many young single people have yearned to visit here, hoping for a wonderful romantic encounter. That's the no wonder Zeph is so excited. But can an old geezer in his 30s still seduce young girls? Sayyid rubbed his chin and casually remarked. Emotion points 10. You got a problem with that. Men my age are at the peak of their charm. You little brat, you'd better watch out for yourself. Makes sense. A young and handsome guy like me must be incredibly popular. Zeph, you're too narcissistic. Both of you, that's enough. Speaking of which, so far there weren't any bizarre-looking beings on Sayyid's ship. At the very least, everyone... Sayyid shifted his gaze to Crocodile and asked curiously, has your observation hockey increased again? That move, deep sea sand burial, was absolutely amazing. Sayyid's praise made Crocodile's fair face flush. He spoke unnaturally. Achieving that level is only natural. Then how far can you extend it? Crocodile, I'm not sure. The feeling at that time was peculiar, but later I tried again and couldn't sense the sand on the seabed. Sayyid, that's probably because we're in a deep sea area now. When they faced Shiki, the average depth of the ocean they were in was 800 meters. Lucky for them. Nevertheless, it proved that Crocodile's observation hockey had grown significantly. With that kind of power, the sea fighting capabilities of the sand fruit will be greatly enhanced. Sayyid clapped his hands and continued. To temper your willpower, you'll be setting up a training task from now on. What task? A conqueror's hockey endurance training task. 5 days later. Still haven't found the Sayyid pirates. A furious Shiki radiated killing intent, making his underlings shiver at his feet. Not yet, boss Shiki. We haven't spotted the Sayyid pirates. Useless, all of you are useless. After the storm, Shiki finally figured out why Sayyid's name had sounded so familiar. Wasn't he the rookie pirate who had made a name for himself at sea recently? He had 2 Logia users and 2 swordsmen under his command. But at the time, Shiki had been too drunk to pay much attention. Damn it, letting them get away? Curse this weather. The unattainable always stirs desire. Now besides Roger Shiki had another man on his mind. Such great qualities, airborne swordsmanship, ambition to rule the world, the same kingly aptitude as me. Just like when I was young, and to think he wouldn't come under my command. Shiki sat back on his throne and sighed inwardly. I should have asked him what his mother's name was. Maybe he's the illegitimate son of some woman I was with in my youth. He had been arrogant in his younger days, but that didn't mean he disliked beautiful women. As a pirate he could do without women, but there was no need to deny himself pleasure. Thus he had enjoyed the company of many women, but always left after the thrill. Shiki regretted it more and more. He should have asked, really should have asked. On Moxisha Star Island in the coastal town of Dudamaneo, rows of houses resembled those from fairy tales, their roofs adorned with red tiles. The brick and stone walls were painted with various exquisite patterns. The streets were spotlessly clean, paved with cyan tiles. Most of those walking were young, attractive girls, some solitary and melancholy, others arm in arm, with men beaming with joy. The men were similarly pleasant to behold. Overall the scene was quite refreshing. Not bad at all, Sayyid remarked, nodding approvingly at such a beautiful scenic nation. Moxisha Star Island itself is a tourist paradise, very popular, said Aokiji, her eyes sparkling with novelty. She had only ever seen such a country in books before. Hello, would you like to have a cup of coffee together? Sayyid had only been standing at the dock for a moment when a shy, long-haired, tall, and pretty girl approached him. Well, was his charm really that immense? But then again, he was now over 2 meters tall with a perfect physique and handsome face. Being approached was only natural. However, Sayyid was not one to be easily swayed. He promptly wrapped an arm around Aokiji's shoulders and gave the girl an apologetic smile. Sorry, but even the lowest catch in my pond has to at least be on her level. Emotion points 10, emotion points 5, emotion points 10. Prompts simultaneously appeared above Aokiji, the girl, and Japu. Clang. The girl froze on the spot, her toes curling in embarrassment before she finally ran away red-faced. What are you doing, Sayyid? Be a gentleman to ladies. Damn, Brad, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome. Japu's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched, barely held back by Lon and Gung Silang. Aokiji's face turned icy. You bastard, who are you calling the lowest grade? How to offend 3 unrelated people with one sentence. Sayyid had mastered it. Well, everyone go do what you need to do. Remember to be back on the Angel by evening. Indeed, if I follow you, I'll never get a chance. Japu dashed into the town off in search of his Lon for romance. I'd like to buy some local specialties too. Lon was the second to leave. Gung Silang added, after being on the ship so long it's nice to finally stroll around. As for Jean, having no interest in women, he chose to stay behind and guard the Angel. Sayyid turned his gaze toward Aokiji. She showed no sign of leaving. What are you looking at me for? Aren't you going to take a look around? Aokiji raised her head and glanced about. Sayyid followed her line of sight. All around the men were practically drooling, eagerly waiting for the two. No wonder. Many of the single men here had come with the same purpose. Being a woman is such a pain. Aokiji frowned, casting a chilling glare at the passers-by. As she repelled the crowd, a sudden gust of sand swept across the dock. When Sayyid turned back, Aokiji's figure had vanished. Only a single phrase echoed, fading in the wind. Don't let yourself be taken by a woman, Sayyid grumbled as he walked into a street. What do you mean taken? Me? Taken by a woman? What kind of person do you take me for? I've seen the world. How could I be seduced by mere, ordinary beauty? Am I that casual? I keep myself pure and chaste. Even if one of them kissed me, I'd feel like I'd been used. Just as he passed a peach-colored, theme-oriented tavern with multiple services, a beautiful waitress in barely their attire warmly linked her arm with her ample chest brushing against his arm. Young sir, come have a drink at our tavern. Handsome men get a 20 discount and free company service. Hey, I only glanced over here for a second. Before he could finish, another waitress of a different allure came down and took his other arm. You can't do this. If you pull me anymore, I'll really go in. With a smack, both girls blew him kisses. Oh, you two, you're really ruining me. Jean was dozing on the mast. Waves crashed against the rocks, seagulls soared under the blue sky. Every movement around him was captured by his observation haki. In fact, after consuming the Goro Goro, Nomi, his observation haki had undergone a leap. Moreover, using radio waves, he could even scan an entire island. All this, of course, came from diligent development. He kept his observation haki active most of the day. Even though he was only staying on the ship, he still maintained this. His observation haki covered the small town, and all kinds of voices reached his ears. Especially when he discovered that Sayyid had reluctantly entered a tavern. Jin's usually stoic face twitched with amusement. I've witnessed another one of the captain's dark secrets. With all this blackmail material, I know will I be silenced. The moment he imagined that one day these matters might be discovered by the captain, a scene flashed in Jin's mind. Side, are you loyal-looking Abelra? You know too much. Now I have to kill you. Jin couldn't help smirking, muttering to himself, no. Everything I do is to ensure the safety of my crew. What a comfort. On the third floor of the peach-colored tavern, Sayyid lounged on a soft sofa, surrounded by no less than 4 beauties of distinct styles. One wore a badge shaped like a red heart, a red dress, her eyes subtly lifted at the corners, exuding poise and grace. She stood behind Sayyid, cradling his head against her bosom, massaging his temples and shoulders. Her soft hands always found the perfect pressure, stimulating acupoints, sometimes soothing, sometimes brisk, irresistibly addictive. Another had a black heart badge, a black dress, impeccably tailored to her exquisite figure. She held a wine glass, standing by occasionally feeding him a sip of rich red wine, or playfully offering a plump purple grape. What about the other 2? They were busy fetching water and attending to his foot care, kneeling on cushions, each cradling one of his feet to give a thorough soul massage. Pure bliss. Sayyid felt his body float, as if he were back on the clouds of Skypea. How do you find it, sir? To satisfy guests, the staff even provided ample emotional value with their address. How did he find it? It was very attentive service, excellent skills, and such soft, white, fragrant, absolutely wonderful. It's my honor to briefly meet such wonderful girls. 2 voices spoke simultaneously. Who was that? Who spoke so greasily? Sayyid turned to look. A long-haired man in his early 20s was also staring at him. That face seemed oddly familiar. A thought crossed Sayyid's mind. The long-haired man spoke first. Hey pal, you're quite the spender, ordering 4 number. Sayyid glanced at the man's side. Only 2 girls. Don't you also have 4? He asked instead. The 4 around you are the best ladies of this establishment. Red heart 8, black heart 8, diamond 8, and club 8. Even the service fee for one is exorbitantly high. Having all 4 serve you at once costs 20 times more than what I'm paying. You must be a wealthy young master. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sayyid sat up abruptly, ready to curse, but calmed down under the astonished gazes of the 4 beauties. He had already ordered them. He couldn't show weakness in front of another man. Sayyid reclined back with an air of nonchalance, snapped his fingers, and a wine glass immediately came to his lips for a sip. This composed and debonair demeanor not only caught the man's attention. Sayyid's expression was calm, adopting the bearing of a veteran who was used to such occasions, speaking in the tone of a host. Meeting here is fate. How about we become friends? Might I ask your name? Indeed, it is fate, the man said with interest. My name is Ben Beckman. Oh, Beckman. Who? Said turned his head again to scrutinize. He wore a gray vest paired with a black utility jacket, light blue jeans on his lower half, and a flintlock gun at his waist. Though not as handsome as said, the man exuded an air of mature reliability, complemented by a slightly melancholic, yet handsome countenance, absolutely irresistible to women. No wonder he seemed familiar. Beckman at this time was only in his early 20s, looking much younger. Said instantly confirmed that the man before him was the second-in-command of the Red Hair Pirates, the future Vice Captain Beckman, who excelled at being cool, flirting with women, and amusing kids. Since we meet here, it's a destined encounter. Sorry, Shanks, I won't compete with you for Usopp's father. As for Beckman, I'll take him instead. Say, you're quite familiar with this place, aren't you, Beckman? Well, I've only been in this town for half a month. But the number of beautiful women had encountered wasn't many, just over 40 or so. Beckman didn't say that. It's a nice town indeed. Proper relaxation is also a form of happiness. Since arriving in this world, Said had never let his guard down. Every step was taken to grow stronger. Even during voyages, aside from fishing and sunbathing, most of his time was spent training. This was the first time he truly enjoyed himself, making Said forget all about returning. In his mind, 2 little figures, one white, one black, were fighting. White, you can't do this, Said. Don't forget your dream of becoming the strongest. Black, after all this effort, can't you enjoy a little? Said, and Beckman chatted idly. Before long, Beckman finished on his end. That's it. I can leave just like that. Then I can do the same. Just then, Heitao Ba smiled sweetly at Said, her breath like orchid, as she whispered in his ear, Sir, your service fee is 576,000 berry, but with a 20% discount, it'll only charge you 460,000 berry. So expensive. Just a foot bath and a massage cost this much. As if reading his thoughts, Heitao Ba explained, this package also includes follow-up special services. Still with the 4 of us. The room is ready for you, and the wine you drank is a rare, noble, exclusive vintage, quite valuable. There were follow-up services. Given the appearance of these, for the service fee seemed reasonable after all. Said imitated Beckman, clearing his throat lightly, deliberately lowering his voice to a magnetic rasp. Tell me the most valuable. He slap. Before he could finish, the 4 Ba girls switched to combat mode, each holding a machine gun aimed at Said. You little brat, daring to dine and dash without money. Wait a minute, what about him? Said pointed at Beckman, who hadn't left yet. Hongtao Ba said, he's at least a famous bounty hunter in the North. Blue Ben Beckman. He's taken down dozens of pirates with bounties over 10 million. As for you, the rest was left unsaid. I see. So Beckman has a reputation to get credit, but I don't have that name, so you're refusing credit, right? Do you know who I am? Who cares? Even if the royal family came, they can't default. Our backer is the king of the underworld. I am the Navy's officially recognized nation destroyer, Albert said, a man who made his name in the Grand Line. And they don't know me. To this said could only say tisk small place. Hey Tao Ba added, I'll give you a chance. Be my boyfriend, and I'll waive the fee. Hong Tao Ba, I can pay his bill, but let him work off the debt for me. Meiwa Ba, what are you all thinking? How about making him our host, so we can book him every day? Fonkwai Ba, hey, he should be with all four of us, right? The four technicians gazed at Said with fiery eyes, their pink tongues unconsciously licking their lips. Why did it feel like he was the one being swindled? As for defaulting, no way. If word got out that Said couldn't pay after enjoying services, how could he face anyone? Puffed. Ha! On the angel, Jean burst into laughter, clutching his stomach in the deserted area, then tumbled straight off the lookout platform, landing on the deck. Angel, hey, your persona has completely collapsed, Jean. Sorry, Captain, I can't go rescue you. If he went head, blow his cover. But Crocodile seems to be passing by that shop soon. Then a voice came from the shore. Hey, white hair, what are you laughing at alone? Nice ship. You'll be my subordinate. Said was trapped in the shop. He turned to Beckman with a smile. At least we shared a foot bath and massage. Help me out, Beckman. The four Ba girls fixed their gazes on Beckman. Beckman paused. Sorry, I'm not familiar with him. Then, they'll have to take all four of you to get the money. I didn't bring enough today. Said helplessly. Just then from the street outside the window, a familiar voice drifted like celestial music into Said's ear. Beautiful lady, may I invite you for a drink? Enough. Get lost. Said quickly opened the window, and the four behind him thought he was about to jump. Crococan, come save me. What does it feel like to ask a friend of the opposite sex to bail you out when you're broke in the red light district? If Said had to answer, it would be pure delight. Swoosh. Crocodile jumped straight in through the window, scanned the room, and immediately understood the situation. What does it feel like to ask a friend of the opposite sex to bail you out when you're broke in the red light district? Emotion value 20. Crocodile suppressed the urge to punch Said and asked, you idiot, you didn't reveal your name, did you? What would happen to the said pirate's reputation if others found out? No. Crococan, pay my bill. Hey Tao Ba, 460,000 berry. Crocodile face dark, pulled out a large stack of berry. I ran into a friend, he's with me. His bill is cheaper, 28,800. Couldn't afford the expensive one. Crocodile emotion value 20. Beckman emotion value 30. Though Said's voice wasn't loud, everyone in the room heard clearly. Beckman's face flushed instantly. What do you mean I couldn't afford the expensive one? I'm just not wasteful. But inwardly he instinctively wanted to refuse. He had just rejected Said's plea for help. How could he accept this money? A real man doesn't accept handouts. Crocodile glanced at Beckman, who seemed to want to speak, but hesitated, then pulled out another small stack of berry. Since his own captain said so, he had to save face. 20,000, not expensive. Hey Tao Ba took the money, but looked somewhat disappointed, staring at Said with longing eyes. Come on, let's go. Crocodile urged. Said stood still. Said coyly. What now? Crocodile's brows knitted together. Why don't you wait for me outside? The money's already spent, and I haven't tried the follow-up services yet. Crocodile couldn't hold back any longer. His emotion value shot up by 50 in an instant. He punched Said on the head and fumed. I must have been blind to choose such a weirdo as my captain. Sayyid ultimately failed to realize his dream of embracing the 4 number 8s. Aokiji dragged him by the ear out of the shop. Thus we've suffered a huge loss. This money is utterly wasted. Over 4 million Bailey, the bulk of it went to the follow-up services. Aokiji furrowed his brows and said coldly, you're only 16, right? Your body hasn't fully developed yet. Indulging in carnal affairs will severely drain your potential. I know. Sayyid then remembered that he wasn't even 18 yet, and couldn't help feeling regretful. Behind him, Beekman, sticking to his principles, caught up and said, leave your names, and I will repay the money to you. No need to repay, said Sayyid, pointing at Beekman. From now on, we're all shipmates. Beekman, are you? Sayyid pointed at himself, and then at Aokiji. Don't we look like it? Beekman nearly laughed out loud. Stop joking. Do you think I've never seen a pirate before? Pirates are not kind-hearted people. Do I look like a good person? Asked Sayyid. Beekman, the word good person is practically written on your face. Why did Beekman conclude that Sayyid was a good person and not a pirate? Because from the moment he was dragged upstairs, Beekman had been observing, and it was clear that this greenhorn had been severely ripped off. If he were really a pirate, how could he pay up so obediently after knowing he was cheated? At the very least, he would have fled the bill in disgrace, wouldn't he? Being praised like this by a potential comrade is unexpectedly pleasant. I told you I'm not joining you. Emotion value 5. Beekman took a drag of his cigarette and added, even if you really are pirates, I'm a pirate hunter. We're inherently adversaries. Maybe you'll turn you in for the bounty. Being a pirate hunter has no future. Beekman, come sail with me and accomplish great deeds. You. For some reason a surge of emotion welled up in Bakeman's heart, and he felt an unexpected interest in heading out to sea. Sensing the subtle shift in his emotions, he was inwardly shocked. My emotions have been swayed by just a few. A true man should make his home wherever he roams, live a vigorous and splendid life, and not waste his existence. Ride the crest of the waves, rush toward thrilling adventures, explore unknown journeys. Come with us and pursue your own dreams, Beekman. Pirates are free. Even if you become my comrade, I won't stand in the way of you achieving your dreams. What meaning is there in drifting through life in such a muddled way? When you're about to die old in your bed, you'll likely be left with nothing but endless regret. This spiel was something Sayyid had pondered over and memorized during his idle time, practicing it several times alone. This was the first time he had used it on someone to test its effect. Beekman remained silent for a long while, his heart surging with emotions. Why is this? I can control my emotions perfectly well, so why am I stirred by just a few words? Is it because deep down I've always yearned to be a pirate? Beekman forgot how he left. When he declined Sayyid's invitation, once again a trace of disappointment surged within him. Failed, huh? Watching Bakeman's retreating figure, Sayyid was lost in thought. Let's go. Is there something about that man that you value so much? Haha, Beekman. He'll become a very formidable figure in the future. He'll try inviting him again when he comes to repay the money. If that doesn't work, he'll just knock him out and tie him aboard. Indeed, verbal persuasion is not my strong suit. Their figures gradually faded into the distance. Just after they left, two people in white robes revealed half of their masked faces. Confirmed, it's Albert Sayyid. How did he come to the North Sea? I don't know, but if the Nation Destroyer and Aokiji are both here, then that special race must also be in the North Sea. Should we report to the commander? Of course. We need backup. Just the two of us probably can't even get. The two exchanged a glance, never expecting to make such a significant discovery on a business trip. This time the credit was assured, as surely the commander would reward them. What about that man? He seems to have had contact with the Sayyid pirates. Pirate hunter Ben Beekman. He's been hiding deep enough. Turns out he's a new member of the Sayyid pirates. But he didn't join, right? Idiot. We say he is, so he is. The Sayyid pirates aren't something we can handle, so at best we'll get credit for the discovery. But if we can't deal with Sayyid, we can still deal with him, can't we? As long as we insist that he's a new member of the Sayyid pirates, the credit for capturing Beekman will be ours. Oh, you're really smart, he. Of course he. Sayyid and Aokiji spent an entire day wandering around Duatamaneo. It wasn't until dusk that the two headed back. Walking together actually avoided many troubles, and at the very least fewer people dared to approach them. The prices on this tourist island are ridiculously high. Sayyid had bought many local snacks to eat, and was currently holding a portion of tatami cream, a type of hot ice cream, sweet and rich, but with a strawberry fragrance. He also carried a large bundle on his back. Aokiji held one in his hand as well. It's a tourist city after all, the prices are within acceptable range. Compared to your spending in the red light district, it's only a drop in the bucket. Ha ha ha, just think of it as contributing to the economic development of this country. Sayyid regarded money as dirt, completely unconcerned. That money was mine. This bastard's personality is always so infuriating. The two chatted as they walked, and soon arrived at the shore where the Angel was moored. Yo, Sayyid, Aokiji, you're finally back. On the ship Longung Sailing, and Japu had already— You guys are back pretty early. Sayyid looked around and noticed that Japu was beaming. Did he really get— Sayyid was slightly surprised, but he didn't ask further. Matters of this kind belonging to the crew's private affairs, he generally wouldn't interfere with. It can't be helped. The women on this island are too crazy. Lon was annoyed by the swarms of women he didn't want to deal with. His heart was now only devoted to the way of the sword. Apart from them, a man with a chestnut-shaped head, his whole body charred black by electricity, was tied up on the ship. Where did this chestnut head come from? Asked Sayyid curiously. Emotion value 10. Jean replied. His name is Mont Blanc Kalikai. He tried to steal our ship to go out to sea, so I subdued him. Kalikai. Sayyid examined the tied-up man more closely. Chestnut head, diamond-shaped face, blonde hair. Hey, you're a descendant of Norland, aren't you? So what if I am? Do you want to mock me as the descendant of a great liar too? Now the very young Kalikai had not yet acquired the composure of his future self. He was merely an unlucky guy who had been mocked since childhood, thus accustomed to protecting himself with a prickly character that would flare up at the slightest touch. Sayyid said, that Norland fellow is not a great liar at all. He's just like you. An unlucky guy. The bound Kalikai suddenly widened his eyes, his jaw dropping in shock as he stared at Sayyid. What? What did you say? I can't be bothered to repeat myself. Sayyid gazed at the wretched man. I've already found the golden land. All that gold is my treasure. Kalikai sensed that Sayyid wasn't lying. Of course there's no need to deceive you. Whoa. Suddenly Kalikai burst into tears. He knew and his family had always known that his ancestor Nualandu was no liar. He should not have borne the ridicule of others since childhood. You're pirates, aren't you? Please let me board your ship. I beg you take me to the Golden Land. I just want to see it, even if only a glimpse of that Golden Land. Is your dream to find that Golden Land? Yes. Sayyid grinned. All right then. The Shandia people there will surely welcome you. They have always kept the promise with Nualandu after all. What a... Kulike's face was smeared with snot and tears. The Shandia people, such integrity. Please let me board. As long as I can see Zyangwala one more time, I'll have no regrets, even in death. The crew remained silent. At a time like this, they naturally had to follow the captain's words. All right, I'll take you to Zyangwala. My name is Mengulang Kulikai. Nice to meet you. Ah, you damn pirate hunter, what did we do to offend you? On the outskirts of the red light district on Mokshisha Star Island, a few rough and rugged pirates lay on the ground. Only their captain, relying on his considerable strength, remained standing. Since you call me a pirate hunter, how can I earn a living if I don't take you down? The one lying in ambush here was none other than Beekman. On the outskirts of the red light district on Mokshisha Star Island, a few rough and rugged pirates lay on the ground. Why me? The pirate captain was furious and terrified. He had just plundered a village not long ago, and came here for some fun. Why was he so unlucky to run into a pirate hunter who was also here for the same reason? Because you happened to run into my line of fire. You dog of the Marines. Die. The pirate captain drew his revolver and aimed at Beekman, about to pull the trigger. Still trying to resist. Beekman, with a cigarette in his mouth, raised his hand and fired. Bang! The finger of the pirate captain that was about to pull the trigger was instantly shattered. So fast. I couldn't even see him draw his gun, but he missed. Huh, why can't I feel my finger? He looked closely, and a sharp pain shot through his hand. Halfway through his scream, another gunshot rang out. Bang! A blood hole appeared in the pirate captain's forehead, and he fell with his eyes wide open. Halfway through his scream, another gunshot rang out. Bang! Beekman calmly holstered his flintlock pistol. He recalled the young man who had called himself a pirate today. Same being pirates, but the gap is extraordinary. Beekman still held a wanted poster in his hand on which was clearly printed Nation Destroyer Albert, Sayyid Bounty Roberry. Forget it, he'll return the money to them, and then we'll have no connection. Having said that, Beekman bent down to search the bodies first. Who's there? Just as he bent down, an inexplicable sense of crisis loomed over him. Beekman instantly crouched, drew his gun, and decisively fired into the depths of the forest, but only heard a crisp sound, like metal striking metal. At the same time, a stream of air left a pierced hole in the tree trunk behind him. A bead of cold sweat formed on Beekman's forehead. If he hadn't dodged in time, his body might have been perforated. He stared intently into the forest. A figure slowly emerged. The figure wore a white robe and a clown mask. At the center of his forehead, a bullet was still spinning slowly, then, with a whimper, it fell weakly to the ground, steaming. Can't bullets even penetrate him? The clown spoke, already awakened observation hockey at a preliminary stage. To think there's a man like you in the North Blue. Observation hockey. Beekman looked at him warily. You skulking coward, why are you ambushing me? At the same time, his sharp mind was racing. The newcomer had concealed himself, so he certainly wasn't with these pirates. He had killed too many pirates. Could they have hired an assassin to kill him? That probability was too low. Then he came for me. What threat do I pose? I did nothing today except chat with a beauty about life, except for one weirdo. Weirdo? Sayyid. This must have something to do with that guy. Whether it's related or not is not for you to decide. I only want your life. Flying finger gun barrage. The clown repeatedly jabbed his fingers, and air bullets shot toward Beekman like a machine gun. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Beekman quickly ran into the forest, cleverly using the trees as cover. A strange technique, using fingers to rapidly strike the air, launching air bullets as attacks. Clang! Beekman's mind raced. Without turning back, he swung his gun behind him, deflecting the air bullet about to hit him. This was an ability he had learned before, to sense danger in advance. Stormleg. As he dodged, a massive slash flew from behind him at high speed, even cutting through the large tree. Who the hell is this guy? Beekman leaped into the air, dodging the attack again, and fired a return shot. The shot was fast and accurate, aimed at the clown's eye. The muscles around the eyes are the fewest and hardest to control. One simply cannot use iron body there. The clown knew this, so he raised his arms and across to block. Trying to gauge my strength through a tandrin. The clown's words had barely finished when Beekman's hair suddenly stood on end. This guy gave him a wrong feeling. More like a trained elite, not a pirate fighting on the seas. Congratulations, you fell for it. At some point, a different voice appeared behind Beekman out of nowhere. A sharp dagger flew straight toward his... At some point, a different voice appeared behind Beekman out of nowhere. A sharp dagger flew straight toward his... Beekman broke out in a cold sweat. This was the very foundation of his prowess on the battlefield and in the bedroom. If it were damaged, what would he do? He hastily twisted his body. Damn it, too fast, closing in on me in an instant. There was an accomplice lying in ambush. No time to dodge. Beekman did his best to avoid the vital spots. With a squelch, the dagger plunged into Bakeman's abdomen, igniting his killing intent. Ignoring the pain, he swung his rifle in a single hand, the butt smashing viciously into the assailant's face. With a bang, the second assassin staggered back a few steps. Beekman now saw the newcomer clearly, the same attire, much smaller stature, and a crying mask. "Who are you people? Why are you trying to kill me? At least let me die with some understanding." "You don't need to know." Shaved. The clown-faced man stomped the ground, his figure blurring as he thrust his finger like a blade straight for Bakeman's throat. Bastard. Beekman was not one to wait for death. He keenly sensed the attack, raised his rifle to drive back the crying mask, spun it, with flair sidestepped the finger pistol, and slammed a fist into the clown's ribs. Iron body. Thud. Damn, it's hard. That was Bakeman's first impression, but his fist wasn't so easy to... The clown was sent flying several meters. Meanwhile, the crying mask closed in, deliberately kicking at Bakeman's wound. Beekman retreated, endured the pain to yank the dagger from his abdomen, and gripped it reverse as a weapon. Both were formidable fighters, not ordinary at all. In his 2 years roaming the North Sea, Beekman had never encountered such strange opponents. Caught off guard by their ambush, Beekman glanced at the wound on his abdomen. Blood seeped steadily. Dragging this out would only put him at a disadvantage. Alone he could handle either with full confidence. But now wounded, the difficulty soared. Even in peril, Beekman maintained his calm analysis. If they want me dead, it's most likely because of Sayyid. Enemies of Sayyid, the Navy. No, the world government. A bold conjecture suddenly surfaced in Bakeman's mind. Yet no matter how brilliant his intellect, he could not fathom that these two were after him merely to claim a false kill. Thus the wise man's 1,000 calculations fall short of a fool's whim. Beekman demanded, "You're from the world government." The clown and the crying mask froze in their tracks. "Just as I suspected." Immediately followed by Bakeman's grievance-laden cursing, "Damn you, Sayyid. You've ruined me." "Huh." Far away on the angel, Sayyid feasting paused. "Someone cursing me. Where did 20 emotion points come from?" Scanning the crew, all beaming with joy or relaxed smiles. Could it be? Sayyid couldn't figure it out, and could only grumble. "Baji isn't still thinking about me, is he? Didn't we make up?" Sayyid, better go find Sayyid now. Earlier today, Beekman had asked where their ship was docked when they parted. At this moment, he truly felt he had hit rock bottom with bad luck. He wants to run. The clown saw the intent, and quickly spoke up. The trio headed southwest. Beekman, relying on his superb combat instincts, skillfully used the environment to fight and retreat, unknowingly nearing the southwest shore. On the southwest shore, the CP-9 agents who had received their mission lay in ambush in the distance, staring at the angel, exchanging glances among themselves. How are we supposed to take that fugitive? Could they even defeat this crew of monsters? After arriving on assignment, they realized the gap in strength was immense. And they seemed outnumbered, only 6 of them. Leave Captain Sayyid and the other 2 Logia types to us. Behind them, 3 more figures had appeared without warning. They wore white suits and masks, their faces hidden. CP-0. Since they had helped, they might as well hand the toughest nut to them. Is the Navy sending anyone? We've already mobilized forces from the nearby naval base to join the Navy and capture the Sayyid pirates here. Captain, those 3 who were standing on the tree branch earlier are CP-0 members. They intend to stop us 3. Jean's gaze shifted to Crocodile, then to Sayyid. From the moment the ambushers had released killing intent toward him, Jean's observation hockey had sensed them. Drinking on the angel, Jean had long since stripped the world government intelligence agents bare, telling Sayyid every detail of their conversation. They've also allied with the Navy to ambush us. Just these people, well, it seems. Jean pointed northeast. 3 more are coming from there. Fast. Jean's expression suddenly turned odd. Sayyid asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Jean replied, "The one in front is cursing you." Sayyid snorted, "What's he saying?" "You immature brat." "Damn, Sayyid, how unlucky am I to run into you." Sayyid stood up on the deck. "Let's see who gave him such courage." Garp. He leaned on the railing, holding a roasted lamb leg, quietly waiting for the distant figure to appear. As the figure gradually came into view, Sayyid's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. "Yo, Beekman, even if you're eager to join me, no need to run so fast. Coming is fine, but why bring 2 lackeys?" Originally, Beekman felt relieved upon seeing the ship, but the sight of the crew partying stung his heart. Being chased for no reason already dampened his spirits, and seeing them leisurely feasting made it even worse. Hearing Sayyid's words, Bakeman's foul mood erupted completely. The composed, handsome, mature man shattered entirely, shouting with the toughest, most unyielding voice, "Save me already, Sayyid." Emotion points 30. Sayyid deliberately cupped his ear as if listening, then bellowed, "What did you say? Don't interfere." Emotion points 20. Beekman, you. The clown, however, grew anxious, wanting to finish Beekman quickly and then flee. Maximum flying finger pistol pierce. Clang. The clown's vision blurred. Looking up, he saw a familiar man standing before him, holding a long blade in one hand. Sayyid. The crying mask whispered, Your hand. What's wrong with my hand? A searing pain shot through. My hand. My hand was cut off. Emotion points 20. Oh, emotion points 10. Tell me, why were you chasing Beekman? Before they could answer, Sayyid continued. Looks like the world government has set its sights on me. The clown and crying mask remained silent. Beekman was saved and the crew immediately fetched bandages. Meanwhile, the CP0 agents who had been lying in ambush, seeing these two fools ruin their plans, stopped hiding and strode out. Sayyid hand over the world government fugitive and well spare the others. The highest echelon of world government intelligence agents, CP0. You know it. Sayyid looked at them, counting the two assassins, 11 in total. Jean, are they all here? Jean, all present, Captain. What were they talking about? All present. The CP agents were baffled. Looking at Sayyid, the once cheerful, mild-mannered, handsome man was gone. Before them now stood a demon of the seas, a ruthless rogue. Harming my crew means you'll die here. Sayyid's eyes blazed. The terrifying conqueror's haki surged like a roaring tide. At this moment, the violent power was fully unleashed, and in the eyes of CP0, the person before them was a fearsome demon striking terror into their hearts. Thud, thud, thud. The meticulously trained spies and assassination elites of the world government collapsed one after another, as if they had not gotten enough sleep. Conqueror's haki. The strongest CP0 knelt on one knee, struggling to hold on. Sayyid, you just said you would stop me, right? CP0I. Boom. At least one of you has held on and hasn't passed out. Sayyid commented lightly, raising the Imperial Princess against the now incapacitated CP0. Kill all the ones that are still asleep. Sayyid yawned. Crack. As soon as Sayyid finished speaking, several thunderbolts struck down from the sky. After the lightning, only a few traces of black ash remained on the beach, quickly blown away by the sea breeze. Oh no, I should have left one alive to report back, otherwise Beckman would have to join in. However, Sayyid thought again that it was rather unethical to do so. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Sayyid jumped onto the ship and stood before Beckman. Beckman, how did you get involved with the world government? Emotion value 10. Why such a big emotional reaction? Sayyid was puzzled. Beckman snorted coldly, remaining silent. After all, why he was being hunted was merely his own speculation. Now it's a done deal, there's no evidence left. Sayyid smiled and said, they've all been silenced. So do you still want to go back to being a bounty hunter and live like that? Beckman was silent for a moment before asking, what was that power just now? Haki. Haki, huh? He seemed a bit eager to learn. That kind of power that could defeat enemies solely by momentum felt very suitable for him. Do you want to learn? Sayyid said with pride, this power is not something you can just pick up casually, it also depends on your spirit. Subsequently, Sayyid began to explain the 3 types of haki to him. After listening, Beckman finally realized how vast this world was. Staying in the North Sea felt like being a frog at the bottom of a well, and it seemed that I had unknowingly mastered the observation haki. Beckman remained silent for a long time. For a moment, he also yearned for the great route, a world full of wonders. The angel from Sky Island, the mermaid from Fishman Island. If I couldn't see it with my own eyes, it would be a regret in life. Sayyid mimicked the gesture of the golden lion Shiki from earlier and extended his hand, sincerely saying, Beckman, come be my partner. Beckman exhaled and extended his hand as well. In that case, I would be delighted. Successfully recruited Beckman onto the ship. Sorry, Shanks, you're still too young to handle this. Thus, Sayyid's pirate crew gained another member. Sayyid's skill slots and trait slots were refreshed. The skill slot required mastering Conqueror's haki and completing a bounty task exceeding 200 million berries, which had been achieved, but Sayyid had not yet added any skills. As for the trait slot, with Beckman's addition, the task of recruiting 1 crew member of the warlord level or higher had also been completed. Current skill slot 7, skill slot unlock task, master the advanced technique of armament haki flowing cherry. Current traits slot 4. Current blank traits, slot 1, traits, slot unlock task, 30,000 emotion value. Current emotion value, 5867. The readers seem to have gotten used to Sayyid's habit of irregular updates, and with no recent submissions to the newspaper, the emotion value gained from the readers has been decreasing. After accumulating over 5,000 emotion values in so many days, most of it was still earned by Sayyid from others. After a brief contemplation, Sayyid decided to add the skill Fire Jet to the skill slot. Fire Jet LV1, launch red flames at the opponent, reaching a terrifying temperature of 500 degrees. Upgrade condition, 500 emotion value, 500 degrees. Wouldn't even Garp's defense be insufficient? Moreover, if it upgrades, wouldn't the power of the flames also increase? Sayyid chose to spend 500 emotion values to upgrade. Skill Fire Jet LV1 consumed 500 emotion values. Fire Jet LV2, skill Fire Jet LV2. Able to spit dark red flames to attack, reaching a terrifying temperature of 800 degrees. Upgrade condition, 2,500 emotion values. Indeed, through upgrading, the temperature of the flames would also increase. From now on, Sayyid would also say, burning fruit, not even a dog would eat it. After resolving the CP members, they departed from Moksha Island. About 10 minutes later, the Navy finally arrived. Bang! Why did Sayyid's pirate crew come to the North Sea? In the Navy headquarters, Steelbone Kong slammed the table once more. On his desk lay a report about the encirclement of Sayyid's pirate crew at Moksha Island. All 11 CP members of the world government lost contact, and one of them had even mastered hockey. It is speculated that they have been eliminated by Sayyid's pirate crew. According to information from our internal personnel, Shiki has been searching for Sayyid's pirate crew for the past few days, and it seems they had a conflict not long ago. Crane has already become one of the heads of the Navy intelligence organization, possessing more secret information. So they managed to escape unscathed from Shiki, right? Crane added, not really. At that time a storm appeared at sea, which allowed Sayyid's pirate crew to escape. Their appearance in the North Sea might be to avoid Shiki, but I suspect they may have ulterior motives. In any case, allowing such pirates to appear in the four seas must be a time bomb. Kong said, in that case, Crane, you will lead the team to the North Sea. Do not make capturing them your mission requirement. Instead, drive them into the Grand Line. Yes. After Crane left, Kong fell into deep thought alone. During his previous report to the Holy Land, he had mentioned Sayyid's pirate crew to the 5 elders. But they said there was nothing to worry about. It seems the 5 elders have ample confidence. Having witnessed such unbelievable power firsthand, Kong was acutely aware that the world government's strength was far from what it seemed. This is also why Steelbone Kong trusted the words of the 5 elders, leading to a reduced level of concern regarding Sayyid's pirate crew. The current situation in the New World is really chaotic. Kong stood by the window overlooking Marineford. After Crane left the office, she immediately went to mobilize her fleet, preparing to head to the North Sea. Sister Crane, I want to go with you. Ji Yuan caught up from behind. Sayyid. Upon hearing this name, Ji Yuan could not help but grit her teeth. This made her more determined to join. Let me go with you, Sister Crane. My strength has improved recently. Ji Yuan tugged at Crane's arm in a spoiled manner. All right, we're both in our 20s, can't we be a bit more composed? Crane shook her head helplessly, and then said, Kazan should be in the scrap yard training, right? Ji Yuan, he should be training at the scrap yard. Although Vice Admiral Garp isn't here, he is still very serious about his training. Crane nodded and said, if possible, let's take him with us. This time his abilities might be able to stop Sayyid's pirate crew from escaping at a critical moment. Although the mission requirement was merely to drive away Sayyid's pirate crew, if possible, Crane still wanted to capture them. After learning about Sayyid's experiences with Crocodile, Crane felt sympathy and regret for them. If it weren't for Voska's greed, they might not have fled to the sea to become pirates, nor would they harbor such hatred for the Navy. Crane naturally did not know that even if this had not happened, Sayyid would never ally with the world government. A group of teenagers becoming pirates is such a pity. North Sea, the port town of Siphanade. A gunshot shattered the tranquility. Stop it at once, Balong. What the hell are you doing? Why are you attacking your own men? The round-head man in sunglasses and a black suit had now turned his gun on his comrades, with one already lying in a pool of blood. No, I don't know. I can't control myself. No, I've been controlled. Ha 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 ha. At the other end of the street, 5 figures slowly approached. The one in the lead let out a series of demonic, sinister laughs. It's the Tangjite family. Damn their ability users. The Oro crime family had brought more than 50 men this time. Seeing only 5 members of the Tangjite family, they raised their guns in unison. Take them out. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Fluttering shield. Diamante, who looked like an old Indian chief, swung the cape behind him. The originally soft cape instantly transformed into a hard shield blocking in front of them. Bullets clattered against the shield. Duo Furaming grinned wickedly, his fingers dancing like a puppeteer manipulating marionettes. Hey Jack, what are you doing? Boss, I can't control myself. Stop, no don't. More than a dozen people in the crowd couldn't control themselves, aiming their guns at their own comrades. Get out of the way. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The Orote family soon erupted into a civil war, bullets raining down easily, taking the lives of their comrades. As expected of Dwafu developing the devil fruit's power to this extent, Tuoliboer, who looked like a slug with a string of snot hanging from his face, praised while leaning on his cane. After all, he is our young master. Behind them, the massive muscular Pika spoke in a shrill voice. Foo 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 foo. The young demon Duo Furaming laughed evilly. This feeling of controlling others' fates is really exhilarating. Duo Furaming walked up to the still-living Orote 2, looking at the battered enemy, and laughed. Feels good to kill your own family with your own hands, doesn't it? You're a devil. Orote 2 shouted. Bang. The mushroom-haired Wired shot his head off with a single bullet. Duo Furaming spread his arms wide and laughed without restraint. Foo 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 foo. From now on, this town is also ours. Over the past 3 years, with the help of these 4 executives, duo Furiming had gradually taken control of the underworld forces in many towns. The name of the Tangjike family gradually became known to more underground forces. However, it was not enough. This level was far from enough. We need to consider expanding our manpower. Bilibili. Tuoliboer fished out a Den Den Mushi from the dead Oro 2 and handed it to duo Furiming. Moshi. The Den Den Mushi transmitted a voice. Oro, let's put the devil fruit transaction at tomorrow's Black Triangle auction. Hope you can prepare enough funds. Unfortunately, he won't be able to make it. Who are you? The Den Den Mushi showed a surprised expression. Tangjike duo Furiming. The Den Den Mushi said disdainfully. Oh, it's that brat from the Tangjike family. What, not playing house at home, and you want to swallow Orote's territory? Orote is a complete fool to be taken down by a little brat like you. Duo Furiming's forehead veins bulged. He hated being looked down upon more than anything. We'll see about that, old man. Click. The Den Den Mushi was hung up. Dwofu. Tuoliboer looked at duo Furiming's furious face, not knowing what to say. Duo Furiming will settle this score with him personally. Hey, why are you coming along too? Jiaji. At Malinfanjuo port, looking at Jiaji chatting cheerfully with a female marine on his warship, Ji Yuan instantly got a headache. Ji Yuan-chan, you're finally here. Jiaji greeted Ji Yuan enthusiastically. And Kuzan, you're here too. Alala, I do have a mission after all. Since Kuzan had taken Kapu as his mentor after joining the elite training camp, and both Ji Yuan and Jiaji were close to Vice Admiral Kapu, the 3 of them were considered acquaintances. Jiaji said with a grin, this time we're going to capture the pirate Sayyid. I will never forget what he did to Miss Ji Yuan. So I'm going to give him a good lesson and help Miss Ji Yuan vent her anger. Then Miss Ji Yuan, moved by this, will surely accept my confession, ha. As he spoke, Jiaji was already lost in his own fantasy. He's hopeless. Ji Yuan disgustedly moved away from this lecherous man. Kuzan, then good luck to you. All right, kids, follow me and set sail. He, draped in a marine coat, walked over. Yes. Under the influence of Kapu Zhanghua and Zifa, many people would unconsciously overlook this female vice admiral. Even when mentioned, she was only regarded as a marine officer relying on strategy and intellect. But only fellow marines like Kuzan knew that vice admiral, he was not as weak as the rumors suggested. This female vice admiral, who had dedicated her life to the Marines, was proficient in the 6 powers and 2 types of hockey, and also possessed considerable marksmanship and the wash fruit ability. The warship with the name he printed on its sails departed from Malinfanjuo port, heading for the North Sea. On board this ship, led by Vice Admiral, he were the future Marine Admiral Aokiji, Kuzan Admiral candidates Momosaji Ji Yuan and Chat Don Jiaji. Ordinary pirate crews would only have to flee at the sight of them to avoid ending their pirate careers. So this is Gunfu. The Angels sailed in the North Sea, encountering a reckless pirate crew along the way. Sayyid stood on their ship. With almost no effort, Bei Kimin knocked them all down. Gunfu, as the name implies, is a fusion of firearms and hand-to-hand combat. Bei Kimin, having honed his skills in battles at sea, was extremely proficient. His attacks went straight for vital points, clean and swift, stylish and cool. Bei Kimin, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, turned back and said, just some fighting techniques forged on the sea. He held a trophy in his hand. A rifle with a long barrel and 8 rifling grooves. The body was made of some unknown but sturdy material, and the stock was fitted with pieces made from the wood of the Adam treasure tree. Bei Kimin tested its feel. It was surprisingly good, and he instantly fell in love with the gun. Not bad, can I keep it, Captain? Sayyid laughed. Of course. Our pirate crew doesn't care much about treasure. You'll find out later. Bei Kimin remained silent. If he hadn't witnessed with his own eyes Sayyid being unable to pay the bill at a specialty hotel, he might have actually believed his nonsense. Sayyid grabbed a member of the pirate ship and demanded, tell me, where is your treasure? In the captain's cabin, the 3rd cabin from the right, on the 1st deck. Bang! Sayyid dropped the pirate and kicked open the cabin door. Inside the captain's quarters, there was only a chest containing some gold and silver jewelry. Besides the chest, most other items were daily necessities of little value. How impoverished! Since setting sail as a pirate, he had encountered pitifully few pirate ships at sea. Among those ships, the ones with substantial wealth were even rarer. Robbing fellow pirates for riches wasn't an easy path. Robbing the celestial dragons was far more promising. Shurji had built his infamous sky fleet in a short time using the plunder from God Valley. Sayyid carried the chest and gathered some berry before walking to the deck. The pirate captain of this ship was still shouting in defiance, stop. That's all my savings for the Black Triangle trade. Black Triangle trade. Sayyid took interest and approached him, asking, what is the Black Triangle trade? Tell me, and it'll spare your lives. Really? High-class pirates keep their word. The Black Triangle trade is an investment scheme by the underworld of the North Sea, a trade fair held annually at irregular times and places. Many influential figures of the North Sea receive invitations. To attend one must either hold a noble title, like royalty from certain kingdoms, or possess sufficient capital. There you can purchase weapons, slaves, rare treasures, and even devil fruits. Because the backing forces are intricate with many nobles from allied kingdoms profiting, the Marines do not intervene as long as innocent civilians are not harmed. So it's like an auction on the Sabaydi archipelago, a typical gray industry. Besides the Pirate Expo, there are events like this. Sounds interesting. Sayyid truly wanted to see it for himself. He had never been to such a place before. Then you know where it is. Give me the sea chart. The pirate captain begrudgingly pulled out a rolled parchment, looking utterly aggrieved. I had saved all my treasure for this event. If I could buy a devil fruit, I'd grow stronger and head to the Grand Line. Sayyid slapped him on the head, nearly knocking him unconscious. Too much chatter. Did I ask you? Truly a cold-blooded man. The other conscious crew members trembled with fear. Kelokekin, let's go check out this black triangle trade. Sayyid casually tossed the chart to Aokiji. Got it. Sayyid turned and walked back. Since I promised to let you off, I won't break my word. Hope you survive. After saying this, Sayyid took the treasure chest and lightly leaped into the air, his body flying above the deck. Standing on the deck, Beekman stared in awe. No matter how many times I see it, his strange abilities still amaze me. Beside him, Aokiji said, you'll get used to it eventually. Then his lower body turned into sand and flew toward the angel. Beekman clicked his tongue. This ship was full of monsters. He stood at the edge about to jump over. Neither. A flash of lightning and Jean appeared behind Beekman. Fast. Beekman instinctively turned to see Jean with his black wings, blue arcs of electricity flickering on his finger. With a crackle, the cigarette between Beekman's lips was lit. Thanks, Jean. You're welcome. The angel changed course on the sea, steering toward the location of the black triangle trade from the chart instead of heading to the next island. The next few days were spent sailing. One day, Aokiji and Sayyid stood facing each other. Challenging me again, Aokiji. On Sayyid's ship, internal conflict was forbidden, but sparring was allowed. This rule effectively encouraged, I won't lose to you so easily this time, Sayyid. Sounds like you've improved a lot, Aokiji. Hearing the boast, Sayyid became a bit more serious. How long do you think Aokiji will last? Lon asked, looking at Jingsalang and Beekman on either side. 5 minutes. Jingsalang gave a fair estimate. Beekman said, he'll guess 5 to 10 minutes. Beekman had been training hard lately and had sparred with Aokiji. But without an effective way to counter Aokiji, he could only be on the defensive. It seemed he needed to master armament hockey quickly. As Beekman mused, Jean waved his hand and shouted, fight, start. Whoosh, Aokiji decisively raised sand, and all the dust in the air converged on the angel. Cough. Lon covered his nose with his sleeve. This kind of fighting style is too hard to handle. Gaining a home field advantage by changing the environment was another trait of Logia users. Jingsalang was smarter. He had already put on a mask. Beekman stared into the center of the sandstorm, saying, is this the weather-based combat style Sayyid mentioned? At the heart of the battlefield, Sayyid calmly sensed Aokiji's whereabouts. You're getting better at hiding. Aokiji blended into the sandstorm, silent. Sayyid smirked as gravity enveloped the entire battlefield. Under the terrifying gravity, even the tiniest grains of sand became immensely heavy and fell to the deck. But it wasn't over. Sayyid's combos went far beyond this. Boom. A flicker of red shone in his eyes as Conqueror's hockey erupted again. Why does he have to drag us into this too? Lon gritted his teeth. Ever since Sayyid awakened Conqueror's hockey, they had endured the hockey pressure every day, what he called desensitization training. He's doing it on purpose. Beekman set his face pale under the hockey as his strength was just beginning to surge. Ha ha ha. Sayyid laughed heartily. It felt great to unleash Conqueror's hockey as a greeting before. It not only intimidated opponents, but also gauged their level from their reaction. No wonder the Oldtimers always clashed first. Desert Spada. Aokiji panted heavily, forced to reveal himself under the dual area attacks. His agile figure appeared behind Sayyid, raising a blade of sand. The blade was even coated with a layer of jet black hockey. You mastered armament hockey. Sayyid was genuinely surprised. He had expected Jean, with his stronger physique, to develop it first. Aokiji, what surprised? In fact, he had suddenly grasped the sensation yesterday and learned armament. No, it was only a matter of time for you. Sayyid shattered the sand blade with a punch. Though it's still a thin layer of armament hockey, being able to attach newly awakened hockey to sand shows that the Suna no Mi really suits you, Aokiji. Sayyid ultimately held back, allowing Crocodile to endure for 5 minutes. In truth, with her observation hockey and elemental ability, she would never have been defeated so quickly in a normal fight. Yet Sayyid's area attacks happened to suppress her perfectly. Gasping for breath, Crocodile fought against 15 times gravity and Conqueror's hockey until she was drenched in sweat. She knelt on the deck, panting heavily. Her ample chest rose and fell like ocean waves. Her black tight cotton shirt clinging to her skin. You've grown much stronger, Kirikin. The Suna Nomi's power had become more refined, coupled with both colors of hockey. A promising future lay ahead. At the very least, she deserved the title of Shichibukai. I must thank you for the necklace you gave me. After wearing it, my Suna Nomi's power has grown even stronger. Is that so? That's wonderful. Zeph stood on the second deck, leaning against the railing with a smile. Since the fight is over, let's prepare the meal. It seems you lost this time, Lon, said Beckman, crossing his arms as he walked toward the dining room. I didn't expect Crocodile to have mastered hockey. Lon followed close behind. Congratulations, Crocodile. More and more ships appeared on the sea. It had only been the time for a meal. It seems we'll reach our destination soon, said Crocodile, who had just bathed. Her shoulder-length hair still carried a hint of moisture. Although there were wind dials aboard to dry her hair, an idea Sayyid had suggested, she only liked it half-dried. Finally about to arrive. Sayyid sat at the bow. The ships around them were mostly different. Some were extremely luxurious, large, and imposing, with intricately carved cabins. These must have belonged to nobles from certain kingdoms. Other ships like Sayyid's own flew pirate flags. Among them he spotted an interesting vessel. On its deck stood a young man in uniform with golden hair cascading to his waist and a robust physique. Vinsmoke Judge. The name surfaced in Sayyid's mind. Had he already returned to the North Blue to establish his kingdom? With just a fleeting glance, the ship vanished from his sight. After sailing a while longer, the sea wind grew stronger, and a mushroom-shaped island appeared ahead. Crocodile spoke. We've arrived, Mushroom Island. They'll keep watch this time. Everyone disembarked from the Angel, leaving only Lon, who lazily leaned against the mast and napped. It's in your hands, Lon. This was the first time Sayyid had participated in the so-called Black Triangle trade. It was not what he had imagined. He had thought it would be a place of murder and robbery filled with desperate men bearing priceless treasures, each laying a black cloth on the ground to display their goods. In reality, it resembled a lively marketplace where burly men shouted loudly. Freshly grilled chicken, only 1,000 berry each. Rainbow cotton candy, just 100 berry. Ice cream, all flavors. Meat skewers, delicious deep-sea octopus teppanyaki. Hey Sayyid, do you have to stop and buy food at every stall? Crocodile reminded him. Can Zeph's daily cooking no longer satisfy you? Sorry, I just want to taste them. But honestly, with such a terrifying name, it's all just ordinary vendors. He had expected at least a dark, silent atmosphere, or some brawls to break out for it to feel normal. But what were no famous swords, no firearms, no devil fruits. Deeply disappointed, Sayyid continued forward. He ran straight into a group of people. Where is the devil fruit trade? That kind of trade is in the auction house, Daffy. What's outside is just an app. Don Quixote Doflamingo wore a pair of arrogant sunglasses, a small vest, and a black coat draped over his back. Who dares to block my way? They had merely run into each other. Doflamingo was inherently a vicious celestial dragon pup. After losing his noble status and enduring a miserable life, killing his father, yet failing to return to the Holy Land, a series of catastrophes filled his heart with malice toward the world. To Sayyid, he was nothing but a walking power bank. I really need your malice. Thus Sayyid deliberately acted arrogantly. Has this place's standards dropped so low? Even kids like this can get in. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with an angry vein. I hate being looked down on. Go to hell. His fingers twitched, slightly invisible transparent threads quietly coiled around Sayyid's limbs. His parasite thread could only be detected by those with exceptional perception. Thus, against those ignorant of observation hockey, it was an unstoppable technique. And in the North Blue, very few possessed hockey. He would make this clueless fool kill his own companions before committing suicide. Fu. He couldn't wait to see the despair on Sayyid's face when he slaughtered his friends. Yet today Doflamingo had kicked an iron wall. Everyone before him except Zeph had mastered observation. There was also the human radar king. As soon as he released the parasite thread, they all sensed it. What a despicable— King's fingers crackled with blue lightning as he prepared to strike, but Sayyid raised a hand to stop him. Let me handle the kid. Doflamingo grinned. Fool, you have no idea what you've done. The parasite thread had already landed on Sayyid. Doflamingo raised his hand. I hope you enjoy the taste of killing your own comrades. He lifted his fingers, manipulating the invisible strings. But the always effective parasite thread couldn't pull. He tried again in disbelief, as if the other end of the thread was tied to a mountain. Before he could react, the much taller man before him spoke. Quite sturdy threads indeed. If used as fishing line, no need to worry about it snapping. What? He called my ability only fit for fishing. Doflamingo's eyes behind the sunglasses blazed with rage as he said murderously, treble, kill him. Got it, Daffy. The slug-like treble glared at Sayyid. No matter who you are, offending our young master is unforgivable. As he spoke, he drew a pistol from his waist. Teach them a lesson. A smirk curled on Sayyid's lips. This snot slime was disgusting. He didn't want to dirty his imperial sword on him. Crocodile said, that's too gross. She was reluctant to engage. 30 million volts. Lightning pierced straight through Torrential's body. He writhed and wailed in agony like a snail sprinkled with salt. Under this lightning, they finally remembered who this group was. Diamante exclaimed in shock, "The Sayyid pirates. Aren't you all in the Grand Line?" "What? Do I need your permission to go anywhere?" Sayyid retorted. "Don't underestimate the strong from the force." Having never truly fought him, Diamante doubted Sayyid's ferocity. After all, Sayyid was just an underage brat, perhaps he could win. Diamante brandished his rapier. Toro, the blade folded like fabric, forming a bull's head with sharp horns charging at Sayyid. "Leave this swordsman to me." Koshiro intervened, first blocking Diamante's attack with a single slash. Though Pika had yet to eat the stone fruit, his strength was immense as he punched at them, only to be kicked away by Zeph. Beckman took on Virgo. Doflamingo, clueless about what was happening, watched his 4 family members fall into disadvantage. Sayyid stood before Doflamingo and sneered, "King to king, general to general. So my opponent is you, blonde brat. Don't act so high and mighty, you're only a few years older than me." Bullet thread. Doflamingo fired all 10 fingers, sending 10 thread bullets towards Sayyid's body. Yet Sayyid neither dodged nor blocked. A layer of armament Haku covered him, and the thread bullets merely tapped against his skin with soft sounds. "You've developed your ability quite well." Sayyid reached out gently and placed his finger on Doflamingo's forehead. Bang! With a flick infused with armament Haki, he sent Doflamingo flying several meters. "Ah, it hurts." Doflamingo screamed, clutching his swollen forehead. Even through his sunglasses, Sayyid could perceive the venomous glare in his eyes. "Doffy!" For the 4 executives cried out, already overwhelmed and now distracted by their concern for Doflamingo. They were swiftly defeated. "Damn it!" Doflamingo growled unwillingly. Despite his vicious nature gradually spoiled by Torrential and the others, he could still recognize that this group was not one they could provoke at the moment. This only enraged him further. It was either die or bow to them. "Young master, these people are formidable," Virgo whispered in Doflamingo's ear. Doflamingo was actually facing such a predicament. "Doffy, let's leave first. They can't just let you go like that." As Sayyid spoke, his men swiftly surrounded them from all directions. "What do you want?" Doflamingo asked. Sayyid truly hated to let him go, but he felt that taking it slow was... He chuckled. "You're here for the Black Triangle Trade Fair, right? We're all the same kind of people. There's no need for such hostility. Besides, you were the one who disrespected me first. So apologize to me." Doflamingo clenched his fists and bit his lip hard. "A man knows when to bend and when to stand, right, blonde brat? If you die here, all your ambitions come to nothing." With too much stimulation in a short time, the emotional value gained decreased. Doflamingo forced the words out, "Sorry. Oh, and one more condition." "What else do you want?" "Wrongdoings require payment. But considering you're just an ignorant child, if you shout him a coward in public, this ends here. How about that? How dare he? How dare he humiliate me like this?" Doflamingo's eyes were bloodshot, burning with the desire to kill the man before him. This moment of helplessness reminded him of past scenes, being hung from the city wall as a target, carrying his father's head to the Holy Land only to be mercilessly mocked. "Why? I bear the most noble blood within me. Why does this happen?" Including Crocodile, the members found everything rather strange. Based on their understanding of Sayyid, he would never bully a child like this. What was the purpose of such taunting? Had Sayyid's perverse taste really degenerated to this extent? Doflamingo's breath quickened. Apologizing here would be the second time he had ever bowed to another. And now he had to say something like that? Doflamingo reluctantly pulled out his last identity, trying to intimidate Sayyid with his former noble status. "But I am Shu." Sayyid leaned close to Doflamingo's ear and whispered like a demon. "A fallen god is no god at all. But if the villains on this island find out, who knows what wicked schemes they'll hatch. You've already tasted their hatred for the celestial dragons. Also, Doffy, that so-called divine identity doesn't intimidate a desperate man like me. In my eyes, you're just an ant I can crush whenever I want." At that moment, Doflamingo actually shivered. Why did he know my identity? Who is he? Could he be AD? What did he say to make Doffy so terrified? The 4 executives on the ground were utterly baffled, but all they could do was watch. In truth, they were secretly expecting Doffy to shout that phrase so they could leave and not die here. Doflamingo clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into his flesh. "See, your so-called family expects you to sacrifice your dignity so they can live." Yes, at this moment his family did not step forward. Their silence was their answer. The seed of discord was inadvertently planted in Doffy's heart. Why did everyone have to force him? A sudden wave of sorrow welled up within Doflamingo, his eyes stinging as he barely held back tears. "I am Louderbrat. I am a coward." The surrounding fierce pirates burst into unrestrained laughter. Shame, anger, frustration, hatred. Nobody understood what Doflamingo felt now. A large hand landed on his head, so warm. It was Sayyid, wearing a gratified smile. "Gratified? What the hell?" Sayyid patted his head and laughed. "Good boy. Someday I will kill you." Ah, Doflamingo roared inwardly, swearing this vow. After the Sayyid pirates swaggered away, Torrential and the others stood up, walked over to Doflamingo with concern. Doffy, thank goodness you're okay. Hearing that, Doflamingo's expression was eerily calm as he said blandly, I'm fine. Please take care of everyone who heard what was said here. Yes, Doffy. The pirates attending the Black Triangle Trade Fair were mercilessly slaughtered. The group headed toward the auction house. Crocodile asked curiously, Sayyid, why did you specifically target that brat? Just don't like his arrogant attitude. Was that really the case? Crocodile remarked, he is indeed arrogant like a celestial dragon. Ha ha ha, those pigs on the red line. Very vivid, ha ha. Beckman was slightly surprised. That's blasphemy against the gods. Only you, Sayyid, would say that so openly, just speaking the truth. Before encountering Doflamingo, Sayyid had considered taking him as a crewmate. But when they met, Sayyid abandoned that idea. Someone who hates the world, like Law, requires a gentle guide like Corazon to be saved. Sayyid asked himself, was he gentle? Kind? Not even close. More importantly, unlike Law, the Don Quixote family, except Doflamingo, were kind people, yet their ending was tragic. So Doflamingo didn't believe in kindness. Rather than reforming him, it was better to conquer him with absolute power so that the mere mention of his name would terrify Doflamingo. Let him become the king of the underworld. Without Doflamingo, there would be some other half. Besides, Doflamingo could indeed obtain good loot, making heist convenient, while also providing plenty of emotional value. Doflamingo strived to grow stronger. The Black Triangle Auction. This is the largest auction in the black market of Beihai, modeled after the auctions of the Shambadi archipelago. In order to raise the so-called threshold, several complex requirements were established. To gain entry, one must either possess a noble identity such as a prince, princess, or duke, or have sufficient funds, hence a financial verification is necessary. Unfortunately, Sayyid had neither of these. Thus he was stopped by two guards at the entrance of the venue. Wait, please show your identification. Oh, here, this is my identification. Sayyid was not the least bit angered by being stopped. Instead, he pulled out his bounty notice from his pocket and handed it to the guard. Behind him, Beckman's expression twitched slightly. Being clever, he had already guessed everything. It was undoubtedly because the last few from the 8th group did not recognize him, which is why he carried the bounty notice with him. The guard, still confused about what was happening, actually accepted it as genuine. Is the photo on the identification this large? A heinous criminal deserving of deaths. The guard's voice began to tremble, his eyes widened, and his legs gave way, nearly collapsing to the ground. In all of Beihai, a bounty exceeding tens of millions signifies a notorious pirate ruling a territory. A bounty of 300 million. Does such a vicious man exist in Beihai? Could he have killed everyone on this island? The guard hurriedly recalled whether his earlier attitude had been overly arrogant, but his mind was blank. Mama might not be able to go back tonight. Sayyid's smile instantly shifted to a stern demeanor as he glared. Continue reading, let the one next to you hear too. The Annihilator Albert, Sayyid, bounty 300 million berries. The guard could only continue, his voice trembling as he recited. Thank you for your hard work. So can we go in now? Sayyid said with a gentle expression, flashing a handsome eyes, please. Sayyid strode forward, followed closely by Crocodile and the others. As they passed the guard, immersed in fear, Beckman casually snatched back the bounty notice from his hand. He remarked, "You're quite careless." The guard sighed in relief after the near miss. Should we notify the boss? Maybe not. Pirates are also qualified to participate. He didn't go through financial verification. Does that kind of great pirate still need financial verification? The treasures they amassed are beyond our imagination. Alright, but truly a pirate with a bounty of 300 million is terrifying. I almost thought I was going to die here. Right? But he's even more handsome than on the bounty notice. After sending in a few more batches of participants, the two guards relaxed. The Don Quixote family arrived late. Sorry, please show your identification or financial verification. Virgo stepped forward slowly, opening a briefcase with one hand. Inside was filled with berries. Financial verification passed, please enter. The true purpose of Don Quixote's visit was the auction. They had already investigated thoroughly. At this auction, there will be a paramecia-type devil fruit, the art fruit. They are determined to acquire it. The auction is in progress. On stage was an elegant auctioneer dressed in a white tailcoat and a red bow tie. Sayyid and his group found a vacant seat and sat down casually. Coincidentally, sitting right in front of them in the second row was Vinsmoke Sanji. Sanji was chatting and laughing with a richly dressed old man. Goodness, here to expand his connections. Doesn't he know the auction requires silence? Congratulations to Presley 3 for successfully bidding on this golden pattern vase lost at sea for hundreds of years. The auctioneer announced loudly through the microphone. The next item for auction is a devil fruit. Wow. The eyes of most attendees in the auction hall lit up with excitement. Especially those pirates and mafia members. What does a devil fruit signify? An increase in power and expansion of territory and accumulation of wealth. It's not just a fruit, it's their assurance for dominating the seas and expanding their territories. Tap tap tap. A seductive woman in high heels and a bikini walked up holding a plate. Under the red velvet cover, the outline of the fruit could be seen. The crowd held their breath. That was a treasure worth over 100 million berries. Many had never even seen. The auctioneer was pleased with the crowd's reaction. He pinched the corner of the red cloth, his voice filled with allure. It is a paramecia-type devil fruit, the art fruit. The red velvet was instantly pulled away, revealing a strange fruit covered in bizarre patterns. The art fruit. Sayyid whispered instinctively, directing his gaze across the auction hall, spotting Don. As expected, he was also present. The art fruit is the ability of future Don Quixote family member Jorah, which allows the user to materialize their imagination and inspiration before using their abilities. This enables them to expel cloud-like smoke from their palms or head. Once this smoke is thrown those who touch, it will transform into the artistic creation envisioned by the user. It is an exceedingly underrated devil fruit. In an instant, Sayyid's mind began to imagine automatically, shifting his gaze to crocodile, crocodile smile, crocodile rising from the water. Boulder still shanks with cute cat ears, the charming Borisolino Beckman with a high ponytail, little Jean. Whatever you dare to imagine can be realized. Wow, the style of pirates seems to be getting strange. Hey, you're smiling creepily. Crocodile glanced at Sayyid. He had been acting off since earlier, staring at her with a weird smile. Aha, it's nothing, just lost in thought. Unfortunately, the items imagined with this ability lose their original functions. For instance, imagining the sea as blue land would negate the restrictive effects on devil fruit users. If a person is imagined as an inanimate object like a doll and cannot be restored within 10 minutes, that imagined person will lose their life. As for whether additional time can be extended, it depends on the user's development. Overall, for those with rich imaginations, the potential of this fruit is extremely high. For those with barren imaginations, the fruit's effects diminish significantly. Do you want that fruit? Crocodile saw a yearning emotion in Sayyid's eyes. How could she know that what Sayyid craved was not the fruit itself, but the ability to parody various characters? I think this fruit is quite interesting, it could be useful to keep on hand for the future. Sayyid seldom eats devil fruits, whether it's teleportation, lightning flames, barriers, transformation, water, flight, gravity. He can achieve many abilities through skills far surpassing the power of a single fruit. Thus, unless necessary, Sayyid is unwilling to consume an ordinary devil fruit and create multiple weaknesses for himself. However, who would refuse to have more devil fruits? Shall we bid as well? No. Before Crocodile could say anything, Sayyid continued, don't forget, we are pirates. Pirates have their own ways of doing things. Crocodile then remembered something Sayyid had said in the past, the corners of his mouth twitching. Are you preparing to steal? The starting bid for the art fruit was 100 million berry. Sayyid attempted to bid a few times during the process. Now the price had been driven up to 280 million berry. It was about to exceed Sayyid's bounty. However, based on Sayyid's judgment, the fruit would likely reach its limit at 300 million. An ordinary devil fruit sold for around 100 million berry, but since the type of this particular devil fruit had already been disclosed to participants, it commanded a premium. 290 million berry. In the distance, a burly, imposing man stood up and raised his bidding paddle, flanked by a group of fierce-looking subordinates. In the pirate with an 80 million berry bounty, giant Blade Sanford. Let's see who dares to compete with me. He hefted his massive, heavy cleaver as a show of force. A brainless brute. The nobles, accustomed to a life of ease, could not tolerate his arrogance. One by one they pointed at him and shouted insults. I bid 300 million berry. Vinsmoke, judge, suddenly raised his paddle to join the bidding. It's the Vinsmoke family. Instantly whispers rippled through the crowd. The gazes directed at him were laced with wariness and caution. The Germa kingdom, which once ruled the entire North Blue, was governed by the Vinsmoke family. Thus, seeing the heir of the Vinsmoke family here, their reaction was hardly surprising. This bid silenced everyone else. 300 million berry was already the maximum value of this fruit, at least in their minds. For a moment no one spoke, not even the pirate with the 80 million bounty. Though he was strong, he lacked the audacity to challenge the Vinsmoke family's army. This was a nation born for war. However, Judge did not buy the fruit to eat it. He placed greater faith in the power of science than in devil fruit. He simply wanted to crush the pirate's arrogance, and at the same time flaunt his strength before the royalty and nobility of the North Blue nations. The pirate you dare not provoke, I Judge dare. He was a man determined to restore his family's glory and unify the North Blue. With Judge's bid, no one else in the auction was willing to offer a higher price. Sayyid cast a glance at Doflamingo on the side. He had also placed a few bids during the process. But clearly the Don Quixote family of the present was far from the power it would hold in the future. 300 million berry was beyond their reach. 300 million berry going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Smack. The auction hammer fell softly. Congratulations on your winning bid. Judge sat calmly in his seat, as if 300 million berry meant nothing. Wait, Daffy. We can't afford to offend them right now. Though the voice was intentionally low, Sayyid still caught it. That should have been mine, Doflamingo muttered, his brow furrowed. He was already in a foul mood after being roughed up. Now failing to obtain what he wanted only worsened his temper. Daffy, our enterprise is just starting. Wait a few more years, and then not just a mere devil fruit. We could even open our own auction house without any problem. Seeing that the four companions no longer supported him, as before, Doflamingo's anger flared. Enough. I can't take it anymore. Doflamingo's emotions peaked. With a furious roar, he unleashed his conqueror's haki. An overwhelming force swept through the venue with devastating power. Lavishly dressed nobles adorned with gold and jewels rolled their eyes and collapsed in disorder. Even the auctioneer and the hostesses on stage fainted under the impact of the conqueror's haki. That brat has this kind of talent too. The rest of the Sayyid pirates were stunned. No one expected the kid who had just been flicked on the forehead by Sayyid to already wield conqueror's haki at such a young age. Beckman's expression turned thoughtful, as if Sayyid had known about the brat's talent all along. Crocodile spoke up, but it's still far inferior to Sayyid's haki. Having endured Sayyid's haki pressure every day, the group remained expressionless against this level of force. Looks like my desensitization training is paying off. Sayyid noticed that Judge had also passed out. King, give him some electric shock therapy. Otherwise, when they wake up and find the devil fruit missing, they'll likely pin the blame on me. After all, he was the one who had pulled out his wanted poster. When they regained consciousness, they would probably assume that Sayyid had stolen the devil fruit. Sayyid didn't care what others thought of him, but letting Doflamingo take advantage of him like that was truly irritating. Doflamingo had already started walking toward the auction stage. With so many people in between, a stone pillar conveniently blocked their view, and the Don Quixote family failed to notice the group sitting on the other side at the back. Zap! A mild electric current struck Judge, and he immediately woke up. Out of thoughtfulness, King revived a few more people, including some from the organizing side. Judge surveyed the entire auction hall where everyone had fainted, then glanced at the shady figures. A thought flashed through his mind. Conqueror's haki, or some other ability. Judge was puzzled. He was a man of the world. But that blonde brat didn't seem like the type to possess such talent. Stop right there, kid. Just as Doflamingo reached out to touch the art fruit, the auction staff, who had just come to awake so soon. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Doflamingo's eyes, and he was ready to kill him. Perfect. Then he could frame those bastards who had bullied him. Emotion points 20, such strong hostility toward me. Sayyid narrowed his eyes, watching the numbers rise above Doflamingo's head. The timing is about right. Several people had already seen that Doflamingo took the devil fruit. Whoosh. Sayyid unleashed his conqueror's haki at full force. An even more ferocious wave of power spread through the entire auction hall. Strong gusts slammed against the surrounding walls. Under this terrifying pressure, Judge and the others blacked out again. Daffy. Treble struggled against the force, his legs weak and voice trembling. How had Daffy's haki become so strong? No wonder he was the young master they had chosen. Not bad, you yellow-haired brat. Sayyid, surrounded by black and red lightning, walked forward while releasing his haki. It's you. Emotion points 20, Treble, Pica, and Diamante had already fainted from fear, leaving only Virgo struggling to stay conscious. But soon Sayyid retracted his aura and walked slowly toward Doflamingo. Watching Sayyid approach, Doflamingo broke into a cold sweat and instinctively stepped back. That damn bastard. He had this kind of talent too, and his haki was even stronger. Why? I am a noble celestial dragon, a god. How can I be inferior to this human? Doflamingo's jealousy drove him mad. Emotion points 10, 20, Sayyid adopted a lecturing tone. Whether you're in business or running a gang, black or white doesn't matter. The most important thing is to keep your word. Don't you agree? He had already positioned his right hand in a flicking gesture, slowly moving closer to Doflamingo. As the finger coated in dark armament haki drew nearer, Doflamingo's forehead began to ache again. Forced, Doflamingo stammered, yes. You're right. If you were an adult, I wouldn't bother. But a little kid stealing from an auction is really bad, you know. You're still young. There's time to correct yourself. Sayyid reached for the devil fruit behind him and said, "Humph, the stolen goods are confiscated. Always be honest and trustworthy, kid." Emotion points 50, Doflamingo nearly ground his teeth to dust. This condescending lecture enraged him to the brink of losing control. Moreover, the art fruit, which he had already considered as, now fell into Sayyid's hands. That bastard had been eyeing this fruit from the very beginning and had played everyone. I want stoop to your level. After taking the devil fruit, Sayyid made a round at the back of the auction hall, finding nothing of value except a few costly antique paintings and calligraphy. Still, this auction's main attraction had been this devil fruit. Most people had come to buy weapons, so this hall was sayonara, Don Quixote. Doflamingo. As he left, he bid farewell to the dear good child Doflamingo, then headed outside with his crew. Passing by Virgo, Sayyid, in a good mood, even patted his shoulder lightly. You. Not bad. staying conscious under his haki. No wonder this guy had beaten Smoker with his superior armament haki. Then Sayyid and his crew walked farther away. But the disdain stung deeply in Doflamingo's heart, though he could only endure it silently. After they left, Virgo looked at the silent Doflamingo and said cautiously, "Young master, we should leave quickly too. The others might wake up soon." Doflamingo's face was twisted with resentment, but this was not the time to vent. "Let's go. Wake those three up and get out of here now." Doflamingo's expression remained dark throughout. He knew Sayyid had set him up. Throughout the North Blue, at least half of it, every influential figure would know that he at a prestigious auction had stolen a devil fruit without following the rules. If they didn't retreat now, they would soon be surrounded by guards. Stepping outside under the gray sky, only one thought filled Doflamingo's mind: damn Sayyid. He'll remember this grudge. I saw it. That kid from the Don Quixote family took the fruit. I saw it too. It was that kid. Yes, I somehow fainted at that time, and then woke up. I saw that kid and his men all conscious. It must have been their doing. The person in charge who had awakened from his faint summoned the witnesses one by one for questioning. Their answers were surprisingly unanimous. The culprit was that blonde kid about 13 years old. The person in charge turned his gaze to Gotzi, who was sitting on the sofa. "Mr. Gotzi, you also woke up at that time, right? Was it that guy, eh? What was lost was a devil fruit and antiques worth tens of millions of berries. A huge loss." Gotzi fell silent for a moment, sensing something fishy, but unable to pinpoint it. He nodded and said, "That's right. After I woke up, I did see him pick up the devil fruit, but then I fainted again immediately." "So it really was that kid's doing." The person in charge said to his subordinates, "Investigate who they are and what backing they have." Soon his subordinates produced a file. The Don Quixote family, Doflamingo, and 4 family members, based in a port town, a mafia organization engaging in gray market business. Soon he discovered that besides Doflamingo, the other 4, Treble, Diamante, Pica, and Virgo, had actually sailed through the Grand Line. "They are truly too audacious," the person in charge said coldly. "Immediately dispatch a warship to retrieve the stolen treasures. As for them, they can be dealt with directly." Yes. Moreover, the Don Quixote family was also placed on the blacklist of the underworld forces. After all, behind the Black Triangle trade were underworld forces and many kingdoms involved. In the days to come, they would probably have a very hard time. Meanwhile, the Sayyid pirate crew had already set sail aboard the Angel. This one is a paramecia-type art fruit. Sayyid casually tossed the devil fruit up and caught it, treating it completely like a ball. He glanced at the others and suddenly sighed. "Forget it. I can tell none of you appreciate art. It would be a waste if you ate it." Emotion points 55-55. However, the few grown men indeed had no interest in this fruit. Let it keep company with that ancient Zoan pteranodon form for now. Crocodile with a cigarette dangling from his mouth asked, "Where do you want to go next?" "The North Sea." Sayyid thought for a moment. "Are there any interesting places?" Everyone's gazed. As a playboy who had roamed the North Sea, he should be the first to ask about fun places. "Why are you all looking at me like?" After deliberation, they quickly set the course. Sayyid sat cross-legged alone atop the Angel's head, sinking his thoughts into his abilities. Current skill slot 7. Skill slot unlock mission master the advanced armament hockey technique Ryu. Current trait slots 4. Current empty trait slots 1. Trait slot unlock mission 300 emotion points. Current emotion points 7962. Now, from the missions issued by this lottery system, Sayyid had vaguely sensed some problems. It was clearly urging him to cultivate his physique and strength. Ryu. Sayyid pulled out the hockey training notes that Kosaburo had given him. The final part of armament hockey was the method to learn Ryu, which was also the level Kosaburo had reached. However, Sayyid still couldn't grasp the key points. He then glanced at the nearly 800 emotion points. Hopefully he would have better luck this time and draw. Sayyid rubbed his hands together and thought lottery. 1,000 emotion points were automatically deducted. The gacha machine spun wildly and soon spat out 10 pokeballs. He opened them one by one, and they emitted a soft white light. Berry Juice 1. Fresh Water 1. Shoal Salt 1. Ordinary Longsword 1. Full Restore 1. Gold Nugget 1. Sayyid's eyes fixed on the Full Restore. He had already tried items like Freshwater Soda Pop and Moo Moo Milk. They could effectively relieve fatigue and restore varying amounts of stamina, but the effect was limited. But Full Restore was different. It unconditionally restored all stamina. In battle, stamina often decided the outcome. Sayyid's skills would increase in the future, and activating them would consume a great deal of stamina. And the monsters of the New World often fought for days and nights. Without overwhelming power, the Full Restore's usefulness was immense. Sayyid temporarily placed the Full Restore in the system space. Draw again. Star Piece 1. Sweet Honey 1. Focus Band 1. Odd Incense 1. Mostly ordinary items, but this band. Sayyid took out the Focus Band. It was more like a headband than a sash. It happened to match Arashi's green hair. In the future, when he got serious, he would wear the headband and say, am going to be the greatest swordsman. How could I fall here? They'll give this to him. Sayyid didn't even care about the focus band's pitifully low activation rate. Draw again. Fire Gem 1. Ancient Silver Coin 1. Pearl 1. Ancient Gold Coin 1. Bicycle 1. Baja Kent Food 1. Skill Psychic LV. 1. Fire Gem was somewhat useful. But a bicycle? What was he supposed to do with a bicycle at sea? What use was a bicycle on the sea? More soda, gold coins, pearls. Huh. Psychic. Sayyid's eyes lit up. With psychokinesis, he could also manipulate other objects, not just fly himself. It would be like he had eaten a float fruit. Sayyid temporarily stored this power back in the Pokeball and went Allen with the remaining emotion points. Unrippable black stockings 1, a dark Lolita dress 1, clown mask 1, treat, juice 1, military boots 1. After dozens of consecutive cold draws and a pile of mostly useless items, Sayyid's luck wasn't too bad. He did get something. Stamina Enhancer 2. Strength Enhancer 1. Speed Enhancer 1. Trait Clear Body prevents stats from being lowered by an opponent's moves or abilities. Passive The body remains clean at all times without odor. TCH. Sayyid curled his lips slightly. He couldn't tell if this trait's effect was good or bad, considering that in this world there were no moves or abilities like Intimidate or Scary Face other than his own. But this passive ability to keep the body clean was quite useful, my ass. He wasn't following an idle path or relying on selling his looks to make a living. If he got dirty, couldn't he just wash? It was on the same level as pickpocket. Sayyid grudgingly equipped this trait into the trait slot. He then pulled up a panel displaying the skills and traits. He currently equipped skill Hardening LV5 uses full body strength to make the body 20 times harder with complete control over the hardening max level skill Endurance LV4 has a 40 chance to lock HP when at critical levels. Upgrade condition 7500 emotion points skill Belly Drum LV5 consumes half of the stamina to amplify power by 20 times max level skill Gravity LV3 creates a gravity field within a 50-meter radius for a short time, increasing gravity by 15 times. Upgradable condition 10,000 emotion points skill Holy Sword, a sword art that cuts the opponent with a blade, ignoring all defensive changes and dealing direct damage. Unupgradable photosynthesis restores stamina by absorbing sunlight. Unupgradable skill Flamethrower LV2 spews dark red flames to attack, reaching a terrifying temperature of 800 degrees Celsius. Upgrade condition 2500 emotion points traits Sharpness, Pickpocket, Levitation, Pure Body. With that, he opened a bottle of stamina enhancer and gulped it down. His stamina had improved slightly. Any improvement was useful. Sayyid wasted no time and drank all the other enhancers. Huff, his strength and speed all— Captain, Jean stood on the crow's nest. There's a pirate ship ahead. He, Captain, this is really the princess of the Diablo Kingdom. Captain, Jean stood on the crow's nest. There's a pirate ship ahead. He, Captain, this is really the princess of the Diablo Kingdom. Are we actually going to sell her in the Black Triangle trade? You fool. The pirate called Captain was 3 meters tall with a muscular upper body and a pair of spindly legs. He was a notorious pirate in the North Sea known by the epithet Iron Hammer. Of course, we're keeping her for ransom. Saying that was just to scare her to force the old geezer to hand over the money quick. Oh, I see. As expected of the captain, truly cunning and sly. What did you say? Idiot, it's foresight and wisdom. Right, the captain is farsighted. Iron Hammer stood on the second floor of the ship house, smugly enjoying the sea breeze. Once we reach Masaramu Island, we can buy more weapons. Then we'll head to the Grand Line and seize even more treasure. All his underlings cheered along. They had no idea what a terrifying place the Grand Line was. They only knew it was paved with gold and filled with exotic treasures. As long as they reached the Grand Line, they would gain immense wealth. Bring the hostage up. I need to speed up the ransom, haha. Soon a blonde woman was escorted over. Let me go. Let me go. All the pirates on the ship stared at her with lustful eyes. Her skin was as white as milk, as smooth as silk, and she exuded a pleasant fragrance. Her face was a beauty they had never seen, even after a lifetime in the red light districts. They desperately wanted to torment her. Unfortunately, the captain forbade it. Touching her would spoil the ransom. Iron Hammer grinned viciously at the girl before him and dialed the den mushy. Moshi brat. What have you done to my daughter? The voice was filled with anger. He, she's right here. Father. The den mushy showed a bearded face. Sora, Iron Hammer interrupted. Brad, I want a ransom of 1 billion berries. If you don't pay up, I'll sell your dear daughter at the Black Triangle trade. I bet she'll fetch a good price, won't she? You should know that some second-hand dealers love to buy fine slaves at such trades and then ship them to the Sabati archipelago to sell to the noble celestial dragons. I think your daughter would be thrilled to catch the eye of a celestial dragon, wouldn't she? Ha! You. The other end of the line was both shocked and furious. I'll do everything I can to get the ransom. Don't hurt my daughter. If she's harmed in any way, I won't let you go. Of course. But don't even think about secretly contacting the Marines, or it'll make you regret it. Click. Iron Hammer hung up the den mushy and gazed at the resilient girl who was suppressing her fear with all her might, as if admiring a painting. To him, mere beauty was far less valuable than the 1 billion berries soon to be in his hands. That money would allow him to recruit more skilled men and expand his power. Only Sora's eyes dimmed. Her country had just paid the heavenly tribute, and it had been suffering from years of drought. The national treasury simply didn't have 1 billion berries. Raising that amount would mean plundering the citizens. But her father, a benevolent and hard-working king, would never do such a thing. Sora was at a loss, her heart filled with despair. Who could come to save her? Captain, there's a pirate ship approaching. Pirates! Iron Hammer's expression turned ferocious instantly, and he waved his thick arms, shouting, "Get moving, you lot. Prepare for battle. Fire, sink it." The ship drew closer. They dare to provoke us. Sayyid was slightly astonished to see the cannon aimed at them. Since arriving in the North Sea, he had noticed one thing: his notoriety wasn't as widespread as he thought. In fact, most people in the Four Seas wouldn't spend tens or hundreds of berries on a newspaper. Most would pool money to buy one and just listen to the news. Thus, the general populace knew of Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and other notorious pirates who frequently made the papers. But they couldn't remember newcomers like Sayyid, who had just set sail. There were simply too many rookies reported on. Sayyid lazily stretched, then drew the imperial sword and swung it. A dark gold flying slash several meters long struck the cannon platform. Amidst a few screams, the pirates beside the cannon were all blasted away. What a... Iron Hammer stood frozen, sweating profusely. From their perspective, a ridiculously young swordsman had just unleashed a slash, and how could someone walk in the skies? "Hey Sayyid, leave some for us." Crocodile shouted from the deck, displeased to Sayyid in the air. "Ha ha ha ha, let me warm up on these small fries. I'd hate for you to get tired." The sea was so boring, and he had finally encountered another pirate crew. Kurike, who had been excited and eager to show off, immediately deflated. The ship was full of big shots. Combat seemed to be beyond his turn. Bastard. Who is he calling small fry? Captain, he's talking about you. So arrogant. He'll kill you. Iron Hammer roared with rage, swinging his massive chain flail. That was why he was called Iron Hammer. My hammer strike can sink a warship. Meteor Hammer. The massive hammer hurtled towards Sayyid. The pirates aboard the Hammer Pirates were already exhilarated. Countless victims had been crushed into pulp under this very strike. Yet Sayyid merely drifted slightly to the left, evading the blow with ease. Gravity field. Fearing the attack might lack sufficient force, he even added a gravity enhancement after dodging. A low hum resonated. Know this power. The hammer yanked back his chain, startled to find the weight had changed. He could not budge it. With a thunderous crash, the iron ball plunged into the sea like a cannonball, stirring up raging waves. As the foam receded, the pirates on the ship suddenly realized, where is the captain? He's in the sea. Sayyid, weary of conversing with these men, drew his sword. Damn it, even without the captain we can still kill you. Brothers, charge. They're just a handful. Kill. The pirates, hardened by combat on the high seas, brandished guns and swords as they surged towards Sayyid. You've already taken down their captain. Leave the rest to us. Beckman was the first to board the ship, rifle in hand. Lon, you know, hogging all the fun. Sayyid sighed helplessly. Fine. Let's finish this quickly. His gaze shifted, landing on the second deck, where a girl stood with her hands bound. Familiar, very familiar. What's your name? Damn, these pirates had noticed her. Sora's heart was a storm. She had hoped to be rescued by kind-hearted folk, but the approaching ship flew a pirate flag. So she was unlucky enough to witness a clash between pirates. She could only try to shrink into the background, praying they wouldn't see her. Then she might slip away unnoticed. Yet the very thing she dreaded most happened. The captain of the enemy pirate ship strode directly toward her. But perhaps they don't know who I am. I can pretend to be an ordinary girl kidnapped by pirates. Then maybe they won't care about me. So Sora spoke up. I am Rasha, a fisherman's daughter. The pirates took me aboard this ship. Please save me. Sayyid raised an eyebrow. Do you take me for a fool? What fisherman's daughter has such delicate skin and such beauty? And wears a silk dress? Wanna live? Mum. Sora nodded frantically. Want to escape being sold? Mum. Sora nodded again, thinking he doesn't know I'm a hostage. Can you sing or dance? What a strange question. Puzzled Sora, nonetheless knew a little from her upbringing. I can. Good. Then you'll clean our ship. What does that have to do with me being able to sing or dance? What a bizarre person. Are all pirates on the sea either ugly idiots or handsome idiots? Can you untie my hands first? Sora asked timidly. Once free, she could escape at the first opportunity. No matter what, she couldn't let them discover her true identity. Greedy pirates would surely want to ransom her. Still pretending. Sayyid had already recognized her. Though she was only an 18-year-old maiden, the golden hair that half covered her face and her beautiful features were unmistakable. She was Shanji's mother, Sora, a strong, gentle, yet tragic woman. and the pirate Tietue leaping onto the deck from the sea confirmed her identity. I'm furious. I thought we just happened to cross paths, but you planned this all along. Did you want to steal the princess of the Diaboluo kingdom for ransom? Or sell her as a slave at the Black Triangle Trade Fair? It's over. My identity is exposed. Sora's face turned pale, her hands were still bound. Princess. Sayyid glanced at Sora beside him puzzled. Kid, you've let your guard down. Tietue had somehow grabbed a long-handled hammer and swung it down the moment Sayyid turned his head. Dodged. In a panic, Sora standing behind Sayyid blurted out. Thud. The hammer struck Sayyid squarely on the head. It must have burst like a watermelon, right? Sora even shut her eyes, afraid to look. Tietue thought he had crushed his skull, a brat appearing out of nowhere. Piracy isn't a game. You though. Sayyid pointed a finger, and 15 times the gravity pressed down on Tietue. The terrifying force felt like a ship weighing on him. Every muscle in Taichua's body convulsed. He couldn't stop himself from collapsing to his knees. Sayyid casually tossed the long-handled hammer aside. Protected by armament hockey, ordinary attacks couldn't harm him. Do you know who I am? Taichua's entire body was pinned to the ship. The crushing weight made it hard to speak. The wooden floor creaked and buckled inward. What terrifying power. Is this guy a devil fruit user? Crack, crack. The floor groaned in agony, finally unable to bear the weight, collapsing instantly, creating a huge hole through the ship. Blood oozed from Taichua's 7 orifices. He couldn't even scream. His eyes rolled back as he sank into the sea. Sayyid stared at Sora with a smirk. Your name was a lie too, wasn't it? Miss Sora. He knows. Sora's face drained of color. A pirate who could defeat Tietue was even more dangerous. Don't come near me. Her voice trembled as she backed away. I saved you, didn't I? Sayyid was puzzled. He had rescued a damsel in distress, had strength and looks. Why was she reacting so strangely? Am I that terrifying? He began to wonder if Jiaji had rescued Sora by chance during this kidnapping, and then love blossomed between them. Plus a prince and a princess. Their parents would have agreed to a political marriage, leading them together, ending in tragedy. Not this time with me here. No way I'll let you succeed, Jiaji. Sayyid slyly tugged at the rope around Sora's hands. Sayyid, clearing the battlefield, collecting spoils. So in the spoils. Sayyid cheerfully led her back by the rope. The North Sea. It was worth coming, truly worth it. Look at the people he had encountered in the Grand Line: Luo Jia, Kapu, Shurji. All of them were either legendary pirates who shook the seas or marine heroes who could fight the emperors. As a mere rookie, Sayyid was utterly frustrated. He often cursed the Grand Line's absurd matchmaking system. They treated him like Marco. But in the North Sea he encountered pirates more frequently, and they were all weaklings. Every defeat of a pirate crew automatically accumulated wealth and strength with far less danger. Indeed, smurfing was exhilarating. Sayyid even entertained the idea of staying here to develop for a while. After all, he was still young. If he trained for 2 years, he'd only be 18 when he set sail again. Wait, how do I get over there? Sora behind him suddenly stopped. The angel and the pirate ship had no gangplank between them. Hey, come closer, and he'll tell you. Sayyid crooked his finger. Sora reluctantly stepped forward 2 steps. Closer. She took another step, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from Sayyid's robust body. He'll fly you over. Before Sora could process what was happening, a strange weightlessness enveloped her. When she came to, she was leaning against Sayyid's chest. For the first time, she was in such intimate contact with a stranger. Her cheeks flushed, threatening to turn red. Although he was a pirate, being held by him somehow gave her a sense. Before the word security could form in her mind, her face hadn't even reddened, but her heart began to race. Sayyid's strong arms looped under her knees, firmly securing her, and without a word of warning, he leaped toward the sea. The intense weightlessness drained the color from her face. A sharp, frantic scream pierced the gentle and demure image of a well-bred young lady she had maintained since childhood, shattered completely under the terror of plummeting through the air. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, Sora screamed and clung tightly to Sayyid's neck, burying her face in his chest like an ostrich. Father, sisters, I'm going to die. But after a long moment, instead of the icy seawater filling her nostrils as she had imagined, she only heard the wind howling past her ears. She cautiously opened her eyes and met Sayyid's gaze. That undeniably handsome face wore a mocking grin, and his first words were, "Thrilling, isn't it? Ha ha. I was scared out of my wits. Hey, look down there." Following his gesture, Sora glanced downward. Hey, look down there. Following his gesture, Sora glanced downward. Black that the sea had become a smooth mirror, and wisps of clouds drifted by. Sora's vision darkened, and she nearly so terrifying. You can fly, eh? Sora hugged Sayyid even tighter, clinging to him like an ox. Sayyid felt as though he was holding a human-shaped pillow, soft, warm, with body heat. How about it? Want me to take you for a spin in the sky? No, please put me down. My fair lady, your wish is my command. Sayyid couldn't understand why anyone wouldn't enjoy flying. Then he loosened his grip. Sora slid down a bit on his body. Wait a minute, not like this. Sora hugged him even tighter, nearly in tears. Hold on, you're blocking my view. He had initially intended to tease her a little to harvest some emotional value, but her reaction was far too intense. Her smooth, slender legs wrapped tightly around his waist. Like a waterfall, his arms encircled Sayyid's head, burying his entire face in her softness. Sayyid's vision went dark, and a unique fragrance mixed with warmth invaded his nostrils. In this situation, Sayyid's first thought was Kazuki Odin's son truly deserves death. Though the experience was pleasant, Sayyid said, "Hey, let go first, I can't breathe." "No, you'll throw me down." "I really can't breathe, you're hugging too tight." "No way." Boom. Both of them plunged into the sea. What the hell is this idiot doing? Watching Sayyid sink into the ocean, Crocodile stood on the deck with a dark expression. He quickly threw out a rope, accurately looped it around Sayyid's neck, and yanked hard. "I'm gone. Drown." After boarding the deck, while holding Sora, Sayyid first took a few deep breaths of fresh air, then took off his shirt and wrung out the seawater. Crocodile stared at the girl beside him and frowned, asking, "Who is she?" "I brought her from that pirate ship." I asked about her identity. He had clearly seen the girl appear on that pirate ship. A kidnapped princess. Another princess. Crocodile's eyes flickered, sensing he was getting dragged into another trouble. Sora was drenched, kneeling on the deck, still looking shaken. In reality, she was secretly observing the people on this ship. Maybe she could negotiate terms with them, and they might let her go. "So what do you plan to do with her?" The crew's eyes all focused on Sora. Such a terrifying pressure. Although afraid, Sora looked back at them stubbornly. She would never beg pirates for mercy. "I haven't decided yet. Those pirates were going to ransom her. Maybe she can stay and do odd jobs." Beckman said, "If she's a princess, keeping her will attract the Marines." Sayyid rubbed his chin and blurted out, "Throw her overboard." Zeph's angry face, "Show some respect to the lady boy." Sora quickly spoke up, "Wait, you're pirates, right? If you agree to send me back to my country, I'll pay a commission of 100 million berry. If she could get them to agree, that would be wonderful." Though the treasury couldn't afford 1 billion, with some squeezing, 100 million berry could still be scraped together. Sayyid looked at her meaningfully. Why not just demand a ransom directly? No need to make a special trip. Sora, why is he suddenly smart? And well, asked for 200 million. Looks like I overestimated his intelligence. Sora breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Actually, Sayyid had been watching her every move. 200 million, probably too low. But money was never Sayyid's real goal anyway. Bring. Among the pile of treasure brought back by King and the others, a din mushy began to ring. It was a call from Brad, who had just spoken with Iron Hammer not long ago. A bright smile spread across Sora's face, momentarily forgetting she was still on a pirate ship. She wanted to tell her father the good news. She had been rescued and had successfully gained their trust. With just 200 million berry, she could regain her freedom. Full of hope, she picked up the din mushy. "Father, it's me. I'm sorry, Sora." The din mushy showed a bearded face, eyes filled with tears. A sense of dread rose in Sora's heart. 3 years of drought have left the nation on the brink of collapse. After paying the heavenly tribute, most of the people cannot even afford a full meal. To raise money from them again would push countless families' daughters into the abyss. Our country would be ruined even by 100 million berry. For the sake of the nation, I have announced to the people that Princess Sora of the Diabaluo Kingdom unfortunately passed away yesterday. The voice from the din mushy struck like a sword. Sora's smile froze on her face. In the deathly silence, Brad's heavy voice came. "I'm sorry, Sora, my dear daughter. I had to make this decision for the country. Do you remember what I taught you since you were young?" "Yes." Sora forced a smile onto her sorrowful face. "We were born into royalty, enjoying rights and bearing corresponding duties. Nourished by the people, we must protect them. When necessary, we sacrifice ourselves for the nation's stability. This is my fault. If I hadn't insisted on visiting Mother, I wouldn't have been kidnapped by pirates." The din mushy began to shed tears more and more. On the other end, one could almost see a powerless father fighting to suppress his sobs. "I'm sorry, Sora. I wish it were me who had been kidnapped." Drop. Tears fell onto the deck one by one. Sora knelt voluntarily, ending the call, still forcing a smile at the corners of her mouth. Was she supposed to tell her father that she had been rescued by another group of pirates? What difference did it make? As her father said, the country couldn't even afford 100 million berry, and the people were already starving. If they paid 200 million berry, many would starve to death. But without the ransom, her fate was clear. Her sobs were audible on the ship. After a moment, as if she had made up her mind, Sora headed straight for Sayyid. Clang. She glared at Sayyid, eyes red, grasping the DG with both hands and pulling hard. "As a royal daughter, I will never be coerced by you. Royalty has its duty. Better to end my own life than endure humiliation." Sora's resolute voice echoed across the deck. She gripped the handle and pulled. She pulled again. Damn, why wouldn't it come out? Whoosh! A sea breeze blew. The deck fell silent. Crocodile, a cigarette dangling from his lips, turned to Sayyid. What do you plan to do? Swola seemed to be ignored. Sayyid, pulling out a lit cigarette from somewhere, took a drag and gazed out at the sea, exhaling a plume of smoke. The sea breeze gently swept away the smoke and ruffled his hair, revealing his handsome and dashing demeanor. He said calmly, "Using a woman's tears as a chaser for my drink. That's still too bitter for me. This is the way of the night." Such sudden seriousness felt strangely unfamiliar. Lon and Gung Silang exchanged a glance. When did this guy become so agreeable? Crocodile felt something was missing. Instinctively, he reached for a cigarette to calm himself. "Wait, where's my cigarette?" He then noticed the cigarette Sayyid was smoking looked oddly familiar. When had he taken it? So fast. Kurikai, not understanding the situation, blurted out, "Is there really a country so impoverished?" Crocodile said, "1 billion berries is no small sum. For many nations on the sea, their annual revenue might not even reach that figure. And a country that can feed all its citizens is already a strong nation, which is exceedingly rare on the sea." Sayyid looked at Swola, who still held the hilt of the imperial sword with both hands, and said, "Everyone should cherish their own life. To end it so hastily is truly a pity." But by then Swola was already determined to sacrifice herself, believing that falling into the hands of pirates would inevitably lead to a tragic fate. "Forget it," Sayyid changed his approach. "Do you know how much courage it takes to slit your own throat? If you cut too shallow, it will be extremely painful, and you won't die right away, you'll have to cut again. Even if you cut deep enough, you won't die immediately. Instead, your once beautiful neck will have an ugly gash, and you will watch your own fresh blood spurt from it. Then you'll lie in a pool of crimson blood, slowly feeling your body temperature fade, your vision darkening, your soul writhing in agony." The courage Swola had mustered was shattered by Sayyid's few words. "Diablo Kingdom he'll make the trip, but during your time on this ship you will." Sayyid looked Swola up and down. Having just emerged from the sea, her thin dress clung tightly to her delicate skin, outlining a fiery and alluring figure. Her exquisite face bore a natural, unadorned soft beauty with sapphire blue eyes beneath slender brows. "Work for me obediently. I can't afford the commission." Swola thought they were willing to escort her back to her country, but she couldn't pay the promised fee. "Work off your debt. You can issue an IOU first. A country that large can't run away. There's hot water over there. Go wash up. Thank you." Seeing that Sayyid wasn't going to harm her, Swola's tense heart relaxed a little. Just as Sayyid took another drag of his cigarette, two slender fair fingers suddenly reached out and plucked the cigarette from his lips. Crocodile's chilly warning drifted over. "Minors are not allowed to smoke. And next time, don't steal my cigarette." "Got it, Crococan." Sayyid pouted in dissatisfaction. Coming to this world, he should live as he pleased. Just wait until he grew up. Smoking, drinking, beautiful women, treasure. He should enjoy it all. The angel gradually left these waters. Not long after, a warship formed by a giant snail arrived. On the deck, Judge stood with his gun. He had tentatively reached agreements with a few kingdoms at the Black Triangle Trade Fair, but he wasn't particularly pleased. "Report, Lord Judge." "Speak." "A battle took place here not long ago. It appears the Iron Hammer pirates were wiped out." "Understood." The destruction of a mere pirate crew was nothing significant. His Germa army had annihilated countless nations. Judge gazed at the sea without much concern, still replaying the auction scene in his mind. He had fainted twice, but why did the second shock feel even more intense? Could a brat like that truly possess such formidable spirit? Judge couldn't figure it out. Elsewhere, Vice Admiral Crane, who had arrived in the North Blue, received a call from the North Blue branch. "I understand." "What's wrong, Sister Crane?" Gion carried an ordinary sword at her waist. "Crane, the princess of the world government member state Diablo Kingdom, was kidnapped by pirates. But King Brad couldn't raise the ransom, so he recently announced the prince's death from illness." Gion was taken aback, sensing something off. If the death was announced, why did the Navy know the princess was kidnapped by pirates? She voiced her doubt. Crane explained, "Brad is a very admirable king. His family has never lacked a spirit of sacrifice. The princess has likely met with misfortune. Brad has commissioned the Navy, requesting we avenge her." Gion clenched her fists. The young Marine, who harbored justice deep within her heart, felt her hatred for pirates deepen. "Sister Crane, then if they accepted Brad's request, their mission to find the Sayyid pirates would have to be," Crane said, "regarding the Sayyid pirates, gather more intelligence as quickly as possible and have the intelligence division analyze their course and possible locations. On the other hand, our top priority is finding the Iron Hammer pirates. Once located, they can be annihilated directly. Perhaps the princess is still alive." "Understood." As luck would have it, Crane's personal warship changed course, heading toward the Black Triangle Trade Fair, based on the last known location of the Iron Hammer pirates. "Vice Admiral Crane, our ship's supplies are running low. Truly, when it rains it pours." Crane asked, "Where is the next naval base along this new route?" "The next naval base is on Rakatini Island. Then we'll head to the Rakatini Naval Base for resupply. The unluckiest person at the Black Triangle Trade Fair was probably Doflamingo. After fleeing from Masaramu Island, the Don Quixote family fell into a difficult situation. All the underworld forces in the North Blue were hunting them not only because they had broken the rules, but more importantly, they held a devil fruit worth hundreds of millions of berries. Greedy pirates, reckless bounty hunters, mafia running black businesses in various towns. Everyone had their eyes on this piece of fat. The Don Quixote family had only 5 members, one of whom was just a teenager. Whoever got to them first would claim the prize. Many had gone mad. Damn it, they all deserved to die. On the turbulent sea, a sailboat maneuvered skillfully, successfully sinking a pursuing warship. Doflamingo wiped the rain from his face, glaring fiercely at the sinking ship behind him. The others on board were panting heavily with dark purple bloodstains still on the deck. This was one of countless waves of pursuers they had repelled. They hadn't had a proper rest since leaving Masaramu. I know. Doflamingo clenched his fists. Where's the next island, Diamante? Diamante consulted the sea chart on parchment, and after determining their position said, it's Rakatini Island, but there's a marine branch there. Doflamingo's stern young face was covered in rain. Hearing the words marine branch, he instinctively wanted to avoid it. Their situation was already bad enough. Getting entangled with the Navy would only make things worse. But Treble said, we can avoid engaging the branch. Besides, we have no bounties. Pirates and criminals will be wary of the Navy's military power and won't dare attack. We can rest there properly, Doffy. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and made a decision. Fine, we'll go there. His current miserable predicament was all thanks to that person. Just wait, you bastard, Sayyid. The sky was as blue as if it had been washed with a few clouds lazily drifting. Now and then a flock of seagulls passed, leaving behind a resounding cry. Sunlight poured down, making the entire sea sparkle. The angel flying a red dragon-head flag slowly sailed across the sea, its bow slicing through fine waves and splashing glistening droplets. A gentle sea breeze filled the sails and softly stirred the light blue silk dress hung to dry on the deck. How amazing! A shell that can blow wind. Having only been on the ship for a short while, Swola had already born into a royal family. She had been taught etiquette from a young age and had interacted with many people, making her quite skilled at socializing. In just half a day, Swola had gained some understanding of each crew member. These pirates before her were not nearly as terrifying as she had imagined. Keliketer had once held the same status as her, but for some reason chose to become a pirate. Beekman was a renowned pirate hunter in the North Sea, handsome, quick-witted, and easy to talk to. Jean was a man of few words, but very reliable. Lon and Jingsalang surprisingly came from the East Blue. Though their personalities were lively and unexpectedly amusing, they constantly bickered, and their friendship was deeply enviable. Kalikai was a little man, as surprisingly he was a descendant of the Mengulang family. Mr. Zepa's cooking was incredibly delicious. He knew many dishes she had never seen, and he was extremely gentlemanly. The people on this ship were completely different from the Tietchue pirates, especially Sayyid. After all, he was only a 16-year-old boy, 2 years younger than her. Sayyid underestimated. Sayyid lay lazily on a hammock basking in the sun as his body continuously absorbed power under the light. The various shells equipped on this ship are all unique products of Kong Island. Swola, really, aren't the Kong Islands just a place in storybooks? There are many strange places on this sea. The Grand Line Fishman Island, Kong Island, the island carried on the back of a giant elephant, and many races, the long-armed tribe giants, dwarves, mermaids. Many are real. It seems you've been to many places. Why did you come to the North Sea? By a twist of fate, I ended up here, but it doesn't matter. The North Sea also has many places I haven't been and interesting adventures. Do I have to tell you if I'm fishing with explosives in the North Sea? Swola held many kinds of shells which, according to Sayyid, each had different functions. This is... She gently pressed a switch on a shell. Whoosh! A laser shot toward Sayyid. Hey, don't press randomly. Some shells emit lethal attacks. Sayyid reached out and blocked the laser warning. Thighs is a laser, right? You blocked it with your hand. Swola smiled apologetically, but in her heart she thought, is he really human? Not even afraid of lasers. However, the ship was also very interesting. The hot water shell she used for bathing released hot water with a press. There seemed to be light shells in the room, and many high-power wind shells were installed in the stern's propulsion system. Is this a cloud, Oi? Swola pressed another shell, and it spewed out a large cotton-like cloud, quickly forming a clump. Yes, that's a cloud. Kong Island can float in the sky, thanks to it. Pop. Swola sat on it, lightly crossing her legs, her delicate feet gently pressing into the cloud. It was soft and comfortable. Lying on it for a nap with the azure sea below feels like lying in the sky. It's wonderful. I say, aren't you being too forward? This is a pirate ship. Even if you're not scared to death, at least be cautious, right? Accepting it so quickly makes me seem unthreatening. Swola, Anyway, I'm already dead, so there's nothing to care about. Besides, Sayyid, you're a really good man. In the Diablo Kingdom, Princess Swola had been declared dead. I let you on board, so you can work to pay off your debt, not to play. Your vacation-like attitude is completely wrong. Caught off guard by the sudden praise, Sayyid blushed and pretended to be tough. Bastard, even if you praise me, I won't be happy. I've already washed your dirty clothes. Swola defended herself. Sayyid glanced at her. Having just bathed, Swola changed into new clothes, very short denim shorts, showing her rounded straight long legs, and a slim-fit cropped beige t-shirt that barely covered her chest, revealing a snowy cleavage that looked extremely firm. Paired with her wavy golden hair, she was especially eye-catching, bringing delight to Sayyid, a style completely different from Kelakita's. It seemed that most young, beautiful women in the pirate world dressed like this because the high humidity at sea required light clothing for comfort. Hard to imagine you doing such rough work, Sayyid said indifferently. Hee, but there's a hole in the back of your shirt. The fluttering checkered shirt indeed had a big hole in the back. You rubbed it to pieces, didn't you? Sorry, I accidentally tore it. Sayyid, then why didn't you wash a hole in your own skirt? Swola, so it was intentional. Was she secretly retaliating for him, taking her up into the sky earlier? Swola, actually it was torn by accident. Sayyid didn't want to deal with her anymore, lying with his hands behind his head, enjoying this rare leisure time. Cultivation requires balance. One cannot train continuously. Relaxing at the right time is good for the body. I'm curious, Sayyid, why did you choose to go to sea and become a pirate? Swola had somehow come close, her arms crossed, and leaning near Sayyid's ear, looking at him with curiosity. A completely different person from the Swola who wanted to commit suicide earlier. A fresh fragrance approached. The sea is so wonderful. Why wouldn't I go out? Trapped in a kingdom like you, eventually marrying a man you don't love under political alliance. Is that kind of life interesting? Seeing Swola's expression darken, Sayyid became more interested and continued to rub salt in the wound, saying, think about it, this kind of life is predictable from the start, right? Marrying someone you don't love, bearing children, staying in a cold palace day after day, slowly aging, and even dying of depression before reaching old age. In the end, dying from poison to protect her child. Such a fate Sayyid didn't voice. This was exactly what Swola feared most. Even if she had mentally prepared herself, how could a girl her age not have romantic hopes? If lucky, her marriage partner would be a gentle and handsome prince. If unlucky, he might be a cold-blooded, ambitious old man with white hair. Swola cupped her cheeks and said coquettishly, Sayyid, your habit of teasing people makes you unlikable. She had only been on the ship a short while, but had already noticed that Sayyid was exceptionally sharp-tongued and always knew how to stir others' emotions precisely. Sayyid said nonchalantly, my charm is far beyond your imagination. Look at that one. He extended his hand, fingers like a snake's head, automatically tracking prey, and pointed without even glancing toward Kelakita, who was reading on the second floor of the cabin. Kelikin is a princess with strength, intelligence, and charm, yet she was attracted by my charm and gave up her entire kingdom to become my crew member. Kelakita rolled her eyes and said, Hey, don't drag me into your conversation. Don't you feel embarrassed? What's there to be ashamed of? Telling the truth. So infuriating. Clearly very strong, yet sometimes childish like a kid, sharp-tongued, but unexpectedly easy to get along with. When she was crying because she couldn't even manage to kill herself, she had of course heard Sayyid's words. From the moment he said that, Swola didn't think he was a bad person. Watching the harmonious scene on the ship, Swola suddenly beamed a bright smile, the corners of her mouth curving into a shallow arc, her eyes narrowing into beautiful crescent moons. This was an exceptionally lively pirate crew. On the Grand Line, a man carrying a massive black sword. Excuse me, have you seen this person? The young-faced man with the massive black sword displayed a bounty poster. I heard he was here not long ago. That guy? The one who slipped away from Garp. I do recall something. The passerby scrutinized the bounty poster. But he's already left this island. I see. Thank you. The black sword bearer asked. Are there any formidable swordsmen here? None. The black sword bearer departed silently, flipping through the latest newspapers with eyes as sharp as a hawk. Where could he have gone? Whiteland Kingdom, Southwest Snow Island. The angel sailed for days and arrived here. So cold, said, holding a heated shell for warmth. He looked at Roranoa Ran, who was still swinging dumbbells in a sweatshirt, his heat shell left aside. Ran replied, harsh environments are the conditions for honing willpower. A strong swordsman does not yield to mere cold. The more adverse the conditions, the harder one must train. Said, in plain terms, you don't feel cold when you're working out right. Ran. Emotion value 5. Let's anchor here for now. A place entirely covered in snow and ice. Said gazed at the island of permafrost and snow. It reminded him of Drum Island. Wapple was still a brat, and the Baku Nomi was supposedly there. Snowflakes fell from the sky, growing heavier. Put on the cold-resistant clothes first. Sola had already changed into a thick down jacket that concealed her figure. She draped a black cloak over said and carefully fastened it. What a gentle woman. This island falls under the White Land Kingdom. Situated in the northern part of the North Blue, it's covered in ice and snow year-round, earning it the name Snow Kingdom. Snow Kingdom. Before even stepping ashore, said saw a row of penguins by the coast waddling comically in a line before plunging into the sea with a splash. Those are Whittle Emperor penguins. Though large, they are gentle, feeding on fish and shrimp in the ocean. Solo was well versed in the customs of some North Blue kingdoms, as the White Land Kingdom was also a world government member. She knew even more. They'll stay to watch the ship this time. Crocodile disliked the environment, cold, dry air and icy ground, so she opted to remain on the Angel. Said and his group set foot on Snow Island. Something's off since we arrived. It should be daytime, right? Why is it still dark? Zeph checked his pocket watch. Sola explained, that's because the White Land Kingdom is in the north, experiencing polar days and nights. Months of continuous daylight followed by months of darkness. Said looked up. The sky wasn't pitch black, but a deep crimson like the lingering twilight after sunset when darkness hasn't fully settled. Coupled with the white snow reflecting light, the island appeared surprisingly bright. It's because of the aurora. Sola seemed to read Said's thoughts. In these waters, auroras are common, so even during polar night, it's never totally dark. If we're lucky, we might even see the colorful dream aurora. Dream aurora? Beckman paused. As a North Blue native, the term evoked a memory of a certain enchanting scene under soft lights, a fond recollection. The dream aurora is said to appear irregularly, but those who witness it are blessed with happiness. So many lovers come here seeking it. Sola smiled. Mr. Beckman knows quite a bit. Of course, said unceremoniously teased. He must have heard it from a lady during a date. Emotion value 10. Beckman. The group trudged through the snow. Unnoticed, the wind and snow suddenly intensified. The long line of people dwindled. Said trudging ahead with his head down failed to realize he had lost his way. By the time he noticed, only Sola remained beside him thanks to her clutching his coat hem. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Said asked dazedly, did we get lost? Sola raised an arm to shield her face from the flying snow. The snow has been falling heavier without us noticing, and visibility is blocked. Said pressed his collar against the cold wind and extended a hand to the struggling Sola. Give me your hand. He wasn't worried about himself, but Sala's ordinary physique might soon fall behind. Said led her through a grove beyond which lay an inconspicuous cave mouth. There's a cave. Let's take shelter inside for now. Shouldn't we find your companions first? In such harsh weather, not everyone can endure this. It's fine. They're all strong. We'll look for them when the snow stops. Said had faith in his crew. No one on this island could defeat them. Rakatini Island. A flamingo-shaped ship quietly docked. Fufu. Just as I thought, after entering these waters, the pursuing pirates and gangs retreated. Doflamingo with bandages on his head strode onto the pier. Diamante, right. Those cowards wouldn't even dare near a marine base. The group, having survived by a hair, regained their arrogance. Treble sneered. Daffy, did you see their faces when we sailed into Rakatini waters? They looked terrified, not daring to come closer. At least we've shaken them off for now. Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief, but soon felt resentment. If it weren't for that bastard, I'd have taken the art fruit and left without this mess. Virgo with a mirror stuck to his face deadpanned. Our priority is resupply, food and amber. Doflamingo rubbed his stomach. They'd run out of food yesterday and hadn't eaten for a day. He scanned for a restaurant. I want to eat. Is it really okay for us to sneak out of the marine base to eat? In the restaurant, through Gion, Kazan and Gaji, who had insisted on coming, sat around a table. To Gaji's question, Tsuru sipped green tea and said calmly, this is a meeting point with an intelligence agent. He might have information I need. The Marines have their own intelligence networks. Gaji, I see. Am I too conspicuous dressed like this? None wore uniforms, aside from Gaji. The other three were in casual clothes. Only Gaji, the flashy one, had doused his hair in wax, making it shine, and wore a neat brown striped suit with shiny leather shoes. Kazan, you do stand out. Gaji, I thought Miss Gion invited me on a date. Gion turned to pay. Tsuru chuckled. Youth is wonderful, isn't it? Gaji's eyes turned into hearts. Miss Gion is treating me to a meal. A Kazan sitting next to him. Gion turned to pay. Tsuru chuckled. Youth is wonderful, isn't it? Crash. The restaurant door was. 5 strange figures entered, the Don Quixote family. They didn't notice the Marines. Treble yelled rudely, we're starving. Waiter, bring out all your food. The series of actions by the Tangjite family after their entrance caused the surrounding guests to frown inwardly. Jiaji wanted to stand up and rebuke them, but he stopped him. Don't mind them. They're merely a bit rude. The world is full of all kinds of people who, as long as they don't do anything wrong, there's no need to meddle. He glanced at the other side, only seeing their backs. Jiaji obediently sat back down. They still had more pressing matters to attend to. Recently, another incident occurred in the North Sea. The entire underground forces of the North Sea were slightly in turmoil, rumored to be caused by a family of gangsters. A man dressed as a waiter sauntered over and placed a tray of drinks on the table. The waiter whispered a code, green tea or black tea. He replied calmly, chrysanthemum tea. A note was silently placed on the tray, and the waiter walked away as if nothing had happened. Why was this an undercover mission? Kazan thought it was too cool and said subconsciously, bang. He slapped him on the head and said, don't draw attention, Kazan. I know Vice Admiral. Kazan held his head. Ji Yuan, who had finished paying and sat down, rolled her eyes. Too much of a hot-blooded fool. He ignored them and opened the note to read the general content. The North Sea has been restless recently with a new force appearing. Just 5 people dared to snatch auction items, devil fruits, and several valuable antiques at the Black Triangle auction. The underground forces issued bounties, and pirates, gangsters, and bounty hunters were all hunting this force, the Tangjike family. The Iron Hammer pirates sank in the waters near Masaramu Island. The culprit is currently unknown. The princess of the Diaboluo kingdom is missing. The Sayyid pirates once appeared on Masaramu Island and entered the Black Triangle auction, then disappeared without a trace. Reading the intelligence, he fell into deep thought. The North Sea is still so chaotic. Another Tangjike family has appeared, just 5 people capable of such major deeds. The sinking site of the Iron Hammer pirates who kidnapped the princess and the location where the Sayyid pirates appeared were the same. Then it is highly possible that the Iron Hammer pirates were eliminated by the Sayyid pirates. After all, the Iron Hammer pirates were notorious in the North Sea, and the North Sea Navy had organized multiple campaigns but failed to wipe them out. In the North Sea, the only one capable of annihilating the entire Iron Hammer pirates was Sayyid. He analyzed the intelligence she had gathered in a short time, and the analysis results pointed unequivocally to the Sayyid pirates. On this basis, then perhaps the princess of the Diaboluo kingdom is still alive, Kazan said after hearing Vice Admiral He's analysis. He then looked at Ji Yuan and said, Ji Yuan, you've encountered that guy before. What kind of person do you think he is? Hearing this, Ji Yuan immediately recalled her experience as a hostage and the scene of Sayyid using despicable tactics in battle. She blushed and said angrily, that guy is a little pervert, shameless, cold-blooded scum. Losing to Sayyid still rankled her. He nodded slightly. She was not a strategist who judged an enemy's character based on a one-sided account. But according to previously obtained intelligence, Sayyid had also visited a themed hotel on Moxishaxing Island and purchased the most expensive package. Although she was a naval commander, she was not entirely ignorant of such places and understood the services provided by these gray industries. Therefore, the personality traits described by Ji Yuan could be taken as reference. Jia Ji was immediately pained and angry. That bastard Sayyid must have accidentally discovered the princess, been attracted by her unparalleled beauty, and then wiped out the Iron Hammer pirates just to kidnap her. Under his request, Beulah Da had sent a photo of Suala. They were fortunate enough to see it. She was if Sayyid is indeed the lecher they judged him to be, then the princess must still be alive, but her fate. They had witnessed firsthand the treatment of women who fell into the hands of brutal and vicious pirates. Thinking of this, their faces darkened. If I ever encounter such a detestable scoundrel, I will definitely kill him. Now that I think of that beautiful princess falling into his clutches, I grind my teeth with hatred. Jia Ji harbored the greatest malice towards Sayyid. First Miss Ji Yuan, then the princess of the Diaboluo kingdom. And both were exceptionally beautiful women. Such a scumbag roaming the seas would prey on countless lovely young women in the future. To protect the dreams of countless maidens, Jia Ji would do his duty without hesitation. Naturally, Sayyid had no idea that he had been reduced to such an image in the Navy's mind. If he knew, he would surely slam the table and demand to sue on judicial island defamation. This is defamation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the restaurant, the 5 members of the Tangjike family were also seated at a table. Duofu Langming was wolfing down a plate of macaroni. After a long period of tension and going hungry for so long, even Duofu Langming's willpower, which exceeded ordinary people, couldn't bear it. Thus his vigilance dropped considerably. He didn't even notice the waiter bringing drinks. After tasting delicious food, his stomach satisfied, he stretched comfortably. Thump! He happened to knock over the tray in the waiter's hand. Drinks rained down, drenching Duofu Langming. I'm so sorry. Let me dry you off immediately. The waiter quickly apologized, pulling out a handkerchief from his chest to wipe Duofu Langming's head. Keep your dirty hands away. Pardon. Tua Labor pulled out a gun, the dark muzzle pointing at the waiter. How dare you soil Duofu Langming's clothes? Unforgivable. The waiter, trembling with fear, fell to his knees, his whole body shaking, and said tearfully, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't expect him to suddenly raise his arm. Then are you saying it's our fault? No, it's not. Then it's your fault. Go to hell and repent. He pulled the trigger, the firing pin clicking sharply. Bang! A high-speed rotating lead bullet shot out from the barrel, flying toward the waiter's smooth forehead. Ding! A long blade suddenly appeared, blocking the bullet's path. The bullet struck the blade, sparking and ricocheted toward the roof beam. Hey, who are you? Tua Labor demanded, snot dripping as he looked at the sudden arrival. Jia posed gracefully, slowly looking at the waitress with a crooked smile. Beautiful lady, are you all right? So ugly. The waitress covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes rolling back as she fainted from shock. Jia exclaimed angrily, you damned bastards. You scared this young lady unconscious. Seeing his face, Tua Labor's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, "Wahaha, what a sleazy guy." Jia retorted, "And you dare say that about me? Ugly freak." Because Jia had only recently graduated from the elite training camp and mostly participated in missions with veteran strongmen, his reputation was not yet widespread. Moreover, he had deliberately disguised himself for this outing, so the Tangjike family did not recognize him as a Navy officer. The other members of the Tangjike family assumed combat stances. D drew his sword, Pai Ka clenched his fists, and Wei Ergu stood protectively in front of Duofu Langming. Tua Labor pointed his gun at Jia and said, "Do you know who we are? Daring to provoke us means paying with your life. Just a self-righteous thug." Jia looked at the five of them calmly. From the moment they tried to kill an innocent waiter, they had marked themselves as villains. What? Who do you think you're looking down on? Treble turned his right hand into a viscous liquid and hurled it at Gaji. Sticky shackles. Gaji leaped backward, and the shackles instantly locked onto a diner who was too slow to dodge. A devil fruit user. Seeing Gaji retreat, Treble grew more brazen. A worthless wretch like you thinks he can play the hero. They'll strip you naked and hang you outside, let passers-by mock you, and finally end your life as you beg for mercy. Bwaha. What are you so cocky about? Gaji bellowed in rage, clenching his right fist as it became enveloped in armament hockey. Meteor assault. Thud. The fist struck Treble square in the face, blood splattering everywhere in an instant. Treble. Diamante cried out in shock. Treble's body wobbled like a quivering jelly. Gaji landed on the floor, his gaze fixed intently on him. Is it over? Who do you think we are? Treble slowly lifted his bowed head, blood streaming from his nostrils. We are the Don Quixote family. Don Quixote. A voice tinged with doubt came from a nearby table. Doflamingo and his crew, seated at that table, was a middle-aged woman, a figure they knew all too well. Vice Admiral Tsuru. Even Doflamingo recognized this famed Marine, a fellow native of the North Blue, a contemporary of the Marine hero Garp, Buddha Sengoku, and Black Arm Zephyr. A woman of both strength and wisdom. Virgo's expression turned grim. Diamante's face showed terror. Pika stood bewildered. Treble's forehead dripped with cold sweat. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. How could someone like her suddenly appear here? Tsuru rose slowly, her gentle features now radiating an imposing aura. She looked at the Don Quixote family and said, "Exactly 5 of you. You are the Don Quixote family, causing such turmoil in the North Blue, aren't you? Was the Navy sending a headquarters vice admiral just for this?" Doflamingo wanted to ask, "Is it really necessary?" Tsuru's gaze fixed on Doflamingo, forming an invisible pressure. "Though I have no desire to meddle in a dog-eat-dog quarrel, killing someone over a trivial matter, boy of the Don Quixote family, your malice runs far too deep. Fu. I merely wanted to kill someone, and now I have to listen to your tedious preaching." Doflamingo had yet to witness Tsuru's prowess. They had 5 people against her 4. A woman who became a vice admiral merely through seniority hardly seemed like a formidable fighter. His cold eyes fixed on Tsuru, he grinned and uttered the most arrogant words. "Kill them all." The North Blue Snow Island. Sayyid and Sora entered a cave. The cave was pitch black. Sayyid said, "Wait a moment." He picked up a wooden stick from outside, then opened his mouth and spat out a flame. "You can breathe fire. Emotion value 5. I can do much more. Is it that surprising?" Sayyid calmly walked deeper. The cave wasn't very deep. After about a dozen meters, they found a spacious area with 2 piles of dry grass. Sora tightly clung to Sayyid's arm, hiding behind him. "This isn't a bear's den, is it?" "Probably not. Brown bears wouldn't live in such a cold environment. Polar bears, though, are another story." Sayyid looked around. If beasts had lived here, there would be claw marks on the walls. He examined the cave walls and narrowed his eyes. "Sora, there are murals on the walls." But he couldn't understand them. Could this be some prehistoric civilization? Hearing this, Sora curiously drew closer. The walls were indeed painted in multiple colors. "This looks like a penguin." She pointed at a picture of 2 large penguins and a small one. "Here should be a strange large tree. And here it seems to be an evil dragon." The 2 actually began studying. According to Sayyid, these were likely murals left by primitive people who once lived on this island. If they could decipher them, they might uncover ancient history. Sayyid sat cross-legged on the ground. "I think this might be primitive people hunting an evil dragon." Sora knelt beside him. "No, if it were primitive people, why paint a penguin? I guess this is just recording the scene of the dragon hunting." The two pointed at the wall, each expressing different opinions. Unconsciously, they drew closer and closer. Closer and closer. So close that neither noticed their heads almost touching. Wrong. 2. They both turned their heads to look at each other and found their noses nearly touching, clearly feeling the warmth of each other's breath on their faces. Sora's pretty face flushed. She quickly composed herself and sat down on the haystack. Did Sayyid's childishness rub off on me? I actually discussed the wall paintings with him. But wasn't that distance just now a bit too close? Sora gently rubbed her cheeks, feeling they were much hotter than usual. How could Sayyid know what she was thinking? In this sea region, day and night blended. Now he just felt drowsy. Since they couldn't leave anytime soon, he simply lay down on the haystack beside Sora and closed his eyes. Sora was startled by his sudden proximity, but after realizing he was only lying down, she asked, "What are you doing?" "Sayyid, sleeping." Soon steady rhythmic breathing was heard. He fell asleep so fast. With no one around, Sora quietly leaned closer. Under the firelight, Sayyid's face was clearly visible. From his brows to his nose and lips, everything was proportioned just right. Sora rested her cheek on her hand, quietly observing, then suddenly broke into a smile. If he didn't speak, he'd be perfect. Then she frowned slightly and whispered, "But as soon as he opens his mouth, he's infuriating." After an unknown time, drowsiness overcame Sora, and she gradually fell asleep. The torch stuck in the wall gradually burned out, and the cave grew dim again. The temperature dropped, a chill spreading over her body. In her sleep, Sora felt as if she were lying on ice, shivering uncontrollably. She dreamed of a warm pillow radiating heat. Instinctively, she hugged it tightly. So warm, like basking in the sun. After an unknown time, outside, the wind and snow subsided. A strange creature ambled to the cave entrance. It tilted its head, stood at the entrance for a long time, then, filled with confusion, opened its mouth and let out a peculiar cry. Budgie. The cave plunged into darkness and silence. Outside, the blizzard still howled, the wind funneling into the entrance with a low, mournful wail. Sayyid dreamed of falling into dark seawater, tightly entwined by an octopus. As if a stone were pressing on his chest, even breathing became difficult. So he opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. Sat up. After failing once, Sayyid realized that Swola was lying on top of him. Swola also woke up from his movements. In the darkness, by the unknown luminescent material on the cave paintings, and a sliver of white light extending from the entrance. The two could clearly see each other's eyes. However, their current position was far too ambiguous. Sayyid propped himself up on his arms behind him, his body half-sitting, while Swola sat on his lap, her arms still looped around his neck. They looked more like a couple about to kiss. For a moment, even the air became thick and feverish. Swola's face flushed. Without touching it, she could feel how burning hot her cheeks must be. She tried to speak to ease the awkwardness, but her voice was as faint as a mosquito's whine. "Sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't let you sleep well." Why did that sound so weird? But whatever. Sayyid abruptly lay back down on the pile of hay. Caught off guard, Swola's body once again pressed against Sayyid's chest, her cheek tightly against his. Ugh. Steam began to rise from Swola's head. Was she actually being teased by a boy 2 years younger than herself? In her heart, Swola tried to resist, forcing her body to move away from him. But before she could react, her slender and soft waist was caught by a pair of strong arms. Their bodies pressed even closer. For a moment, Swola was bewildered, but in the darkness, she seemed to feel Sayyid's lips curl upward, and then his voice drifted into her ear. "I'm so cold, Swola. It must be that you were afraid I'd freeze to death in my sleep, so you hugged me to warm me with your body, right?" "Thank you." Swola's mind went blank. Is that right? Yes, it must be so. So Swola said with a red face, "I'm only reluctantly doing this because you helped me. If you froze to death here, I wouldn't be able to go home either." "I understand." The arms around her waist tightened a little. The feel was different from both Aokiji and Ziyuan. Ziyuan's waist was flexible and firm, slightly thicker than Swola's, but then Ziyuan was tall. As for Aokiji, whenever he touched her waist, her body would become very stiff, yet very elastic. As for Swola, she was slender yet as soft as cotton, like water. The cave gradually grew quiet again, so quiet that only the two heartbeats could be heard. But gradually something felt off. Swola sensed the warm hand on her waist slowly moving downward. As her body shifted right, the hand went right. As she moved left, it followed. What a restless fellow. Swola slapped Sayyid on the head, straightened up, straddled him, and looked down at him from above. "So young, and who taught you all this?" "Beekman taught me." Sayyid decisively shifted the blame, and at times like this, brothers were made to be thrown under the bus. Swola snorted coldly, her impression of Beekman dropping 1 point. At the same time, she muttered under her breath, "Little pervert." Sayyid immediately retorted, "I'm a pirate, a free-spirited pirate. And why are you praising me?" "Where did I praise you?" Beekman said, "A real man is a lecher, so you were praising me as a real man." "Sorry, Beekman. What kind of praise is that?" Before Swola could continue, Sayyid said seriously, "But next time you praise me, please remove the word little." Swola, what on earth is Beekman teaching him? Now she was starting to worry that Sayyid would be corrupted by the crew of the Sayyid pirates. Just then Sayyid abruptly sat up and stared warily at the cave entrance. Careful, something has entered. A rhythmic, peculiar sound of squelch squelch drew nearer and nearer until it stopped right in front of them. Sayyid turned his hand and took out a sunstone he had obtained from a lottery from his system space. Just then Sayyid abruptly sat up and stared warily at the cave entrance. Careful, something has entered. A rhythmic, peculiar sound of squelch squelch. Why didn't you take this out earlier? I forgot. The two took a moment to adjust to the bright light and finally saw clearly the creature standing before them. A round, plump body covered in deep blue feathers with clean white patterns and fine ink-colored speckles on its belly, clumsy and unique. On its face was a long, vivid red beak, and it was now staring at the sunstone in Sayyid's hand with a look of fresh curiosity. Sayyid, what a fat penguin. Swola, cute. This kind of penguin. He remembered that Kazan had a penguin pet, and it was named Latoa or something. But the strangest thing was that this penguin was holding a drawing board under one wing and what seemed to be a pen in the other. Suddenly, it started writing on the board with the pen, then handed it to them. What kind of stone is this? I've never seen it. Sayyid was baffled. The penguin can write. The penguin actually showed a disdainful expression on its face and swiftly wrote another line to show them. Making a fuss, I am a genius penguin. Ha 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 ha, Sayyid found it amusing. It's a sunstone. It can emit a dazzling light. The penguin, can you give it to me? Why should I? The penguin, this is my home. Consider it rent. Sayyid and Swola exchanged a glance. This guy even knows about rent. As if reading their thoughts, the penguin quickly wrote something, then stood triumphantly with its wings on its hips. They leaned in to read. I learned it from human villages. It's all knowledge. What an interesting penguin. Sayyid had an idea and said, what's your name? Are you interested in sailing with us? The penguin, I am called I am the Great. I am engaged in artistic creation and refuse to leave. Artistic creation. Swola suddenly remembered and said, could it be that all the paintings on the stone walls were drawn by you? That's right, my masterpiece. So it was a penguin that drew them. They had thought it was some ancient mural and studied it for a long time. Soon they learned from the penguin what the paintings were about. Fragmentary fairy tales heard from human villages, then reprocessed and completed by it became its own art. The mural with the dragon was one of its masterpieces. The story of I the Great, fighting the dragon to rescue the penguin princess, but fighting alongside it was another penguin in a military uniform, probably a knight. Sayyid still wanted to trick it into coming along and said temptingly, artistic creation needs inspiration, right? I agree with your words. Inspiration comes from imagination, and imagination requires rich and diverse experiences. How many experiences can you have staying on this snow-covered island your whole life? The words struck a chord with the penguin. Its artistic creation had hit a bottleneck. Only by sailing the seas on adventures and experiencing many novel things can you generate a steady stream of creative inspiration. Have you ever seen a goldfish bigger than an island? Have you ever seen a giant dozens of meters tall? Have you ever seen an island that appears 10,000 meters in the skies? Have you ever seen a mermaid living 10,000 meters under the sea? Have you ever seen the red continent that surrounds the entire world taller than mountains? The penguin, never seen. Sayyid, I have. The penguin's eyes widened instantly. Are there really such things on the sea? Sayyid laughed. Of course we are a pirate crew. We've experienced all kinds of adventures on the sea and encountered countless interesting things. Pirates brutal destroy villages. Sayyid said, there are differences between pirates. What you're talking about are low-level pirates. I'm talking about high-level pirates. We pursue freedom. After saying that, he handed the sunstone in his hand to it. Here, I'll give you this sunstone as a token of friendship. This lord is very grateful. Swola couldn't help but chuckle at what the penguin wrote. This rude politeness was inexplicably adorable. Sayyid struck while the iron was hot. We came to this island by accident and will leave soon. We're heading to more splendid oceans and probably won't come back. I'm very glad to meet such an interesting friend as you. Friend. It had only one friend, but that friend had gone on a trip and didn't know when it would return. It so wanted to see the places this man talked about. The penguin's face was filled with hesitation, but soon it made up. If its good buddy knew about this, it would surely support it. The penguin swiftly wrote a line. Wait a moment, I'll go with you. Soon it took out a stone slab from somewhere, picked up a brush, and drew small pictures on it, just like a comic strip. On it were two little figures. One carried a sword, likely Sayyid, and the other had an especially large chest, likely Swola. Then the two figures turned into two figures, plus a giant penguin. Finally, the giant penguin stood at the bow with arms crossed, the two little figures following closely behind. Sayyid looked at the penguin, which was not even as tall as him, and was momentarily speechless. Indeed, this penguin's artistic creation was not realism at all. Swola asked curiously, what are you doing? The penguin, leave a message for my good buddy, telling him I've gone on an adventure at sea. Swola was even more puzzled. Then why don't you just write words? The penguin gave her a scornful look and quickly wrote 2 lines. This lord's brother is a penguin. Penguins can't read. As expected, females are stupid creatures. Swola was furious. She had been mocked by an animal. Don't hold me back, Sayyid. I'm going to teach this fat penguin a lesson. It's not cute at all. Sayyid quickly hugged Swola. Judging by their sizes, Swola might not even be a match for the penguin. Alright. Are you really going to argue with a penguin? Soon the penguin finished drawing the letter and even had a green backpack strapped on its back. Sayyid and Swola, how does a penguin get a backpack? You're just inexperienced. Sayyid smiled and said, since you've joined us, how about giving you a name? Can't keep calling you this, lord, that sounds weird. Penguin, then what should I be called? Sayyid, how about I give you a nice name? If it's not good, this lord won't accept it. What name would be good? Whenever it came to naming, Sayyid got a headache again. Penguins are birds, right? Living in this environment related to ice. Got it. A name popped into Sayyid's mind. He said, Qingji. How's this name? On the sea, those who dare to use this title are all monsters. A penguin like you, brimming with inspiration, deserves it. He wondered if the current Kazan had already obtained the title of Qingji. Probably not. Whoever uses it later is the copycat. Hee. The penguin tilted its head thinking about those 2 characters. Qingji, I have a name. So happy. It wrote a line holding up the drawing board with its little flippers. Qingji. This lord likes this name. Then from now on, I am your captain. Please take care of me. Sayyid extended a hand and shook Qingji's little flipper. But soon Qingji remembered something, turned around, walked to the back of the cave, and carried out a pile of fruits. Ahaha, actually you don't need to bring your own food. You are a FO. Oh no, we have a chef who specifically provides. Sayyid laughed heartily, but Swola tugged at his sleeve. Swola kindly reminded, Sayyid, look at that fruit. It seems like a devil fruit. Sayyid looked at the pile of fruits Qingji was carrying. Among them, one fruit was pure white with strange snowflake-like patterns swirling on it. It was a devil fruit. Sayyid had previously taken a devil fruit encyclopedia from the library of the Baroque Kingdom. Although it might not be complete, this particular devil fruit was indeed recorded. It was the Logia type snow fruit. In the future, it would be eaten by Monet, the sexy secretary under Dwefu Langming. Although the Monet in the original story who ate this fruit didn't perform strongly, it was undeniably a genuine Logia type. Am I so destined with Logia types? First the sand fruit, then the thunder fruit, and now encountering a snow fruit here. Before he could react, Qingji had already shoved the pile of fruits into his arms. Good friend, treat you. You're really generous. The little penguin had no idea how precious devil fruits were. Well, that's about it. Let's go. We still need to find Beekman and the others. Sayyid handed a fruit to Swola and took a bite of a blue unknown fruit himself. Is this a local specialty? It's very juicy and sweet, so delicious. The 2 people and 1 penguin walked toward the other side. According to Qingji, ahead was a village. I wonder how Jean and the others are doing. Village tavern. Jean, can't you find them even with your observation hockey? Beekman took a big gulp of malt beer and looked at Jean sitting beside him. The wind and snow are too heavy. All I can hear are chaotic noises. Jean looked helpless. There were too many obstacles on this island preventing him from sensing accurately over long distances. The snow is gradually getting lighter. He'll go back to the ship first to check. It's normal to get lost in such weather. A monster like our captain is not afraid of the cold. Beekman lit a cigarette and said, I'm not worried about that guy, Sayyid. I just hope Swola hasn't gotten. Jean remained silent. There was no need to worry about the others on the ship, but Swola was a fragile princess. In such an environment, even the low temperature alone could be fatal. If she died, the captain would be sad for quite a while, right? In the tavern, the fire in the fireplace blazed, making the whole place warm and cozy. Beekman and Jean drank while waiting. After a while, the tavern door suddenly swung open, and a familiar voice came in with the sound of wind and snow. Boss, what drinks do you have? Sayyid X2. Sayyid looked toward the voice and soon saw Beekman and Jean sitting at a wooden round table. You're here too. Great. Then 2 people plus an emperor penguin entered the tavern. Beekman, how did you bring back a penguin? Sayyid laughed. From now on, it's our companion. Its name is Qingji. The patrons in the tavern suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, isn't it that emperor penguin that always comes to our village to stare blankly? Yeah. The snow was so heavy recently that we didn't see it. I thought it had gone back. The people here meant no harm to Qingji. There was a reason they laughed. You know this guy, eh? Yeah, kid. Although it's cute, it doesn't seem smart. It always comes to the village. When someone talks, it just stands there blankly. Maybe because its group doesn't accept it. So it likes to go where there are many people. Many times we've seen it standing outside the tavern window looking in. The village kids also like to play around it and feed it. But except when eating, it's always dazed. If you're taking it out to sea, I'm afraid you'll have to put a lot of effort into watching it. The tavern owner, an older uncle, said while wiping a glass. He almost directly called it a burden. Qingji calmly took out its drawing board and pen quickly wrote a line and slammed it in front of the tavern owner with an imposing manner. Foolish humans, you have yet to discover my great wisdom, as it wrote. The patrons in the tavern were already left in utter astonishment. Never before had they seen a penguin that could write. Many shook their heads, grinning at the cups in their hands, and laughed. Looks like I'm not having a good day today. I've only had a few sips, and am already drunk enough to see a penguin writing. Ha! Exactly, I can't even write myself, let alone that silly goose. Only the tavern owner, with sweat beading on his forehead, stared incredulously at the words on the drawing board. Because he hadn't been drinking. A penguin really wrote, and it was even mocking him. Monster. A monster. Haha, boss, don't be so scared. If it wanted to harm you, it could have done so long ago. Sayyid half leaned on the counter, his calm and composed demeanor reassuring the owner greatly. Young man, you too are no ordinary folks, are you? Sayyid half leaned on the counter, his calm and composed demeanor reassuring the owner greatly. Young man, you too are no ordinary folks, are you? Merrily, Sayyid took his glass and sat at Beckman's table, pointing at Qingji with a smile. But I never expected this fellow's past experience to be so interesting. Every day he would pretend to be a simpleton and go to human villages to learn knowledge. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Kingsley's forehead as he wrote another line. Knowledge is humanity's precious treasure, so I carefully steal it every day. So this is what the ingenious penguin was thinking. Are these two also my companions? Beckman, what the heck is with the eye? Sayyid, yeah, from now on they're friends on the same ship. Beckman, are we really going to take a penguin aboard? Well, this is no ordinary penguin. It's a cultured. That's still a penguin. I want to drink this. Qingji pointed at the liquor in Beckman's glass. Countless times it had stood outside this tavern's window watching people drink this stuff and become so happy. It had long wanted to taste it. Here. Beckman handed him the glass. Qingji downed it in one gulp and gave a disdainful review. Awful. Then he turned his gaze to Jean and tugged at his wing. Are you a birdman? Jean. No wonder the captain wanted him as a crewmate. That habit of landing verbal attacks on people really reminded him of Sayyid. Why don't you speak? Naturally not talkative. See, I told you it would be fun. Sayyid sat nearby, laughing heartily. This penguin's personality was quite amusing, but I'll tell you more about him later. Everyone else in the tavern thought it was just Jean's unique attire. If they knew the truth, they would probably scramble out in panic. While drinking, they also asked the tavern owner to prepare supplies, spending extra money to buy some of the food in the tavern. As the wind and snow gradually subsided outside the village, Jipu, Kalikailan, and Jingsalang unexpectedly met and found their way here. Moreover, Jipu had a backpack on his back filled with many ingredients such as mushrooms and the fruits Sayyid had eaten before. Jipu, looks like you've had a bountiful harvest. Seeing Sayyid and the others, Jipu seemed unsurprised. These wild mountain goods are all things I found in the forest. They taste quite delicious. Kalikai fumed. How infuriating. In such terrible weather you made me dig mushrooms. So inhuman. A real man isn't afraid of a little wind and snow, and you are wearing a cotton coat, aren't you? Sola said to the penguin beside her. These will also be your future companions. Them. Qingji took a few steps forward, planning to greet them. That's how humans meet each other. But as soon as it appeared, Zeep's gaze instantly shifted to it. Looking at the penguin waving its little flippers at him, Jipu laughed loudly. Gah, Sayyid, did you catch this prey? This kind of penguin looks fatty. It must be juicy and delicious. When cooked would go perfectly with the mushrooms I picked. Blurp. Sigh. Before he could finish, Kingsley's eyes blazed with fury as he slammed the drawing board hard into Zeep's laughing face. Bang. Jipu was knocked to the ground, lying on the snow, mumbling. Didn't Sola say this kind of penguin had a mild temper? You were about to eat it, how could it be mild with you? Sayyid walked over speechlessly and explained to them. Jipu, what? Why didn't you say earlier that it was a new crew member? He quickly apologized, watching Qingji raise the drawing board. I forgive you this time. Jipu, so it really is a cultured penguin. Qingji still looked at Jipu with a wary expression, clearly afraid that this human might still want to eat him. The group that had been separated gathered again after a few hours. However, due to the weather, it would take some time to gather supplies. Restocking fully would require going to a town, and transporting them in such snowy conditions was also a problem. Carrying supplies on their backs through the snow would be far too time-consuming. Fortunately, the tavern owner personally gathered some men and set off for the town on a sled. For no other reason than Sayyid had paid far too much. In this place with 8 months of snow a year, he could hardly ever get such a big order, so he was very proactive. Meanwhile, Jipu and Jingsalang went to the town with the tavern owner. Soon only Sayyid and Sola remained. Having nothing better to do, Sayyid and Sola simply started building a snowman on the snowfield. Before long, they had built a small castle, and the two sat atop it. Sayyid gazed at the distant snowfield draped in silver, and the forest covered in ice, still awestruck by the beauty of nature. After seeing the ocean views for so long, this snowy landscape is unexpectedly nice. The sky reflected a dark red glow which, when falling on the snowfield, cast a layer both white and pink. Surprisingly beautiful. Yes, In such an environment, the people of the Ice Snow Island would stay in warm houses through the winter, and a family could be together for 8 months. Ice Snow Island has 4 months without snow. In those 4 months, they have to work hard to gather food and plant. But the island is rich in resources, sparsely populated, and the soil is fertile, so as long as people put in some effort during those 4 months, they don't have to worry about food for the whole year. Although covered in snow year-round, the happiness level of the people on this island, at least in the tavern, was not low at all. The two sat on the ice-built castle watching the rime on the trees and the herd of reindeer galloping across the snowfield. A faint light appeared in the sky, gradually intensifying into a green ribbon. That's... Sola stared at the aurora in the sky. Their luck seemed almost too good. Dream aurora? People all came out of their snug houses looking at the aurora in the sky with delight. An older man gazed at the aurora and said, "Dream aurora. It hasn't appeared in 20 years. To see it today, how fortunate." The band of light formed by the aurora spread across the sky like a hanging veil, soon displaying a riot of colors. A sight one would never forget in a lifetime. So beautiful. Sola recalled the romantic legend that circulated in the North Sea: those who witness the dream aurora with their own eyes will find happiness. She gently turned her gaze to Sayyid, who was absorbed in the sky, watching his handsome profile take on different hues under the light. As he was distracted, Sola, as if possessed, tilted her head, her body leaning little by little. Gently approaching, and softly rested her head on Sayyid's shoulder. Like a clingy kitten that had gotten its wish, her moon-like, delicate face instantly bloomed, with a smile even more brilliant than the aurora. She nestled gently against Sayyid, careful not to disturb him from his reverie. Her sapphire blue eyes shimmered with the colorful lights as she thought, "Will my happiness be you?" Behind the two, a silly goose quietly watched the scene and, inspired, sketched the brief and beautiful moment under the interlacing aurora on the snow castle rising from the ground, a handsome man and a beautiful woman leaning against each other. Beside the drawing, crooked lines formed the title, "This is Love." A warship sailed across the vast ocean, its sail emblazoned with the character Crane, signifying the vessel's master. So they got away after all. Crane stood on the deck, gazing at the ship that had vanished with the current. Bound on the deck was a withered man, Treble stripped of his sticky fruit packaging. Doflamingo, you must come save me." Treble shouted toward the direction of Doflamingo's escape. "Stop yelling. You'll spend the rest of your days in Impel Down. That bastard wouldn't dare come for you." Gaji stomped on Treble, his mood foul. After all, with him Ziwan Kazan, who had eaten the ice fruit, and Vice Admiral Crane, their combined strength could have easily taken down the group. Yet at the critical moment, Treble pulled out bombs and threatened to hurl them into a residential area. Doflamingo and his crew used civilians as hostages, forcing the Marines to hold back and unable to fight at full strength. That was how they escaped. Even so, letting a small gangster family slip away was a disgrace to Gaji. Crane, that boy's hatred for this world is beyond anything I imagined. If someone like him is allowed to grow, the consequences for this world could be catastrophic. Kazan scratched his head. "I can't put my finger on it, but that surname Don Quixote seems familiar. Celestial Dragon." Crane felt it necessary to investigate Doflamingo's true identity. However, from Doflamingo's words they obtained the latest intelligence about Said. Crane looked at Treble. "So it was Said who stole the devil fruit at the auction, not you." Treble lay on the ground. "That's right. The young master was about to take it, but at the critical moment that man appeared and knocked us out with Conqueror's Haki." Speaking of this, Treble's face was filled with terror. "I've never seen such powerful Haki. If he isn't dealt with, he'll surely become another major enemy of the Marines." Treble thought if the Marines could eliminate that man who bullied the young master, that would be good. Even though captured, Crane analyzed the intelligence. Whether Treble's account was exaggerated or not, the details were consistent. Moreover, stealing treasures was exactly the kind of thing pirates did. That meant the 3 pieces of information she had previously obtained were all closely related to Said. If Said stole the devil fruit, why was half the North Blue's strength chasing you? This question struck like a dagger. Treble's already unsightly face stiffened. After a moment, he bounced up on his belly in frustration, tears streaming down. "Those pirates and gangsters are complete idiots. We've explained countless times, but they say," he paused, his voice rising. "A great pirate with a 300 million berry bounty. If he wanted something head, just take it outright. Why would he use such tricks?" Treble continued. "They also claimed eyewitnesses saw Doflamingo do it. Even if Said really did it, those cowards wouldn't dare confront him. Instead, they blame everything on us. It's just bullying the weak." Watching Treble bawl and snot, not a soul on the warship felt sympathy for him. Gaji stomped on him again bluntly. "When you attacked innocent civilians, did you think about bullying the weak? You deserve what you got." Elsewhere, Doflamingo and his crew fled in panic. Doflamingo was in terrible shape, his body limp like freshly washed laundry. His mind was eerily calm, as if he had let go of everything. Desire, thirst for power, hatred. His young face was serene, yet his soul was terrified. No. I must hate. I must rage. What is happening to me? This isn't me. Without hatred and loathing, how can I make those bastards in the Holy Land pay? Doflamingo, what's wrong? The others saw him lying lifeless on the deck and thought he was grieving over Treble's capture by the Marines. One by one, they tried to comfort him. Virgo, young master, we know you're sad, but we need to pull ourselves together. Treble is waiting for us to save him. Pika squeaked, yes, young master. You must stay strong. Giving our lives for you was always our decision. Let them misunderstand, Doflamingo thought. Much later, he returned to normal, feeling the return of malice and strength. His face was full of fear and lingering dread. I'm fine now, everyone. Doflamingo sat up. Seeing the old Doflamingo back, Virgo and the others sighed with relief. This was the boss they had chosen. If he collapsed, they'd never enjoy riches again. Damn it. Why did we run into the Marines there? Diamante's voice was hoarse, blood seeping through his left sleeve. That swordswoman was his equal in swordsmanship, and he had been careless. She had wounded him. Virgo and Pika bore frostbite. Who would have thought that young afro-haired man was a Logia ice fruit youth? Their understanding of the Marines was still too shallow. Doflamingo now realized the importance of intelligence. For long-term development, planting moles within the Marines was crucial. But he had no suitable candidates. Virgo was his most trusted, yet today's events would surely put him on the... Thinking back, that woman seemed frail, but her threat was immense. Doflamingo felt that Crane's bizarre ability completely countered him. His string fruit had been rendered useless, its threads turned as limp as ordinary string under her power. What a terrifying woman. What do we do now, Doflamingo? His gaze swept over the three, recalling all the hardships since meetings. Veins bulged on his forehead, fingers trembling, but he suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Fufufufu. You think this can break me? Fate. I won't yield. It'll destroy this boring world. I won't give up until I achieve my goal. Diamante and the others exchanged glances, thinking, oh no, has Doflamingo gone mad? Doflamingo glared at them fierce as a cornered wolf pup. Now we abandon all our former territories. We'll rebuild our power in the remote seas of the North Blue. The other three looked incredulous. Diamante said, Doflamingo, that's our territory built over 3 years. Are we really giving it up? We'll be left with nothing. But Doflamingo replied, those old territories are no longer safe for us. As long as we survive, well, one day reclaim what's ours. Sooner or later, I'll have my revenge on those old bastards in the North Blue underworld. Yes, Doflamingo, young master. Ryuo. Sayyid sat dejectedly at the bow of the Angel. The hockey training notes given by Gung Sanlang had almost been memorized by heart. However, he still couldn't grasp the essence of Ryuo. He needed to make the hockey flow. Sayyid silently sensed the hockey within his body. Just like an instinct, when he needed strength, he clenched his fist, and power would emerge. The same applied when he needed to mobilize hockey. However, how to release it outward became the challenge. When the body relaxes to a state of emptiness, Ryuo gushes out like a stream, as if instinctive. I'm relaxing every day now. Sayyid looked at this note, and felt somewhat exasperated. Now he barely even trained anymore, spending all day lying on the ship basking in the sun. Was that not relaxed enough? He scratched his hair in frustration. As expected, he failed again today. Somewhat displeased, Sayyid got up, walked towards the cabin, and pushed out a bicycle. It was the item he had obtained from a lottery draw earlier. Sayyid, what are you doing? Beckman sat at the edge of the deck, maintaining his gun, glancing at Sayyid. Cruising. You can only go in circles here on such a small deck. Who said I'm going to ride the bicycle on the ship? Sayyid swung his long leg over the seat, glanced at Crocodile and Sora, and whistled cheekily. Any lady want a ride? He received 2 eye rolls. Ever since the last time she was held by Sayyid and fell into the sea, Sora absolutely refused to ride with him. As for Crocodile, why would she sit on a bicycle on the ocean when there's a ship? That would make her look as stupid as Sayyid. Sayyid muttered nonchalantly, no taste. As if having the same taste as you would be the problem. Then Sayyid pedaled the bicycle straight towards the sea. Gung Sanlang was stunned and shouted in panic. Hey, what are you doing? This is a bicycle, not a boat. Before he could finish, Sayyid had already plunged down. This guy, Beckman, Gung Sanlang, and Kalikai all leaned over the railing to look down, only to find that the expected scene of falling into the sea didn't happen. Sayyid was actually floating on the sea surface, grinning and waving at them. Beckman, I almost forgot this guy can float in the air. So what exactly is the point of the bicycle? Of course it looks more stylish. All powerful individuals have unique ways of traveling. For instance, Kizaru uses small cannonballs, Mihawk rides a coffin boat, Ace has a small speedboat, Rayleigh swims the calm belt. Riding a bicycle is his way of blending in. As for how he moves across the sea while floating, naturally by the friction between the tires and the sea surface. Sayyid pushed off with both feet and leisurely rode across the sea, gliding over the undulating waves as if on flat ground. Crocodile frowned and shouted, Idiot, where are you going? He'll go ahead, I can smell the scent of soil. After saying that, his figure grew increasingly distant. The bicycle is faster than the ship. Annoying, isn't it? Jean, should I go ahead to protect the captain? Crocodile, no need. Gung Siling Lon Kalikai looked at him contemptuously. So what if you can fly? Crocodile gazed into the distance. Let's set sail quickly and catch up. God knows what Sayyid will do next. Every time he's alone, all sorts of accidents happen. Riding a bicycle on the sea was a novel experience. But there were still some areas to consider for improvement. After riding for a while, Sayyid provided a precise user experience. If a propulsion device like a propeller were attached to the back of the bicycle, the speed might be faster. Just then a news coup flew by. Noticed this peculiar creature. Sayyid pondered for a moment, as if hesitating whether to sell him a newspaper. But soon it didn't have to hesitate. The fool riding a bike on the sea waved at it. Hey seagull, give me a newspaper. The news coup landed on the handlebar, handed him a newspaper, and even saluted earnestly. Good employee, thorough service. Sayyid gave a sincere comment, then held the newspaper with both hands and read it. Still some boring gossip news. Huh. The headline is the World Conference. It's starting again at this time. Harold, the giant king of Elbaf. The newspaper featured some kings attending the conference, including Harold, a close friend of Rock's whom Sayyid considered a pacifist. This guy seems to have already accepted IMS mark. The matter of the giants was still far off, so Sayyid continued reading. Besides this, another interesting piece of news was about Kazuki Odin, the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, a powerful samurai, aboard the Moby Dick. Sayyid noticed among the crowd behind Odin, in a very inconspicuous corner, a smiling woman holding that Momonosuke. Thud. While reading the newspaper and cycling, Sayyid crashed headfirst into a huge iron wall. Thanks to the excellent elasticity of the tires, he and the bicycle bounced back several meters. He looked up, and the first thing he saw was the Navy emblem painted on the ship. Where did this warship come from? Sayyid was still considering whether to board when an afro popped out from the warship and shouted to his companions, "Hey Kaji, look. Someone is riding a bicycle on the sea. That's so cool." Kaji. T-Pig. This unusually young Marine isn't Kazan. When he was young, he had a generic face, and I almost didn't recognize him. Sayyid simply looked up and said to Kazan on the warship, "Young Marine, your ship crashed into my bicycle. How are you going to compensate me?" Kazan on the ship was stunned. Was this a scam? More importantly, a bicycle scamming a warship. This was a first. He felt he had encountered a troublesome person, but he couldn't be asked to pay right. His meager salary was saved for buying booze. He scratched his hair and said apologetically, I'm really sorry, it was a blind spot. I have no say in this, you'll have to talk to our Vice Admiral about compensation." Hearing this, it was Sayyid's turn to be stunned. Good for you, Kazan, pretending to be a hot-blooded idiot, but you're also sly. I haven't even said how much to pay, and you're already shifting responsibility. Moreover, this guy didn't even recognize him, Sayyid. But thinking that today he had changed his clothes and hairstyle, he found it understandable. After all, the pirate world was full of oddballs. Some recognized people by hairstyle, some by accessories, others by physical traits. In fact, the reason Kazan didn't recognize him was that his gaze had been fixed on the bicycle all along. Riding a bicycle on the sea was really cool. Kazan felt that his life should also include a bicycle. Sayyid, on the other hand, keenly noticed the term Vice Admiral. He remained cautious and deliberately probed, "Who is your Vice Admiral?" He'll go up and discuss compensation with him. As soon as he said that, another person emerged from the warship, looking down at Sayyid from above. She wore a Navy uniform with a marine cloak draped over her shoulders, her long black hair tied together. Although she was past the prime of her beauty, her face still retained a trace of charm. Her first reaction upon seeing Sayyid was to reveal a faint smile, as if she had been searching for a long-lost friend, and suddenly turning around, unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. A gentle voice carrying a hint of kindliness, yet steady, spread with the waves and clearly reached Sayyid's ears. "I am the Vice Admiral of this ship, named Tsuru. Young man, since we crashed into your bicycle, we will naturally compensate you. However, you'll have to come aboard in person to collect the compensation."